Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Strong. Chuzhou. Today marks a Sunday, bustling with the ebb and flow of pedestrians on the streets. However, atop the grand bridge by the shores of Tianqing Lake, a fierce wind suddenly arose, compelling many passers-by to shield their faces, unable to keep their eyes open against the gusts. Boom! A sound resonated across the bridge, akin to thunder, imparting a sense of distortion upon its structure. A flash of azure light, initially ethereal, gradually solidified. In the blink of an eye, a young man appeared on the bridge. The man murmured to himself, "Earth, I, Xuan, have returned." He then raised his head, and the tumultuous winds on the bridge vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, an aura of immense authority emanated from him. In an instant, the entire Chuzhou city was enveloped in a dreadful atmosphere. Within several ancient manors, elderly men who were meditating simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing expressions of terror. In that fleeting moment, they sensed a pressure that resonated from the depths of their souls. Such pressure, even from a distance of several dozen miles, rendered them unable to suppress their trembling. A formidable being had descended upon the humble Chuzhou. Xuan gazed at the throngs of people below and the familiar bridge, a sense of daze crossing his features. He had truly succeeded. For 3 centuries, he had risen from mere mortal to a legendary figure within the starry realms, ultimately achieving the status of a mythical powerhouse, yet he had never relinquished his desire to return to Earth. At the pinnacle of his ascension, he chose to pierce through the void, and he had indeed returned. He looked down at Tianqing Lake, memories flooding back. The Li family was once a renowned commercial dynasty in Chuzhou, but tragically, when Xuan was 20, they suddenly faced bankruptcy, and his parents perished in a self-immolation. In the span of a single night, his world crumbled. Meanwhile, Meng Qingshan, who was once betrothed to Xuan, defied her family's opposition and resolutely married him, thus becoming the subject of ridicule and scorn, a laughingstock in Chuzhou. At that time, Xuan could not endure the crushing blow of transitioning from a wealthy scion to an ordinary person, succumbing to despair while those around him looked down upon him, urging Meng Qingshan to abandon him. Yet, she never relinquished her faith in him, even continuing to work while pregnant to support Xuan. Eventually, Xuan began to awaken, resolved to rise anew. Just as their fortunes began to improve, Xuan was abruptly thrust into the depths of Tianqing Lake while passing by. Everyone assumed he was evading his responsibilities as a father, abandoning his family. Little did they know, this incident propelled him into a realm of cultivation. A full 300 years passed. Xuan emerged from the dust, confronting numerous prodigies, ultimately becoming the Lord of Slaughter. Throughout it all, he sought not immortality for its own sake, but the means to transcend the void and return to Earth. Yet, after 3 centuries of change, with beauty turned to ashes, did Qingshan still live? "Uncle, what year is it?" Xuan asked, his voice trembling. Beside him, an elderly man in tattered clothing sat on the ground, his fingers quivering as he brought a cup to his lips. Beneath him lay a heap of discarded cardboard and bottles, scavenging for scraps, seemingly his sole means of sustenance. The elderly man, upon hearing the sound, lifted his gaze to Xuan and chuckled softly. "Young man, this year is 2022. At these words, Xuan's body involuntarily trembled, his face illuminating with astonishment. 2022? Does this not imply that only 5 years have passed since my disappearance? Qingshan must still be alive, and my child with her should be 5 years old as well." In the face of a heart that had been as unyielding as the thunder of the heavens, a tempest of emotions surged within him. "You blind old fool," a voice, dripping with disdain, interrupted. A woman, while crossing the bridge, had inadvertently brushed against the old man's frail form, leaving a speck of dust upon her crimson high heels. "My apologies, it was unintentional." The elderly man gazed up at her, his expression one of trepidation. Such elegantly dressed individuals were far beyond the reach of a mere scavenger like him. Even though he had not moved, it was merely her foot that had accidentally come into contact with his garments. "Unintentional, my foot. You've upset my girlfriend, old man. Are you seeking death?" The young man beside her, sporting a buzz cut, glared darkly, his words laced with venom, as he raised his foot and stomped upon the old man's leg. Hiss! The old man gasped in pain, pleading loudly for mercy. Passers-by halted in their tracks, frowning at the scene before them. This elderly man appeared to be nearing 70. To bully a frail scavenger was, indeed, excessive. "What are you staring at? I am the young master of the Feng family." With a loud shout, the young man's bravado caused those nearby to shrink back, hastily retreating to avoid drawing trouble upon themselves. The Feng family, with its Langui group, was a renowned enterprise in Chu Prefecture, and his mother, Jiangnan, was reputed to be a woman of considerable influence. She regarded her son as her most treasured possession, and in Chu Prefecture, no one dared to provoke Feng Yu. Yet at that moment, someone stepped forward. Li Xian, having emerged from his reverie, looked upon the unfolding scene with growing ire. He still retained a faint memory of the Feng family. When the Li family fell into bankruptcy, the Feng family had seized the opportunity to strike, and Jiangnan had even publicly humiliated Li Xian, calling him a stray dog, subjecting him and his kin to relentless scorn. "Kneel and apologize to the old man at once, or I shall obliterate the Feng family." Li Xian's voice resonated with an icy indifference. "Hiss!" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Who is this young man to openly declare the annihilation of the Feng family? In all of Chu Prefecture, no one dared utter such words. Feng Ye's expression stiffened momentarily before fury took hold. "Who is this fool? It seems you are courting death." Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Powerful. Chuzhou. On this day, a Sunday, the streets were bustling with activity. However, atop the great bridge by the shores of Tianxing Lake, a fierce wind suddenly swept through, forcing many passers-by to shield their faces, unable to open their eyes against the gust. A thunderous roar echoed across the bridge, evoking a sense of distortion in its structure. A greenish light gradually solidified from the ethereal realm. In the blink of an eye, a young man appeared upon the bridge. He murmured to himself, "Earth, I, Li Xian, have returned." Immediately, he raised his head, and the wild winds that had ravaged the bridge vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from the young man, enveloping the entirety of Chuzhou in a terrifying presence. Within several ancient mansions, elderly men, meditating in silence, simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing expressions of horror. In that fleeting moment, they experienced an oppressive force that resonated from the depths of their very souls. Even from several dozen miles away, the sheer weight of this pressure made them tremble uncontrollably. A tab-level powerhouse had descended upon the humble Chuzhou. Li Xian gazed upon the ceaseless flow of the crowd and the familiar bridge, a sense of disorientation washing over him. He had truly succeeded. After 3 centuries of battling through the starry realms, rising from a mere mortal to a mythical powerhouse, he had never relinquished his desire to return to Earth. Finally, at the pinnacle of his ascension, he chose to pierce the void and had indeed returned. He looked down at Tianxing Lake, memories flooding his mind. The Li family had once been a renowned commercial dynasty in Chuzhou, but alas, when Li Xian turned 20, they suddenly declared bankruptcy, and his parents tragically took their own lives by fire. In a single night, his family was shattered. Moreover, Meng Qingshan, who had once been betrothed to Li Xian, defied her family's opposition and resolutely married him, consequently becoming the subject of ridicule and scorn, a laughingstock in Chuzhou. At that time, Li Xian could not withstand the crushing blow of falling from a wealthy heir to an ordinary man, spiraling into despair, while those around him looked down upon him, urging Meng Qingshan to abandon him. Yet, she never gave up on him, even supporting him while pregnant, tirelessly working to provide for Li Xian. Eventually, he began to awaken to his circumstances, determined to rise again. Just as their lives began to show signs of improvement, Li Xian was suddenly pushed into Tianxing Lake while passing by. Everyone assumed he had fled from the responsibilities of fatherhood, abandoning Meng Qingshan. Little did they know, he was transported to a world of cultivation. 300 years passed. Li Xian emerged from obscurity, confronting numerous prodigies, ultimately becoming the Lord of Carnage. Throughout it all, his motivation was never to attain enlightenment or immortality, but solely to shatter the void and return to Earth. Yet, after 3 centuries, the sands of time had shifted, and what of the one he cherished was Qingshan still alive. "Old man, what year is it?" Li Xian's voice trembled as he spoke. Beside him, a ragged elder sat on the ground, his fingers shaking as he raised a cup to his lips. Beneath him lay a heap of discarded cardboard boxes and bottles, scavenging seemingly his only means of livelihood. The elderly man, upon hearing the sound, lifted his gaze to Li Xian and chuckled softly. "Young man, this year is 2022. At these words, Li Xian's body involuntarily trembled, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. 2022? Does this not imply that only 5 years have passed since my disappearance? Qing Qian must still be alive, and our child should now be 5 years old." In this moment, the tranquility of his heart, which had remained unshaken even by the mightiest of tribulations, surged with fervor. "Old fool, are you blind?" A voice filled with disdain interrupted from nearby. A woman, while crossing the bridge, inadvertently brushed against the old man's body, leaving a speck of dust upon her red high heels. "I apologize, it was not my intention." The old man gazed at the woman before him with palpable fear. These elegantly dressed individuals from the upper echelons of society were not someone of his humble status as a scavenger could afford to offend, even though he had remained still, and it was her foot that had carelessly brushed against his clothing. "Accidental my foot. You've upset my girlfriend, old man. Do you wish to die?" The young man beside her, sporting a crew cut and a dark expression, spat vitriol, lifting his foot to stomp on the elder's leg. "Ah!" The old man gasped in pain, crying out for mercy. Passers-by paused, frowning at the scene unfolding before them. This elderly man appeared to be nearing 70. Bullying a frail scavenger was indeed excessive. "What are you staring at? I am the heir of the Feng family," the young man bellowed, causing those around to shrink back and hastily retreat, fearful of attracting trouble. The Feng family's Longue group was a well-known enterprise in Chuzhou, and his mother, Jiangnan, was renowned for her formidable status. She regarded her son as her prized possession, and in Chuzhou, there was no one who dared to confront Feng Yu. Yet at that moment, someone stepped forward. Li Xian, awakened from his reverie, could not suppress his rising anger at the sight before him. He still held a faint recollection of the Feng family in Chuzhou. When the Li family faced bankruptcy, the Feng family had ruthlessly capitalized on their misfortune. Jiangnan had even publicly humiliated Li Xian, calling him a stray dog, offering no mercy to him or his family. "Kneel and apologize to the old man at once, or I shall annihilate your Feng family." Li Xian's voice rang out, cold and unwavering. Gasp! The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Who was this young man to dare speak of destroying the Feng family so brazenly? In all of Chuzhou, no one would utter such words lightly. Feng Yu's expression stiffened momentarily before he erupted in fury. "Who is this fool? It seems you are courting death." Chapter 2 Encounter with a Senior. As the words fell, Feng Yu had already raised his fist, ready to strike. Li Xian, however, bore an expression of utter indifference. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Just as Feng Yu took a step forward, his towering figure was struck by an unseen force, sending him hurtling backward to crash onto a nearby Qian, its hood dented and a thunderous noise reverberating throughout. Feng Yu felt as though all the bones in his body had been dislocated, an unbearable agony enveloping him. His mother was Jiangnan. No one had ever dared to inflict harm upon him, yet here was a young man who had the audacity to attack him. How had he been thrown back so effortlessly? The onlookers were horrified, their eyes wide with shock, as if they had encountered a ghost. Only the woman beside them failed to grasp the gravity of what had transpired and continued to shout questions. "Who dares to strike young Master Feng?" Li Xian chose not to respond to her inquiries, but instead knelt down to express concern for the elderly man. "Are you all right, sir?" As he spoke, his hand brushed over the old man's knee, the very spot where Feng Yu had stepped, and in an instant, the pain dissipated. Who is Li Xian? In the vast expanse of the 3,000 celestial realms, who does not know the name of the Crimson Emperor? The Crimson Emperor signifies 1,000 miles of crimson earth. Rising from humble beginnings, Li Xian had slain countless adversaries, establishing himself as the Lord of Slaughter. After healing the old man's injury, he turned his indifferent gaze toward the woman. With a swift motion, his palm struck out. The woman was sent reeling, a blood-red handprint blossoming on her face. "This old man bears you no malice. He was merely resting here. You not only failed to apologize for your actions, but also insulted him. This slap serves as a lesson from your parents on how to behave." Li Xian's tone was devoid of warmth. In his eyes, this woman was no more significant than an insect. Striking her was trivial, and ending her life could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. As for the Feng family, which had once appeared formidable in Li Xian's eyes, it now seemed utterly insignificant. In its prime, The Li family had been comparable to the Feng family, but that was a bygone era. Now, the Feng family held no more value in Li Xian's sight than an ant. The illustrious Crimson Emperor gazed down upon all beings, standing at the pinnacle of the world, on par with the 7 forbidden zones through sheer force of will. Returning to Earth was akin to a 100-tiered powerhouse descending into a novice zone. To bully the weak and belittle the elderly, this slap was delivered on behalf of the old man. Another slap fell. The woman, just regaining her footing, found the other side of her face marred by a crimson imprint. She was utterly terrified, perceiving him as a madman, struggling to rise from the hood of the car. Feng Yu glared at Li Xian with venomous eyes, fury radiating from him. You dare to strike me? You will pay for this. I will make you aware of my family's influence. With those words, he pulled out his phone, intent on making a call. Yet, Li Xian did not intervene. Instead, he gazed into the distance. Influence? You shall soon witness the true power of this city. Feng Yu's calls would undoubtedly summon numerous ruthless thugs and notorious figures from the underworld. However, the genuine rulers of this world had never been those ordinary forces. No, it was the cultivators who truly mastered this realm. Feng Yu dialed several numbers, his expression darkening with malevolence. Boy, in no more than 20 minutes, you will taste the flavor of despair. Who dares to challenge me? I will eliminate you. Feng Yu's voice dripped with venom, brimming with malice. He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Li Xian, however, remained steadfast, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence, swiftly appearing at the bridge's edge. It was an elderly man clad in simple garments, his attire humble and unadorned. The old man approached Li Xian with deliberate steps, causing many onlookers to pause in their tracks. They recognized his visage, reminiscent of Huang Jiantai, the former richest man in Chuzhou. Huang Jiantai had once been a household name, a formidable figure who ruled the Huang family with an iron fist, only to vanish from public life a decade ago, leaving his son, Huang Benchu, at the helm. No one anticipated his return at the bridge today. Li Xian, however, was not taken aback. Upon his return, he had inadvertently let his aura radiate, drawing the attention of Chuzhou's formidable warriors. The arrival of a taboo-level powerhouse warranted respect from any practitioner. When Huang Jiantai stood 10 meters away from Li Xian and sensed that familiar aura emanating from him, a look of reverence washed over his face. In the next moment, he bowed deeply, bending at a 90-degree angle. Junior Huang Jiantai pays his respects to the senior. His voice was respectful, resonating with sincerity. For a figure of his stature, such deference was entirely appropriate. This scene left Feng Yu aghast, as if confronted by a specter. It was unfathomable that the patriarch of the Huang family, once the wealthiest man, would bow to the young man before him. As a scion of the Feng family, he was privy to secrets unknown to the average person. He knew that Huang Jiantai was one of the sovereigns of Chuzhou. The sight of him bowing to Li Xian was utterly bewildering. It seemed he had unwittingly invited disaster upon himself. Yet, Li Xian offered no response, his gaze still fixed ahead. With Li Xian silent, Huang Jiantai remained in his bowed position, hesitant to rise. In the next moment, several more figures appeared. Gu Jia's patriarch Gu Moyan pays respects to the senior. Wang Jia's patriarch Wang Shou pays respects to the senior. Wang Min's Wan Jun pays respects to the senior. One after another, figures emerged, each offering profound bows, their voices resounding like thunder, reaching the heavens. Among them were well-known figures from Chuzhou, alongside many unfamiliar faces, 28 in total. At last, Li Xian withdrew his gaze. No need for excessive formalities. With that, the assembled crowd straightened. As for the Feng family of Chuzhou, I wish to hear no more of this clan. Li Xian's words fell like a hammer, and instantly, multiple gazes fell upon Feng Yu, who felt a chill of terror. Several among this assembly had the power to easily erase the Feng family from existence in Chuzhou. Cold sweat drenched his garments in an instant. Let us speak elsewhere. With that, Li Xian stepped forward and vanished from the bridge. The crowd, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed in his wake, leaving the scene utterly devoid of presence. Chapter 3. The followers in a small grove within the park. The 28 formidable warriors of Chuzhou stood respectfully before Li Xian, awaiting the commands of the taboo-level powerhouse. Li Xian cast a detached glance over the assembled crowd. Within the vast expanse of the starry realm, such individuals were akin to ants, utterly unworthy of his attention. Yet, on Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce, These people could be considered formidable. It is an immense honor for us practitioners of Chuzhou to serve you, esteemed senior. Huang Jiangtai spoke respectfully. He had been the first to appear at the bridge and was the most accomplished among those present, having attained the level of a grandmaster. I am willing to dedicate myself to your service. The others echoed his sentiments in unison. Such a forbidden power was only spoken of in legends. Never did they expect to encounter one today. Li Xian nodded. As I return to Chuzhou, I indeed require someone to assist me. Pointing at Huang Jiangtai, he continued, It shall be you. The rest may disperse. Upon hearing this, envy flickered in the eyes of the remaining individuals. To follow and serve a forbidden power was a tremendous fortune, yet it had fallen solely upon Huang Jiangtai. Nevertheless, they dared not voice any discontent. Once Li Xian had spoken, they vanished into the forest, unaware that he was not merely a forbidden power but a being of mythical caliber. Mythical beings, also known as imperial-level entities, reign over the earth and command the skies, far surpassing the so-called forbidden powers in their realm. Naturally, given their limited strength, they could not fathom Li Xian's true level. Only Huang Jiangtai remained in the clearing. At that moment, he knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling with excitement as he declared, I, Huang Jiangtai, head of the Huang family, am willing to serve you, esteemed senior. Rise, Li Xian replied. And an invisible force compelled Huang Jiangtai to stand. This display of power left Huang Jiangtai even more awestruck. To manipulate from such a distance was undoubtedly the hallmark of a forbidden power. I have 3 tasks for you. First, seek out any information regarding the whereabouts of Meng Xuan, the eldest daughter of the Meng family, and report any leads to me immediately. Second, prepare a place for my lodging. It must be tranquil and undisturbed. Third, arrange for 10 million. I require it. Earlier, Li Xian had extended his consciousness over a vast distance, but found no trace of Meng Xuan. This revelation sent his heart plummeting. She was no longer in Jiangnan. Her sudden disappearance years ago must have caused her great sorrow and despair, prompting her departure from Chuzhou. But where had she gone? Even he, a mythical-level being, could not track her down. Thus, he could only enlist Huang Jiangtai's help in gathering information. As for accommodation, during his family's decline, Meng Xuan had severed ties with her family to marry him, and both had been forced to live in rented quarters. Since Meng Xuan was no longer in Chuzhou, it was certain that their rented home had been reclaimed by the landlord. Li Xian needed a temporary refuge. After Li Xian had finished speaking, Huang Jiangtai, though filled with questions, dared not voice them. He hastily replied, I have a villa by the lake that is serene and perfectly suited for your residence. I happen to have the key with me. As for the funds, these several checks can be filled out for any amount you desire once I sign them. From this day forth, the wealth of the Huang family belongs entirely to you, esteemed senior. As he spoke, he retrieved a pen and signed the check, then handed both the card and the check over. Li Xian, silent, raised his hand and effortlessly caught the check and card. The contributions made by the Huang family today would undoubtedly be repaid by Li Xian in ways that far surpassed mere monetary value. Although all of Li Xian's belongings had shattered during his traversal through time and space, with his celestial powers, even a mere gesture of assistance from him would outweigh half a lifetime of arduous cultivation endured by Huang Jiangtai. Upon seeing Li Xian accept the items, a flicker of joy appeared on Huang Jiangtai's face as he continued, As for the eldest daughter of the Meng family, I shall have my people from the Hidden Pavilion investigate. The Hidden Pavilion? Li Xian's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He was aware of Huang Jiangtai's reputation as a prominent figure in Chuzhou, yet this was his first encounter with the mention of the Hidden Pavilion. The Hidden Pavilion is a secret organization I established, not only in Chuzhou, but also extending its influence across the 3 surrounding provinces and 72 cities. As long as the daughter of the Meng family has operated within this realm, she will certainly not evade our investigation. Very well, Li Xian nodded, simultaneously sending forth a beam of light that landed in Huang Jiangtai's palm. In the center of Huang Jiangtai's hand, a golden rune materialized, shimmering with radiance. This is a communication rune. Should you need to see me, or if I have any commands, you may contact me through it. Huang Jiangtai was once again taken aback. This spell was entirely unfamiliar to him. All right, if there is anything, I shall summon you, Li Xian concluded. Huang Jiangtai quickly nodded and turned to depart. At this moment, Li Xian enveloped the entirety of Chuzhou with his divine consciousness, employing supreme secret arts to seek out individuals related to his bloodline. Initially devoid of hope, as Meng Xuan had departed, It was certain that their child would be with her mother. Yet the next moment, a look of surprise flickered in Li Xian's eyes. He had truly found her. In an old neighborhood of Chuzhou, a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, held a plastic bag filled with crushed, empty bottles. She appeared exquisitely beautiful, with large eyes, a petite nose, and long eyelashes, resembling a doll that one could not resist pinching her cheeks. Just then, a plump woman suddenly approached, holding a lollipop with a forced smile, blocking the little girl's path. "Little one, you are so adorable. Would you like a lollipop from Auntie?" The girl, startled, hesitated, seeing the lollipop being offered. She did not reach out to take it, instead shaking her head and saying, "Annie, my Aunt Lu Chi told me not to accept candy from strangers." As she spoke, she attempted to bypass the plump woman. A glint of cold malice flashed in the woman's eyes. "Auntie." She despised being called fat. The very next moment, she reached out to grasp the girl's arm. She had been observing this little girl for quite some time. Every weekend, the girl would venture out to collect bottles, all without adult supervision, an ideal target for abduction. She had previously contemplated taking action, but the presence of passers-by had deterred her. Today, with no one around, it was a fortuitous opportunity. The little girl, upon observing the actions of the other party, instinctively recoiled and shouted, "You are a human trafficker." Without hesitation, she sprinted forward. The stout woman was taken aback by the girl's astuteness, having swiftly discerned her true identity. However, how could a mere child outrun her? In just a few strides, the woman caught up, seizing the girl by the collar and lifting her off the ground with ease. The little girl flailed her legs in desperation, pleading, "Please, chubby auntie, don't abduct me. Let me go. How dare you call me chubby auntie, you insolent child?" The woman retorted, twisting her grip harshly around the girl's waist. The girl cried out in pain, her wail echoing through the air. Fearing that the girl's cries would attract unwanted attention, the stout woman swiftly covered the girl's mouth with her hand and tucked her under her arm, intending to make a hasty escape. Outside the community, her accomplices awaited her arrival. However, just as she took her first step, a figure blocked her path. "Release that girl," commanded a handsome man, his cold gaze piercing through her. His eyes resembled an endless abyss, sending chills down her spine even in the sweltering heat of summer. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, shouting, "Get lost. Mind your own business. Daddy, help me." At that moment, the little girl spotted Li Xian and cried out. The child bore a resemblance to Meng Qingqian, especially in her eyes, which mirrored those of the man. "He is not your father. You are just a wild child without one," the stout woman bellowed. The little girl shook her head, insisting, "He is my father. He looks just like the picture. What is going on?" The two accomplices tasked with assisting the stout woman, noticing her delay, rushed in to assess the situation. Upon seeing Li Xian blocking the way, they frowned and inquired, "What is the matter?" Encountering a troublesome situation, the stout woman replied, emboldened by the arrival of her companions, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." One of the thin men brandished a knife, threatening Li Xian. However, in the next instant, his arm exploded in a spray of crimson mist, blood gushing forth and staining the ground in a vivid scarlet. "Ah!" The man shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. His companions and the stout woman stood frozen in shock, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they abandoned the girl and fled. Li Xian knelt beside the tear-streaked little girl, gently asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Duo, she replied, reaching out to touch Li Xian's face. Duo, shall we take you home?" Li Xian grasped her tiny hand, noting how icy it felt despite the sweltering summer heat, likely from her fright. "Okay," the little girl nodded, her expression suddenly brightening with a sweet smile as she remembered to pick up the empty bottle she had found. This gesture tugged at Li Xian's heart. Meanwhile, the stout woman and her accomplice, having fled 100 meters away, were instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood. Before the crimson haze could settle, flames erupted, incinerating everything to ash as if they had never existed. Chapter 4. Damn it. Daddy, I've only seen you in photographs before. Now, I finally see you in person. Duo's innocent voice chimed. She nestled in Li Xian's embrace, her face radiating happiness. Her small hands clutched tightly at his clothing, as if fearing that this father, who had only just appeared in her life, might once again vanish. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. After traversing the starry realms for 3 centuries, the cold and unyielding Li Qi found himself on the verge of tears for the very first time. He gently caressed Duoduo's hair and spoke softly. Duo, shall we go home? From now on, Daddy will always be by your side. Really? Duo lifted her gaze, her large, luminous eyes sparkling like stars, brimming with joy. Of course, Daddy would never deceive Duo. Unable to resist, Li Xian pinched her cherubic face, full of youthful vitality. Duo scrunched her nose in response, pouting. Humph, Daddy is bullying Duo. Though she feigned annoyance, the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. By the way, Duo, where's your mother? Li Xian's voice trembled as he posed the question. His wife was absent from this city, leaving behind only their daughter. Mommy? I've only seen her in photographs, Duo replied, her expression dimming slightly, tears welling in her round eyes. Li Xian's heart ached at the sight. It seemed that Duo had no recollection of Meng Qingqian. She must have departed before Duo turned 3. Otherwise, a 4-year-old child would retain at least some memories. Don't cry. Duo, Daddy will be here from now on, he assured, gently wiping her tears away. All right, Daddy. In the next moment, Duo broke into a radiant smile. Daddy, let us go home. Her chubby little hand grasped Li Xian's finger tightly, leading him forward. Aunt Luqi said that in a few days, kindergarten will start. So I will collect some empty bottles from the street to earn a little tuition. Aunt Luqi is not my mommy. I can't always rely on her money. Luqi. Li Xian recalled that Luqi was Meng Qingqian's close friend, which explained why little Duo, lacking maternal care, still wore clean clothes. The thought of his daughter, at such a tender age, needing to scavenge for bottles to fund her education brought tears to his eyes once more. Do not worry, now that Daddy has returned. I will take care of you. You shall become the happiest little princess in the world, he said, affectionately stroking Duoduo's head. Upon returning home, they opened the dilapidated iron gate to find a tidy and orderly house. On a table lay a photograph of Li Xian and Meng Qingqian together. In the picture, Meng Qingqian's long hair flowed gracefully, while Li Xian appeared somewhat haggard. It was during the time of his family's bankruptcy, the most disheartening days. Daddy, sit down. I will pour you some water, Duo declared, bustling about like a little adult as soon as they entered. After pouring the water, she placed her fairy tale book on the coffee table. Daddy, let us read the storybook together, she suggested, carefully opening it, eager to share her favorite thing with him. Unlike other children her age, who had stuffed toys, dolls, and countless other toys, Duo possessed only a single, yellowed fairy tale book. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. It was Aunt Luqi returning. Duo immediately bounded to the door. Indeed, when the door swung open, a striking figure stood before her. Duo, have you once again disobeyed Auntie and gone to collect bottles? Luqi's words trailed off as she spotted Li Xian standing behind Duo, momentarily taken aback. Li Xian, how have you returned? Luqi's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze reflecting confusion and a hint of displeasure. Aunt Luqi, Daddy is back. On the way, a plump woman tried to take Duo away, but Daddy scared her off. Duo grasped Luqi's hand, recounting the incident. Luqi's eyes turned icy as she directed a cold stare at Li Xian. 5 years. Where have you been during this time? Have you been unable to make a living out there, hence your return? Li Xian understood that Luqi harbored many misconceptions about him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, for his experiences were far too extraordinary. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances and only regained the ability to return today. Luqi's expression remained frosty, but upon witnessing Duoduo's pitiful demeanor, her heart softened slightly. After your disappearance, Qingqian soon gave birth to Duo. When Duo was 2, one day she asked me to help look after her, saying someone had invited her out, and thereafter, she vanished without a trace. I have cared for Duo for these 3 years. Now that you have returned, regardless of where you have been in these 5 years, I hope you will assume the responsibilities of a man and treat Duo well. Rest assured, Duo is my daughter, and I will certainly care for her. Li Xian assured her. And I must thank you for taking care of Duo. Humph. Luqi scoffed, evidently ungrateful for his words. Once inside, she expertly navigated to the kitchen, donned an apron, and began preparing a meal. Duo, how would you like some fish today? Yes. Duo clapped her hands eagerly. I love Aunt Luqi's fish the most. Soon, the delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, while Duo licked her fingers, nearly drooling in anticipation. Luqi's family was not affluent. Her parents were both laid-off workers, and she had a younger brother in school. Most of her earnings went towards supporting her family. Coupled with Duoduo's school fees and the daily meals, Their life was quite frugal. Once the fish was served at the table, Duo couldn't wait to serve herself rice. While doing so, she thoughtfully filled bowls for both Lu Qi and Li Xian, her understanding nature eliciting sympathy. After receiving Lu Qi's nod of approval, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. What are you waiting for? You should eat too. Although Lu Qi was not fond of Li Xian, her innate kindness shone through. All right. Li Xian placed a piece of fish in his mouth, instantly enveloped by a peculiar sensation. This was the taste of home. Having traversed the realms of cultivation for 3 centuries amidst turmoil, he had never experienced a sense of belonging. After the meal, Lu Qi washed the dishes and prepared to leave. For the past 3 years, she had lived with Duo, but now that Li Xian had returned, she decided it was best to move back to her own home, as it would be inappropriate for a man and woman to coexist alone. Li Xian observed that Lu Qi had been somewhat distracted throughout their interaction. She bore a heavy heart. As he accompanied her downstairs, he suddenly remarked, Lu Qi, if you are facing any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qi's body shuddered slightly. After a brief pause, she turned away and continued walking without looking back. Just as Li Xian was about to return home, he overheard an elderly couple nearby engaged in hushed conversation. What a wonderful girl. She has worn the same clothes for 2 years without changing, yet she frequently buys clothes for that little girl. Indeed, it's a pity that such a beautiful girl is to marry that scoundrel He Jianxiao. It truly is a case of blind fate. I've heard that He Jianxiao is notoriously lecherous and has a penchant for violence against women. Just the other day, a female celebrity revealed he had assaulted her. Excuse me, may I inquire about Lu Qi? Li Xian interjected, startling the elderly couple. And you are? They replied, eyeing him warily. I am Duo's father. I just returned and would like to know more about Lu Qi. So you are the irresponsible father? The elderly woman expressed with a hint of disdain. The elderly man, though less overt, also adopted a cooler demeanor and said, Lu Qi has caught the eye of the He family's young master, who intends to forcibly marry her, using her family as leverage. Tomorrow, she is to be engaged to him. He Jianxiao? Li Xian's expression darkened instantly. The He family is a well-known clan in Chuzhou, comparable to the Feng family. Before the Li family faced bankruptcy, He Jianxiao was already notorious for his misdeeds. It was truly abhorrent that he now set his sights on Lu Qi. The elderly couple, sensing the gravity of his demeanor, instinctively retreated and whispered to each other. This young man seems a bit unhinged. Could he be mentally unstable? Chapter 5. Remove your grimy hands upon returning home. As soon as he opened the door, Duo rushed toward him. Li Xian instinctively lifted her into his arms. Duo, after dinner, it's time for a nap. How about tonight, I take you out for a feast? Okay, Duo obediently nodded. Her tiny hand caressed Li Xian's face, and she suddenly pouted, Daddy, your beard is so prickly. Ha ha ha, Li Xian chuckled, twirling her around before gently placing her on the sofa. Noticing a few red bills tucked beneath a water cup on the dining table, he picked them up and counted, 500 yuan. Realizing it was Lu Qi's way of ensuring he had some money to spend, he felt a surge of gratitude. What a kind-hearted and warm girl she is. Li Xian planned to move to the villa that Huang Jiangtai had prepared for him in a few days. This small abode held cherished memories of his time with Meng Qingqian and thus was quite dear to him. For him, any place was home as long as he was with his daughter. At 6 in the evening, Li Xian lifted Duo, who was engrossed in a fairy tale. Duo, what would you like to eat? Daddy will take you out. Daddy, I want a hamburger and some cola, she replied, counting on her little fingers. All right, he said, planting a kiss on her cheek before stepping out the door. Spending several dozen yuan on hamburgers and purchasing a few fairy tale books and a doll for Duo filled her with unrestrained joy, causing her to dance with delight. After lulling his daughter to sleep that evening, Li Xian retrieved a blank sheet of paper from beneath the table, inscribing upon it a mysterious rune. He then folded it into a square and tucked it into a fragrant sachet bought from the street, which he gently hung around his slumbering daughter's neck. The rune, crafted by a formidable mythical figure, was impervious to any force on earth, serving as a protective charm for his daughter. The following morning, after preparing breakfast for Duo, Li Xian instructed her to stay home obediently while he ventured out. He arrived at the hotel where Lu Qi was to be engaged that day. Having cared for Duo for 3 years, Li Xian could not bear to witness her plunge into a perilous situation. Standing at the hotel entrance, he observed a banner proclaiming the joyous engagement of Mr. He Jianxiao and Ms. Lu Qi. The entrance was bustling with guests, and luxury cars adorned the area. Just as Li Xian was about to enter, he spotted Lu Qi approaching amidst a throng of admirers. She had evidently dressed with meticulous care, yet the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes marred her makeup. Upon seeing Li Xian, a look of surprise crossed her face, and she turned to those beside her, saying, "You go ahead. I need to speak with my friend for a moment." One of the men cast a warning glance at Li Xian and murmured, "Miss Lu, you would do well not to engage in any tricks. Otherwise, you and your friend may face dire consequences." He then moved forward, yet did not enter, choosing instead to observe Li Xian from a distance. Once the surrounding crowd dispersed, Lu Qi's expression darkened as she asked, "Li Xian, what are you doing here? You don't think you can just come to mooch off the festivities, do you?" It was understandable for her to think this way. After all, when Li Xian had gone missing, everyone believed he was evading his responsibilities as a father, casting doubt on his character. This perception extinguished any lingering fondness she had for him, replaced by a glimmer of disdain. "Li Xian, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you to linger. The He family has strict protocols, and should they discover you are not an invited friend of He Jinchao, you could find yourself in serious trouble." Lu Qi's voice bore a hint of urgency. She wished to protect Li Xian, aware of the joy Duo had experienced the previous day, and she did not want to see her saddened. Li Xian merely smiled softly. "Lu Qi, I am here to assist you. If you truly wish to help me, then you should leave at once." With that, Lu Qi strode purposefully inside. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing nearby shot a cold glance at Li Xian before following Lu Qi into the hall. Inside the grand hall, guests gathered in abundance. A massive screen displayed the names of He Jinchao and Lu Qi. However, the elders of the He family were noticeably absent. They were displeased at He Jinchao's choice to marry a commoner and thus chose not to attend the engagement ceremony. As for Lu Qi's family, He Jinchao had no intention of inviting them, viewing them as a group of unsophisticated individuals who might tarnish his reputation. When Lu Qi made her entrance, she instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Lu Qi is the protagonist of today, and her beauty is truly breathtaking, a representation of unparalleled grace. It is no wonder that He Jinchao would go to great lengths to marry her. The young master of the He family is indeed fortunate. Who could resist the allure of Lu Qi? However, it is known that He Jinchao has a penchant for domestic violence, and should Lu Qi marry him, her fate may be dire. Many murmured in hushed tones, their whispers barely escaping the ears of Li Xian. Amidst the clamor, He Jinchao made his entrance. Clad in a tailored suit with a bow tie, flanked by several bodyguards, he strode forward with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing He Jinchao, Lu Qi's expression shifted to one of panic, her body trembling slightly. In her eyes, He Jinchao was a demon. "Lu Qi, you look exquisite today, but I do not appreciate the traces of tears upon your face," He Jinchao remarked, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. To secure Lu Qi's affection, he had employed numerous tactics, yet he had refrained from making his move until now, believing that the finest delicacies should be savored last. Instinctively, Lu Qi took a step back, her voice tinged with desperation as she pleaded, "Master He, could you not spare me?" A hint of derision flickered in He Jinchao's eyes. His voice turned icy as he warned, "Today is the engagement banquet. It would be wise for you not to cause any disturbances. Should you bring me embarrassment, I cannot guarantee the safety of your parents by tomorrow." At his words, Lu Qi quivered, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. She understood that He Jinchao's threats were not mere words. He was capable of carrying them out. In that moment, despair enveloped her. For a woman like her, beauty had become a curse. Throughout her life, she had turned away countless admirers, yet she could not escape the clutches of fate. Faced with someone as formidable as He Jinchao, she felt as insignificant as an ant. She despised herself for possessing such a captivating visage. Just then, He Jinchao extended his hand to pull Lu Qi onto the stage. As she stood frozen, unyielding to his grasp, a chilling voice pierced the air. "He Jinchao, remove your filthy hands." With that furious declaration, the guests' expressions shifted in unison, and they began to search for the source of the voice. A young man, his demeanor stern, stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on He Jinchao. The crowd was taken aback. Who was this audacious individual daring to confront He Jinchao at such a moment? Was he courting death? He Jinchao, one of the 7 young masters of Chuzhou, was known for his ruthlessness. A single word from him could cause one to vanish without a trace. The bodyguards, clad in black, advanced menacingly, their expressions cold as they fixed their eyes on Li Xian. With a mere command from He Jingqiao, this audacious interloper could be dealt with swiftly and mercilessly. Upon seeing Li Xian, however, Lu Qi's complexion turned pale. Earlier, when Li Xian had claimed he was there to assist her, she had dismissed it as a jest, never anticipating that he would actually dare to speak up. Had she known that Li Xian was so audacious, she would have never allowed him to enter the banquet. At this moment, she was signaling him urgently with her eyes, urging him to escape. She was acutely aware of his identity. Even when the Li family had not yet fallen from grace, they could not best He Jingqiao, let alone now. Yet, Li Xian appeared utterly unfazed, which filled her with anxiety. As He Jingqiao's expression darkened, she hastily spoke up, "Young master Li Xian is my friend. If you could just spare him, I would do anything you ask. I beg you." Lu Qi's voice trembled with desperation. This was the first time she had ever pleaded with He Jingqiao. Driven by her innate kindness, unwilling to let Li Xian be embroiled in this turmoil due to her. However, He Jingqiao merely smirked maliciously. "Lu Qi, I have already warned you not to embarrass me at today's engagement banquet, yet you chose to ignore me. You wish to plead for him? Don't think it's just him. You too shall face my wrath." The murderous glint in He Jingqiao's eyes terrified Lu Qi. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and stepped in front of Li Xian. "Let him go, or you shall never have me as your bride. You wretched woman. You dare to threaten me?" He Jingqiao raised his hand to strike Lu Qi. Hitting a woman was commonplace for him. Yet, before his hand could make contact, it was seized mercilessly, and with a resounding slap, a handprint appeared on his face. It was Li Xian who intervened. In that moment, silence enveloped the hall. All the guests, including Lu Qi, were left in stunned disbelief. Who was this person, so audacious as to slap He Jingqiao? Given He Jingqiao's temperament, he was surely doomed. After a few seconds of shock, He Jingqiao snapped back, his expression twisted with rage. "How dare you strike me? I will kill you." Simultaneously, his bodyguards rushed toward Li Xian, with the middle-aged man who had been watching Lu Qi leading the charge at the forefront. However, before they could even close the distance, an invisible force sent them flying. The middle-aged man suffered the worst, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silence fell, a deathly hush. Everyone looked on as if witnessing a ghost. What was happening? How could they be sent flying without even a touch, as if in a film? Surely, they weren't hallucinating. In the next moment, He Jingqiao found himself lifted off the ground by Li Xian, who had him by the throat. He Jingqiao felt enveloped by a terrifying power, completely unable to fight back, especially when he met Li Xian's gaze. It was as if he were staring into the eyes of death. There was an intent to kill. His adversary wished for his demise. Gradually, as the lack of oxygen set in, He Jingqiao's face turned a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes pleading for mercy. He was genuinely terrified. He did not wish to die. How could there exist such a madman, utterly disregarding his status as the heir of the He family? It was over. Someone was about to perish. The He family's young master had encountered a formidable opponent this time. "You and Jingqiao are good friends. Why don't you go save him?" "To hell with that. Can't you see this guy knows martial arts? What if I go up there and he kills me instead?" A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. Experienced individuals, upon catching sight of He Jingqiao's appearance, could not help but furrow their brows. If this situation continued, He Jingqiao would surely be asphyxiated. Yet, who would dare to rush forward to save him? Nearby, Lu Qi, recovering from her shock, whispered urgently to Li Xian, "Li Xian, quickly release He Jingqiao. If you truly kill him, you will have ruined yourself." Moreover, given the ruthlessness of the He family, even Duo would not be spared. The very thought of the He family's retaliation sent a shiver of dread across Lu Qi's face. To her astonishment, Li Xian merely smiled faintly at her. "Do not worry. I am fully aware of my actions." Lu Qi felt utterly speechless. How could Li Xian still find the capacity to smile in such a dire moment? In broad daylight. "You dare to commit such an act? Release him at once, or I shall be compelled to draw my weapon." Suddenly, a voice rang out. At the doorway stood a man with a buzz cut, brandishing a firearm, aimed directly at Li Xian. It was Captain Chun Weidong of the Six Gates. Recognizing him, some in the crowd murmured in acknowledgement. The Six Gates were responsible for maintaining public order in Chuzhou, and Chun Weidong, known as the instructor, held considerable influence within the city. Furthermore, he was well acquainted with many signs of Chuzhou's elite, including He Jingqiao himself. "With the Six Gates present, you still refuse to relent?" Lu Qi's voice trembled with desperation. For ordinary citizens, the Six Gates inherently commanded respect. "Very well, Li Xian complied, loosening his grip. He Jinchao fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. Chen Weidong exhaled deeply, relieved. He Jinchao, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, had been effortlessly lifted by Li Xian, indicating that Li Xian possessed formidable martial skills. Chen Weidong had genuinely feared that Li Xian would recklessly take He Jinchao's life, but fortunately, the latter lacked the audacity to do so. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Xian suddenly stomped down, crushing He Jinchao's calf. The ominous sound of a bone breaking echoed through the air. He Jinchao emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 7. The move. Li Xian's decision to release He Jinchao was not born from fear. After all, the esteemed Red Emperor would hardly be daunted by a mere instructor. He simply believed that allowing He Jinchao to perish so easily would be far too lenient. As Li Xian's foot struck down, He Jinchao's anguished cries reverberated throughout the gathering. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chen Weidong's eyes glinted with a cold light. This audacious youth had dared to shatter He Jinchao's leg in his presence. A blatant provocation. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xian's foot descended upon He Jinchao's chest. The chest caved in, ribs splintered. The air filled with piercing screams of agony. "You seek death," Chen Weidong bellowed, immediately pulling the trigger aimed at Li Xian, intent on eliminating this insolent youth. Bang! The gunshot rang out, sending many into a panic. Clutching their heads in fear, Lu Qi, terrified, shut her eyes tightly. Only Li Xian remained unflappable. As the bullet hurtled toward him, he effortlessly caught it in his hand. Of course, the bullet's speed was so swift that most did not even perceive Li Xian's motion. Yet, one person did, Chen Weidong. In that fleeting moment, Chen Weidong felt a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being, as if a wave of icy dread had washed over him. To catch a bullet with his bare hands? His adversary was a practitioner. Chen Weidong was truly paralyzed by fear. As an instructor, he was well aware of the existence of such practitioners, who were the true rulers of this city. Despite his title within the 6 gates, should a practitioner decide to take his life, no one would dare to voice a protest. At that moment, Li Xian observed the closed eyes of Lu Qi, who dared not open them, and chuckled, "Let us go." Upon hearing Li Xian's voice, Lu Qi finally opened her eyes. "The bullet. Where is it?" she stammered. To her, it seemed that when the gun was fired, Li Xian must have collapsed into a pool of blood. However, upon seeing him unscathed, she felt a sense of relief. "The bullet missed," Li Xian replied, grasping Lu Qi's wrist and leading her outside. As they approached the door, Lu Qi was concerned that Chen Weidong might obstruct their exit, only to find him trembling as if overcome by fear. Yet, there was no time for further thought, as she was swiftly pulled out of the hall by Li Xian. Once Li Xian and Lu Qi had completely vanished, Chen Weidong felt a flicker of strength return to his body. Trembling, he holstered his handgun and was about to check on He Jinchao's injuries. The next moment, he was startled by a piercing scream echoing from the hall. He beheld the body of He Jinchao and his bodyguards, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly erupting into a mist of blood. Flames then materialized from nowhere, incinerating the blood mist into nothingness. With a thud, Chen Weidong collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless by the horror before him. Yet, in the next instant, flames ignited upon his own body. After exiting the hotel, Lu Qi wore an expression of deep concern. At that moment, she heard Li Xian's voice. "What troubles you? Are you still preoccupied with the events at the hotel?" Lu Qi nodded. "You have injured He Jinchao, and given his vengeful nature, he will not let this go easily. Moreover, He Jinchao's father, He Hong, dotes excessively on him. You should take Do and leave Chuzhou. The farther away, the better." Upon hearing this, Li Xian could not help but chuckle. "Fear not, the He family will soon vanish from Chuzhou." Lu Qi's face momentarily froze, followed by a bitter smile. At such a time, he still had the capacity for jest. How could the He family simply disappear? They were one of the 7 great families of Chuzhou. Li Xian merely smiled in silence. The so-called 7 great families were nothing more than superficial accolades, mere trifles in the presence of practitioners. Li Xian had already sent a message to Huang Jiangtai, and with Huang Jiangtai's influence, eradicating the He family would be a trivial task. Seeing Li Xian's unyielding demeanor, Lu Qi could only sigh heavily. "Li Xian, even if you are reluctant to leave Chuzhou, you cannot remain there any longer. You must find another place, a location where the He family cannot locate you." With determination, she fixed her gaze upon Li Xian, clearly resolved that she would not relent until he agreed. "Very well." Li Xian finally acquiesced, not rejecting her this time. Originally, I intended to wait a while before bringing Duo to the villa, but since you insist, let us move today. What? Lu Qi was both amused and exasperated by Li Xian's audacity. Li Xian, are you jesting? To her, it seemed utterly implausible that someone without even enough funds for a meal could reside in a villa. At that moment, a taxi approached, prompting Lu Qi to hurriedly signal for it to stop. Li Xian, I shan't waste more words. I must return home immediately. He Jingxiao has been beaten. And given his temperament, I cannot fathom how he would face my parents. I cannot allow them to confront the fury of the He family alone. With that, she opened the taxi door and settled inside. Wait a moment, Li Xian suddenly called out. He quickly climbed to the window, requesting paper and a pen from the taxi driver, and wrote down an address on a slip of paper. This is the address of my new home, he said, handing the note to Lu Qi. The taxi drove away. On the journey, Lu Qi stared at the address inscribed on the note, her expression one of disbelief. She had thought Li Xian was merely jesting, never anticipating that he had indeed immersed himself in this fantasy. The lakeside villa, one of the finest districts in Chuzhou, where a single house could cost over 100 million. How could Li Xian possibly afford such a place with his current status? It appeared he was still clinging to the illusions of his former life as the scion of the Li family, but alas, it was merely a fantasy. Lu Qi nonchalantly tucked the note into her pocket, her mind now preoccupied with concerns for her family's predicament. How would the He family retaliate against her? Yet, she found herself devoid of any means of escape. Her younger brother was gravely ill and had already been moved to the He family's private hospital by He Jingxiao. How could Lu Qi abandon her brother's fate and flee for her own safety? Chapter 8. The He family's annihilation. With trepidation, Lu Qi made her way home. She had anticipated that upon her return, the He family would already be at her doorstep. However, upon entering, she exhaled in relief. She found her mother preparing dinner, her eyes slightly swollen, clearly having recently cried. Her father sat on the sofa, sighing heavily, the floor littered with a multitude of cigarette butts, and the air thick with smoke. Ever since He Jingxiao had set his sights on their family, laughter had long since departed from the Lu household. Upon seeing his daughter return, her father quickly extinguished his cigarette and rose to his feet. Daughter, has your engagement banquet with He Jingxiao concluded? Lu Qi's father, Lu Youguang, asked with a quivering voice. He was acutely aware that they were the ones who had endangered their daughter, had it not been for their burdens. Lu Qi would not have been ensnared by He Jingxiao. Lu Qi shook her head. It was not successful. Did that demon, He Jingxiao, suddenly develop a conscience and release you? Lu Qi continued to shake her head. What on earth transpired? Even her mother approached, concerned. It's complicated. I will explain it to you both later, Lu Qi replied, refraining from divulging the events of the banquet, fearing it would frighten her parents. For now, she would postpone the truth. Seeing their daughter reluctant to speak, Lu Youguang and his wife chose not to press further. For the sake of this family, their daughter had borne far too much. As time passed, agonizingly slow, 2 hours elapsed, and still, no one from the He family arrived to demand retribution. The parents announced their intention to visit the hospital to deliver a meal to Lu Qi's younger brother, and she decided to accompany them. Just then, her phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, her heart tightened. It was Bai Gu, her dear friend and the daughter of the Bai family. Lu Qi and Bai Gu were university classmates, having shared a dormitory with Meng Qingxian during their college years, resulting in a strong bond among the three. Although the Bai family lacked the influence of the He family, Bai Gu had always been unable to assist Lu Qi directly. However, she would consistently inform Lu Qi with a warning whenever there were developments regarding He Jingxiao. Could it be that the He family was coming to seek retribution? Lu Qi inhaled deeply, her fingers trembling as she pressed the answer button. On the other end, Bai Ji's voice came through, laced with excitement. Lu Qi, I have wonderful news for you. Wonderful news? Lu Qi felt bewildered. Her life had become so dark. How could there possibly be any good news? The He family has been annihilated. I heard that they offended someone, and their entire household was wiped out. He Jingxiao is dead too. Rumor has it he didn't die at home, but in a hotel. Regardless, the He family is no more, and you are liberated. No one can threaten you anymore. The following words became a blur in Lu Qi's mind as her thoughts went blank. Only a few phrases echoed within her. The He family was extinguished. She had been saved, and she was free. Just when despair enveloped her, fate bestowed upon her newfound hope. The He family truly faced divine retribution. She couldn't help but recall Li Xian's words. Could he be involved? But how could that be? After all, it was the He family. Or perhaps Li Xian had caught wind of something beforehand. At that moment, Lu Qi's mother approached, apron tied around her waist. Alarmed by her daughter's dazed expression, she asked, "Xiaoqi, what's wrong? The He family has been exterminated. I no longer have to marry He Jin Chao." Suddenly, Lu Qi burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as joy surged within her. Finally, after a life of suffering, she could see the light. Is it really true? Lu Qi's mother dropped the rolling pin from her hands, and Lu Youguang nearby was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The three of them huddled together on the floor, weeping openly. Their hardships had finally come to an end. The light of hope had graced them. Meanwhile, Li Xian returned to his modest dwelling. He found his daughter playing with the plush toy he had recently bought for her, and he smiled affectionately. "Little lazy cat, are you hungry? Look what Daddy brought for you." He produced a takeout bucket of fried chicken, her favorite. "Who is the little lazy cat?" Duo pouted. Upon seeing the bucket, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, Daddy." She planted a kiss on Li Xian's cheek and placed the bucket on the coffee table. Taking a bite for herself, she then offered it to him. "Daddy, you eat too." Half an hour later, Li Xian lifted his daughter into his arms. "Daddy will take you to a wonderful place." They stepped outside, hailed a cab, and headed towards the lakeside villa. A 3-story villa, exuding elegance and an air of antiquity. The courtyard is simply stunning. Duo wraps her arms around her father's neck, her small eyes sparkling with joy. "From this day forth, this shall be our new home." Li Xian swipes his card to unlock the door and steps into the villa. Although it has remained uninhabited, the Huang family sends personnel regularly for maintenance, ensuring its pristine condition. Is that true? Once Li Xian sets Duo down, she touches the genuine leather sofa, a hint of disbelief crossing her face. After confirming several times, she finally relaxes, flopping onto the sofa, rolling around without a care in the world. This grand house, she had only seen on television before. After playing enough on the sofa, Duo joyfully scampers up to the second floor. Soon, her voice echoes from above, "Daddy, I want to stay in the room by the window." Seeing his daughter so happy, Li Xian's heart brightens as well. "The entire villa belongs to our family. Choose any room you desire." Meanwhile, after a heartfelt bout of tears, Lu Qi's family feels as though the world is brimming with hope. The first thought that crosses Lu Qi's mind is to share the good news with Li Xian. He need not move after all. Since Li Xian lacks a mobile phone, Lu Qi hails a taxi to his rental. However, upon arrival, no one answers her persistent ringing of the doorbell. Could it be that he has already moved? Lu Qi stands there, momentarily stunned. After caring for Duo for 3 years, she has come to regard her as her own daughter. Now, with Li Xian's abrupt departure, she feels as if she has lost something incredibly precious, leaving her heart heavy with emptiness. She squats at the entrance for quite some time until a thought strikes her. She retrieves the note Li Xian had given her, inscribed with Lakeside Villa, number 38. Could it be that he truly relocated there? She finds the notion somewhat amusing, believing it to be impossible. Yet, inexplicably compelled, she descends to hail a taxi to Lakeside Villa. Chapter 9. Let us dance the rabbit dance together. Duo runs about in her new home, eventually tiring herself out and falling asleep on the bed. Li Xian gazes at his slumbering daughter, her face as delicate as porcelain, round and rosy, almost as if one could squeeze water from it. His heart overflows with happiness. What celestial beings could ever compare to the significance of his daughter? From this day onward, he vows to be a devoted father. He fetches a blanket to cover Duo. It isn't until after 3 in the afternoon that she finally stirs awake. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately seeks out Li Xian's presence. When she sees him sitting nearby, she leaps into his arms, as if fearing that he might vanish the moment she awakens. Her adorable demeanor tugs at Li Xian's heartstrings. Observing her tousled hair, resembling a bird's nest, he gently instructs her to sit on the sofa while he combs through her hair. The esteemed celestial being has never engaged in such tasks. After finishing, her hair is not much improved, yet Duo beams with joy. "Daddy combed my hair. You play for now, Duo. Daddy will wash your socks." Li Xian had fully embraced the role of a devoted father. Clutching his daughter's socks, he made his way to the bathroom, where he settled onto a small stool, deliberately exclaiming, "Dodo, your socks are utterly foul. They might just knock your father out." "Umph, stinky daddy." "Dodo's socks are not stinky at all," retorted his daughter, as she dashed over, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully tickling his back. Just as the duo shared their laughter, the doorbell rang. Without needing to glance, Li Xian already knew who had arrived. Dodo went to answer the door. Upon realizing that there were guests, Dodo immediately composed herself, resembling a little adult. She opened the door to find Huang Jiangtai standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Dodo, Huang Jiangtai paused in astonishment. Could this be the daughter of his esteemed predecessor? He had always presumed Li Xian to be an ancient being, a creature who had lived for centuries, considering that every formidable figure had undergone centuries of arduous cultivation. Yet, he had not anticipated that Li Xian had a daughter. As Huang Jiangtai stepped inside, his gaze searched for Li Xian, only to hear his voice emanating from the bathroom. No need to look for me. Just wait in the living room for a moment while I finish washing my daughter's socks. Huang Jiangtai's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. A distinguished figure of the forbidden, personally washing socks? This also confirmed his suspicion. The little girl was indeed Li Xian's daughter. 10 minutes later, Li Xian emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing him, Huang Jiangtai hastily rose, his face imbued with reverence. Only after Li Xian took his seat did Huang Jiangtai cautiously lower himself, daring to perch on the edge of the seat, half of his body remaining suspended. Speak. What brings you here? Li Xian inquired casually, yet his nonchalant tone tightened Huang Jiangtai's demeanor, making him feel as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Esteemed predecessor, as per your instructions, the He family has been thoroughly dealt with. Well done. Li Xian nodded, acknowledging Huang Jiangtai's efforts. Additionally, here is this bank card, containing 100 million. I know you have yet to withdraw funds using a check, so I brought it for you. And this phone as well. Huang Jiangtai had surmised that Li Xian, having lived for centuries, would be unfamiliar with modern technology. However, witnessing Li Xian effortlessly operate the phone dispelled his assumptions. Furthermore, I have brought members from the Hidden Pavilion. They specialize in concealment, assassination, and intelligence gathering, and are proficient in firearms and various cold weapons. I will ensure they remain in the shadows, ready to heed your commands at any moment. After delivering this information, Huang Jiangtai noticed Li Xian still engrossed in his phone and, trembling slightly, stood to bow in respect. I have yet to uncover any leads regarding Meng Qingshan, the eldest daughter of the Meng family. My efforts have proven insufficient. I humbly accept your reprimand. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. The time frame is too brief. It is entirely reasonable that you have not found anything. Continue your investigations. Huang Jiangtai nodded eagerly, releasing a sigh of relief. Such a powerful figure as Li Xian often had a peculiar temperament, demanding careful navigation. Glancing at the time, Li Xian noted that it was 4 in the afternoon. He stood up and affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Duo, you stay inside and play for a while. I need to step out, all right? Duo nodded obediently. However, upon noticing the empty room, Li Xian turned to Huang Jiangtai and said, Send a few of your people in to keep my daughter company while you drive me to the Meng family. Understood, Huang Jiangtai replied, not daring to defy him. Soon, several men in black entered the villa. These members of the hidden palace were ruthless assassins, utterly incapable of entertaining a little girl, standing as still as statues. Yet, Duo felt no fear. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips and commanded, Let us dance the bunny hop together. Chapter 10. The Great Character. 20 minutes later, Li Xian stood before the gates of the Meng family estate, his gaze profound. In the days of the Li family's prosperity, a union was forged with the Meng family, and Meng Qingshan, the young lady of the Meng family, fell deeply in love with Li Xian. However, fate took a cruel turn when the Li family fell into decline, prompting the Meng family to seek an annulment of the engagement. Yet, Meng Qingshan stubbornly insisted on marrying Li Xian, ultimately severing ties with her parents and being cast out of her home. It was from this very spot that Li Xian had welcomed Meng Qingshan when she left the Meng family, suitcase in hand. Reflecting on his past selfishness, he realized that had Meng Qingshan not married him, she would not have endured such suffering. As the gates of the Meng family opened, a car emerged. As it passed by Li Xian, it suddenly screeched to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing a defiant visage. It was Meng Qingyang, Meng Qingshan's younger brother and Li Xian's nominal brother-in-law. His gaze fixed intently on Li Xian, shifting from shock to astonishment, and finally transforming into a fierce glare. You bastard! He exclaimed, flinging open the car door and rushing towards Li Xian with a clenched fist aimed at his cheek. In the past, Meng Qingshan had resolutely married Li Xian, and Meng Qingyang had repeatedly sought to trouble him. Had it not been for Meng Qingshan's protection, Li Xian might have already met his end at the hands of Meng Qingyang. The punch came at him with considerable force as Meng Qingyang, a member of the university's athletic team and an experienced fighter, was no stranger to brawls. However, just as the fist was about to connect, he was met with a powerful gust of energy that sent him crashing into the car door, denting it severely. Li Xian paid Meng Qingyang no heed, striding purposefully toward the Meng family estate. "Stop! Who allowed you to enter the Meng family?" Meng Qingyang, still bewildered, hastily pursued Li Xian as he made his way inside. His shouting soon drew the attention of the Meng family. Within the Meng family's courtyard, Li Xian found himself encircled by a throng of bodyguards and Meng family members. "What is all this commotion?" boomed a deep voice. A stern-faced, middle-aged man strode forth, and the crowd parted respectfully. It was Meng Haosen, the head of the Meng family and father of Meng Qinqian. As Meng Haosen appeared, silence fell over the gathering, broken only by Meng Qingyang's loud protest. "Dad, it's that bastard Li Xian." The mere mention of Li Xian's name sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. After 5 long years, Li Xian's name remained a taboo within the Meng family, forbidden for any to utter. At this moment, no one anticipated his appearance at the Meng residence. "Li Xian, how audacious you are. I had thought you perished outside, yet here you are again, daring to return to the Meng family. Do you seek death?" Meng Haosen's voice was frigid, laced with fury. His daughter, possessing exceptional beauty, had countless suitors from distinguished families vying for her affection. Yet this young man had turned the Meng family into a laughingstock in Chuzhou, a thorn in Meng Haosen's heart that he could not easily remove. "I have come to inquire about Qinqian," Li Xian spoke. He felt nothing for the Meng family. Although they were relatives of Meng Qinqian, they were nothing but self-serving individuals. Were it not for his wife, he would never have crossed their threshold. "We know nothing of Meng Qinqian. She has willingly fallen from grace and has been expelled from the Meng family, severing all ties with us. You should leave at once, or I shall break your legs," Meng Haosen declared ruthlessly. Since the moment his daughter stepped out of the Meng family, he had considered her dead. "Do you truly have no news of Meng Qinqian? If you deceive me, there will be consequences," Li Xian replied coldly. "Are you threatening me?" Meng Haosen's anger flared. After Meng Qinqian was cast out, the Meng family had lost all contact with her, hence their ignorance of her whereabouts. Someone nearby interjected. Li Xian nodded. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." He turned to depart. "Do you think the Meng family is a place you can enter and exit at will? If it weren't for that wretched Meng Qinqian protecting you back then, I would have long since ended your life." Meng Qingyang snarled, blocking Li Xian's path. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Despite Meng Qinqian's expulsion from the Meng family, she had cherished her younger brother. Yet he had subjected her to relentless humiliation after her departure. "Were you not related to Qinqian, your words alone would warrant your demise 100 times over. Yet, I shall spare your life, but will break your legs as punishment." Meng Qingyang let out a derisive laugh. "Ha ha ha. Who do you think you're scaring, you worthless fool? Break my legs? Even if your family lacks mirrors, you should at least take a moment to reflect on your own worth." He scoffed, refusing to believe that the weakling who once hid behind his sister could possess such strength. Li Xian simply cast a calm glance at Meng Qingyang. Just as Meng Qingyang prepared to utter another insult, the sound of 2 sharp cracks echoed. In an instant, Meng Qingyang's knees exploded, and his lower legs vanished into thin air. The scene horrified those from the Meng family. Li Xian had made no overt move, yet Meng Qingyang's legs were gone. "What kind of sorcery is this?" Li Xian intoned. "For Qinqian's sake, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to offend again, I will annihilate the entire Meng family." The hall fell into a profound silence. Meng Haosen felt a chill creeping into his heart. Had Li Xian uttered such threats previously, they would have dismissed them as mere jest. Yet, having witnessed such a display of power, it was clear that only a practitioner could achieve such feats. As a century-old family, the Meng clan could not be unaware of the existence of practitioners. The cultivators are the true sovereigns of this world. What he could not accept, however, was that the laughingstock of Chuzhou, a discarded waste in the eyes of the Meng family, had returned after 5 years, transformed into an extraordinary figure that they could scarcely fathom. The Meng family ought to tread carefully. Li Xian turned and walked away, leaving the members of the Meng family standing in stunned silence, as if caught in a dream. Chapter 11. A minor punishment for a major lesson. After departing from the Meng family estate, Huang Jiangtai awaited respectfully at the entrance. Li Xian entered the car, which Huang Jiangtai drove back to the Linjiang villa. Meanwhile, at the villa's entrance, Lu Qi stepped out of a taxi. Although she found it hard to believe that Li Xian could reside there, she was at a loss as to where else to seek him. Thus she approached the villa with a sense of tentative hope. The Linjiang Villa, known as the most opulent residence in Chuzhou, had security personnel standing at attention, resembling soldiers. Its residents were among the wealthiest elite of Chuzhou, necessitating stringent measures for the villa's security. Clutching a slip of paper, Lu Qi gazed at the imposing gates, her heart wavering. Upon seeing the villa, the last remnants of her fantasy shattered. How could Li Xian possibly reside in such luxury? It felt surreal that she had inadvertently come to this place. A voice suddenly startled Lu Qi. Looking up, she saw a young woman in uniform, coldly scrutinizing her. The nameplate on her chest read, Manager of Linhu Villa. Lu Qi, already feeling guilty, stammered in response to her inquiry. I apologize. I am here to see a friend who lives inside. As she spoke, Lu Qi handed the slip of paper to the manager. The manager glanced at it and inquired, What is your friend's name? His name is Li Xian, Lu Qi replied hastily. The manager furrowed her brow. This villa belongs to the Huang family of Chuzhou. Since when did it become home to someone with the surname Li? Young lady, even if you wish to infiltrate Linhu Villa to meet wealthy individuals, you need not concoct such a poorly crafted excuse. I have encountered many women like you, seeking to ascend through their beauty to entice the affluent. How shameless. The manager's voice dripped with disdain. Many wealthy residents lived within this villa, and she had witnessed numerous attractive women attaching themselves to the rich, moving into grand estates. Despite having many opportunities to interact with these affluent individuals, her average appearance had rendered her invisible to them, breeding a deep sense of inequity within her. Thus, upon hearing a name that did not match her recollection of the owner, she instinctively categorized Lu Qi as one of those women attempting to climb the social ladder. Upon receiving such derogatory remarks, Lu Qi felt a surge of anger. I am merely looking for a friend, even if he does not exist. You need not be so cruel. The manager retorted without reservation. Oh, a woman aspiring to become a mistress of a wealthy man, yet you still possess such audacity. Observing her appearance, one cannot help but wonder how many men have previously engaged with her. Lu Qi, inherently timid, found herself unable to retaliate against the manager's insults. Tears welled in her eyes, as she never anticipated encountering such humiliation upon seeking out Li Xian. She blamed him for deceiving her. Although the manager's words were harsh, it was evident that someone of her status, managing a luxury villa, would be well acquainted with the names of the homeowners. If she claimed otherwise, it must indeed be the case. The Huang family of Chuzhou, once the wealthiest in the region, stood in stark contrast to the Li family, even at their zenith. The commotion drew the attention of several security personnel nearby, one of whom, a robust guard, approached to inquire about the situation. Given his close ties to the manager, he would certainly not allow her to be disrespected. Realizing that remaining would only lead to further humiliation, Lu Qi prepared to leave. Just then, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a familiar figure stepping out. Upon seeing him, Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. It was Li Xian, descending from the luxurious vehicle. Lu Qi, are you here to see Duo? Come on, let's go inside together. Li Xian's gentle voice resonated. In that instant, the manager's expression froze, her eyes widening with fear. Merely the sight of Li Xian alighting from the Rolls-Royce rendered her acutely aware of her insignificance. After all, such a car was worth several million. Who would dare to drive such a vehicle without a fortune in the billions? Was it possible that this woman was genuinely visiting a friend? The security guard, initially inclined to support the manager, instinctively stepped back, wearing an expression that suggested he was unacquainted with her. The manager, swallowing hard, forced a smile. My dear miss, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. What is happening? Li Xian's gaze sharpened, particularly when he noticed Lu Qi's reddened eyes, his expression darkening. Sir, it was all a misunderstanding, the manager began, only to be interrupted by a resounding slap that left her mouth bleeding, a blow delivered by Huang Jiangtai. You lowly wretch, do you seek death? Huang Jiangtai's cold voice echoed. Having lived a significant part of his life, he quickly deduced the situation. Lu Qi was evidently a friend of Li Xian. To bully a friend of a formidable individual was tantamount to courting disaster. The manager trembled in fear, while Lu Qi stood in shock at the display of such audacity. Let us depart, Li Xian said, satisfied with Huang Jiangtai's response as he opened the car door for Lu Qi. Once the vehicle pulled away, Huang Jiangtai turned to inquire. Should we deal with that manager for daring to offend your friend? A glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Li Xian understood Huang Jiangtai's implication and shook his head. A minor punishment would suffice. Huang Jiangtai fell into a contemplative silence, continuing to drive, while Lu Qi, seated in the back of the car, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Unbeknownst to her, just moments ago, the manager who had troubled her had wandered perilously close to the gates of death. Chapter 12. He has truly changed. Lu Qi sat in the Rolls-Royce, feeling somewhat dazed. She was acutely aware that even the most affordable Rolls-Royce costs several million. She could not fathom how Li Xian had come to be acquainted with such a prominent figure. Witnessing Huang Jiangtai's demeanor, as he respectfully turned to address Li Xian, only deepened her intrigue. Furthermore, the Rolls-Royce drove straight into the estate, clearly indicating that Li Xian resided there. As the car halted in front of the villa, she felt as though she were still in a dream. Li Xian retrieved a key card and effortlessly unlocked the villa's door. Inside, several members of the hidden guards were dancing merrily with Duo. "Little bunny, open the door," Duoduo's voice rang out. The guards appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Observing this scene, Huang Jiangtai's face twitched involuntarily. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that these comically expressive and exaggerated individuals were the cold-blooded killing machines of the hidden pavilion. Upon seeing Li Xian enter, Duo promptly dropped the doll in her hands and rushed toward him. "Daddy, you're back." She then noticed Lu Qi behind him. "Aunt Lu Qi, I missed you so much." A smile finally graced Lu Qi's face at the sight of Duo. Duo took Lu Qi's hand and led her into the villa. "Aunt Lu Qi, this is our new house. Duo's room is upstairs." "Aunt Lu Qi, yesterday I slept with Daddy. Can you stay over today? The three of us can sleep together." Though the words were innocent, Lu Qi's cheeks flushed crimson. As Li Xian and Huang Jiangtai entered, the hidden guard members immediately stood respectfully at either side. Lu Qi was guided by Duo as they explored the villa. It was her first time stepping into such an opulent residence, and she was utterly astonished by the surroundings. Li Xian instructed Huang Jiangtai to take a seat on the sofa and then said, "Let the hidden guards remain." "Of course," Huang Jiangtai replied, his face lighting up. "They can ensure the young mistress's safety." However, Li Xian shook his head. "No, I believe they are enjoying themselves with Duo. As for her safety, there is no one in this world who could harm her in the slightest." At this point, Li Xian exuded a commanding presence. The talismans he personally inscribed were potent enough to subdue even the most formidable of foes. Moreover, once activated, he would instantly sense any danger. How could his daughter possibly suffer even a scratch? Huang Jiangtai was profoundly moved by Li Xian's words. The man before him indeed possessed the gravitas to make such claims. "Aside from the hidden guards, please allow this Rolls-Royce to remain as well. It would be convenient for your outings," Huang Jiangtai suggested. Li Xian nodded in agreement. With his capabilities, he could traverse any part of the world, yet for everyday travel, a vehicle was more practical. After all, tearing through the void would be rather alarming. "In addition to these 5 hidden guards, I will also leave behind a dozen elite members from the hidden pavilion at your disposal. With your prowess, there is no need for their protection, yet the menial tasks are indeed manageable." "Very well." Li Xian did not decline. During their conversation, although Lu Qi was engaged in play with Duo, she faintly overheard snippets of their discussion. Upon hearing that Huang Jiangtai had actually gifted a Rolls-Royce to Li Xian, she was utterly astonished. Such a gift is worth several million, and it seemed as though Huang Jiangtai was anxious to present it. What could possibly be the reason behind this? In that moment, Li Xian transformed into a figure of mystery in her eyes. She perceived that the weak man who had abandoned his wife 5 years ago had returned, seemingly undergoing a monumental transformation. Indeed, he had become markedly different. As she allowed her thoughts to wander, Huang Jiangtai tactfully took his leave. The 5 hidden guards who had accompanied Duo in play also vanished from sight. However, Li Xian knew that at least 20 skilled individuals remained surrounding the villa. "Aunt Lu Qi, Duo loves your cooking the most," Duo exclaimed, tugging at Lu Qi's hand and shaking her arm. "All right, how about Aunt makes braised fish for you?" Lu Qi responded, only to then slap her forehead in realization. It seemed there were no ingredients in the kitchen. "No problem, I can have someone buy them," Li Xian interjected, and then opened the window to call out, "Buy a fish and some fresh vegetables." At these words, Lu Qi was left in a state of disbelief. Was Li Xian speaking to thin air? Yet, what astonished her further was that 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. A man clad in black appeared at the entrance, carrying a fish and a large assortment of vegetables. After placing them down, he respectfully retreated. Lu Qi was utterly flabbergasted. What exactly was Li Xian's identity? This was simply too astonishing. Had she not known Li Xian for so long and been aware of his past, she might have suspected him to be a young master from a reclusive, wealthy family. As Lu Qi busied herself with cooking, Duo eagerly assisted her by washing and preparing the vegetables, even more industriously than Lu Qi herself. Observing this scene, Li Xian could not help but smile. By the way, Lu Qi, I heard your brother has been hospitalized. I wonder what illness he has. Li Xian inquired as the dishes were brought to the table. Upon mentioning her brother's ailment, a hint of melancholy appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. My brother has a bone tumor, also known as bone cancer, and he can no longer walk. Hearing this, Li Xian comprehended the gravity of the situation. For ordinary individuals, cancer is an incurable affliction. However, for Li Xian, it posed no significant challenge. One day, I will accompany you to the hospital to visit your brother. Lu Qi nodded in response to Li Xian's statement, saying little else. Chapter 13. The Blood Calamity. After the meal, Lu Qi took her leave. Li Xian then summoned several hidden guards to entertain Duo, while he himself departed the villa complex, arriving at a pharmacy. Ordinary people cannot escape the cycle of life. Aging, illness, and death, but only cultivators can attain longevity. Li Xian intended to concoct some elixirs for his daughter. For the daughter of Li Chidi must also enjoy a lifespan that spans millennia. Since he was to refine these elixirs, he would naturally require medicinal ingredients. Even as a figure of mythic strength, he could not conjure substances from thin air. Upon his return, all possessions were shattered during the passage through time and space, leaving Li Xian financially constrained. Otherwise, as a distinguished immortal emperor, he could easily bestow a single elixir of immortality upon his daughter, enabling her to attain the status of a forbidden powerhouse. The apothecary was situated on a bustling street, with a steady stream of vehicles passing by. Within, Li Xian sensed the presence of what he sought, a ginseng root and a sanyang fruit. The ginseng must be at least a century old, preferably wild. Fortuitously, there was indeed such a specimen in the shop, which was named Ginseng King Hall. Ginseng King Hall was a venerable establishment in Chuzhou, having been founded nearly 2 centuries ago, adorned with an antique signboard and bustling with patrons. In Chuzhou, Ginseng King Hall was synonymous with quality. Upon entering, Li Xian observed a long queue of individuals awaiting their prescriptions. In another section, an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was consulting with patients. It was evident from the satisfied expressions of those who had been examined that the old physician possessed considerable skill. Entering the interior, Li Xian refrained from hastily procuring medicine and instead took note of the shop's arrangement. Suddenly, he noticed an unassuming ancient coin embedded in a column at the entrance, 2/3 of which was lodged within. Though the column was wooden, it was crafted from exceptionally sturdy timber, making it no ordinary feat to embed a coin within. Furthermore, Li Xian detected a trace of malevolence lingering on the coin, likely from a cultivator's hand, causing him to furrow his brow. Had Ginseng King Hall incurred the ire of some adversary? Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Li Xian, who preferred to avoid trouble and proceeded directly toward the counter. Please queue over there for prescriptions, a young man in a lab coat stated in a routine manner. His frequent interactions with countless customers had rendered his demeanor less than amiable. I wish to purchase ginseng, Li Xian declared without preamble. The esteemed herb, being of high value, was displayed in a designated area. Upon hearing the word ginseng, the young man's expression transformed instantly. May I inquire as to the desired age? Over 100 years old. Naturally, the older, the better. A century? That would be the king of ginseng, he replied, shaking his head. Currently, due to the destruction of forests, wild ginseng is already scarce, and finding one over 100 years old is exceedingly rare. I am aware you possess such stock at Ginseng King Hall, Li Xian interrupted, causing the young man to display signs of displeasure. Indeed, we have it, but it is the treasure of Ginseng King Hall, boasting an age of 300 years, and it is not for sale. I am willing to offer a substantial price, Li Xian asserted. The young man regarded him with a mixture of surprise and skepticism, not expecting such boldness from the youth before him. Nonetheless, he shook his head. It is not for sale at any price. To be rebuffed in such a manner was disconcerting for someone of Li Xian's stature. However, he was not one to resort to coercion. The Crimson Emperor traversed the Star Realms, leaving countless bones in his wake, yet he did not stain his hands with innocent blood. As he contemplated whether to enlist Huang Jiangtai's assistance in procuring the ginseng, an elderly gentleman entered amidst a throng of admirers. As the other party arrived, the young man who had originally greeted Li Xian immediately approached with a bow. "Boss, you're back." To his surprise, the individual was none other than the owner of the ginseng hall. The elderly man, however, wore a stoic expression, seemingly preoccupied, and waved dismissively as he attempted to enter. "You are the owner of the ginseng hall?" Li Xian suddenly interjected. The old man furrowed his brows in annoyance and cast a disdainful glance at Li Xian. "What do you want?" It is widely known that the owner of the ginseng hall is a renowned physician, frequently sought after by numerous dignitaries and nobility for medical consultations. He regarded Li Xian as just another one of those privileged individuals. A middle-aged man nearby expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "If you wish to see the doctor, you must wait in line. Our boss has no time." However, Li Xian shook his head, saying, "I am not here for a consultation. I wish to purchase the century-old ginseng in your shop." "What?" The old man frowned, then coldly uttered two words, "Not for sale." With that, he strode toward the interior. His demeanor was icy, devoid of compassion. "Sell me the ginseng, and I can help you avert a calamity," Li Xian spoke again. At these words, a heavy silence enveloped the surroundings as countless gazes fell upon Li Xian, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The elderly man halted in his tracks, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Li Xian. Those who heard the statement regarded Li Xian as though he were insane. The Ginseng Hall was a prestigious establishment in Chuzhou, boasting a legacy of over 200 years in connections with countless influential figures. How audacious for this young man to claim that the Ginseng Hall faced calamity. Was he not cursing them? Everyone knew the owner had a notoriously bad temper, and the young man who had initially greeted him chastised. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I want to have security throw you out right now?" Several security personnel gathered around, eager for action. Having never had the opportunity to intervene in their tenure at the Ginseng Hall, they were excited at the prospect of confronting a troublemaker. At this moment, the middle-aged man accompanying the elders slightly altered in expression, casting an inquiring glance toward him. The elderly man fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his voice laden with gravity. "Young man, you must choose your words carefully. I am Zhou Jiuan. Though I am a doctor, I also bear the title of a martial arts successor. My hands have saved lives, but they have also taken lives." The underlying thread in his tone was unmistakable. Li Xian had long discerned that the old man was a practitioner of martial arts. Yet, what significance did a martial arts expert hold in the presence of cultivators? Were it not for his desire to acquire the ginseng, he would have hardly bothered to engage in dialogue. "Do you truly believe I am speaking in vain? You are aware of the lingering malice in that ancient coin. Even you, a martial arts expert, cannot withstand its power," Li Xian retorted disdainfully. Chapter 14. A finger to subdue the strong. Zhou Jiuan's countenance darkened at Li Xian's derision. Yet words eluded him, for Li Xian had spoken the truth. At that moment, he fixed his gaze intently on Li Xian. "Young man, you can perceive the extraordinary nature of that ancient coin. It seems you are also a figure from the martial arts world. But have you come merely to mock me?" The middle-aged man beside him revealed a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The boss remarked, "This lad may very well be the one sent to probe our depths. I should just throw him out." With that, he struck swiftly, his fingers curling like claws, aimed at Li Xian's shoulder. The force surged forth, his prowess having reached the level of Ming Jing, making him a formidable figure among ordinary martial artists. Zhou Jiuan, witnessing his subordinate's reckless behavior, could not help but change his expression slightly, yet he chose not to intervene. He was curious to see whether this young man truly possessed skill or was merely a fraud seeking to make a name for himself in his domain. As the middle-aged man attacked, it was evident he was holding back, intending no serious harm. At that moment, his palm descended upon Li Xian, who stood rooted in place. Seemingly unresponsive, a flicker of contempt crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. This young man had spoken confidently before, yet now his true colors were revealed as he faltered in the face of action. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression shifted dramatically. When his fingers made contact with Li Xian's shoulder, it felt as if he had grasped a solid iron plate, a sharp pain radiating through his fingers. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, compelling him to stumble backwards several paces before he could regain his stance. Looking down at his fingers, he found them bloodied and raw. This unexpected turn of events left not only the middle-aged man, but also Zhou Jiuan astonished. He was acutely aware of the middle-aged man's strength, yet, having seen no movement from Li Xian, He could not fathom how the young man had managed to inflict such injury, a feat only achievable by those who had reached the realm of transformation. Masters at this level could establish their own sects, and to achieve such prowess at a young age was truly remarkable. Zhou Jiyuan's bodyguards had surrounded Li Xian, preparing to advance, when Zhou Jiyuan's sharp voice cut through the tension. Enough, do not act disrespectfully. He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Xian. Young brother, it appears you are a person of great skill. My lack of discipline has led to this offense. He shot a glare at the middle-aged man, commanding, apologize to the young brother at once. The middle-aged man, finally coming to terms with the gravity of his error, quickly lowered his head. He realized he had encountered someone formidable today. Li Xian cast a calm glance at the middle-aged man. Do not presume your abilities grant you the right to act with impunity. Should this happen again, there will be no opportunity for rebirth. His words resonated like those of a sovereign, chilling and piercing the heart, instilling a sense of insignificance in the middle-aged man akin to a commoner before an emperor. Zhou Jiyuan's expression shifted once more. The aura emanating from Li Xian was so overwhelming it stirred within him an impulse to bow in reverence. It was simply terrifying. Previously, he had surmised that Li Xian might have reached the realm of transformation, but now it seemed he could very well be a master of martial arts. In that moment, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Jiyuan's back as he realized he had offended a powerful figure. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to steady his racing heart before speaking. Just now, you mentioned an interest in purchasing the ginseng from my store. I would gladly offer it as a gesture of my apology. Zhou Jiyuan, a wily old fox, understood well the value of the ginseng, though precious. It paled in comparison to the bloodshed that could arise from angering a formidable adversary. One root of ginseng could quell the wrath of a strong individual and possibly even win their favor, making it entirely worth the cost. Recently, formidable adversaries have emerged, and should this individual before me extend a hand of assistance, it may well aid the ginseng hall in navigating through its tribulations. Are you willing to bestow the ginseng upon me? Li Xian inquired, observing the other party. He was taken aback by the old man's audacity. Considering the current scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, a century-old wild ginseng was already a rarity, let alone one aged 300 years. Naturally, ginseng is merely a lifeless object, yet to forge a friendship with this young brother is indeed an honor for me, Zhou Jiyuan. Li Xian was well aware that the old man, having recognized his strength, sought his aid in averting calamity. However, he genuinely required the ginseng, hence he nodded. I shall not take your ginseng without reciprocation. I can resolve this impending bloodshed for you. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jiyuan was immediately filled with excitement. Thank you, young brother. With that, he promptly instructed someone to retrieve the 300-year-old ginseng king and invited Li Xian into the inner room. Young brother, to speak candidly, the enemy of my ginseng hall is a formidable practitioner at the transformation stage. A decade ago, I had some enmity with him. I wounded him. But it is unfortunate that over these 10 years he has trained under a renowned master, rapidly advancing in his martial prowess. Now that he has returned, he is far beyond my capability to confront. He is set to arrive at my doorstep in the coming days, and that coin serves as his challenge. I was planning to seek the assistance of the Huang family, specifically their patriarch. If you, esteemed elder, could lend your strength, it would be immensely beneficial. The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Jiangtai? Li Xian asked. Zhou Jiyuan quickly shook his head. The elder patriarch, Huang Jiangtai, is a legendary figure. How could I summon him? I intend to invite the current head of the Huang family, Huang Benchu. I see. Li Xian nodded, not wishing to elaborate further. Instead, he requested Zhou Jiyuan to procure brush and ink, then took up the brush, dipped it in ink, and casually drew a single stroke before handing it to Zhou Jiyuan. Place this paper on the pillar of the ginseng hall, and it shall ensure your safety. This. Zhou Jiyuan's cheeks twitched. Is this a jest? You believe that a mere stroke can avert disaster? If you do not wish to assist, you need only say so. Zhou Jiyuan's mind screamed. Yet he dared not reveal his feelings outwardly. Li Xian, understanding his thoughts, calmly replied, Do you truly believe that I would deceive you with my strength? Simply follow my instructions. The esteemed Red Emperor, a mythical being, could easily vanquish a powerful foe with but a fingertip. The words he inscribes carry profound significance. Zhou Jiyuan, lacking the strength to perceive this, was nonetheless aware that his adversary, being a practitioner, would surely discern the truth. Upon seeing the characters left by Li Xian, the understanding would dawn upon him. Zhou Jiuan remained somewhat reluctant to accept this notion, but Li Xian, uninterested in further discourse, seized the ginseng and made his way towards the exit. Are we truly allowing him to depart just like that? The middle-aged man turned to Zhou Jiuan. Zhou Jiuan sighed. This individual possesses a strength far beyond our reach. If a single ginseng can resolve our grievances with him, it is worth the price. After all, he would not dare to reclaim it from Li Xian, and so he could only comfort himself with this thought. And what of this paper? The middle-aged man inquired. Just leave it here. Are we not to affix it to the pillar? The middle-aged man pressed. Affix it. Zhou Jiuan retorted irritably, his mood sour. Originally, I believed that aligning myself with a powerful ally would yield great benefits, but it turned out to be an exercise in futility. Now, I must devise a means to seek assistance on my own. Chapter 15. That individual has returned. Upon exiting the Ginseng King Hall, Li Xian promptly dialed Huang Jiantai. He had acquired the primary ingredient for the qi-nourishing pill, which was ginseng. Yet another crucial herb, the legendary Sangyang fruit, remained elusive. This treasure, nurtured by the heavens, was safeguarded by natural laws and concealed from perception, only to be sensed when it was truly ready to emerge. Hence, Li Xian had no choice but to enlist Huang Jiantai's help. Rest assured, I'll send someone from the hidden temple to seek it out immediately, Huang Jiantai responded without hesitation. For to him, Li Xian's matters were of utmost importance. After ending the call, Li Xian returned to the lakeside villa, unaware that in a corner by the street, a figure stood frozen, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Li Xian was alive. He had returned to Chuzhou. Only when Li Xian's silhouette faded from view did the woman regain her composure. She vividly recalled her lover's words from 5 years ago, stating that he had cast Li Xian into the Tianqing Lake. While others believed that the Li family's waste had fled, she alone knew that the so-called waste had long since departed from this world. Yet now, what had she witnessed? The man who was supposed to have perished 5 years prior had reappeared before her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she spent a considerable time calming her tumultuous emotions. Guoli retrieved her phone and made a call. On the other end, a languid voice responded, Shaoli, have you run out of money again? I just deposited 300,000. The man's tone was tinged with evident dissatisfaction. Guoli was indeed beautiful, but her spending was excessive. Sinew, it's not about the money. I just saw Li Xian on the street. Guoli's voice trembled with urgency. Impossible. The voice on the other end suddenly escalated in volume, betraying a hint of panic. 5 years ago, I personally pushed him into the lake. He never resurfaced for an entire hour. He had no chance of survival. Truly, without a doubt. He appears nearly unchanged from 5 years ago, unless there exists another person who looks exactly like him. Guoli was resolute in her certainty. She and Li Xian were university classmates, and she had once pursued him, but he had always regarded her with indifference due to her materialistic nature. Eventually, she had aligned herself with another prominent figure in Chuzhou, Wei Xinyu, who, after a drunken night, inadvertently revealed the incident of Li Xian's fall into Tianqing Lake. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end inquired, Are you absolutely certain? Guoli nodded. Of course, I would not mistake him. Return at once, immediately. The call ended abruptly, and Guoli hastily departed. At the lakeside villa, as Li Xian arrived at the entrance, he heard the delightful laughter of his daughter resonating from within. Upon opening the door, Dodo rushed over and leapt into his embrace. Gazing at his adorable daughter, Li Xian couldn't help but lift her into the air. While I was away, did you cause any trouble in the house? He asked. Dodo shook her head. Dodo is quite well behaved, playing games with several uncles. Oh, what games are you playing? We played 3 Little Bunnies, Squatting in the Carrot Pit, and Eagle Catches the Chickens. And Dodo excitedly recounted over a dozen games. These were all games she had learned in kindergarten, played with her little friends. Li Xian glanced at several shadow guards and noticed they were all drenched in sweat. It truly was a challenge for these cold-blooded assassins, usually accustomed to killing, to engage in games with a child. Thank you for your hard work, Li Xian said to them. The guards quickly shook their heads, declaring that serving their senior was their duty. Li Xian smiled faintly, gently placing Dodo on the sofa and combing her disheveled hair. He then picked up a piece of paper from the table and with swift strokes, wrote down a set of cultivation techniques, handing it to one of the shadow guards. Cultivate according to this from now on. The guard received it with suspicion. The paper contained a set of techniques, indeed the same as what they practiced, but with some modifications. The techniques you have been practicing are a fast-track method. While powerful, they also inflict considerable harm on the body. By following the new version I provided, You can avoid this issue, Li Xian stated calmly. Thank you, Senior. The shadow guards hurriedly bowed, their hearts stirred with turmoil. Having interacted with them only twice, Li Xian had managed to write out their cultivation techniques in full and even improve them. This was truly terrifying. Previously, when Huang Jiangtai instructed them to heed Li Xian's commands, they had some reservations, but now they were utterly convinced. All right, you may leave, Li Xian waved his hand. And they took their leave. Dodo, what would you like to eat tonight? Daddy will cook for you. Oh yes, Dodo wants a hamburger. Let's choose something else. Li Xian chuckled, shaking his head. Such junk food should only be consumed occasionally. It's not good for you to eat it often. Then I want fries, Dodo insisted, mentioning several similar foods, causing Li Xian's heart to ache slightly. In Dodo's innocent mind, these were the most delicious things she had ever tasted. How about I make you braised pork? Li Xian asked. Oh yes, Dodo exclaimed, sucking on her finger, nearly drooling. But soon she shook her head. Aunt Lucy said we can only eat braised pork during festivals because meat is too expensive. Li Xian gently patted his daughter's head. From now on, whatever Dodo wants to eat, we will have it every day. After saying this, he turned on the television for Dodo to watch cartoons while he went into the kitchen. The next morning, Li Xian stretched lazily as he got out of bed, turning to see Dodo still fast asleep. The little girl had played hard all day yesterday and was a bit tired. In her sleep, Dodo occasionally pouted, her chubby face utterly adorable. Li Xian couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling that this life was the epitome of happiness. Regrettably, Qing Xian is not by my side, otherwise, our family of 3 would be filled with joy, far surpassing any trivial aspirations of becoming an immortal emperor. Li Xian rose quietly from his slumber and proceeded to prepare breakfast for Duo. As the enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen, Duo emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Li Xian playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, teasing, little lazy pig. Did you awaken only because of the delightful scent? Duo wrinkled her nose in protest. Not at all. Nevertheless, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the plate in Li Xian's hands. After a flurry of activity, once they had finished washing up, Duo donned a bib and seated herself at the table, eagerly picking up her fork to dig into the breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was Lu Qi come to visit Duo. Carrying a takeout breakfast, Lu Qi's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the meal already prepared on the table. Did you make this breakfast for Duo? She inquired. To her knowledge, Li Xian had once been a young master of a prominent family, and even after their decline, he would not have engaged in such domestic tasks. Indeed, Li Xian nodded. Lu Qi fell silent, placing the purchased breakfast on the dining table. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought a bit extra. You should help Duo finish it. Noticing that the takeout was clearly enough for 2, Li Xian understood that Lu Qi had specifically bought it for him, though she didn't wish to admit it. A subtle smile crossed his face as he chose not to mention it, sitting down to enjoy the meal heartily. After breakfast, Lu Qi assisted with the dishes while Li Xian scooped a spoonful of dark substance from the rice cooker into a disposable container. He then turned to Lu Qi and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Lu Qi inquired, a hint of confusion in her expression. "To the hospital to see your brother." Li Xian lifted Duo into his arms. "Come, Daddy will take you to visit Uncle Lu Wei at the hospital, and afterward, we'll buy you some clothes, shall we?" Yes. Duo clapped her little hands in delight. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, standing behind them, felt a stir in her heart as she gazed at Li Xian's imposing figure, her emotions complex. After 5 years, their reunion brought an entirely different impression. He exuded stability, confidence, and grace, making it impossible for her to reconcile him with the disheartened young master she once knew. Chapter 16. Atonement. After 3 days, the Tongha private hospital was established with the funding of the He family. The hospital boasted several esteemed doctors, frequently catering to the ailments of the affluent and powerful of Chuzhou. At this moment, the entrance of the hospital was in an uproar, surrounded by several circles of onlookers, all there to witness the commotion. Among the crowd stood a woman cradling an injured boy, tears streaming down her face. She was Zhang Meiwan, Lu Qi's mother. At this moment, Zhang Meijuan's heart ached profoundly. Her son suffered from bone cancer, enduring daily torment, yet he had just been unceremoniously cast out of Tongha Hospital. Such individuals were nothing short of beasts. Moreover, during the ejection, they had even kicked Lu Wei, a mere child tormented by illness. How could they be so heartless? Lu Youguang clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed as he confronted the hospital staff. Opposite him stood an exceedingly arrogant young man, hands thrust deep into his pockets, exuding an air of audacious dominance. In addition, there were numerous hospital leaders and security personnel, the latter wielding rubber batons, their expressions fierce and menacing. "We have already paid the medical fees. By what right do you throw my son out?" Lu Youguang bellowed in fury. Were it not for the burden of an entire family resting upon his shoulders, he would have relished the thought of eliminating the individuals before him. "Your payment went to the He family, which has now been eradicated. The Tongha Hospital has been acquired by my Tian family. Your money belongs to the He family and has no bearing on us," the young man retorted with brazen insolence. "Throwing you out is merely a leniency. If you do not leave now, I shall have your sickly son dealt with. Do you believe it?" Lu Youguang trembled with rage. The payment had been made to the hospital, and now, due to a change in ownership, they outright denied any responsibility. Such blatant bullying was intolerable. Did the impoverished have no recourse? The onlookers, however, wore expressions of indifference. After all, this was Tian Xiaojun, the scion of the Tian family. Who would dare to provoke him? Relishing Lu Youguang's submissive demeanor, Tian Xiaojun approached and seized Lu Youguang by the collar, shouting, "Old fool, get out of my way at once, or I shall strike you." Before he could finish his threat, a young man clad in casual attire grasped his wrist. "How can you continue to torment them when they have already suffered so greatly? Do you not think that is excessive?" Tian Xiaojun sneered. "Who the hell are you to meddle?" In the next moment, Li Xian tightened his grip. Tian Xiaojun winced in pain and released Lu Youguang's collar. Yet, Li Xian did not relent. Instead, he applied pressure. A sharp crack echoed in the air. "Ah!" Tian Xiaojun cried out in agony, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide with terror. His wrist had been shattered, revealing the stark white of bone. Lu Qi was tending to duo, for Lu Qi's kin were akin to Li Xian's. How could Li Xian allow such bullying against Lu Qi's family? The onlookers stood frozen for a few moments before regaining their senses. A middle-aged doctor pointed at Li Xian and shouted, "You dare strike young Master Tian? You are finished." But the very next instant, a resounding slap sent the man sprawling. Li Xian moved towards the fallen Lu Wei. "Xiao Wei, are you all right?" "Who are you?" Lu Qi's mother asked, looking at Li Xian with confusion. "I am Duo's father." At that moment, Lu Qi approached, cradling Duo in her arms. Earlier, when Li Xian was about to act, he had entrusted Duo to Lu Qi, urging her to keep a safe distance so that Duo would not witness the brutality of his actions. "Ah, it's you." Zhang Meiwan recognized Li Xian. Having seen her daughter care for Duo, she was aware of Li Xian's return, as Lu Qi had informed her family. To her knowledge, Duo's father had previously been a good-for-nothing, yet here he was, daring to confront Tian Xiaojun, which brought her a sense of vindication. However, her expression soon turned pale again. While Li Xian had once been a wealthy heir, he now seemed barely better off than the Lu family. Having struck Tian Xiaojun, one could hardly dismiss the gravity of the situation. After all, Tian Xiaojun was the eldest son of the Tian family, rumored to possess an immense fortune exceeding several billion. Indeed, a cadre of security personnel soon encircled the scene. The leader of the guards bellowed, "You've caused quite a mess, kid." However, deterred by Li Xian's prior display of prowess, they refrained from advancing directly. Lu Youguang sighed heavily and urged Li Xian, "Young man, you should leave quickly, otherwise, you may find yourself unable to do so later. You've stood up for the Lu family, and we cannot allow you to suffer because of us." Li Xian merely smiled faintly. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, since I have intervened, I am fully capable of managing the situation." With that, he lifted Lu Wei and made his way toward the Rolls-Royce parked a short distance away. The head of security shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Instantly, several guards brandished their rubber batons, poised to act. Yet, in the next moment, a cold glance from Li Xian rendered them as if they had plunged into an abyss, their limbs stiffening and immobilizing them. Only after Li Xian had placed Lu Wei into the vehicle did they regain their senses. Observers noted, with astonishment, that these guards were so frightened they had soiled themselves. Once Li Xian ensured Lu Wei was settled, he turned his gaze towards the trembling Tian Xiaojun, who was clutching his wrist and sweating profusely. "Refund all the remaining medical expenses owed to the Lu family at the hospital, and additionally, provide 3 million as compensation within 3 days, or I shall take your life." With a flick of his finger, a radiant energy surged into the latter's body before he turned and entered the car. Lu Qi, holding Duo, took the passenger seat, while Lu Youguang and the others occupied the back. The vehicle proceeded directly to Lu Qi's residence. After placing Lu Wei onto the bed, Li Xian's fingers glided over the swollen area on his legs. At this juncture, Lu Youguang could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Li Xian, what are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Li Xian replied, "I am assisting Xiao Wei in eliminating the tumor in his leg." Chapter 17. A deity. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the four members of the Lu family were rendered speechless, the room falling into an uncanny silence. After a full half-minute of stunned silence, they finally regained their composure, exchanging bewildered glances with Li Xian. Suddenly, Lu Qi burst into laughter. "Li Xian, you truly have a knack for humor. You've scared my parents half to death." Hearing Lu Qi's remark, Lu Youguang and his wife also came to realize that it was indeed a jest. It is common knowledge that cancer is deemed incurable. Moreover, who could possibly believe that merely caressing the knee could eradicate a tumor? Such a feat would not merely classify one as a miraculous doctor, but rather as a deity. However, Li Xian turned to Lu Youguang and the others, his demeanor solemn as he stated, "I am not joking. I am genuinely helping Xiao Wei eliminate the tumor. The tumor within him has been eradicated. He can walk again. Oh, I almost forgot," he added, producing a dark concoction he had prepared before departing and placing it on the table. "Given that Xiao Wei has been bedridden for years and is physically weak, I specially brewed this tonic to replenish his vitality. He should consume 1 pill of this black paste daily, and after 10 days, he will completely recover. There is an ample supply, and Uncle Lu and Auntie, you may partake as well." Upon hearing those words, the four members of the Lu family were left utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Li Xian was serious. What sort of jest was this? Merely brushing his palm over his knee and claiming to have eradicated a tumor? Taking a dark, dubious ointment and expecting to regain vitality within days? Such trickery was beyond the pale. At that moment, Li Xian had already risen. "All right, Xiao Wei, you may get up and move about," he said. "Lu Qi, let us go. I will take Duo and you to the mall to buy some clothes. You've cared for Duo for so many years, and I wish to compensate you for that." Initially, Lu Qi was reluctant to accompany Li Xian, but upon witnessing Duo's pitiful gaze, her resolve softened, and she ultimately nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, she stressed, "I am merely accompanying Duo for shopping. You need not buy me anything." As they exited the Lu residence, Lu Qi remarked, "Li Xian, please refrain from making such jokes in the future. My brother's illness has already caused enough distress for our family. I understand your intention to lighten the mood, but for my parents, it only deepens their sorrow." "I was not jesting," Li Xian replied, opening the car door and settling inside. After a few moments of hesitation, Lu Qi followed suit. At the entrance, Lu Youguang and his wife gazed at the departing vehicle, their expressions a mixture of emotions. "Dear, do not be upset. Li Xian means no harm. He likely intended to be humorous. He has always stood up for us. Otherwise, we would have been bullied by that scoundrel," Tian Xiaojun, Zhang Meiwan remarked. Lu Youguang sighed heavily. "I am fully aware that he harbors no ill intentions, but involving my son in such matters unsettles me. Moreover, Tian Xiaojun is not someone to be trifled with. He can strike and walk away unscathed, while our family is left to endure more hardships." At these words, Zhang Meijuan's brow furrowed with worry. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from within the house. Had their son accidentally fallen from his bed? The couple hurried into the room, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before them. To their astonishment, Lu Wei, who had long since lost the ability to walk, was now standing and cautiously taking steps. Was this a miraculous occurrence? The couple felt as though they were living in a dream. "Xiao Wei, what is this?" Lu Youguang stammered, his voice trembling. Lu Wei rubbed his legs and then burst into joyous laughter. "I can walk, and my legs do not hurt at all." Upon hearing this, Lu Youguang and his wife could not help but pinch themselves to confirm they were not dreaming. In unison, they recalled Li Xian's earlier words. Had he truly cured their son's bone cancer? How could this be possible? At that moment, tears of joy streamed down Zhang Meijuan's face. Lu Wei's recovery had rekindled hope within their home. In the next instant, Zhang Meiwan rushed to embrace her son. After the initial excitement, Lu Wei too shed tears. "Mother, this is not a dream. I am truly healed. It was Li Xian who cured me. We must express our gratitude to him." Lu Youguang, though overwhelmed with emotion, managed to maintain a semblance of composure as the head of the family, yet he fidgeted with his hands, uncertain of what to do next. Simultaneously, reflecting on his previous doubts regarding Li Xian, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. This Li Xian was nothing short of extraordinary. In the past, when his daughter took care of Duo, although both he and his wife supported her, they occasionally questioned whether it was worthwhile to care for another's child, spending such substantial sums that only exacerbated their already modest circumstances. Now, however, it seemed utterly worth it. Had it not been for caring for Duo, how could Li Xian have extended his assistance? They no longer worried about Tian Xiaojun's situation at all. A person of Li Xian's caliber could easily handle the trivial matters of the Tian family. Meanwhile, Li Xian was driving towards the most bustling commercial street in Chuzhou. To avoid any jostling that might disturb his daughter, he drove at a leisurely pace. As he passed through Zhongwu Street, he happened to glance at the entrance of the Shunwang Tang, noticing that the coin remained perched on the pillar. It appeared that the enemies of Shunwang Tang had yet to make their move. Li Xian mused, choosing not to linger. Shunwang Tang had provided him with ginseng, and he had left them a method of resolution. Thus, they were even. Today, Shunwang Tang had no customers at all, with a sign indicating that they were closed. Inside the hall, Zhou Jiuan wore a furrowed brow, his expression as dark as the depths of water, the air thick with tension. Before him, a middle-aged subordinate wore a distressed countenance. "Boss, Huang Binshu has refused to assist us, citing the considerable influence of our adversaries. The Huang family is unwilling to offend the forces behind them. What shall we do?" As his words fell, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. After a minute, Zhou Jiuan finally spoke. "If the Huang family will not help, then we must seek assistance from others, regardless of the cost. As long as one of the esteemed martial families in Chuzhou is willing to lend a hand, Shunwang Tang will survive." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. A long knife was driven directly into the signboard of Shunwang Tang, splitting it in two and sending pieces crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Jiuan clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the entrance. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in combat attire appeared, his hands casually clasped behind his back, regarding Zhou Jiuan with an air of nonchalance. Zhou Jiuan's pupils constricted in recognition. He instantly identified the visitor as his nemesis, Lin Hu. Shouldn't he have appeared in another couple of days? Why had he come today? Panic surged within Zhou Jiuan. Seeking assistance from the martial families of Chuzhou? Unfortunately, you will not have that opportunity. Lin Hu sneered, raising his hand. The long knife, previously embedded in the signboard, vibrated before being drawn to him as if by an unseen force. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Jiuan's expression shifted dramatically. The ability to summon a blade from thin air was no mere trick of an ancient warrior. It was a power reserved for cultivators. In that moment, Zhou Jiuan comprehended why Lin Hu, who had left with such limited strength years ago, had achieved such prowess in a mere decade. He had not merely trained in martial arts. He had become a cultivator, an entity akin to a deity. Although Zhou Jiuan is not a practitioner, as a renowned divine physician, he possesses knowledge that eludes many ordinary individuals, and there exist numerous cultivation families within Chuzhou. At that moment, Zhou Jiuan felt a chill in his heart. Lin Hu, I acknowledge that I was at fault for the events of that year, and I am willing to apologize. Can we sit down and discuss this? Zhou Jiuan sought reconciliation. There is nothing to discuss. I have come today to claim your life and avenge the humiliation of that year. With these words, he advanced step by step towards Zhou Jiuan. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted to stop him. Instantly, a dozen bodyguards surged forth from the side, charging at Lin Hu. You overestimate yourself. Lin Hu's blade flashed like snow, sweeping through, and the approaching bodyguards were sent sprawling as if they were dumplings tossed into boiling water. Blood sprayed from each individual, who fell heavily to the ground. In a single move, he had taken down all of them, which shattered any lingering hope Zhou Jiuan had, plunging him into despair. How can we fight this? Retreat, Zhou Jiuan said without hesitation. He understood that rushing forward would be futile, merely a path to death. The bodyguards shielded Zhou Jiuan as they retreated to the inner room, while Lin Hu wore a sinister smile on his face. Zhou Jiuan, it is useless for you to hide in the farthest corners of the earth. With that, he brandished his knife and advanced toward the inner room. Inside, as the sounds of footsteps echoed outside, Zhou Jiuan was drenched in cold sweat. Boss, jump out the window and escape. I will hold him off, the loyal middle-aged man declared loudly. However, Zhou Jiuan shook his head. It is futile. He is a practitioner, and there is no way I can escape. At this moment, Lin, who had already entered at a leisurely pace, exhibiting no fear of Zhou Jiyuan's flight. Observing the scene, the middle-aged man drew a handgun. But before he could pull the trigger, Lin, whose blade flashed. Blood splattered from the man's wrist, causing the gun to drop to the ground. As he watched Lin Hu approach, Zhou Jiyuan's face turned ashen. Lin Hu, if you are willing to cease your aggression, I would gladly relinquish the royal ginseng hall to you. I merely wounded you back then. Why must you go to such extremes? Ha ha, Zhou Jiyuan. Do you believe I covet the royal ginseng hall? Lin Hu continued his advance. 2 bodyguards attempted to intervene, but with a mere flick of his sleeve, they were sent flying. For practitioners, worldly riches are easily acquired. You are constrained by this small place, blinded by your narrow perspective. Merely a frog at the bottom of a well. As Lin Hu raised his long knife, the blade emitted a thunderous roar, exuding a menacing aura. Just as Zhou Jiyuan succumbed to utter despair, Lin Hu's movements suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon a piece of paper resting on the table. Initially, he glanced at it casually, but after a few more looks, an icy chill surged within him as he discerned the presence of Taoist essence within the strokes. How is this possible? Where did this paper come from? Lin Hu asked in a low voice. To be able to casually inscribe words imbued with Taoist essence is something even his master could not achieve. Once upon a time, the seemingly doomed Zhou Jiyuan found a flicker of hope upon hearing Lin Hu's words. He hastily declared, "This piece of paper was given to me by a senior. He mentioned that upon seeing it, you would retreat." After uttering these words, Zhou Jiyuan fixed his gaze intently on Lin Hu, his heart racing with trepidation. Upon hearing Zhou's proclamation, Lin Hu's expression shifted ominously. Ultimately, amidst the incredulous stares of Zhou Jiyuan and the middle-aged man, he astonishingly sheathed his dagger. Zhou Jiyuan, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered such an extraordinary individual. With that, Lin Hu turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. The silence in the room persisted until Lin Hu vanished completely, leaving Zhou Jiyuan and his companions in a state of disbelief. Lin Hu had truly left, solely due to a random scribble on a blank sheet of paper. Zhou Jiyuan's mind drifted to the image of the young man, tranquil yet proud. Lin Hu, a practitioner of the mystical arts, belonged to a sect that even the Huang family dared not provoke. That simple stroke penned by the youth had been enough to send Lin Hu fleeing. In that moment, Zhou Jiyuan comprehended the full extent of the young man's formidable nature. The individual had not lied. The paper indeed possessed the power to save the Tsangwang Hall. It was ludicrous that he had considered the youth a fraud. Fortunately, Lin Hu had encountered the paper. Had it been carelessly discarded, Zhou's fate would have been dire. Breathing heavily with the relief of having escaped death, Zhou Jiyuan gingerly lifted the paper. He resolved to frame it and display it in the Tsangwang Hall, for it was the hall's talisman of survival. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, equally astonished, remarked, "Boss, this piece of paper is remarkably effective. That young man is truly extraordinary." 10 minutes later, Zhou Jiyuan and his subordinates gathered in the main hall, where all injured bodyguards had received medical attention. Fortunately, Lin Hu had sought vengeance only against Zhou Jiyuan and had refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. All were merely wounded, none deceased. Yet, the atmosphere in the room remained heavy with tension, as everyone remained immersed in the aftershock of their narrow escape. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Jiyuan finally spoke. "This incident has brought trouble to everyone. I shall compensate each of you with a sum of 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, retrieve the surveillance footage. I wish to locate that extraordinary individual. If such a person can befriend me, who would dare threaten the Tsangwang Hall in the future?" Upon hearing Zhou Jiyuan's words, the middle-aged man nodded vigorously. At that moment, a bodyguard standing in the corner raised his hand. "Boss, I have something to say." "What is it?" Zhou Jiyuan inquired. Usually stern with his subordinates, today he softened his tone, recognizing that these bodyguards had risked their lives to protect him, thus forging a bond of shared adversity. The bodyguard, taken aback by Zhou's unexpected gentleness, replied, "I was stationed at the entrance. I witnessed a Rolls-Royce passing by. The driver seemed to be that remarkable individual from the other day, heading toward the commercial street." "Really?" Zhou Jiyuan exclaimed, rising abruptly. Meanwhile, Li Xian parked the car by the roadside and entered the shopping mall with Duo and Lu Qi. Haihua Shopping Mall stands as one of the renowned establishments in Chuzhou, housing a plethora of high-end boutiques. Dressed in casual attire, Li Xian exuded an ethereal charm that captivated the attention of numerous young ladies along the way. Lu Qi, possessing her own exquisite grace. appeared to be a perfect match for him. Cradling Duo in her arms, onlookers might easily mistake them for a harmonious family of three. As the trio entered the mall, Li Xian first took it upon himself to purchase several outfits for Duo, each of considerable value, before guiding Lu Qi to the entrance of the Gucci store. Although Lu Qi had never shopped at this particular boutique, her frequent visits to malls had acquainted her with the exorbitant prices of the garments within. Never had she entertained the thought of allowing Li Xian to buy her clothes, and she swiftly declined with, "Li Xian, let us explore elsewhere." Unexpectedly, Li Xian, without heeding her protests, firmly took her hand and led her directly inside the store. Chapter 19. Serendipity. Lu Qi, caught off guard by her diminutive stature, found herself inadvertently thrust into the shop. Just as she crossed the threshold, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Lu Qi, are you here shopping as well?" A girl in a white dress waved at her with a look of delight. Behind her trailed a group of companions, clearly enjoying a day out together. "What a coincidence, Bai Gu," Lu Qi said, as she composed her disheveled hair. "Lu Qi, I just saw someone holding your hand. Who is it? Your boyfriend?" Bai Gu inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she leaned in closer. Li Xian locked eyes with her, and Bai Gu's expression gradually turned rigid. "It's you scoundrel," she exclaimed, her demeanor darkening. Once, Bai Gu, Lu Qi, and Meng Qingxian had been the best of friends. When Meng Qingxian married Li Xian, Bai Gu had vehemently opposed the union. After Li Xian's disappearance, she became convinced he was a coward shirking his responsibilities, unlike Lu Qi, who, despite her grievances, never uttered any harsh words. Bai Gu, however, was known for her fiery temperament. She immediately adopted a frosty demeanor and remarked, "The last time I heard from Lu Qi, she mentioned you had returned. I have yet to see you. How is it that a man of your stature allows Lu Qi to care for your daughter and even buy your clothes? Have you no shame?" Her voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of both the store staff and her companions outside. Though her words were few, they conveyed a multitude of implications. Allowing another to care for his child and expecting a woman to purchase his clothing was indeed a brazen display of shamelessness. Such a dependence was rare to behold. While the store employees observed the unfolding scene, Bai Ji's companions regarded Li Xian with a mix of curiosity and disdain. Given Bai Ji's close relationship with Lu Qi, they had inevitably heard whispers of Lu Qi's past. With Bai Ji's pointed comments, they quickly deduced Li Xian's identity, the young master of the Li family, who had once fallen into despair following his family's bankruptcy 5 years prior. A man who had abandoned his pregnant wife, choosing the path of evasion, had unexpectedly returned to Chuzhou. Instantly, a murmur spread among the crowd. "It was not I who assisted Li Xian in purchasing clothing. Rather, it was Li Xian who accompanied me on this endeavor," Lu Qi defended. Nowadays, with Li Xian driving luxury cars and residing in a villa, what need does she have for my assistance in buying clothes? Yet, Bai Gu remained unconvinced. She knew her close friend was inherently kind-hearted and would always consider others in any situation. Furthermore, Li Xian's image as an incompetent wastrel had firmly taken root in the minds of many, making such prejudice difficult to alter. Furrowing her brows, she remarked, "Lu Qi, there is no need for you to defend this scoundrel. Am I not clear on what he truly is?" The surrounding crowd expressed their disdain. It was truly contemptible for a grown man to exhibit such shamelessness. Lu Qi's kindness was excessive, had it been anyone else. Who would deign to associate with such a worthless individual? Li Xian frowned. Although Bai Gu was merely a close friend of Qingxian, her disrespectful words made him question whether she believed he would remain unperturbed by her insults. "Li Xian, Bai Gu merely harbors some misunderstandings towards you. Please do not take offense. Allow me to apologize on her behalf," Lu Qi hastily interjected, her gaze towards Li Xian tinged with a hint of pleading. After spending the past 2 days getting to know him, Lu Qi understood that Li Xian was no ordinary person and could be quite ruthless. He was not someone Bai Gu could provoke lightly. Initially intending to retaliate, Li Xian, upon witnessing Lu Qi's demeanor, merely snorted coldly. He then addressed Lu Qi. "The clothing in this store is quite appealing. Choose a few pieces, and I shall cover the expense." Lu Qi shook her head. "The garments here are too expensive, and you need not buy clothes for me. When Duo calls me auntie, I am more than willing to care for her." Bai Gu, standing nearby, scoffed. "What a grandstanding act. Each piece of clothing here costs no less than 10,000. Can you truly afford it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qi gasped, hastily grasping Li Xian's sleeve. Fearful of his potential reaction, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, believing Li Xian was clearly put on the spot by Bai Ji's remarks, which is why he stubbornly insisted on buying clothes for Lu Qi. Yet, could he genuinely afford the luxury items in this Gucci store? Contemplating for a moment, Li Xian produced a card from his pocket. This card contains 100 million. That should suffice. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. 100 million. The onlookers could not suppress their exclamations. What does 100 million signify? Even among those of considerable wealth, it was improbable that anyone would carry such a sum in cash at all times. This individual truly had the audacity to boast. Doubtful glances were exchanged among the spectators. Those who mingled with Baigu hailed from respectable families and were not easily deceived. A young man clad in casual attire, stylishly dressed, and sporting a nearly seven-figure handcrafted watch, exaggeratedly remarked, 100 million. Is that Zimbabwean currency? His words elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Just then, a frail bespectacled man timidly spoke up. It seems he possesses a supreme card from Huaduo Bank. Who just spoke? It was none other than a Chong. A Chong? Have you ever seen a supreme card? Guo Chunyang, a young man closely acquainted with Baigu, huffed in discontent. Having encountered Lu Qi a few times and finding her enchanting, he harbored feelings for her. Regrettably, in the past, Lu Qi had caught the eye of He Jinchao, and he did not dare provoke him, thus concealing his admiration deep within his heart. Now that the He family has met its demise, his thoughts have begun to stir once more. The young man before him dares to buy clothes for his goddess, which fills him with displeasure. A man named Chong also harbors some uncertainty. The last time he visited the Huang family with his father, he noticed that the head of the Huang family, Huang Benshu, possessed such a card. A Chong, you're somewhat nearsighted, and it is said that the supreme card was issued in fewer than 100 copies. In Chuzhou, no more than 10 individuals qualify for it. Do you truly believe this lad could possess one? Upon hearing this, a Chong also became uncertain. At this moment, Li Xian had already selected over a dozen outfits in the display window and commanded with great authority, wrap them all up. The attendant appeared somewhat dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a method of shopping, proceeding to pack without even a trial. Guo Chunyang, seemingly well-intentioned, cautioned, I say, brother, the total for these garments might amount to hundreds of thousands. If your card lacks sufficient funds, playing tricks on them may not allow for an easy exit from the shop. Li Xian shot him a cold glance. You prattle on too much. In the next instant, accompanied by an imperceptible wave, a force emanated from his gaze, condensing the air into a line. Like a sharp sword, it struck Guo Chunyang's shoulder. Bang! Guo Chunyang felt an immense force assail him, and the excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream. His shoulder had been penetrated by the force, blood beginning to stain the area. The nearby attendant stood in shock, not yet recovered from the spectacle, as Li Xian handed her the card. Do not disclose the amount. Simply swipe it. Chapter 20. Such boldness in that moment. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Fear was etched upon the faces of all present. Though they could not discern the exact nature of events, it was clear to all that this was undoubtedly linked to Li Xian. Remarkably, Li Xian had not even moved. Yet Guo Chunyang's shoulder was pierced. What kind of bizarre technique was this? Those who had previously mocked Li Xian felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Baigu, who felt the hairs on her neck stand on end, terror flooding her heart. She was fortunate that Lu Qi had intervened. Otherwise, she might have faced a fate even worse than Guo Chunyang's. Indeed, when she lifted her gaze, she found Li Xian's cold stare fixed upon her. She could not help but step back 2 paces, as though plunging into an endless abyss. At that moment, Li Xian's phone rang. It was a call from Huang Jiantai. If there were no pressing matters, Huang Jiantai would never dare to disturb Li Xian. Pressing the answer button, he heard, Senior, I have news regarding the sanyang fruit you asked me to investigate. It is located in the jungle at the border of Chuzhou and Qingzhou. Do you wish to go there now? Upon hearing of the sanyang fruit, a hint of joy appeared on Li Xian's face. It seems that Huang Jiantai, his junior, was indeed worth taking under his wing. His efficiency in executing tasks was truly commendable. I am at the shopping center on Tianjia. Please come over now. After hanging up, he noticed the attendant standing there, one hand holding the card reader and the other clutching the bank card, appearing quite bewildered. Li Xian shook his head, inquired about the total amount, and directly swiped the card on the reader, entering the password. Ding! Soon, the sound of a successful card swipe echoed through the air. Simultaneously, a series of bills were printed with a sharp, crackling noise, cascading onto the floor like fallen leaves. At this moment, The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the reverberating sound of the printing orders. If just moments ago, the casual success of hundreds of thousands in card swipes had astonished the crowd, it now seemed trivial compared to Li Xian's enigmatic methods. "Qingyang, how did you get injured?" At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the quiet. A young man strode forward, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black. He approached Qingyang, observing the blood trickling from his shoulder, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Lu Gu." Qingyang's face lit up with joy upon seeing the young man. Lu Wei, the eldest son of the Lu family, one of the 7 prominent youths of Chuzhou. Many present were visibly shaken at the sight of Lu Wei. He shared a close bond with Qingyang, and together they had engaged in numerous and scrupulous deeds. The Lu family was not only wealthy, but also held considerable influence within the authorities. "Brother, who harmed you? I shall avenge you," Lu Wei proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating with authority, accompanied by 4 sharp-eyed bodyguards who exuded an intimidating aura. "It was him," Qingyang stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Li Xian. Instantly, Lu Wei rose, his icy gaze fixed upon Li Xian, while the 4 bodyguards closed in around him. With a sinister expression, Lu Wei declared, "To dare injure my brother, you truly seek death. Dispose of him." At his command, the bodyguards lunged towards Li Xian. These 4 were hired by the Lu family at great expense, 2 of whom had previously been mercenaries with blood on their hands. Seeking death, Li Xian scoffed, raising his palm. In an instant, like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, several bodyguards were toppled to the ground, crying out in agony before they even comprehended the situation. Witnessing this, Lu Wei's pupils constricted in shock. "Lu Gu, this kid is rather sinister. He didn't even touch me, and I was already injured," Qingyang urged urgently. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lu Wei's body shuddered at the realization. To be able to harm someone from a distance, such an entity was beyond his capacity to offend. The possibility that the opponent might be a cultivator loomed large in his mind. His father had repeatedly warned him against crossing individuals of such extraordinary capabilities, for they could bring catastrophic ruin upon their family. Not long ago, the He family had been annihilated, allegedly due to their offense against a cultivator. This is disastrous. Lu Wei felt utterly paralyzed by fear. Then came Li Xian's next words, plunging Lu Wei into an abyss of despair. "What are the 7 young masters of Chuzhou to me? I, Li Xian, could take your life at this very moment." As the words left his lips, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Such audacity. Just then, a commanding voice filled with authority resonated, "To slay a mere Lu Wei. There is no need for a senior to intervene. I, Huang Jiangtai, am willing to take on the task." Chapter 21. Eliminate him. Upon hearing the name Huang Jiangtai, Lu Wei involuntarily shuddered. As one of the 7 young elites of Chuzhou, how could he be unaware of the dominance of the Huang family? And knowing the Huang family, how could he not recognize the man who single-handedly established its glory, Huang Jiangtai? In his heyday, Huang Jiangtai reigned supreme in Chuzhou, and those who opposed him often met with disastrous fates. Eventually, he passed the family head position to his son, Huang Benshu, and gradually faded from the public eye. Nevertheless, his formidable reputation continued to echo within Chuzhou's circles. Lu Wei stiffly turned around, and upon seeing Huang Jiangtai's visage, he nearly collapsed. It truly was Huang Jiangtai. How could he possibly be here? He immediately forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. "Grandfather Huang, what brings you here?" Lu Wei lowered himself to the utmost humility, yet Huang Jiangtai showed no sign of appreciation. "Who do you think you are to call me grandfather?" With that, he struck Lu Wei, sending him flying several meters through the air. Lu Wei, nearly 1.8 meters tall, was propelled 6 meters away. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. Huang Jiangtai, however, did not cast a glance at Lu Wei and instead approached Li Xian. "Senior, the location has been confirmed. We can depart at any time." Li Xian nodded and turned to his daughter. Duo, Daddy needs to step out for a moment. Can you go home with Aunt Luchi?" "Okay, Daddy. When you come back, I want to eat braised pomelo." "Of course, you little glutton." Li Xian pinched her chubby cheek and entrusted Duo to Lu Qi. At that moment, everyone around was frozen in disbelief, particularly by Gu, whose face was a mask of shock, as if she were trapped in a dream, utterly dazed. She stared intently at Li Xian, unable to fathom the reality before her. How could this worthless man, who had abandoned his wife and children, possibly know the head of the Huang family? Furthermore, how could Huang Jiangtai speak to him with such deference? Meanwhile, Bai Ji's friends were equally stunned, particularly Qingyang, who lay on the ground. Feeling his scalp tingle in realization that he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Senior, how shall we deal with that Lu fellow?" Huang Jiantai inquired. "Eliminate him." Li Xian replied nonchalantly. "Eliminate him?" The words sent a chill through Bai Gu and her companions. They were taken aback by the nonchalance with which he spoke. This was a human life, not merely a chicken. On the ground, Lu Wei felt an icy dread surge within him. Just as he attempted to protest, several cloaked shadowy figures emerged and seized his arms, dragging him away. One could only imagine the grim fate that awaited him in the secluded shadows. At that moment, terror was etched on every face. Li Xian, accompanied by Huang Jiantai, strode away, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Gu finally regained her senses. Lu Qi, what on earth is happening?" Lu Qi sighed. "Li Xian is no longer the man he once was. Bai Gu, I am aware of your esteemed lineage, having been raised in privilege and indulgence, yet it is imperative that you temper your temperance. Had it not been for your close friendship with Qing Qian and my care for Duo, Li Xian would have deemed it fitting for your fate to be far graver than Lu Wei's today." These words struck Bai Ji's mind like a thunderbolt, causing her to sway slightly. A profound sense of dread washed over her, a realization of having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Unbeknownst to her, she had traversed the threshold of death. At that moment, Lu Qi's phone rang, a call from her father, Lu Youguang. Naturally introverted, he seldom called, with his wife, Zhang Meiwan, usually reaching out to Lu Qi. Anxiety gripped her heart. Could something have happened at home? She hastily answered the call. After a brief silence, which only heightened her unease, she inquired urgently, "Dad, what's wrong? Is Xiao Wei in trouble? Please, tell me." "Dear daughter, I have wonderful news. Your brother's illness has been cured." On the other end, Lu Youguang seemed to suppress his excitement, although his voice quivered with emotion. Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? What is really going on? Has Xiao Wei passed away?" The words almost made her drop the phone. "No. Your brother is truly better. After Li Xian's treatment, he can now walk again. It is nothing short of miraculous." Lu Qi stood frozen, clutching the phone, as if ensnared in a dream, struggling to comprehend the reality that her brother, who had been afflicted with bone cancer, had inexplicably recovered. Cradling Duo, she hurriedly left, disregarding farewells to Bai Gu and the others, driven by an urgent need to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiyuan and several subordinates spotted a Rolls-Royce parked outside the shopping mall. "Boss, that's the Rolls-Royce," a bodyguard pointed out. Zhou Jiyuan's excitement surged as he instructed his subordinates, "Quickly, ensure my attire is presentable. I must make a favorable impression on this esteemed individual." "Boss, your outfit is quite tidy," the bodyguard began, only to be interrupted mid-sentence. Li Xian, accompanied by Huang Jiantai, approached and entered the car. As the Rolls-Royce roared to life, a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles, all members of the Hidden Guard, followed suit. "Is that Huang Jiantai, the patriarch of the Huang family?" Zhou Jiyuan questioned his vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The patriarch was a legendary figure in Chuzhou, and Zhou Jiyuan could scarcely aspire to reach Huang Benchu, the current head of the family. In a hushed tone, a nearby bodyguard remarked, "Boss, I think I just saw the old patriarch serving as a chauffeur for that esteemed individual." Zhou Jiyuan nodded, for he too had observed this. The fact that Huang Jiantai personally drove indicated the true magnitude of this esteemed figure. He resolved to find a way to forge a connection with him. Zhou Jiyuan silently vowed to himself. Chapter 22. Those who cross this line shall perish. Huang Jiantai drove the Rolls-Royce, while Li Xian sat in the back seat, resting his eyes. Behind the Rolls-Royce, 8 sleek black sedans followed in perfect formation, exuding an air of solemnity. The convoy traversed the outskirts of Chuzhou, heading toward Qingzhou. The location of the elusive Sanyang fruit lay nestled within the mountain range between these two cities. Huang Jiantai had only received word of its existence, without having seen it himself. It was discovered by a group of adventurous hikers, who, after encountering a beastly attack in the vicinity, posted their photographs online to inquire about the peculiar plant, thus garnering significant attention. By mere coincidence, just as Huang Jiantai sought the Sanyang fruit, news of its discovery surfaced online. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Upon procuring the Sanyang fruit, I shall commence alchemical processes, and I will reserve a pill for you, which, once ingested, will facilitate your advancement into the realm of innate mastery." At these words, Huang Jiantai trembled with excitement. He had been stagnant at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level for many years, dedicating himself to seclusion in hopes of finding a breakthrough. Yet despair had begun to cloud his aspirations as the years passed. The prospect of Li Xian aiding him in achieving innate mastery, a coveted state yearned for by countless cultivators, filled him with fervor. "Drive carefully," Li Xian remarked nonchalantly, prompting Huang Jiantai to regain his composure and nod vigorously. After another half-hour of travel, the vehicle reached the boundary of Chuzhou, but suddenly the pace slowed. Li Xian opened his eyes and gazed ahead, where a checkpoint had been established, halting all vehicles. Several individuals clad in black, adorned with tiger insignias, obstructed the passage of all approaching cars. The Tiger Guards, the military force of the Chuzhou governor's office, were not typically responsible for roadblocks, which fell under the jurisdiction of the transport department. "What is happening up ahead?" Huang Jiantai inquired, rolling down the window to ask a driver who had ventured forward to gather information. "They say there's a military exercise in the mountains, and no vehicles are permitted entry," the driver replied, visibly displeased. "Is there a detour?" Huang Jiantai pressed further. The driver shook his head. "No use. All alternate routes are blocked. I came from another entrance, hoping for luck, but it appears this endeavor is futile." Turning back to Li Xian, Huang Jiantai remarked, "Given the presence of the Tiger Guards and the roadblock, it's likely that the Chuzhou governor has also set his sights on the Sanyang fruit. Can we force our way through?" Li Xian inquired. "That should not be necessary. The Tiger Guards would not dare impede my passage. I shall simply instruct them to clear the obstruction," he replied confidently, pulling out his phone to command, "Have them remove the roadblock." The driver, poised to enter his vehicle, was taken aback by this audacious declaration, wondering if it was prudent to speak so boldly of the Tiger Guards. Were it not for the presence of the luxurious Rolls-Royce, he might have been tempted to scoff openly. These individuals seemed to believe that wealth afforded them immunity to all threats. But the Tiger Guards were the formidable forces of the governor's office. They might soon find themselves in a precarious situation. With a thud, the driver slammed his car door shut and rolled down the window, adopting an expression of morbid curiosity. At that moment, a captain from the concealed guard approached the line of blocking vehicles and coldly commanded, "Clear the roadblock." Upon hearing the words, the members of the Tiger Guards felt a surge of anger. "Do you not possess the ability to see? This road has been sealed by the orders of the governor's office. You cannot simply demand it to be cleared." The captain of the hidden guard wasted no time, revealing a black gold token. "I grant you 3 minutes to contact your superior. If the road is not cleared after 3 minutes, we shall carve our own path." Upon finishing his statement, the captain stowed the token away. The Tiger Guard member, witnessing such brazen authority, felt a swell of discontent but complied, retrieving his phone to make the call. Once he reported the matter concerning the token, his expression swiftly changed. He immediately instructed his subordinates to remove the roadblocks and allow the hidden guards' vehicles to pass. This scene left the drivers, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. The Tiger Guard was genuinely yielding. Surely, he had not misjudged the situation, for these were individuals from the governor's office. The luxurious Rolls-Royce, followed by 8 other vehicles, soon traversed the checkpoint. Meanwhile, in a black sedan, an elderly man's brow furrowed in contemplation. The black gold token of Chuzhou belongs to the hidden guard. There must be a significant figure in that vehicle. Beside him, a young girl displayed her curiosity. "Grandfather, should we follow them to see?" The elder shook his head. "The deployment of the highest-ranked black gold guard for personal escort is beyond our means." With that, he closed his eyes, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Huang Jiantai, though reclusive in Chuzhou, wielded influence across 3 provinces and 72 cities, casting a shadow over the entirety of Jiangnan. To provoke him would be tantamount to courting one's own demise. Unbeknownst to him, the driver of the vehicle was none other than Huang Jiantai himself, or else he might have been left speechless. After passing the checkpoint, the convoy ventured deep into the mountains. As they progressed further, the vehicles could no longer advance, necessitating a disembarkation to continue on foot. According to reports, the Sanyang fruit was likely located in the valley ahead. Huang Jiantai gestured forward. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than several individuals emerged from both sides of the path, blocking their passage. "The 3rd commander of the Tiger Guards, Ing Luo, is conducting business here. No unauthorized personnel may approach." The leading captain of the Tiger Guards unsheathed his sword, drawing a line in the dirt. "Those who cross this line shall meet their demise." Yet, before he could finish, Li Xian stepped across the line. "You seek death. The captain, taken aback by Li Xian's audacity, bellowed and swung his sword at him. However, before he could draw near, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him flying several meters away, the sword slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in a nearby tree. The other members of the Tiger Guards rushed forward, yet found themselves unable to approach within 3 meters of Li Xian, as an invisible power repelled them. Meanwhile, Li Xian walked forward with an air of casual confidence, unimpeded in his advance. At that moment, the eyes of the Tiger Guards members widened in terror. They realized they were facing a formidable master. Even the members of the Hidden Guard expressed their astonishment, having never witnessed Li Xian in action before. Now grasping the true extent of the terror embodied by this young man, who commanded such reverence from the Hall Master. From beginning to end, Li Xian remained motionless, causing the Tiger Guard to be sent flying. This was the legendary manifestation of true energy, a technique possessed only by the most formidable of warriors. Huang Jiangtai, unfazed, trailed behind Li Xian as they ventured deeper into the valley. No member of the Tiger Guard dared to intervene. Soon, Li Xian found himself amidst the valley, where over 20 individuals gathered. In addition to the members of the Tiger Guard, several unidentified martial artists were present, presumably drawn by the allure of the sanyang fruit. Among them stood a middle-aged man, distinguishable by his attire, which bore a golden tiger embroidered on his chest. This was Ing Luo, the third commander of the Tiger Guard. Upon seeing Li Xian approach, Ing Luo's expression darkened. What were the Tiger Guard doing to allow this person to breach the valley? With a subtle glance, he signaled his subordinates, prompting several to draw their blades and encircle Li Xian. At that moment, Huang Jiangtai stepped forward, his voice cold. What a grand display of authority. Commander, do you intend to declare war against my hidden hall? Ing Luo's expression shifted upon noticing Huang Jiangtai, and he hastily bowed. Greetings, Elder Huang. On the surface, the governor's office held power in Chuzhou, yet those privy to the truth understood that the true dominion lay with Huang Jiangtai's hidden hall. Even the governor would treat Huang Jiangtai with deference, let alone a mere commander. Mr. Li is my esteemed guest. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Of course not, Ing Luo responded, lowering his head. The members of the Tiger Guard sheathed their weapons, and the surrounding martial artists displayed looks of astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Xian's gaze had shifted to a cave 100 meters away, specifically to a medicinal herb at its entrance. The herb bore 3 bright red fruits. Swaying in the breeze, it was indeed the sanyang fruit he sought. I assume you are also here for the sanyang fruit, but I fear it cannot be granted to you. However, I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed. My hidden hall will provide you with some compensation, Huang Jiangtai declared with an air of authority, unequivocally announcing the fruit's ownership and discouraging any further ambitions. Ing Luo's face revealed a hint of distress. What, are you dissatisfied? Huang Jiangtai furrowed his brow. In the martial arts world, strength reigned supreme. As the unchallenged king of Chuzhou, he could openly seize the fruit without reproach. His offer of compensation was already a show of integrity. Moreover, these precious resources were ownerless by nature. Whoever claimed them would rightfully possess them. Ing Luo hurriedly waved his hand. I would not dare object. But the reason no one has dared to harvest the sanyang fruit until now is that a ferocious python guards the cave. Before your arrival, some martial artists attempted to ascend, only to meet their demise in an instant. The strength exhibited by that python may very well reach the innate realm. Ing Luo's words bore truth. Had there been no threat, they would have eagerly harvested the sanyang fruit before them. It was only due to witnessing the death of a fellow martial artist at the jaws of the giant python that they had resorted to caution. Naturally, any heavenly material or earthly treasure would be protected by a spirit beast, and Huang Jiangtai was not surprised by this revelation. To his astonishment, the guardian spirit beast had attained the innate realm. A practitioner at the innate level could surpass 100 meters per second, and within it, true energy was born, rendering it impervious to firearms. The ferocious beasts, endowed with naturally robust physiques, were several times stronger than human warriors. Particularly, the scales of the python were terrifyingly defensive. It was no wonder that Ing Luo and his companions dared not advance. Even if Huang Jiangtai were to approach, he would likely only find himself in a position of peril. With such a fierce creature as a guardian, acquiring the sanyang fruit would prove exceedingly difficult. However, the innate ferocious beast was a treasure trove in itself, and if one could deploy heavy weaponry for a concentrated assault, there might be a chance to slay it. Yet, such relentless bombardment would undoubtedly damage the sanyang fruit. Ing Luo articulated his thoughts, which was also the reason for his unwillingness to depart. Initially, he could have monopolized all the materials from the ferocious beast, but with Huang Jiangtai's arrival, he merely hoped to partake in a small share. Huang Jiangtai remained silent, casting an inquiring glance towards Li Xian. To his surprise, Li Xian took strides toward the cave entrance. Ing Luo hastily cautioned, "Do not approach. Once within 30 meters of the entrance, the ferocious python within will be alarmed." Yet, Li Xian's steps did not falter, having already crossed into the 30-meter zone. Boom. In the next moment, a foul stench surged forth from the cave's mouth, followed by a massive shadow emerging from within. The colossal serpent's head, with eyes resembling crimson lanterns, was a sight to behold. Even half of its body exceeded 10 meters in length, equivalent to the height of a 3-story building. Before such a behemoth, everyone felt insignificantly small. Chapter 24. Slaying the ferocious python. At the moment the python appeared, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Its enormous head radiated a fierce aura that sent chills down their spines. Almost simultaneously, several warriors and members of the Tiger Guard instinctively recoiled. Even the hidden guards tensed in response. The serpent's head loomed high, its body thicker than a barrel, its jet-black scales exuding a cold glimmer. Its vertical pupils were ominous and terrifying, fixated intently on Li Xian below. Its scarlet tongue flickered in and out as if poised to strike at any moment. Yet, Li Xian's steps did not waver. He approached the location of the sanyang fruit and crouched down to pluck it. He was truly reckless. The third commander of the Tiger Guard, Ing Luo, cursed under his breath. With the giant python's emergence, Li Xian should have retreated. Yet he dared to attempt to harvest the sanyang fruit. Was he seeking death? Even a master at the pinnacle level like Huang Jiangtai could not withstand a single blow from the innate python, unless he was stronger than Huang Jiangtai. However, among the youthful elites of Chuzhou and the entire Jiangnan region, only 3 had reached the transformation realm, and not a single one had attained the master realm. The prospect of someone surpassing the master realm was utterly inconceivable. Ing Luo felt a profound sense of despair. This giant python existed solely to protect the sanyang fruit. In attempting to harvest, it would undoubtedly infuriate the creature beyond measure. At that point, even divine intervention would be futile. The ferocious python, witnessing Li Xian's audacity in seizing its treasure, was utterly incensed. Its gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, resembling a formidable array of blades. Its body surged forward like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, launching itself at Li Xian with lightning speed. This spectacle compelled gasps of astonishment from all present. Even Huang Jiangtai, well aware of Li Xian's formidable prowess, felt his heart race with trepidation. At that moment, Li Xian slowly raised his head, curling his fingers, and lightly flicked them towards the colossal serpent. Whoosh! In the next instant, a surge of energy erupted from his fingertips, instantly coalescing into a fine line. A subtle sound of air being sliced was heard, and many were unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They beheld the python's massive body freeze abruptly, and its neck appeared as if severed by a divine weapon. The serpent's head plummeted, revealing a clean and smooth wound at its neck, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. The immense body of the python crashed heavily to the ground, its severed head rolling about, blood splattering in all directions. Li Xian uprooted the sanyang grass, and as a soft yellow glow enveloped the sanyang fruit in his palm, he turned his hand, causing the fruit to vanish into thin air. Although his storage ring had been shattered upon his return, the art of sleeve magic was second nature to Li Xian. At this moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, all astonished by the scene before them. Ing Luo stammered, "The energy can kill, instantly slaying a primal beast. This is the power of a forbidden expert." Everyone was left in a state of shock. A forbidden expert. Such figures were legendary, existing only in tales. And yet they had witnessed one in the flesh today. Li Xian then turned to Huang Jiangtai and instructed, "Have the body of this creature transported back. And send me the snake gall. You may handle the rest as you see fit." Realizing the gravity of Li Xian's words, Huang Jiangtai quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. He then signaled to the shadowy members of his team. A few immediately approached to secure the serpent's body. However, given the sheer size of the python, they could not carry it alone, but merely guarded it against potential thieves. Yet such caution seemed unnecessary, as having witnessed Li Xian's strength, none would dare to attempt stealing the python's corpse. Li Xian, however, paid no heed to the happenings around him. With a single step, his entire form transformed into an ethereal phantom, as if traversing through space, and he vanished from sight. "I will await you at the vehicle." His voice echoed through the valley. This scene left all in utter astonishment, unable to fathom the means by which he had executed such a feat. Could even a forbidden expert achieve such a thing? Was it possible he had reached a realm beyond that of a forbidden expert? Even the shadowy figures were left in a daze, and Commander Ing Luo's complexion turned pale. The thought of having previously attempted to confront Li Xian made him realize just how close he had come to his demise. Had it not been for Huang Jiangtai's timely intervention, he might have already met a grim fate. Only Huang Jiangtai wore a smirk. Having allied himself with Li Xian, a decision that would undoubtedly be regarded as the wisest of his life. The corpse of the formidable python is merely the beginning. There will be further advantages to come. You are to immediately contact someone to transport the body back. Huang Jiangtai issued this command before hastily making his way out of the valley. Until Huang Jiangtai departed, Ing Luo remained standing there in a daze. At that moment, the captain, who had been injured by Li Xian outside, rushed in to apologize to Ing Luo. "Third Commander, that individual was likely a forbidden powerhouse. We could not stop him from intruding." Before he could finish, Ing Luo interrupted him with a wave of his hand, gesturing towards the decapitated python. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly slain the beast with a mere snap of his fingers. Does that mean he truly is a forbidden powerhouse? The captain gasped in astonishment. However, Ing Luo shook his head, stating, "He is likely even stronger than a forbidden powerhouse." What? The captain was momentarily rendered speechless. What kind of existence could surpass a forbidden powerhouse? This notion transcended his understanding. Meanwhile, upon returning home with Duo, Lu Qi was taken aback upon spotting her brother casually wandering in the yard. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city's most esteemed hospital for tumor treatment. When the examination results were revealed, the family stared in disbelief. The bone tumor in Lu Wei's body had completely vanished, aside from a slight weakness. He was no different from a normal person. This revelation sent the family of four into a frenzy of excitement. When they mentioned that Lu Wei had once suffered from bone cancer, the doctor dismissed them, unable to believe it. On their way back, Lu Qi's mind was flooded with thoughts of Li Xian, who was shrouded in an air of enigma. Chapter 25. Alchemy. At the moment Li Xian was slaying the python. In a grand villa near the seaside in Chuzhou City, a doctor was attending to Tian Xiaojun's wounds. A row of solemnly faced bodyguards in black suits stood at the edge of the hall. In the center of the hall sat Tian Wenyong, a distinguished man with gold-rimmed glasses and slightly graying hair, his expression grave. Although the Tian family was not among the top aristocracies in Chuzhou, they ranked within the top 30. Tian Wenyong, a shrewd individual, had risen from humble beginnings to establish the formidable Tian family. Surrounding him were his subordinates, who, while ostensibly high-ranking executives in the Tian family's company, were little more than a band of suited rogues. In Chuzhou, who would dare to disrespect Tian Wenyong's son? Yet now, his son had suffered a broken wrist, an incident that immediately alarmed all of Tian Wenyong's subordinates. At that moment, a man seated to the left spoke up. "Boss, according to Xiaojun and the security guards, the assailant possesses considerable strength, and he had the audacity to demand 3 million as compensation from the Tian family. His background must be extraordinary. Old Su, you are merely boosting others' confidence while undermining your own. Do you mean to say that your nephew's injuries are to be disregarded?" A burly man retorted angrily. "When did I say I would not seek revenge? I merely suggested we must exercise caution." The middle-aged man named Su responded, agitated. "Enough." At this moment, Tian Wenyong spoke, prompting silence from both sides. Old Su was not mistaken to openly utter such threats, fully aware of the reputation of the Tian family. Should not be taken lightly. However, I cannot let my son's vengeance go unpunished, and it is absurd to demand an apology from the Tian family. Since he has summoned us to apologize in 3 days, we shall indeed go, but not to apologize. We shall go to exact his life. With that, Tian Wenyong rose from his seat. "Take good care of Xiaojun. I shall step out for a while. Old Ning of the Silver Shark Gang owes me a personal favor. Initially, I had no desire to utilize this connection, but given the circumstances, it has become imperative." Upon hearing the name Ning Laowu, even Old Su, who had been somewhat anxious, visibly relaxed. The leader of the Silver Shark Gang is rumored not to be an ordinary martial artist, but rather a practitioner of semi-cultivation. On their journey back, Huang Jiangtai drove. his mind still turbulent from the extraordinary display of skills exhibited by Li Xian upon his departure. He had assumed Li Xian to be a forbidden powerhouse, but it now appeared that he surpassed even that classification. The Huang family had truly struck fortunate to ally with such a formidable entity. Meanwhile, Li Xian sat in the back seat, resting his eyes. With the acquisition of the sanyang fruit, he could soon commence alchemical preparations upon his return. "Do you know where I might find an alchemy furnace in Chuzhou?" Li Xian inquired. With his abilities, even a mere broken pot could yield divine elixirs. Yet possessing a proper furnace would certainly be preferable. "Senior wishes to refine pills? My hidden palace possesses an alchemy chamber, complete with a furnace forged from mysterious iron, available for your use." A furnace of mysterious iron? Li Xian mused, slightly furrowing his brow. In the realm of cultivation, such a material was considered subpar. Nevertheless, recognizing this was Earth, having a mysterious iron furnace was perhaps acceptable. "Let me there." "Certainly," Huang Jiangtai nodded. The vehicle promptly changed direction, arriving at the Huang family estate. As the true sovereigns of Chuzhou, the estate's striking crimson gates exuded grandeur. The car drove straight in and came to a halt in the courtyard. Huang Jiangtai personally opened the door for Li Xian, a gesture that astonished many of the Huang family station guards. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. "Father, I heard you have returned." Upon speaking, his gaze fell upon Li Xian standing nearby. As he pondered the identity of this individual, Huang Jiangtai introduced him. "This is Senior Li." Hearing the term senior, Huang Benshu's body trembled slightly, and he quickly bowed his head in greeting. "I am Huang Benshu, your junior." It felt somewhat peculiar for Huang Benshu, who belonged to the same generation as Li Xian's parents, to now refer to himself as a junior. However, after a moment's reflection, Li Xian decided not to dwell on such details. "Lead the way," he instructed Huang Jiangtai. Of course, Huang Jiangtai promptly agreed, moving ahead, while Huang Benshu respectfully followed, quietly observing Li Xian's silhouette. Huang Benshu had long been aware of his father's association with the forbidden powerhouse, but the revelation of such a young figure took him by surprise. The trio arrived at the artificial hill in the Huang family's rear courtyard, where Huang Jiangtai gently twisted a stone, causing a large door to slowly open, revealing a straight passage leading underground. As he stepped into the passageway, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted into his nostrils. Huang Jiangtai elucidated, the Huang family's alchemy chamber lies 600 meters underground, where a subterranean fire vein creates an exceptional environment for potion crafting. Upon entering further, an intense warmth enveloped him. Numerous individuals busied themselves, meticulously selecting an array of medicinal materials. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, Li Xian discerned that this underground realm housed 5 stone chambers dedicated to alchemy, each equipped with its own furnace. The innermost chamber contained the largest and highest quality furnace. Huang Jiangtai explained, "The failure rate in alchemy is exceedingly high. Even with 5 furnaces operating day and night, the yield is woefully inadequate to satisfy the training needs of the numerous masters in hiding." Li Xian nodded in understanding. He had already perceived this reality without Huang Jiangtai's input. The techniques employed by these alchemists appeared inferior, likely even to the apprentices of renowned alchemical sects, making any high success rate seem implausible. However, the presence of a subterranean fire vein was an unexpected revelation for Li Xian. This fire vein not only served the purpose of potion crafting, but also offered a venue for cultivation. He approached a central location where a well stood. Yet instead of water, it brimmed with molten magma. As he neared the fiery well, the temperature soared to an unbearable level, as if it could roast a person alive. At that moment, a surge of flame erupted from the well, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat, resembling a dragon of fire. Witnessing this spectacle, both the workers and the Huang father and son changed their expressions, hastily retreating. The flames were frighteningly hot, even for cultivators. Huang Benshu exclaimed, "Senior, be cautious." Yet, Li Xian's countenance remained unperturbed. Just as the flames approached him, he raised his fair hand. In an instant, the flames transformed into a docile kitten, not only halting before him, but also dancing in rhythm with the movements of his hand. Li Xian stood as the sovereign of fire, commanding all flames to obey his will. This scene left the onlookers, including Huang Benshu, utterly astonished. Chapter 26. An ominous sign. Li Xian manipulated the flames with his fingers, elated by the presence of the fire vein. His cultivation encompassed numerous fire-based techniques, and practicing here would undoubtedly augment his abilities. Soon, with a downward motion of his hand, the flames retreated entirely into the well. Such a display of control had left the onlookers wide-eyed. Previously, Huang Binshu had heard tales of his father's association with a formidable figure of forbidden power, but had not comprehended the true extent of such terror. After all, these were legendary beings, unseen by mortal eyes. However, witnessing this spectacle revealed the extraordinary fortune the Huang family had acquired. The flames, capable of melting steel into molten iron, willingly obeyed Li Xian's command, akin to a divine being. Senior, this underground realm contains 5 alchemy chambers, with the highest quality Xian iron furnace located within the innermost chamber. Huang Jiantai remarked, having already witnessed Li Xian's prowess and thus less astonished than others. Li Xian nodded and proceeded directly towards the interior. As Li Xian passed by several alchemy chambers, the alchemists within cast curious glances in his direction, unaware of the commotion that had just transpired outside. They merely heard a cacophony of noise. Without pausing, Li Xian approached the innermost chamber. Huang Jiantai stepped forward to open the door, revealing an elderly man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon seeing Huang Jiantai, he merely offered a slight nod. Unlike other members of the hidden hall who would typically bow in his presence, Huang Jiantai introduced, "This is Elder Chun, the most formidable alchemist in our hidden hall. Nearly all of the high-quality elixirs produced here are crafted by his skilled hands. The rarity of alchemists, particularly those capable of producing superior elixirs, rendered Elder Chin's esteemed status quite understandable. It was likely that the entire hidden hall revered him." Li Xian nodded and proceeded directly into the alchemy chamber, leaving Elder Chin somewhat bewildered as he looked questioningly at Huang Jiantai. "Master," Huang Jiantai clarified, "Senior intends to use this alchemical furnace for his crafting." Elder Chun was astonished. He can concoct elixirs at such a young age? It was not surprising that he reacted thus. After all, the art of alchemy is profoundly intricate, and even Elder Chin himself only began to master it at the age of 40. Li Xian appeared far too youthful. Senior Li possesses extraordinary abilities, and thus, he undoubtedly knows the art of alchemy, Huang Jiantai affirmed, though he himself was uncertain, as even the most formidable individuals did not necessarily excel in this craft. Elder Chin nodded in silence, yet he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he observed curiously from the side. Li Xian began to retrieve the materials for his alchemical endeavor. Alongside a collection of auxiliary herbs, the moment he unveiled the ginseng and the sanyang fruit, Elder Chin's eyes widened in astonishment. As an alchemist, he recognized the exceptional nature of these ingredients. While the ginseng was impressive, the sanyang fruit was truly a legendary herb. At last, Elder Chin could no longer contain himself. "Young man, these materials you intend to use for your elixir are extraordinarily precious. Would you like me to assist you in the crafting process?" As a seasoned alchemist who had devoted half his life to the craft, he had never had the opportunity to work with such rare materials, and his hands itched with anticipation. However, to his surprise, Li Xian shook his head decisively. "There is no need. The elixir I seek is beyond your capabilities." This statement left Huang Jiantai and his father, Huang Binshu, feeling rather awkward. Li Xian's words were rather impolite. Elder Chin's expression darkened at this, as he was the sole advanced alchemist in the hidden hall, and throughout the entirety of Jiangnan province. There was no one whose alchemical skills surpassed his own. To be belittled in such a manner was intolerable. His beard trembled with indignation. "You dare to look down upon me? Pray tell, what elixir do you intend to craft? Surely, if I cannot create it, a mere novice like you will certainly not succeed. You are only destined to squander these precious materials." Though Elder Chun was furious, he was even more pained at the thought of wasting such exquisite ingredients. "The so-called high-level elixirs you speak of are, in my eyes, no better than refuse. Just stand by and observe. As an alchemist, it is indeed a privilege for you to observe my craft," Li Xian remarked with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing these words, Elder Chin's anger surged to the point of near explosion. Such arrogance. The audacity of the younger generation knows no bounds. Huang Jiantai, fearful of offending Li Xian, quickly tugged at Elder Chin's sleeve and whispered, "Li Xian is a significant figure. It would be prudent for you to refrain from further comments." Although Elder Chin possessed a somewhat irritable temperament and an air of superiority, he was not foolish. Acknowledging Huang Jiantai's caution, he begrudgingly suppressed his ire, crossing his arms defiantly, resolved to witness this young man's impending folly. Should the lad squander such precious materials, it would afford him the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Meanwhile, Li Xian paid no heed to Qin's feelings, directly casting the alchemical ingredients into the cauldron. The sight caused Qin's heart to bleed with despair. The sequence in which materials are placed is of paramount importance in alchemy, and this youth appeared to treat it as a mere haphazard mix. Such wastefulness, he thought, was intolerable. At that moment, Li Xian pointed subtly towards the furnace below. In an instant, the heavy stone cover that sealed the fire channel was thrust aside with a thunderous noise, and flames erupted forth. This stone cover, weighing 1,000 pounds, typically required the strength of 5 or 6 individuals to displace. Li Xian's display elicited a flicker of astonishment from Elder Chun, who recognized that this young man was no ordinary individual. Yet, he still muttered under his breath, that cover should not be fully removed, otherwise, the flames will surge uncontrollably. And this fool knows nothing, wasting such fine materials. At this juncture, Li Xian commenced his alchemical process. The fierce flames danced in synchrony with his gestures. Each time he directed his finger, a flame would obediently manifest at a designated location, much like soldiers responding to commands. As he orchestrated the flames, 8 flickering tongues of fire formed a bagua pattern, commencing a rhythmic rotation. Simultaneously, the flames gushing from the channel divided into 8 streams, merging seamlessly with the 8 flames, creating a magnificent spectacle. The temperature within the room escalated dramatically, and soon the entire cauldron glowed a fiery red, with the ingredients beginning to liquefy beneath the heat. Elder Qin's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He had never witnessed such a technique. Nevertheless, a sliver of skepticism lingered in his mind. It is said that powerful practitioners possess extraordinary abilities, yet that does not inherently imply proficiency in alchemy. Li Xian formed seals with his fingers, initiating a series of incantations, a faint luminescence manifesting at his fingertips. Suddenly, he directed a finger toward the cauldron, causing all the alchemical ingredients to levitate. The flame's intensity surged once more, enveloping the room in a crimson glow. As the flames licked the contents, the materials visibly began to amalgamate into a viscous essence. At that moment, Li Xian proclaimed loudly, "All flames, heed my command, coalesce into the elixir." No sooner had the words left his lips than the flames erupted violently. The fire channel became a dragon of flames, engulfing the entire cauldron. Simultaneously, the elixirs within the cauldron rapidly began to take shape. Above the cauldron, 4 extraordinary manifestations emerged: the true dragon, the celestial phoenix, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. This spectacle rendered Huang Jiangtai and his son, along with Elder Chun, utterly astonished. Was this the manifestation of a successful elixir? Elder Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the phenomena above the cauldron, his gaze filled with astonishment. The alchemy had not yet reached fruition. Yet such wonders unfolded. Could it be a legendary divine elixir? Moreover, the technique employed was utterly unprecedented, opening his eyes to a whole new realm. Elder Qin's heart trembled profoundly. In this moment, he was completely in awe. To witness such an extraordinary method of alchemy was a privilege beyond measure. As the flames surged, the elixir within the cauldron approached its final form, and the aroma of the herbs began to waft forth, intoxicating enough to elevate one's very soul. Chapter 27. The divine elixir. Li Xian stood before the cauldron, patiently awaiting the culmination of the process. At this juncture, there was naught for him to do. The flames engulfed the cauldron in a relentless surge, and the fragrance of the elixir grew increasingly potent, imparting a transcendent sensation. Elder Qin's voice quivered with anticipation. Just the scent alone evoked such feelings. If this elixir were to succeed, it would indeed be earth-shattering, rivaling even the legendary masters of the alchemical arts. Elder Chun was genuinely astonished. He felt fortunate to witness such a miraculous technique in his lifetime. Before the cauldron, Li Xian gestured, and the ground fire began to recede gradually. In the next moment, the lid of the cauldron was forcefully propelled open by the gases within. A golden-hued elixir emerged before the onlookers, its rich fragrance almost prompting a celestial ascension. Simultaneously, a beam of light erupted from above the cauldron, piercing through the thick layers of earth to manifest above the Huang family estate. The true dragon, celestial phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird soared majestically in the air. The elixir was complete. At that instant, not only the denizens of the underground world bore witness, but the entire city of Chuzhou beheld the extraordinary phenomenon. Even throughout Jiangnan, all formidable beings felt the resonance. On a distant peak, an elderly man clad in simple garments gazed towards Chuzhou, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This was indeed the manifestation of a successful elixir. A divine concoction had emerged. How could this be? The elderly man's tone was steeped in disbelief. A divine alchemist was a rarity throughout the Dragon Kingdom. How could one appear in Chuzhou? Elsewhere, a Taoist priest donned in ceremonial robes attempted to divine the situation with a flick of his fingertips. Yet, in the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes wide with terror. The alchemist could not be divined, unless he existed beyond the confines of this realm's heavenly principles. Meanwhile, other reclusive old masters, long hidden from the world, were equally stirred. In the subterranean realm of the Huang family, Li Xian raised his hand, and 5 elixirs floated forth, suspended before him. Each of these elixirs bore innate Taoist runes. They were indeed divine elixirs. Beside him, Elder Chun was nearly breathless with excitement. Even Huang Jiangtai and his son were transfixed, gazing intently at the elixirs in Li Xian's grasp. Divine elixirs were legendary treasures. Consuming one could yield immense benefits for any cultivator. Yet, despite the allure of the elixirs, the Huang family father and son dared not entertain any improper thoughts. The existence of Li Xian, who dared to covet his elixirs, was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Li Xian pointed his finger, and an elixir soared to Huang Jiangtai's presence. For your diligent service over these past few days, I bestow upon you this elixir. With its aid, your strength shall undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm. Upon hearing these words, Huang Jiangtai was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling as he prepared to kneel before Li Xian, only to be held aloft by an invisible force that prevented him from doing so. No need for excessive courtesy, simply accept it. Thank you, esteemed senior, Huang Jiangtai replied solemnly, cradling the elixir in his hands, inhaling its fragrance, and revealing a look of rapture upon his face. Even his son, Huang Benchu, standing beside him, could not hide his envy. Meanwhile, Li Xian contemplated the remaining 4 elixirs in his possession and mused aloud. Lu Qi has taken care of my daughter. She deserves one of these elixirs. As for the remaining 3, one shall be for my daughter, Duo. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiangtai and the others perked up in anticipation, curious about whom Li Xian would deem worthy of such fortune. Li Xian continued, the second elixir is reserved for Duo, and the third as well. As they listened, Huang Jiangtai and the others inwardly grumbled. What a peculiar way to express it. Just say you are giving both elixirs to your daughter. Why repeat it thrice? As if no one else has a daughter? However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. With a flick of his hand, Li Xian stored away the 2 elixirs. Just then, Huang Benchu and Elder Qin spoke in unison. Could we have the residues? Both displayed eager expressions. Within the alchemy furnace lay a considerable amount of dark remnants, the byproducts of the refining process. To Li Xian, these residues were mere worthless refuse. Yet to Huang Benchu and others, they were treasures of great worth. Dispose of them as you see fit, Li Xian replied, before turning away and striding towards the exit. Faintly, he heard Elder Qin arguing. Though you are the young palace master, you cannot monopolize everything. Surely you must share a little with me. Upon leaving the Huang residence, Li Xian returned to his villa. Lu Qi had just lulled Duo to sleep, reflecting on her brother's examination at the hospital half an hour prior, feeling as though she were in a dream. Upon seeing Li Xian, she instinctively attempted to kneel before him. Li Xian, thank you for saving my brother. Yet, she discovered an invisible force supporting her, rendering her knees immobile. In that moment, she was filled with astonishment. Was Li Xian a deity? Li Xian smiled and said, you have cared for Duo for 3 years, and I have yet to repay you. Healing Xiao Wei's ailment is but a trifling task for me. As he spoke, he revealed an elixir in his palm. The moment the elixir appeared, a fragrant aroma swiftly filled the entire room. Lu Qi felt as if she were about to float. What is this scent? It is divine. A look of ecstasy spread across her face as Li Xian extended the elixir towards her. Take this. It will be beneficial for you. Is this for me? Lu Qi hesitated to accept the elixir, despite not fully understanding its nature. The mere scent had already bestowed upon her an ethereal sensation, leading her to realize its extraordinary essence. It would be best if it were reserved for Duo. Swiftly, Lu Qi waved her hands, declining the offer. There was still some left for Duo. Without further ado, Li Xian pressed the elixir into her hands. He then approached the slumbering duo, who was breathing evenly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, resembling a porcelain doll. As Li Xian gazed upon his sleeping daughter, a faint smile graced his lips. He retrieved an elixir and placed it delicately into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved, merging seamlessly with her being. In her drowsiness, Duo smacked her lips. How delightful! She even licked her lips, akin to a little glutton. Meanwhile, Li Xian placed his hand on her back, aiding her slumber and assisting in refining the power of the elixir within her. Before long, Duo drifted back into a deep sleep. At that moment, Lu Qi clutched the elixir in her hand, finding it irresistibly enticing, and could no longer resist placing it in her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, it melted, flowing down her throat and into her body. Instantly, she could not help but emit a soft moan. How pleasant! This sensation was truly exquisite. However, when she regained her composure, she noticed Li Xian watching her with a peculiar expression. Instantly, Lu Qi's cheeks flushed crimson. How could she have made such a shameful sound in front of Li Xian? How mortifying! Chapter 28. The caring father Lu Qi felt increasingly uneasy under Li Xian's gaze and hastily changed the subject. Li Xian, my parents would like to invite you over this Sunday. I wonder if you are available? As she spoke, her tone wavered slightly. After all, Li Xian was no longer the same person he once was. Now he commanded respect even from figures like Huang Jiangtai and possessed remarkable abilities. It was uncertain whether he would be inclined to visit the Lu family. Nevertheless, since Li Xian had cured Lu Wei's ailment, the Lu family genuinely wished to express their gratitude. Sure, Li Xian replied without hesitation. I'm not sure what your uncle and aunt enjoy. I'll bring something along. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qi quickly waved her hands. You have already become our benefactor by healing Xiao Wei's illness. How could we burden you further? Li Xian said nothing more and merely gestured toward the direction of the restroom. Lu Qi, I suggest you take a look in the mirror. Look in the mirror? Lu Qi was perplexed, unsure of Li Xian's meaning, and muttered, Is there something on my face? With that thought, she followed his suggestion to the restroom. However, upon seeing her reflection, she stood frozen in astonishment. Although Lu Qi had always been beautiful, her skin had never appeared so flawless. The visage in the mirror was so exquisite that she questioned whether it was truly her. Her complexion was as smooth and delicate as a perfectly boiled egg. Could it be due to the elixir? Now, Lu Qi was utterly astounded. A few minutes later, she returned to the living room, where she found Li Xian seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. She could not help but inquire, The elixir you gave me must be quite precious, right? Not particularly. There will be many more in the future, Li Xian replied. However, when these words reached Lu Qi's ears, she interpreted them as Li Xian's concern that she might take something valuable and feel uneasy, which warmed her heart unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that Li Xian was indeed a warm-hearted individual. By the way, Li Xian, tomorrow Duo is starting school at the Morning Light Kindergarten, which is just 3 kilometers away. I will send you the teacher's WeChat shortly. As she spoke, Lu Qi recalled something else. Yet, despite opening her mouth, she ultimately refrained from voicing it. Soon, it would be July 15th, and she wished to remind Li Xian that he should pay tribute to his parents. However, fearing it might evoke painful memories for him, she chose to remain silent. 5 years ago, the Li family faced bankruptcy, a blow too severe for Li Xian's parents to bear, leading them to take their own lives, and the entire villa was reduced to ashes in a fire. The Li family was shattered overnight, and it was precisely for this reason that Meng Qingxian insisted on marrying Li Xian, declaring her intention to stand by him during his lowest moments. Lu Qi admired her best friend for this commitment, as few could truly do the same. Nevertheless, she had heard numerous rumors over the years regarding the circumstances of Li Xian's parents' deaths, suggesting that they might not have committed suicide but rather been murdered and their bodies burned. Of course, the various rumors surrounding the Li family's bankruptcy in Chuzhou were countless, a blend of truth and falsehoods that no one could clarify, including Li Xian himself, let alone others. As Lu Qi departed, she sent a WeChat message to Li Xian. However, after Li Xian added her as a friend, the request remained unapproved. The following morning, Duo awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and was greeted by the delightful aroma of breakfast. Upon entering the hall, she found a sumptuous breakfast spread laid out on the table. Her big eyes sparkled with excitement. In a delightful, sleepy voice, she exclaimed, "Daddy, it smells so good." Li Xian smiled knowingly, aware that her appetite had been piqued, and urged, "Hurry. Wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Duo nodded vigorously and dashed to the sink. She placed a stool under the sink, climbed up, and turned on the faucet. Li Xian came over, removing his scarf, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Let daddy help you. Duo obediently nodded. After breakfast, he dressed Duo in the new clothes they had bought the previous day. Since it was her first time trying braids, Li Xian had taken the time to learn online. This time, the transformation was indeed remarkable. Her tousled hair was soon washed and dried, styled into a perfect braid, coupled with her freshly washed, rosy cheeks. She looked every bit the little princess. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Duo smiled, pleased with herself. Daddy is amazing, she declared, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Li Xian's cheek. After their meal, Li Xian carried his daughter to the kindergarten. As they approached, Duo eagerly asked Li Xian to set her down, taking his hand as she skipped happily alongside him. Look, Mommy, is that Li Xiaodu? She exclaimed at the entrance of the kindergarten. The girl approaching vigorously shook her mother's arm, her eyes wide with astonishment. The woman turned her head, equally taken aback. Indeed, there was a striking resemblance. In that moment, Duo, with her skin and demeanor, resembled a little fairy. The woman hesitated to confirm this. Wang Wei stood at the entrance of the kindergarten, where every child passing by greeted her. Good morning, teacher. She responded with a radiant smile and a wave. Suddenly, she heard a student from her class mention seeing Duo, instinctively turning to look. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened, and her luscious red lips parted slightly. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet Duo appeared transformed, utterly adorable. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd nearby. Is that Li Xiaoduo from Class 3? I barely recognize her. My goodness, she is simply enchanting, like a princess from a fairy tale. Many parents began to whisper among themselves. At that moment, Wang Wei, regaining her composure, noticed Li Xian standing next to Duo and frowned slightly. Hello, Teacher Wang. I am Duo's father, Li Xian said, extending his hand. However, Wang Wei did not reciprocate, her expression instantly turning cold. As Duo's teacher, she was all too aware of the circumstances surrounding her. She had always looked after Duo in class, but in her mind, Duo's father was nothing more than a negligent man who had abandoned his wife and daughter, vanishing for 5 years, only to return now. Not perturbed by the teacher's demeanor, Li Xian calmly withdrew his hand. Duo waved at him, skipping joyfully towards the kindergarten. I will leave Duo in your capable hands, Li Xian stated, departing only once the gate closed behind him. Inside the kindergarten, Wang Wei called Duo over. Duo, was that truly your father this morning? Yes, he is my dad. He just came back, Duo replied. What does your father do now? Wang Wei inquired. It seems he doesn't have a job, Duo responded. Upon hearing this, a faint smirk appeared on Wang Wei's face. Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots. Could it be that this grown man expects Lu Qi to support him? Her disdain deepened. Chapter 29. Another hidden truth. After leaving the kindergarten, Li Xian did not return home, but instead drove to the western suburb cemetery located outside Chuzhou city. This cemetery was the largest in Chuzhou, backed by rolling mountains. With a plot costing over 300,000, ordinary citizens could scarcely afford such a place. When the Li family went bankrupt and his parents committed self-immolation, Li Xian could not afford the expenses, relying instead on Meng Qingqian's private savings to handle the funeral arrangements. Upon reaching the cemetery entrance, the security guard immediately inquired, "Who are you?" However, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, the guard's demeanor softened considerably. Li Xian tossed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the guard, who, now beaming, did not even ask whom he was there to pay respects to, promptly opening the gate. Li Xian walked into the graveyard on foot. Each tombstone exuded a somber atmosphere. In the southwestern corner, he finally found his parents' grave. He observed that the area surrounding their tomb was remarkably clean, suggesting that someone frequently tended to it. In the years past, the Li family faced bankruptcy. And as the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. Even the once close friends of his parents kept their distance, while relatives avoided Li Xian as if he were the plague. Who could possibly be tending to his parents' graves? Could it be his aunt? Li Xian's mother had a sworn sister named Yi Qingxue, who maintained a strong bond with the Li family and showered Li Xian with affection during his childhood. However, after the family's downfall and the tragic self-immolation of his parents, Yi Qingxue vanished from sight, leading Li Xian to suspect that she, like many others, was a social climber deliberately shunning him. Despite his reservations, deep down, He wished to believe that his beloved aunt was not such a person. Standing before the gravestone, he gazed at the names of Li Bu and Gu Yuruan, along with their photographs, feeling a pang of anguish in his chest. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In the days of the Li family's prosperity, they were affluent beyond measure, and Li Xian was the apple of his parents' eye. No matter how outrageous his actions were, they always indulged him. It was only after their tragic demise that he learned of the family's financial ruin. Though his parents' protection was excessive, their love was genuine. The memory of unearthing their charred remains from the ruins sent shivers through his body. After a prolonged period lost in sorrow, a voice of astonishment broke through his despair. "Who are you?" Li Xian turned to find an elderly figure standing not far off, staring intently at him. "Is that you, Uncle Kong?" He recognized the visitor, astonished at the drastic changes time had wrought in the 5 years since they last met. Uncle Kong, once the proud steward of the Li family, now appeared frail and aged, his hair white and face lined with wrinkles, his body thin and limping. "You are the young master?" Uncle Kong also recognized Li Xian and hobbled towards him. "Young master, it truly is you. You've returned." "Indeed, I have returned," Li Xian replied, suddenly understanding why his parents' graves were so well kept. The broom in Uncle Kang's hand made it clear that he had been coming regularly to tend to them. "Thank you, Uncle Kong," Li Xian said sincerely. "Master Li treated me exceptionally well. I could do nothing for him except come to visit regularly," Uncle Kong said with a bitter smile, grasping Li Xian's hands. "It is truly wonderful that you are back. These 5 years. I thought you thought I was dead, didn't you?" Li Xian smiled faintly. "I merely ventured to a remarkable place. Young master, it is truly a blessing that you have returned. Please come to my home. I have a few items to give you, things left by your mother. After the family's downfall, I encountered some difficulties and was unable to present them to you." "Things left by my mother?" At this, Li Xian nodded eagerly. The two exited the cemetery, and the security guard promptly opened the gate with enthusiasm, waving at Li Xian. Uncle Kong wore a puzzled expression. "This guard is quite the social climber. He has always given me disdainful looks whenever I visit. Why is he so eager for the young master?" "It must be because of this Rolls-Royce," Li Xian said, opening the car door. Kong Bo was momentarily astonished. "Young master, is this car yours?" "Indeed, Kong Bo, please get in," replied the young master. A shiver coursed through Kong Bo's body, tears of joy streaming down his face. The young master has truly succeeded. Upon arriving at Kong Bo's humble abode, they found themselves in a dilapidated neighborhood. The dwelling, a mere 60 square meters, was furnished with aging pieces. Within, a young man lounged on the sofa, casually smoking with his legs crossed. Upon seeing Li Xian, he inquired, "Dad, who is this?" "This is the young master of the Li family," Kong Bo replied. At this revelation, the youth sprang to his feet. "A member of the Li family? Dad, how can you be so forgetful? You barely survived 3 months in the hospital, and yet you dare provoke someone from the Li family?" The young man was clearly agitated. Kong Bo shot his son a stern look, admonishing, "Do not speak carelessly. Dare to utter another word, and I shall discipline you." Turning to Li Xian, he added, "Young master, my son tends to speak without thinking. Please, have a seat. I will fetch you some tea." However, Li Xian discerned something in Kong Yang's words and inquired gravely, "Kong Bo, what exactly transpired? Was there more to the Li family's bankruptcy?" With his keen perception, he noticed Kong Bo's numerous injuries, suggesting the incident that Kong Yang alluded to. Upon hearing this, Kong Bo's expression immediately shifted. "Young master, do not overthink. There is nothing more to it," he hastily denied. The memories of the events that transpired at the Li family villa sent shivers through him. Had he not been clever, he would have lost more than just a leg. He might have perished alongside the Li family patriarch. The individuals who targeted the Li family were utterly terrifying, possessing abilities beyond comprehension. It was imperative that Li Xian remained unaware. Otherwise, not only would his quest for vengeance be thwarted, but Li Xian's very life would also be at stake. "Kong Bo, do not conceal the truth from me. Even if you attempt to hide it, I will uncover it." Li Xian's voice carried an icy undertone. Kong Bo shook his head. "It is futile. You cannot seek revenge. Those people are not ordinary." "Indeed. Rest assured, Kong Bo. Even the royal family of Long Country must pay a price." At this, Kong Yang could not help but scoff. This young master certainly speaks with audacity. Sensing Li Xian's determination, Kong Bo ultimately sighed. "In truth, your parents did not commit self-immolation. They were murdered." These words left Li Xian trembling, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him. causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Speak. Who is responsible for my parents' deaths? Chapter 30. The shock of Chuzhou in that moment. The aura released by Li Xian was so terrifying that both Kong Bo and his son shivered involuntarily. Yet, Li Xian quickly reined in his aura, leaving Kong Yang in bewilderment. What just happened? Why did it suddenly turn so cold? As Kong Bo began to speak, he recounted the fateful night of the incident at the Li residence. He had approached the family head to discuss some financial matters. But upon reaching the threshold of the study on the 3rd floor, he overheard the head pleading for mercy from within. The door had not been tightly shut, and through the crack, he glimpsed a figure exuding cold indifference. This figure did not merely strike the head down, but ruthlessly ended his life. In a fit of rage, the lady rushed towards the man, only to have her neck mercilessly snapped. Terrified, I sought refuge in a storage room on the 3rd floor, trembling in fear. Through the window, I caught sight of several men in black departing. They leapt from the 3rd floor with astonishing agility. One of them even conjured flames from thin air, igniting the entire villa. In a moment of desperation, I jumped from the 3rd floor, landing in the bushes below, fracturing my leg in the process. Do you recall the appearance of that individual? Li Xian inquired, his voice icy, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. The thought that his parents had been murdered ignited a fierce determination within him to hunt down their killer and exact brutal retribution. Kong Bo shook his head. In the chaos, my memory is hazy, yet I vaguely recall one being referred to as Wang Lang. Very well, Kong Bo, thank you. With a pronounced limp, Kong Bo retrieved a jewelry box from within. This was entrusted to me by the lady the day before the incident, with instructions to pass it on to the young master after some time. At that moment, I had no inkling of what was to transpire. After my jump from the building, I spent 3 months in the hospital fighting for my life and subsequently remained hospitalized for over 6 months. By the time I was discharged, the young master had vanished. Li Xian took the box, opened it, and discovered a trove of jewelry alongside a bank card. On the back of the card was a password, his own birthday. This was left for me by my mother. She was aware of the impending disaster at the Li household and intended it as a means for survival. Li Xian's fists clenched tightly. It was evident that his parents had foreseen the threat against them, yet they dared not flee or report it. What sinister force could instill such fear that they felt compelled to await their demise? The ability to conjure fire was undoubtedly indicative of a practitioner. Regardless of the organization behind this, he vowed to make them pay dearly. For the murder of my parents, not even the gods could save them. Kong Bo, I shall return another day to assist with your leg injury, Li Xian declared before departing the Kong residence. Today his heart was consumed by vengeance, leaving no room for thoughts of healing Kong Bo's wounds. Once Li Xian left, Kong Yang could not restrain himself. Father, is the young master of the Li family not in his right mind? He speaks of treating your leg, yet how many years has it been broken? Silence. Kong Bo coldly interrupted his son. The young master speaks from a place of goodwill. Despite the fall of the Li family, he remains my young master, and you ought to show him respect. Should I hear you speak ill of him again, beware of my wrath. After leaving the Kong family, Li Xian found himself at the Huang residence, where Huang Jiangtai hurried out to greet him. Upon witnessing the fierce aura emanating from Li Xian, a shudder coursed through him. What could have transpired to incite such fury in Li Xian? Immediately summon all of your subordinates, including the 27 other cultivation factions who welcomed me at the Celestial Bridge that day, to seek out a cultivator by the name of Wang Lang. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground, I demand that he be found. Whoever locates him first shall receive my assistance in transcending to the innate realm. Li Xian's words were deliberate and forceful. Huang Jiangtai felt as if his scalp might explode. To transcend to the innate realm is no trivial matter. One must understand that he, at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, is already the uncrowned king of Chuzhou, a true dominator. The innate realm represents an existence perched at the apex of the pyramid. Now, Li Xian has offered the reward of transcending to the innate realm, which is likely to incite madness among the cultivators of Chuzhou. This is indeed an extravagant gesture. The cultivator, named Wang Lang, is doomed. Even if he hides in a mouse hole, he will be unearthed. Soon, Huang Jiangtai gathered all 27 cultivators and, after confirming that none among them bore the name Wang Lang, announced Li Xian's decree. Instantly, the 27 were set ablaze with fervor, especially when Huang Jiangtai produced a divine-grade elixir, claiming it was bestowed upon him by Li Xian. These individuals became utterly frenzied. The head of the Gu family, Gu Moyan, The head of the Wang family, Wang Shou, and Wan Jun of the Wuying sect, all these typically elusive figures made their appearances. The myriad forces within Chuzhou quaked in trepidation. Even the entire Jiangnan region became aware of the stirrings in Chuzhou, speculating on what significant event could possibly rouse so many cultivation factions. Huang Jiangtai's hidden pavilion even requested the archives from the 6 doors regarding all men surnamed Wang in Chuzhou, meticulously tracing their lineage back through generations. Once he had conveyed the orders, Li Xian tempered his murderous intent and proceeded to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter from school. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Wang Wei entrusted Duo to Li Xian's care. Duo's father, your daughter is incredibly bright and charming. She regards you as her hero and hopes you can be a good role model for her, so as not to disappoint her, Wang Wei said earnestly. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Li Xian replied, taking Duo's small hand as they departed. Duo turned back to wave at Wang Wei, saying, Goodbye, teacher. Upon returning home, Duo eagerly opened her little backpack and pulled out a sheet of drawing paper. Daddy, the teacher assigned us homework today, asking each child to collaborate with their parents to create a drawing. I want to draw 2 tigers. Can we draw together? Of course, Li Xian responded, his earlier murderous intent dissipating into boundless affection upon seeing his daughter. Duo drew a small tiger, while Li Xian drew a larger one. As Duo sketched a small tiger with vibrant colors, it took on a surprisingly lifelike appearance. Daddy, it's your turn to draw now. All right. Li Xian mimicked Duo's style and crafted a grand tiger. Your tiger looks amazing, Duo praised, joyfully holding up the paper. It looks so alive. This tiger even blinks. Li Xian merely smiled faintly at the compliment. Though it was merely a haphazard doodle, since it was created by his hand, it naturally exuded a certain spirit. Chapter 31. The culprit Duo played in the living room while Li Xian went to prepare dinner for her. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, Duo was engrossed in an animated series, while Li Xian's gaze was drawn to the entrance. A gentle knock echoed from outside. Although the villa was equipped with a doorbell, its loud chime would disturb Li Xian, prompting the members of the hidden guard to opt for a softer knock. Upon opening the door, Li Xian inquired coldly, Have there been any leads regarding the investigation into Wang Lang? Though his words were seemingly plain, they resonated with formidable authority. Even a slumbering tiger retains its fearsome presence. The hidden guard now fully comprehended Li Xian's terrifying nature. Under Li Xian's penetrating gaze, the guard felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. Overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation, he hastily replied, The Lord has sent me to report that we indeed have a lead. He is likely in Gusu, and we should be able to pinpoint his location shortly. Li Xian glanced at his daughter, who was intently watching television, and instructed, You come in and play games with my daughter. I will meet with Huang Jiangtai. Yes, sir, the hidden guard promptly nodded. Soon, Li Xian was in the presence of Huang Jiangtai. Senior, we have confirmed Wang Lang's identity. He is the head of a prominent cultivation family residing in the Gusu district. He is quite well known in the area, and after investigating the cultivators of Jiangnan, we easily identified him. Will such extensive searches by various families alert him? Li Xian questioned. His brow furrowed. Not at all. The individuals dispatched by each family are highly professional and will not divulge even the slightest information. Moreover, only half a day has passed. The news has not reached Gusu yet. Good, Li Xian replied with a nod. Should I lead a team to apprehend him? Huang Jiangtai inquired. No need. Provide me with his photograph. I wish to conclude this matter personally. Understood. Huang Jiangtai handed Li Xian the printed photograph and scribbled an address on a note. Senior, this is the location of that family in Gusu. Unnecessary. Li Xian did not glance at the address, but stepped forward, vanishing from Huang Jiangtai's view. As night deepened and the city lights sparkled, Gusu was bustling with vibrancy. In the underground parking lot of a grand building, a black Maybach came to a slow halt. A young man emerged from the vehicle, his gaze sharp and predatory like that of a leopard. He approached the rear door and respectfully opened it. Master, we have arrived at the Blue Whale Hotel. An imposing elder, dressed in a pristine suit and polished shoes that gleamed, stepped out, exuding an air of authority. After straightening his suit, he began to make his way toward the elevator. At that moment, a young man appeared in his line of sight, coolly observing him. With the keen intuition of a practitioner, the elder narrowed his eyes, regarding the suddenly materialized Li Xian. Were you waiting specifically for me? To be precise, I am here to claim your life, Li Xian replied. Ha ha ha, there are many who seek my life in this Gusu district. Yet I have always sent them to meet the king of hell. I am rather curious. Do we know each other? 5 years ago, in Chuzhou, the Li family. Li Xian stated coldly. Upon hearing these words, the elder seemed to be lost in deep recollection. The Li family of Chuzhou had faded into obscurity long ago. I had presumed them to be extinct, yet it appears there remains a survivor. It seems the waters of Tianxing Lake were not sufficiently profound to engulf you. How unfortunate that, having escaped death by mere chance, you do not take care to hide, but instead dare to present yourself before me. You truly do not understand the value of life. At the mention of Tianxing Lake, Li Xian's pupils narrowed slightly. Indeed, the individual who cast me into the lake years ago is inexorably linked to you. Today, I shall settle both old and new debts by taking your head. A tribute to the spirits of my parents in the afterlife. The elder's eyes betrayed a hint of scorn as he chuckled softly, shaking his head. With you, a mere waste of existence? 5 years ago, your parents knelt before me, pleading desperately, yet I did not hesitate to snap their necks. The only reason I did not turn my attention to you was that you, in your insignificance, were not worthy of my effort. A frigid glint ignited in Li Xian's eyes, a palpable aura of malevolence and bloodlust enveloping him. The image of the Li family villa ablaze. The charred remains of his parents resurfaced in his mind, piercing his heart with pain. As his fury surged, an icy malice welled up in the basement, chilling like the depths of winter. The elder's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Is that true energy? The unique power of a cultivator has manifested in this wastrel. No wonder he appears taken aback. However, the elder quickly regained his composure. How surprising it is that after 5 years of absence, you have emerged as a cultivator. Yet, what does that signify? Merely 5 years, even with relentless practice. How formidable could your cultivation be? With such meager prowess, you dare to seek trouble with me? I must say, you are quite foolish. Who accompanied you to the Li family 5 years ago? How did the Li family manage to incur your wrath to such a devastating extent? Li Xian's voice was cold, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The elder burst into laughter. This young man still harbors the delusion of uncovering the truth from 5 years past. Does he wish to avenge himself against the puppeteer behind it all? It seems he has yet to grasp the disparity in our strengths. He shook his head, a trace of pity in his eyes. Apart from myself, several of my brothers and disciples also assaulted the Li family 5 years ago. To be frank, even without my intervention, others would have acted. The fate of the Li family was already sealed, and that day their annihilation was inevitable. Chapter 32. The Forbidden Soul Curse. Upon hearing these words, the murderous intent in Li Xian intensified, an icy aura radiating from him. It was evident that the downfall of the Li family had been orchestrated by unseen hands. Wang Lang was merely a tool in the hands of the true mastermind. Yet, how could a commercial family like the Li's have offended such a formidable figure? To command the leaders of cultivation families is no trivial feat. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Speak. Who directed your actions? Li Xian inquired coldly. Wang Lang, however, merely scoffed disdainfully. Boy, I have divulged so much already out of pity for your impending demise, and you still seek to know more? Perhaps you should pose your queries to the king of hell instead. Having spoken, he commanded the driver beside him. Take him down, a waste of space. Still a waste, even after 5 years of cultivation. Yes, the driver, fists clenched, advanced towards Li Xian, a sinister grin adorning his face. He was not merely a driver, but also a trusted confidant of Wang Lang, and a practitioner in his own right. Yet, before he could make a move, an invisible force struck him, sending him flying through the air, and before his body could touch the ground, he erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. The driver, who had already attained the realm of transformation, was dead. In that moment, astonishment flickered in Wang Lang's eyes. He had not even witnessed Li Xian strike. His driver was simply gone, and he had never encountered someone so terrifying. Could it be a forbidden powerhouse? How could that be? Forbidden powerhouses existed only in legends. How could this waste from the Li family be one of them? Yet, Li Xian afforded him no time for contemplation, raising his hand to reveal a swirling vortex in his palm. In the next instant, Wang Lang found himself drawn towards Li Xian, his neck ensnared by Li Xian's grip. In that fleeting moment, Wang Lang felt enveloped by a terrifying force, his inner energy vanishing without a trace, rendering him utterly immobile. The energy that once surged within him was now brutally annihilating his vitality, inflicting a pain that penetrated the very depths of his soul. He was indeed facing a forbidden powerhouse. Despair surged within Wang Lang. Tell me, who sent you to the Li family? Li Xian's voice emanated as though from the depths of hell, icy and piercing, akin to that of a celestial emperor, imbued with immense authority. Strangely, Wang Lang chuckled. If I tell you, will you spare me? Clearly not. Therefore, you shall not extract any useful information from my lips. Are you not a forbidden powerhouse? Is your strength not terrifying? Yet you will never uncover who annihilated your Li family. Ha ha ha. Wang Lang, fully aware of his impending demise, wore a deranged expression. Do you think your silence can shield you from my knowledge? As he spoke, a faint ghostly light shimmered on Li Xian's fingertips, reaching towards Wang Lang's head. In that instant, terror flickered in Wang Lang's eyes. Soul-searching technique. He had once witnessed someone wield this spell and recognized it immediately. He understood all too well the horrors of the soul-searching technique. Those subjected to it endured torment 100-fold more brutal than 1,000 cuts. You destroyed my Li family, and today I shall let you taste the flames that scorch the soul, Li Xian said, his voice chilling. How ruthless you are! But do you think your soul-searching technique can unveil the truth of that day? Boy, you will never comprehend the terror of those who sought to obliterate your Li family. They have long since sown a forbidden curse in my mind. Anyone attempting to probe my memories will be thwarted by this curse. Ha ha ha, you may kill me, but you shall never attain the secrets you desire. Is that so? Li Xian's palm descended upon Wang Lang's head. Indeed, a blood-red sigil manifested, attempting to strike Li Xian. This sigil's power was exceedingly strange, preventing anyone from peering into Wang Lang's memories. Wang Lang laughed heartily. Do you see? You wish to obtain my memories? Not a chance. A mere display of skill, yet you dare to impede my progress. Not only shall I dismantle this forbidden incantation, but I shall also use it to trace the one who cast it. As Li Xian's words fell, his aura transformed instantaneously, the brilliance radiating from his palm imbued with unfathomable mystery. In the astonished gaze of Wang Lang, he abruptly seized a bolt of azure lightning from the void. Thunder rumbled. The emergence of the lightning enveloped the atmosphere in an aura of utter destruction, plunging Wang Lang into a hellish experience. The crimson runes quivered ominously. With a crack, the thunder erupted, shattering the blood-red inscriptions into oblivion. Concurrently, under the weight of this terrifying power, the entire Xuzhou district trembled. A gleam of memory was ensnared within Li Xian's grasp. Upon reviewing it, he crushed it decisively, along with the entirety of Wang Lang's head. Li Xian's gaze then turned towards the southern expanse of Xuzhou City. Though situated in an underground garage, his sight pierced through the vastness of space. The spellcaster, the one who orchestrated Wang Lang, I have seen you. With that declaration, Li Xian stepped forth and vanished from the underground garage. Meanwhile, within a tranquil villa in Jiangnan, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess. Both were esteemed heads of renowned cultivation families in Jiangnan and had been close friends for many years. Yet, one of the elders appeared distracted. Wang Lao, what troubles you? You've lost again. Is there something on your mind? Inquired the elder dressed in traditional attire. With a sigh, Wang Lao replied, I have just received word that the Li family waste who was cast into Tianqing Lake 5 years ago is still alive. He has returned to Chuzhou. What? Alive? That Wei Xinyu is truly a failure, incapable of even this simple task. Like mud that cannot support a wall, the elder in traditional garb exclaimed in frustration. However, he soon chuckled. If he is alive, then we shall simply send someone to eliminate him again. What is there to fear from an inept young master of the Li family? Wang Lao sighed once more. After Li Xian's disappearance, I dispatched individuals to investigate. Yet there were no leads. Now he suddenly reappears, which unsettles me. After all, the Li family is entangled with that formidable figure. We must remain vigilant. Rest assured, even if the power behind the Li family intervenes, it poses no threat. I have already planted a soul-sealing curse within Wang Lang's consciousness. Should he dare to utter our names, he will perish instantly, and no one shall uncover our involvement. With your assurance, I feel at ease, Wang Lao nodded. Just then, the elder in traditional garments reached for a nearby teacup, intending to take a sip. Yet, before it could touch his lips, a torrent of thunder erupted from within him. An aura of annihilation enveloped his form. How can this be? His expression shifted dramatically, realizing that his forbidden spell had been breached, and that an attack was launched upon him from 1,000 miles away. He was incredulous. Such overwhelming, thunderous power sent his internal energies into chaos. The elder in traditional attire desperately attempted to regulate his qi, but to no avail. With a cough, He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, instantly rendered feeble. In merely half a minute, he lost 90% of his cultivation. Once at the pinnacle of mastery, he now plummeted below the threshold of transformation. Opposite him, Old Wang stared in disbelief at the blood-soaked elder clad in traditional robes, his face a mask of horror. What on earth had transpired? Chapter 33. Annihilation of the clan inside the villa. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the brilliant lights illuminating the surroundings, it felt as though they had descended into an abyss of unending darkness. Old Wang's gaze fixated on the elder, drenched in blood, as his throat constricted. A chilling dread enveloped him. What was happening? This scene was utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, the void outside the villa began to distort, and a spectral figure emerged, rapidly solidifying. Li Xian appeared at the entrance of the villa, as if conjured from thin air. For someone of his caliber, traversing from the Gusu district to the capital was but a fleeting moment. The instant he shattered the forbidden spell, he had instinctively locked onto the caster. The elder in traditional garb. From Wang Lang's memories, he discerned that this elder, named Guozhao, was the mastermind who had orchestrated Wang Lang's actions, leading to the demise of his parents. Li Xian could never let him escape. Not just him, but everyone within the villa deserved to perish. At that moment, Li Xian emanated an aura of icy dread, as if he had risen from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who beheld him. Wang Lang, upon witnessing Li Xian's sudden appearance, exhibited a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. The villa's exterior was swarming with bodyguards, yet they had made not a single move. This indicated that they had all been dealt with. The fact that over a dozen bodyguards had been neutralized without his awareness signified the opponent's terrifying prowess. Guozhao lay there, gasping for breath, utterly weakened. He turned to old Wang, stating, "This individual is likely connected to the one who severely injured me. To inflict harm from such a distance, the assailant is exceedingly formidable. You must confront him while I activate the Villa's array to eliminate this threat. And then we can make our escape." Old Wang nodded, his fingers curling into claws as he summoned his vital energy. In the next instant, he charged towards Li Xian. In his estimation, even if this young man possessed extraordinary strength, it would not be an easy feat to withstand the assault of a true master. As Old Wang launched his attack, the elder in traditional robes staggered towards the interior of the villa. Upon seeing Old Wang rush towards him, Li Xian's expression remained one of indifference. In the following moment, an overwhelming force surged forth. Old Wang was sent hurtling backward, colliding with the wall. Pinned down by an immense power that rendered him immobile, his face pressed against the surface as the sound of cracking bones filled the air. How could this be? Astonishment filled Old Wang's eyes. As a master, he could not even withstand the aura emanating from his opponent. Was he facing a forbidden powerhouse? How could there be such a being backing the Li family? A single forbidden powerhouse could easily dominate the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Guozhao had crawled to the control point of the array, his blood-stained hand slamming down with force. Instantly, the air within the room began to boil. The power of the formation coalesced into a colossal sword of light, aimed directly at Li Xian, its might formidable. Yet, in the next instant, the newly formed giant sword began to shatter, disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace. Subsequently, the entire formation crumbled with a thunderous roar, causing the villa to tremble violently. The lethal weapon in Guozhao's eyes appeared so feeble before Li Xian. How could this be? Guozhao trembled uncontrollably, and before he could react, an invisible force engulfed him. His body was instantaneously propelled to the front of Li Xian, where he lifted his gaze to meet Li Xian's eyes, cold, suffocating, indifferent. In the next moment, Li Xian's palm descended upon the crown of his head, forcibly extracting a radiant orb of light. A piercing scream erupted from Guozhao's lips. The soul-searching technique inflicted more agony than 1,000 tortures, piercing the very essence of his being. Li Xian delved into the memories within. From Guozhao's recollections, he discerned that those who had orchestrated his actions hailed from an organization known as the God-Slaying Hall. Infuriatingly, Guozhao had never laid eyes upon their true visage, leading to a severance of leads. The mastermind behind the assault on the Li family was exceedingly cautious, seemingly fearful of something. Soon, another piece of information emerged from Guozhao's memories. The Li family's affairs were intertwined with a significant figure from the Dragon Nation, and their misfortunes were connected to this individual. This constituted all the knowledge Guozhao possessed. Li Xian furrowed his brow. Who was the influential figure behind the Li family? What manner of organization was the God-slaying hall? He crushed Guo Zhao's memories without hesitation. At that moment, Guo Zhao's eyes glazed over. After the soul-searching technique was employed, his spirit was incomplete, rendering the subject a mere fool. Nevertheless, Li Xian mercilessly crushed him underfoot. Even a fool was deemed unworthy of existence in his eyes. Meanwhile, Elder Wang gazed upon the scene with palpable terror. Li Xian's various methods seemed almost divine. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill us? In what way have we offended you? Elder Wang's voice trembled with fear. In response, Li Xian suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter, a sound tinged with madness. Following his laughter, his gaze turned fierce as he regarded Elder Wang, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Good question. What offense have you committed against me? Wang Jinhua, do you recall the great fire at the Li family in Chuzhou 5 years ago? Do you remember the charred couple amidst the flames? Do you remember the Li family's young master who was pushed into the Tianqing Lake 5 years ago? Li Xian's words were imbued with an icy chill. The Li family had never wronged these individuals, yet they had suffered devastation at their hands. And no amount of water from the 3 rivers could extinguish the fury within Li Xian. At that moment, Wang Jinhua comprehended the gravity of the situation. He certainly remembered. For he and Guo Zhao had been the puppet masters orchestrating all actions against the Li family. To them, the insignificant Li family was akin to ants. However, he had not anticipated that someone would seek vengeance for those very ants today. The so-called waste of the Li family had returned, transformed into an immensely powerful figure. At this moment, Wang Jinhua's heart was in turmoil. He had initially believed that a powerful figure from the Li family was behind the attack, only to discover that it was Li Xian. With a heavy sigh, Wang Jinhua remarked, I truly did not expect this. Not only did you survive, but you have also attained celestial prowess. Go ahead, kill me. He understood that his death was inevitable, yet he found a strange calmness in his acceptance. However, Li Xian coldly retorted, do you think your death will absolve you? I shall ensure that your entire family accompanies you to the grave. What could that possibly mean? A look of confusion crossed Wang Jinhua's face. Li Xian, instead of answering, abruptly raised his hand. A drop of blood erupted from Wang Jinhua's brow, while another from the deceased Guo Zhao also ascended. These 2 droplets of blood flew towards the palm of Li Xian, who simultaneously extracted a drop of blood from the slain Wang Lang. 3 droplets of blood floated above his palm. This was the bloodline curse killing technique. Once invoked, it would spell doom for all connected by blood. Li Xian proclaimed this, and from his fingertips, an endless flame materialized, enveloping the 3 droplets of blood. The flame emanated an ominous crimson hue, as if it could incinerate anything in its path. Blood-killing technique, go! Li Xian's icy command resonated, and immediately, countless crimson threads intertwined with the 3 droplets of blood. In the next moment, the flames surged along the bloodlines, vanishing into the boundless void. Li Xian knew that on the other side of that void were those linked by blood to these 3 individuals. The bloodline curse killing would annihilate their entire clan. Li Xian's expression remained impassive. The vendetta against the Li family could only be cleansed through blood. He intended to honor his parents' spirits with the blood of 3 clans. Chapter 34. The Devil. The bloodline curse killing technique, capable of remote murder, was inescapable for any blood relatives of the cursed, unless their strength surpassed that of the caster. Yet, even on Earth, how many could withstand the curse of the Crimson Emperor? In a fit of rage, Li Xian had once obliterated 10 clans, earning his title as the Crimson Emperor. From this day forth, the 3 great families would be utterly eradicated. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhua was engulfed in sheer terror. What sorcery was this? At that moment, in the grand hall of the Wang family in Suzhou district, the body of Wang Lang lay before them. The expressions of the Wang family members were etched with profound gravity. Their family head had been murdered, and, most horrifyingly, his skull had been crushed. Each member felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon their hearts, instilling a deep sense of dread. Wang Lang was a cultivator, a dominant figure in the entire Suzhou district. The strength of his killer was unfathomable. What should they do? Some turned to Wang Lang's brother, Wang Jun. With Wang Lang's demise, he, possessing the highest cultivation, became the pillar of support for the others. Wang Jun scanned the room's occupants and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. There is no need for such fear. It is likely that the assailant employed some treacherous means to slay our elder brother. From this day forth, I shall assume the role of head of the Wang family. We will give our brother a proper burial, and then I will seek out Elder Guo Zhao. My brother had entrusted me with the knowledge that, in times of trouble, the Wang family could turn to him. Elder Guo is a true powerhouse in Jiangnan province, and even Huang Jiangtai of the Hidden Pavilion treats him with utmost respect. To my astonishment, it appears that the Wang family's formidable backing is none other than the Guo family. Upon hearing this revelation, the members of the Wang family collectively shuddered, only to soon display expressions of delight. The Guo family, a venerable lineage of cultivators, dwarfs the Wang family in magnitude. The tension that had gripped their hearts dissipated. Very well, with my elder brother deceased, we shall promptly arrange for his funeral. I shall swiftly investigate the identity of his murderer and exact vengeance on his behalf, declared Wang Jun, his gaze betraying a hint of ferocity. The loss of his elder brother weighed heavily on his heart, yet a flicker of joy stirred within him. At long last, it was the Wang family's turn to assume control. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as if a looming threat were on the horizon. What could this be? In the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of those present, flames suddenly ignited beneath Wang Jun's feet, enveloping him in an eerie crimson blaze that rapidly ascended his body. His expression contorted in agony, his mouth agape, but no sound escaping. The onlookers from the Wang family, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance themselves from Wang Jun. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they realized that flames had begun to erupt from each of their own bodies. Strangely, the fire bore no warmth, and within mere moments, all those engulfed in flames were reduced to ashes, as if they had evaporated from existence. The grand hall was left with only a handful of women, unrelated by blood to Wang Lang, who gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. Their faces drained of color, they appeared as though they had encountered a specter. This horrifying phenomenon was not confined to the Wang family's mansion. It transpired simultaneously among all members of the Wang bloodline. In bars, nightclubs, saunas, and atop hotel beds, the offspring of the Wang family were all consumed by flames, turning to ash. In total, 325 members of the Wang bloodline had been annihilated. The next target was the Guo family. Li Xian murmured to himself. The scene shifted to a tea house in the Jiangnan district, where Guo Tianming, the eldest son of the Guo family, was engaged in tea drinking with his business partners. Surrounding him were elegantly dressed women in kipeos, with the soft strains of a pipa playing in the background, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Boss Guo, this time I have come to Jiangnan for business, and I hope you will extend your support in the future, said a portly man, resembling a pig, as he slid a contract across the table to Guo Tianming. The contract pertained to a 30% stake in his newly established company. The Guo family's standing in Jiangnan was unparalleled. They hardly needed to engage in trade, as the protection fees from various businesses filled their coffers handsomely. Guo Tianming perused the contract with an impassive demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Mr. Liu is quite the distinguished individual. I relish the opportunity to collaborate with someone of your caliber. Here's to a fruitful partnership. While the Guo family may not possess great prowess, those who dare to oppose us in Jiangnan have invariably met their demise. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Guo Tianming's words, Mr. Liu's smile momentarily faltered. It was precisely because he was aware of the Guo family's capabilities that he was willing to part with such a significant sum. It was only when Guo Tianming smiled that he sensed something amiss, as the surrounding individuals gazed at him with an enigmatic look, as if they had encountered a specter. His feet felt immobilized. What was happening? As he lowered his gaze, he beheld a flame swiftly crawling up to his thigh, engulfing his entire body in a matter of moments. General Liu, who had been raising his teacup, dropped it with a clatter in sheer terror and scrambled out of the tea house, shrieking, "There's a ghost." The woman in the qipao beside him turned pale with fright, and chaos erupted within the establishment. The entire Guo family, comprising 532 souls, had been cursed and slain. Inside the room, Li Xian remained impassive. Despite the massacre of so many, his inner state exhibited no turbulence. The esteemed Liqi Emperor stood amidst countless corpses. What did the death of a few individuals signify? Meanwhile, Wang Jinhua looked on in horror at the unfolding scene, his face betraying a plea for mercy. With each life Li Xian extinguished, the images played out before him. Wang Jinhua witnessed the bloodlines of the Wang and Guo families being mercilessly incinerated, and he understood that the Wang family would soon face a similar fate. At that moment, remorse consumed him. Why had he provoked such a terrifying entity, one capable of killing from miles away with but a drop of blood, reducing kin to mere ashes. Such methods were unprecedented, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Now it is your Wang family's turn. Do pay attention, Li Xian remarked with a smile, though it was a chilling grin that plunged Wang Jinhua into an abyss of dread. In the next heartbeat, the scene shifted once more. Inside the Wang family study, Wang Mingyuan was making a phone call. Hello, Wei Xinyu. This is Wang Mingyuan. 5 years ago, I had you dispose of that useless Li Xian by throwing him into the lake, and now he has resurfaced in Chuzhou. The old master is furious. You must handle this matter promptly. If you fail to finish him off this time, I will ruin you. Wang Mingyuan threatened, his expression a mask of malice. On the other end of the line, Wei Xinyu responded obsequiously, rest assured, Boss Wang. That kid was merely fortunate last time. This time, I will ensure he is killed and reduced to ashes. Let us see how he revives then. That is satisfactory. Do not let me down, Wang Mingyuan commanded. Of course. Boss Wang, Wei Xinyu ingratiated. By the way, I recently signed a few new talents in my entertainment company, and their figures are simply exquisite. Would you like? At this, Wang Mingyuan burst into hearty laughter. You understand me well, I'll take 5 at once. However, before he could hang up, his expression turned rigid. He gazed out the window and witnessed an unforgettable sight. His younger brother, just returned, was consumed by a mass of crimson flames, reduced to ashes within mere seconds. The eerie fire flickered ominously in the dark night. What is happening? Before Wang Mingyuan could react, the blood-red flames enveloped his body. The fire blazed fiercely. Yet the phone in his hand remained unscathed, falling to the ground with a thud. Hello? Boss Wang, what's wrong? Speak up, came Wei Xinyu's bewildered voice from the other end of the line. Chapter 35. Terror. The Wang family, comprising 502 members, has been utterly annihilated. As the haunting scene gradually faded, Li Xian's gaze settled upon the vacuous eyes of Wang Jinhua. The cause of yesterday has borne the fruit of today. The Wang, Gua, and Wang families are merely the beginning. Anyone who participated in the massacre of the Li family shall undoubtedly pay the price. With that, Li Xian severed Wang Jinhua's head, along with Gua Zhao's, wrapping them in a curtain nearby to carry away. He intended to use their heads as offerings to honor his parents. Yet, this was merely the commencement of his vengeance. In Chuzhou, at the western suburbs cemetery, Li Xian placed the 2 heads before the tombstone. With a thud, he knelt down. Father, Mother, your son vows to bring the heads of all participants to your grave. After uttering this solemn promise, he bowed 4 times before rising and departing. Upon his return home, he found Duo peacefully asleep, while the members of the hidden guards vigilantly stood watch. Thank you for your hard work, Li Xian remarked. The guards humbly replied, expressing their unworthiness. Sensing Li Xian's presence, they discreetly withdrew. The night passed in silence. The following day, the entire Jiangnan region was shaken. The 3 major cultivation families, with their thousands of members, had inexplicably been reduced to ashes by flames. This left the usually imperious cultivation families trembling with fear. After all, the demise of the 3 great families was exceedingly bizarre. Particularly the Wang and Gua families, both of which were dominant powers, had been obliterated. At this moment, the grand residence of the Wang family was under strict surveillance, surrounded by a special operations team. A young man clad in a black uniform, accompanied by his subordinates, entered the Wang estate. What transpired here? Please provide me with detailed information. The young man possessed striking features and an aura of martial vigor, accentuated by the black cloak draped over his shoulders, resembling a battle robe. Jiang Patian, the team leader of the Special Operations Unit, though youthful, held his position due to evident prowess. The Special Operations Unit operates independently of local jurisdiction, addressing various extraordinary incidents. Jiang Patian, having been summoned from the capital upon hearing of the incident in Jiangnan, was not fazed. As a leader in the Special Operations Unit, he dealt with matters concerning cultivators daily. The ability of cultivators to wield flames and erase evidence was not particularly remarkable. 5 years prior, during the inferno that consumed the Li family in Chuzhou, while others believed the Li couple had committed suicide, he alone understood that it was due to the Li family's transgressions against cultivators. However, upon his arrival, he noticed his team members exhibiting peculiar expressions, tinged with a hint of dread. Captain, this incident is rather troublesome. You will understand upon viewing the footage. The Wang family had surveillance. At this moment, many team members were gathered around the monitors in the surveillance room, each wearing an oddly disconcerted expression. Show me, Jiang Patian requested, pulling up a chair to sit down. The footage revealed the tranquility of the Wang family courtyard from the previous night, interrupted only by the occasional passing of a mosquito across the camera lens. Fast forward. Jiang Patian spoke with a hint of impatience. Just then, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he sat up straight, shocked. On the screen, he witnessed a man who had just returned to his car, engulfed in flames moments after exiting, reduced to ashes within mere breaths. Soon after, crimson flames ignited in every room. Within less than 3 minutes, the entire Wang family estate, home to hundreds, was consumed by fire, with no sign of any perpetrator. Play it again. Jiang Patian's voice trembled as he fixed his gaze on the screen, a tempest of emotions raging within him. Unbeknownst to him, his palms were slick with cold sweat. Yet, no matter how many times he replayed the footage, he discerned no clues. The flames seemed to materialize from thin air. In that moment, Jiang Patian felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Not just him, but his subordinates behind him also felt a chill in their hearts. This method was akin to that of a devil. He realized he was facing a true powerhouse. Captain, it's not just the people in the estate. All the Wang family members outside have perished in the flames, and the same fate befell the Wang and Guo families. The time of death for these 3 families did not exceed 10 minutes apart. Jiang Patian closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, yet the shock within them remained unmasked. To others, this might appear as a bizarre incident. But Jiang Patian understood that a peerless force must have intervened. To annihilate 3 prominent families in an instant was unfathomable. This matter is beyond my capacity to handle. Immediately connect me to the headquarters. That morning, after sending his daughter Duo to kindergarten, Li Xian proceeded to the Huang family. He had promised that whoever found Wang Lang would receive assistance in breaking through to the innate realm. Since Huang Jiangtai's people had located him first, Li Xian naturally intended to uphold his promise. As for Wei Xinyu, Li Xian planned to eliminate him that evening. Meanwhile, Wei Xinyu, whose call had been abruptly ended the previous day, felt an unsettling anxiety throughout the night. Upon waking, he called to inquire about the Wang family situation, only to receive news that struck him like a thunderbolt. The Wang family had been annihilated overnight, with no survivors. Witnesses claimed the members of the Wang family perished in flames, but specifics were under wraps, allegedly handled by a special operations unit. Upon hearing this news, Wei Xinyu was utterly astonished. The Wang family, a dominant clan of cultivators, had been eradicated in a single night. Xinyu, what's wrong? His girlfriend, Guo Li, approached him in her pajamas, wrapping her arms around his neck, her fair thighs peeking out. Under normal circumstances, Wei Xinyu would have been tempted, but now he lacked the heart for such matters. He gently pushed her away, changed his clothes, and left the house. Though the Wang family's demise had yet to implicate the Wei family, Wei Xinyu felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Half an hour later at the western suburbs cemetery, a black Maybach halted at the entrance, and a young man in a suit stepped out. It was Wei Xinyu. After leaving home, Wei Xinyu drove aimlessly, as if guided by an unseen force, and unexpectedly arrived at this place. In a secluded corner, he discovered the gravestone of Li Xian's parents. Observing the fresh flowers laid before the tombstone, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Li Xian, you worthless fool, you've truly returned. After I pushed you into Tianqing Lake, I never expected you to survive. With the Wang family annihilated, I had no reason to kill you. But your survival has deprived me of peace even in sleep. Therefore, I shall still find you and end your life. Only the dead cannot seek revenge. With that, he turned to leave, only to suddenly notice a package resting at the base of the gravestone. Could this be a sacrificial offering from Li Xian to his parents? But what could possibly be so large? Watermelons? A chuckle almost escaped Wei Xinyu's lips. Who would offer 2 whole watermelons at their parents' graves? Only that fool would do such a thing. After a moment's hesitation, he could not resist the urge to unwrap the cloth. To his horror, 2 bloodied human heads rolled out. Chapter 36. This scene? The heads, drenched in blood, were a shocking sight. Wei Xinyu staggered back in fright, his face ashen, his eyes wide with terror. Although he had dared to push Li Xian into Tianqing Lake, he was not one to be easily intimidated. Yet, the sight of one of the heads, that of Wang Jinhua, the patriarch of the Wang family, left him trembling. How could it be Wang Jinhua's head? As the leader of a prominent cultivation family in Jiangnan, one of the region's overlords, it had been Wang Jinhua's command that led to Li Xian's fall into the lake. The Wei family had thrived in Chu state precisely because of their alliance with Wang Jinhua. Most alarmingly, just that morning, he had learned of the Wang family's extermination. And now Wang Jinhua's head lay before Li Xian's parents' grave. The more he pondered, the colder his spine became, as if enveloped in ice. It was chilling to consider. Wang Jinhua had once directed him to push Li Xian into the lake, and now that Wang Jinhua was dead, his head rested at Li Xian's parents' graves. Was this somehow connected to Li Xian? Wei Sinyu's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed, barely managing to steady himself against a nearby gravestone. A sense of impending death loomed over him, filling him with dread. Li Xian had returned, and he had come for revenge. After a prolonged moment, Wei Sinyu stumbled out of the cemetery, intent on relaying this news to his father. The Wei family might be facing a critical juncture of life and death. His car swerved erratically onto the road, nearly colliding with a large truck. The driver, initially ready to unleash a torrent of curses, swallowed his words upon seeing the emblem of a Maybach. In the underground world of the Huang family, Huang Jiantai and his son Huang Benchu, along with senior members of the Hidden Pavilion, stood respectfully before Li Xian. Your efforts in uncovering Wang Lang's whereabouts have been invaluable. As per my previous promise, I shall assist you in breaking through to the innate realm, Li Xian stated calmly. Huang Jiantai, however, was already trembling with excitement. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, and with the acquisition of a divine-grade elixir, he could have broken through to the next level even without Li Xian's assistance. However, with Li Xian's aid, he could conserve the elixir for his son's use. Are you prepared? Li Xian inquired. Senior, should we dismiss others to avoid any interruptions while you perform your spell? Huang Jiantai asked cautiously. Li Xian shook his head. There is no need. The breakthrough to the innate realm is merely a matter of a flick of my wrist. Without waiting for Huang Jiantai to respond, a surge of energy descended upon him. Do not resist. Focus intently on the true essence I am channeling into your body. Li Xian's calm voice echoed in Huang Jiantai's ears. At that moment, Huang Benchu and the others felt a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. An overwhelming pressure, akin to a towering mountain, bore down upon them, causing them to tremble involuntarily. This was merely a fragment of the aura released by Li Xian. Guide it to your dantian and refine it. Do not let your mind wander, Li Xian instructed. Huang Jiantai complied, channeling his energy. He discovered a terrifying force enveloping his dantian, causing his true qi to boil like oil ignited by fire. At that instant, Li Xian raised his palm and gently placed it upon Huang Jiantai's forehead before withdrawing it. A celestial being blesses my crown, granting me longevity. The phrase surged within Huang Jiantai's heart. In the next moment, his true qi cascaded forth like a flood breaching a dam, producing a thunderous roar. Boom! A terrifying force erupted within his dantian, and Huang Jiantai felt a door within him swing wide open. He had attained the innate realm. At that moment, the aura surrounding Huang Jiantai had transformed completely. The onlookers stared at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, Huang Jiantai had broken through to the innate realm. Particularly, Huang Benchu and the others were engulfed by waves of shock, a sense of reverence blooming in their hearts. To be able to effortlessly create an innate master was akin to divine intervention. The Huang family had indeed struck a fortunate chord. Senior, your immense grace will forever be etched in my memory, Huang Jiantai declared, now attuned to the changes within his body, kneeling before Li Xian in genuine gratitude. There is no need for such formality. Your service is what you rightfully deserve. If you perform well in the future, reaching the realm of the Forbidden Strong will not be a challenge, Li Xian replied, turning to depart from the Huang residence. It was nearing noon, and he needed to pick up his daughter from school. The members of the Huang family sighed in relief only after Li Xian's figure vanished from sight. The deeper they delved into understanding him, the more they felt a creeping dread. Congratulations, Home Master. Congratulations, Dad, Huang Benchu chimed in. Huang Jiantai laughed heartily. Feeling liberated from the restraint he had shown before Li Xian, now fully expressing his joy. With the breakthrough to the innate realm, my Huang family shall undoubtedly be recognized as the foremost family in Jiangnan. Though we previously had the Hidden Pavilion, many still sought to contest my position as the preeminent figure in Jiangnan. If they were to learn of my breakthrough, it would surely strike terror into their hearts. Indeed, let the news be announced immediately. I have transcended the innate and shall host a celebratory banquet, intending to make a formidable impression. Huang Benchu nodded without hesitation, stating, I shall take care of it right away. With that, he departed in a whirlwind. In the kindergarten, just before the lesson concluded, Wang Wei addressed the children. Little ones, please hand in your homework from yesterday. Once you have done so, you may leave. All right, teacher. A chorus of young voices replied. The children eagerly retrieved sheets of paper from their tiny backpacks and rushed to the podium. One little boy, in his haste, stumbled and fell with a thud, bursting into tears as he wiped his nose. Wang Wei could not help but shake her head. Indeed, a kindergarten teacher often plays the role of a caretaker for children. After soothing the sobbing boy, the dismissal bell rang. At the school entrance, Duo, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, joyfully dashed out and flung herself into Li Xian's arms. Li Xian lifted his daughter and exchanged greetings with Wang Wei, though her demeanor towards him remained rather frosty. Nevertheless, his punctuality in picking up their daughter slightly improved her impression of him, albeit just a smidgen. Once all the children were sent off, Wang Wei returned to her office. Her best friend, who was supposed to pick her up, had yet to arrive, so she began to idly browse through the children's artwork. Though the drawings were a medley of fantastical shapes, they brimmed with innocence and creativity. A smile crept across her face as she observed them. The purpose of art was not merely the act of creation, but rather to foster interaction between children and their parents. Before long, she stumbled upon Duo's name. Duo displayed a certain talent for drawing. She pondered what her creation depicted. Upon realizing it was a pair of tigers, she chuckled. Just as she was about to set it aside and continue her perusal of other pieces, her gaze suddenly froze. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the tigers on the paper had come to life, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Wang Wei hastily brought the artwork closer for a more meticulous examination, only to find her astonishment mounting. As she focused intently, it seemed she truly beheld a tiger, its fierce presence almost palpable, sending chills down her spine. This was merely a simple doodle. How could it evoke such a profound sensation? At that moment, the office door creaked open, startling Wang Wei from her reverie. Teacher Wang, are you not heading home yet? A fellow teacher inquired, having returned to retrieve her forgotten water cup. Wang Wei took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment, and smiled. I am waiting for a friend. Look, she has arrived. Just then, her phone chimed, prompting her to rise, though she did not set down the peculiar drawing. It was too enigmatic. She felt compelled to study it further. Chapter 37. An ominous arrival at the entrance of the kindergarten. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz came to a halt. As Wang Wei stepped outside, the car window rolled down, revealing a stunning woman in a white dress, her best friend, Xuan. You didn't even bother to give me a heads up before coming to Chuzhou, Wang Wei remarked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. They were college classmates, sharing a profound bond. However, Xuan resided in Qingzhou, and the two seldom met throughout the year. This time, I accompanied my grandfather to Chuzhou on business. And as soon as I had a moment to spare, I promptly called you. Is Grandpa Xia also here? Where is he? Wang Wei inquired, as she opened the car door and settled inside. My grandfather is waiting for us at the restaurant. Let us hurry, I replied, and the car started off immediately. 20 minutes later, we arrived at a private dining establishment. Hello, Grandpa Xia, Wang Wei greeted with maturity. Xiao Wei, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. Xia Linfeng replied with a slight smile. As a prominent figure in Qingzhou, he only revealed such a benevolent demeanor in the presence of family. Xiao Wei, what do you have in your hand? Xia Linfeng asked upon noticing the paper in Wang Wei's grasp. Oh, it's a drawing by a little friend from kindergarten along with her father, but the tiger looks a bit peculiar. Grandpa Xia, you are a master of painting. Could you take a look? Wang Wei offered, handing it over. Oh, I am quite curious to see, Xia Linfeng said nonchalantly, dismissing it as merely a child's homework. However, the moment he took the drawing, his eyes widened in astonishment. His hands trembled slightly. Grandpa, what's wrong? Xuan, observing her grandfather, couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Xia Linfeng quickly suppressed his shock. The effortless skill displayed in this artwork suggested that the creator had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. He recalled the influential figure escorted by hidden guards on the way to Chuzhou, and coupled with this painting, he felt that this trip might indeed yield significant discoveries. Xiao Wei, the artist behind this work, is extraordinary. May I have the pleasure of meeting him? Xia Linfeng inquired with a beaming smile. Wang Wei's expression faltered slightly. She had contact information for most parents in her class, but notably lacked that of Li Xian. Suddenly, she remembered that Li Xian had added her on WeChat a few days prior, which she had not accepted. Hastily, she pulled out her phone to approve the request. At that moment, Li Xian had arrived at Lu Qi's home with Duo. The Lu family had invited him for dinner to express their gratitude for his successful treatment of Lu Wei's ailment. Just as the car came to a stop, a notification popped up on Li Xian's phone indicating that the friend request had been accepted. He glanced at it and tucked his phone away. However, the next instant, a voice call came through. Since Wang Wei was Duo's teacher, Li Xian answered the call directly. "Hello, Teacher Wang. How may I assist you?" Li Xian's tone remained courteous. "Well, it's like this on the other end." Wang Wei hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she had previously been less than cordial with Li Xian, and now found herself in a position of seeking his favor. "I have an elder who wishes to meet you. He was very intrigued by your drawing of the tiger." Upon hearing this, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that a casual sketch would capture someone else's interest. However, he was in no mood for such superfluous socializing and promptly declined, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm unavailable." With that, he ended the call. On the other end, Wang Wei stared at her phone, her expression frozen. Had she truly been rejected? It seemed there had been no thought given to it whatsoever. Was it really necessary to be so blunt? After all, I am your daughter's teacher. Could you not show a modicum of respect? Stepping out of the vehicle, Li Xian lifted Duo into his arms. Members of the hidden guard followed behind, carrying the nutritional supplies Li Xian had purchased as they entered the courtyard. Lu Qi had already calculated the timing and stood by the window, waiting. Upon seeing Li Xian arrive, she hurried to open the door. When she noticed the numerous bags in the hands of the hidden guard members behind Li Xian, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You come bearing gifts as well?" Yet her face radiated joy. After all, she had cared for Duo for many years. Although her family had not openly opposed her, there had been murmurs of discontent. Now, with Li Xian's arrival, having not only cured her brother's illness, but also brought so many provisions, she felt a sense of pride. Lu Youguang, along with his wife and children, also came out to greet them. Lu Youguang directly grasped Li Xian's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. This man, typically reticent, looked at Li Xian with eyes full of appreciation. To cure Lu Wei's illness was nothing short of a blessing for the Lu family. Their home, a modest bungalow, felt slightly cramped but was impeccably clean and tidy, exuding warmth. Once seated, Li Xian began to serve the dishes. This could be considered the most lavish spread the Lu family had enjoyed in many years. During the meal, Lu Youguang poured a glass of liquor for himself and Li Xian, while Duo nestled against Lu Qi. "Li Xian, I cannot express my gratitude adequately," Lu Youguang said, downing his glass of liquor in one go, his face flushing. "Uncle Lu, it is I who should be thanking you for Lu Qi's care of Duo." Li Xian replied, raising his own glass. At that moment, a sudden glimmer of intensity flashed in Li Xian's eyes. The next instant, the roar of engines filled the air. Lu Wei, curious, leaned against the window, only to pale at the sight. Outside the Lu family's courtyard stood dozens of cars, from which emerged countless men clad in black suits, exuding an intimidating presence. It was evident they were not there for friendly purposes. Chapter 38. The hand of the phantom. At that moment, Lu Wei, peering out from the window, felt his voice tremble. It's Tian Xiaojun come for revenge. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members sprang to their feet, fear evident in their eyes. The Tian family was a source of great terror for them. "Do not worry. I am here," Li Xian said calmly. Hearing this, the Lu family felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. After all, Li Xian had recently displayed extraordinary abilities. With him present, they felt a renewed sense of security. Li Xian pushed open the door and walked towards the courtyard, the Lu family trailing behind him, hearts racing. Outside, the gathering of vehicles and the men dressed in black, each radiating a menacing aura, filled the air with a palpable sense of foreboding. These individuals were far from the petty thugs one might encounter on the street. They brought with them an atmosphere steeped in iron and blood. In the midst of the crowd, Tian Xiaojun, with his arm encased in plaster, wore a sinister and savage expression upon his face. Ever since his wrist was brutally broken by Li Xian, thoughts of revenge consumed him relentlessly. "Dad, that scoundrel is the one who harmed me." Upon seeing the door open, Tian Xiaojun instantly recognized Li Xian. Beside him stood his father, Tian Wenyong, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a crew cut. This man was Ning Lao Wu of the Silver Shark Gang, the most formidable ally of the Tian family. Additionally, there were Tian Wenyong's various subordinates and members of the Silver Shark Gang, all exuding a menacing aura. "How dare he strike my nephew?" I shall soon unveil his true nature. Just wait. I shall carve him up, and he has the audacity to demand an apology from us. He ought to take a good look in the mirror. The brothers behind Tian Wenyong clamored, each one resembling a fierce deity. Silence. Master Ning is here. What is all this ruckus? Tian Wenyong rebuked, and the crowd fell silent. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Laowu. Master Wu, that boy is the one who stood up for this family and injured my son. His skills are formidable. We must rely on your assistance shortly. Tian Wenyong whispered. Ning Laowu nodded. Rest assured, now that I am here, I shall certainly avenge my nephew, Xiaojun. With that, he took the lead, striding forward, while the others hastily followed, surging into the courtyard. Upon witnessing these menacing figures, the Lu family, despite Li Xian's presence, could not help but tremble in fear. Duo even sought refuge behind Li Xian. Li Xian gently ruffled his daughter's hair. Duo, you and Aunt Lu Qi should go inside. The forthcoming scene may be too gruesome. I do not wish to frighten you. Lu Qi promptly scooped up Duo and retreated indoors. Lu Youguang's voice trembled as he spoke. Li Xian, this is dire. That man appears to be Ning Laowu of the Silver Shark Gang. I encountered him while working at the docks. The Silver Shark Gang is notorious for being ruthless killers. Li Xian had indeed taken note of the scarred man, yet to him, such individuals were nothing more than mere insects. Before Ning Laowu could utter a word, a burly man stepped forward, pointing a finger at Li Xian, and shouted, Are you the one who injured my nephew? You must be oblivious to the consequences of your actions. This man was Tian Wenyong's most trusted aide, who had long been clamoring to deal with Li Xian. Li Xian's gaze turned icy as he replied coolly, It seems you are unwilling to offer 3 million in reparations. To hell with that. The burly man spat vehemently. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Suddenly, the arm he had pointed at Li Xian exploded in a gruesome spectacle. This shocking scene left everyone in utter disbelief. His entire arm transformed into a cloud of blood mist, cascading to the ground, followed by the man's harrowing screams. His face contorted in agony, reflecting extreme suffering. At that moment, a chill enveloped the hearts of all present. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had solidified. Tian Wenyong felt his flesh quiver slightly, his heart racing violently. It became evident that they had provoked someone not to be trifled with. As the venerable Ning Laowu was summoned to lend his strength, beads of cold sweat instantly adorned his brow. Without witnessing any action from Li Xian, the robust man's arm had shattered, a display of sheer terror. Throughout the entirety of Chuzhou's esteemed cultivation families, none could likely match such an extraordinary feat. Taking a deep breath, Ning Laowu respectfully declared, I have been blind to the greatness before me, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed elder. His tone was reverent, and his posture lowered to the ground, demonstrating his awareness of the situation. Suddenly, a wave of invisible force struck Ning Laowu, sending him crashing into the wall behind him, which collapsed instantaneously under the impact. His body was buried beneath the scattered bricks, his fate uncertain. As the leader of the Silver Shark Gang, Ning Laowu was a figure of fearsome reputation in Chuzhou, possessing formidable strength. Yet, before Li Xian, he proved utterly powerless. In that moment, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, and the others, including Tian Wenyong, felt a chill run down their spines. I am willing to offer 3 million as compensation. Tian Wenyong stammered, his voice trembling. After all, Ning Laowu was a semi-cultivator, inexplicably hurled away. Who could fathom the nature of the youth before them? Recognizing their inability to confront him, they hastened to bow their heads. However, Li Xian paid him no heed and addressed the people of the Lu family, saying, Let us enter the house. As the door closed, Tian Wenyong exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if all the strength had been siphoned from his body. Just when he thought he had evaded disaster, he was horrified to discover flames igniting beneath his feet. The fire rapidly enveloped him, and it felt as though a merciless hand had clenched his throat, rendering him voiceless. Thus, he was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Accompanying him in this grim fate were his son, his subordinates, and the members of the Silver Shark Gang who had come to exact vengeance. Within mere moments, dozens of figures vanished, as if they had never existed. Both the Tian family and the Silver Shark Gang were notorious for their ruthless nature, having blood on their hands, deserving of their demise. While Li Xian and the Lu family dined, the hidden guards swiftly cleared the vehicles parked outside. As for Ning Laowu, he was extracted from the rubble, though by that time, his body had grown cold. When the meal concluded, aside from the fallen wall, no trace remained of the earlier chaos. Li Xian took his leave, and with Duo insisting on accompanying Lu Qi, she too departed. At that moment, Lu Youguang and the others remained in a daze, as Lu Wei exclaimed in awe, "Brother Xian is nothing short of a deity." This incident soon became a topic of hushed discussion within the Lu family. Inside the car, Lu Qi could no longer contain her curiosity. "Li Xian, what exactly transpired in the courtyard? Are you truly the Li Xian from 5 years ago?" "Indeed," Li Xian replied with a smile, having revealed some of his capabilities to her on previous occasions. "In truth, I did not depart from Chuzhou, rather. I was thrust into the waters of Tianxing Lake by another while merely passing through. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself in an unfamiliar realm, wherein I acquired an array of remarkable skills." Lu Qi listened, her eyes gleaming with wonder. This tale was indeed extraordinary, yet the prowess exhibited by Li Xian compelled her to believe. Chapter 39. You cannot comprehend the entity you face upon returning to the villa. Lu Qi amused herself with Duo, while Li Xian reclined on the sofa, perusing a magazine. Duo was enacting the role of a princess from a fairy tale, while Lu Qi portrayed a valiant knightess. With a beautiful knightess present, what remained was a dashing knight. Duo's little mind whirled with ideas. Why not have her father serve as her royal knight, ever ready to attend to the princess's needs? Li Xian approached, having set the magazine aside. With a playful demeanor, he raised his right fist to his left chest, tilting at a 70-degree angle to mimic the knight's homage to the princess as depicted on television, which elicited peals of laughter from Duo. Lu Qi, observing nearby, revealed a flicker of unusual light in her eyes. Li Xian's return had indeed transformed him remarkably. "Very well, I shall now issue commands," declared Duo, her hands clasped behind her back, puffing out her little chest as she directed the scene. Under her guidance, Li Xian enthusiastically played his role, their surroundings filled with the melodious sound of Duo's laughter. Were the denizens of the Zhoutian star domain aware that the ruthless and unyielding Li Qi would don the guise of a knight for a child, they would surely be left aghast. For his daughter, Li Xian sought only to compensate for the 5 years of absence, willing to do anything to make amends. After a while, Duo expressed her hunger, clamoring for Aunt Lu Qi's culinary delights. Lu Qi donned an apron and headed to the kitchen, with Duo assisting her from behind. At that moment, Li Xian stepped out of the villa. Years ago, when Meng Qingqian was pregnant, Li Xian had already awakened to his responsibilities, striving diligently to improve their circumstances. However, after being pushed into the lake by Wei Xinyu, how could he possibly let that grievance go unavenged? Exiting the villa, Li Xian gazed toward the Wei residence. "Wei Xinyu, are you prepared?" At the Wei family's villa, despite being considered a second-tier family in Chuzhou, their wealth exceeded hundreds of billions, and their residence was extravagantly opulent. At this moment, the villa's hall was filled with numerous members of the Wei family, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Brother, why the urgency in summoning me? What has transpired?" inquired a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, striding in confidently. He was Wei Jinlong's younger brother, Wei Jini. His demeanor was domineering, yet he shared an exceptionally close bond with his elder brother. The surrounding members of the Wei family chimed in. "Indeed, uncle, what has happened? You gathered us without a word, leaving us in uncertainty. Given our family's history in Chuzhou, having weathered countless storms, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Whatever the matter, please enlighten us, family head." After a considerable time, Wei Jinlong sighed and turned his gaze towards his son. "Xinyu, why don't you share with everyone?" Wei Xinyu nodded. "Do you all remember that useless member of the Li family, Li Xian? Wasn't he drowned in the lake after you pushed him in? It's been years. His bones must have been picked clean by the fish," Wei Jini scoffed. "He's fine, and he's back. So what if he is? He's just a worthless individual. Did the Wang family send you to kill him again?" "The Wang family is quite powerful. We simply follow their orders without concern," Wei Jini replied dismissively. At this moment, Wei Jinlong interjected, "But the Wang family was exterminated just last night. Their patriarch, Wang Jinhua's head, was placed at the grave of Li Beiwu and his wife." "What?" Even Wei Jini's face displayed a look of horror upon hearing this. The annihilation of the Wang family, along with the head of their patriarch at Li Beiwu's grave. And coincidentally, Li Xian's return at this juncture signified much. "Xinyu, are you suggesting that the worthless Li Xian is involved?" Wei Jini fixed a piercing gaze on his nephew. Wei Xinyu shook his head. "I don't know. But this matter is undoubtedly tied to the Li family. With the Wang family annihilated, what should our Wei family do next? Perhaps we should flee, Wei Jini proposed. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Wei family expressed their agreement. Despite the Wei family's years of establishment in Chuzhou, with extensive connections and assets, their lives took precedence. Wei Jinlong nodded. This is precisely why I summoned you all back. We must promptly liquidate our assets and convert everything into cash. We must leave Chuzhou before tomorrow night. Just as Wei Jinlong was assigning tasks to his family, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance. When your lives are at stake, yet you still contemplate asset relocation, it is truly laughable. The hall fell silent as countless eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A young man, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, stood at the door. He is Li Xian, Wei Xinyu exclaimed. However, Li Xian strolled into the living room with an air of nonchalance, treating the Wei family as if they were invisible. His composed demeanor left Wei Jinlong in shock. Li Xian, what brings you to my Wei family? He demanded. Of course, it is for revenge, Li Xian replied coolly. Wei Jinlong exchanged a glance with his second brother, Wei Jini, who promptly slipped outside. Moments later, he returned and shook his head at Wei Jinlong, indicating that Li Xian was alone, without any backup. Instantly, Wei Jinlong's heart steadied slightly. He coldly stated, Li Xian, I never expected you to be alive. The downfall of the Wang family must be connected to you, but you are still too young. Coming to my Wei family alone. Do you think you can walk out alive? Wei Jinlong had begun to threaten Li Xian. In his view, the destruction of the Wang family must be linked to some formidable force behind Li Xian, yet he believed that this terrifying power was certainly not Li Xian himself. Wei Jinlong had encountered numerous cultivators and was acutely aware that 5 years was insufficient to forge a formidable warrior. The threshold for cultivation was exceedingly high. Merely sensing the presence of qi could take anywhere from 3 years to over a decade, and once that connection was established, achieving any significant progress required unwavering dedication over many years. Upon hearing Wei Jinlong's words, Li Xian could not help but curl his lips into a sardonic smile. It seemed they were oblivious to the nature of the entity they faced. As he spoke, the fabric of his garments began to flutter gently. Chapter 40. Deserved fate. With Li Xian's words, his collar suddenly billowed, and a subtle aura emanated from him. In that instant, Wei Jinlong's unease intensified, as if some dreadful calamity were impending. He bellowed at his brother, Wei Jini, subdue him. As a martial artist, Wei Jini immediately propelled himself forward like a dart aimed at Li Xian. Yet, before his hands could even graze Li Xian's form, his arm erupted in an explosion, and his entire body dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, consumed by flames that ignited spontaneously, turning him to ashes. Witnessing this scene, terror etched itself onto the faces of all present, while Wei Jinlong's complexion turned ashen. He realized the fate of the Wei family was sealed. Previously, he had received news of the Wang family's annihilation, with accounts of their kin being reduced to cinders in the streets. It dawned on him that there was no hidden master behind Li Xian, for Li Xian himself was the master. With a heavy sigh, Wei Jinlong felt as though he had aged decades. He had never anticipated that the once despised scion of the Li family would evolve into such a formidable figure. But tell me, was the Wang family eradicated by your hand? Wei Jinlong inquired. Li Xian chuckled. Merely the Wang family? Not only them, but all who are connected to the massacre of the Li family shall meet their demise. As these words fell, the members of the Wei family present began to ignite one by one, flames enveloping their bodies. Under the blaze, they resembled tormented souls, unable to utter a sound. Their faces contorted in agony. Wei Jinlong could only watch helplessly as his kin were reduced to ashes beneath the inferno. At last, it was their turn. Wei Xinyu, trembling in fear, cowered in a corner, repeatedly pleading, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Meanwhile, Wei Jinlong closed his eyes. In the next moment, twin flames erupted around them. Li Xian had already turned and exited the Wei family hall. 2 hours later, in a secluded courtyard within the capital, a middle-aged man sat in silent meditation. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy coursing into his being. The fallen leaves around him danced, forming a serpentine shape. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, and an explosion of leaves erupted, shooting outwards in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Each leaf struck the walls like a dart, penetrating with the force of bullets. A satisfied expression graced the man's face. At last, I have cultivated my black dragon technique to the 8th level. Even those old geezers are no match for me now. Ha ha! The man reveled in his triumph. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. The man's expression regained its icy demeanor. An elderly figure approached and respectfully greeted. "Greetings, second master." The man replied coolly, "Did I not instruct you to investigate the annihilation of the Wang, Gua, and Wang families? Why have you returned so swiftly? Have you uncovered any leads?" "It is not precisely a lead," the subordinate replied. "I have just received word that the Wei family of Chuzhou has also been exterminated, vanishing from existence like the three prominent families after their demise." "The Wei family?" The man's brow furrowed. "What sort of family is this? I have no recollection of their existence." The elder hastily elucidated, "Second master, you may not recall such a minor family. However, I once overheard Wang Jinhua mention that he had ordered a wealthy heir named Wei Xinyu to cast that Li family's waste into the Tianqing Lake. The Wei family that has been obliterated is indeed the family of Wei Xinyu." "What?" Even the middle-aged man's expression shifted. "Are you implying that this incident is connected to the Li family?" The elder nodded. "Second master, could it possibly be the force behind the Li family?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's demeanor grew solemn. "Continue your covert investigation into the matters of Chuzhou. Report to me immediately if there are any developments." "Understood." The elder withdrew. When Li Xian returned to his villa, he found Huang Jiantai awaiting him. Initially hesitant to enter, Huang Jiantai was compelled by Lu Qi, who would not allow the former wealthiest man of Chuzhou to stand outside, and insisted he come in. Huang Jiantai dared to perch half on the sofa. Upon seeing Li Xian return, he promptly stood. "You just made a breakthrough and did not consolidate your realm at home. What brings you here?" Noticing that Lu Qi had prepared a meal, Li Xian beckoned for Huang Jiantai to join him for dinner. This delighted Huang Jiantai, who felt both honored and astonished, realizing that Li Xian truly considered him an ally. "Senior, my breakthrough to the innate realm is a momentous occasion. I am preparing to host a celebration banquet and specifically came to deliver an invitation, hoping you could grace us with your presence." As he spoke, he reverently presented an exquisitely gilded invitation. The presence of a formidable figure like Li Xian at the banquet would undoubtedly serve as the most potent deterrent. Who would dare to challenge Huang Jiangtai's status as the Lord of Jiangnan? Li Xian did not respond directly, but turned to Lu Qi. "Would you like to witness this event?" At this inquiry, Lu Qi felt somewhat flustered. The banquet of Huang Jiangtai, the former wealthiest man of Chuzhou, would surely be attended by high society. She, a mere Cinderella, had no such standing. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Li Xian had already come to a decision and took the invitation. "I will attend." "Thank you, senior." Huang Jiantai was beside himself with joy. After Huang Jiantai departed, it was time for Duo to go to school. Initially, Li Xian planned to accompany her, but Lu Qi insisted on taking her instead, and he did not press the matter further. Meanwhile, as Lu Qi escorted Duo to the kindergarten, Wang Wei was spotted anxiously scanning the entrance. Beside her stood her close friend, Xia Chan, along with Xia Chan's grandfather, Xia Linfeng. Following Li Xian's rejection of Wang Wei's request, she promptly brought the grandfather and granddaughter to the entrance of the kindergarten, ensuring that they would see Li Xian whenever he came to drop off Duo. However, upon realizing that the person arriving was Lu Qi, Wang Wei's fury boiled over, her teeth grinding in frustration. This Li Xian, in his attempt to evade me, would rather send someone else to escort Duo, truly outrageous. She had confidently assured Xia Linfeng that they would undoubtedly meet Li Xian. Alas, she felt a pang of guilt towards Grandpa Xia for the absence of Duo's father. No matter, she mused. I initially believed the artist to be exceptionally skilled and had intended to pay a handsome sum for his artwork. Since he refuses to meet, so be it. Handsome sum? Wang Wei instinctively inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xia Chan, smiling beside her, replied, "My grandfather never spends less than 500,000 on a painting. If that Li Xian's work is truly remarkable, 1 or 2 million would be quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's lips parted in astonishment. Such a vast amount. Though she shared a close bond with Xia Chan, her own family was of modest means, and she had never encountered such wealth. "Humph, Li Xian, you great fool. In your deliberate avoidance of me, you have let slip a golden opportunity. You truly deserve it." Wang Wei fumed. Chapter 41. The Huang family banquet. The uncrowned king of Jiangnan, Huang Jiangtai, had transcended to the innate realm and was set to host a celebratory banquet at the Huang family's estate. It was rumored that the high society of Chuzhou had been invited, with even taxi drivers on the street gossiping about the event. For the common folk, The occasion was merely portrayed as Huang Jiangtai's 60th birthday. Yet only those from the cultivation families understood the true purpose behind this grand celebration. On the evening of July 5th, Li Xian reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony. Through the window, he beheld a vast river glimmering under the light, its surface sparkling. Across the water, the lights had begun to twinkle, creating a spectacular sight. Lu Qi had evidently made an effort to present herself beautifully. She wore a fitted white shirt that accentuated her perfect figure. Meanwhile, Duo stood before a mirror, admiring the new hairstyle that Aunt Lu Qi had crafted for her. Li Xian was engrossed in a sword-fighting novel penned by the author of The Pearl Tower. Having previously been astounded by films made in Hong Kong, he now found himself as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the world, marveling at the author's imagination and creativity. Noting the numerous parallels with the realm of cultivation, perhaps the author had indeed encountered legends of the cultivation world somewhere. As the thought crossed his mind, Li Xian found it amusing. Time to depart, Lu Qi gently reminded. From her vantage point, she could see Li Xian's profile illuminated by the setting sun, as if adorned with a golden glow. All right, Li Xian replied, closing his book and taking Duoduo's hand as they stepped out the door. At 7:03 in the evening, Li Xian's Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the southern gate of the Huang estate. He had chosen to drive himself, rather than allowing his bodyguards to take the wheel. At this moment, the parking lot of the Huang family is filled to capacity with luxury vehicles. As guests adorned in splendid attire gather for the banquet, the gentlemen exude charm, while the ladies radiate beauty, with a significant number of popular stars among the invitees, causing Lu Qi's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Had she not been holding on to Duo's hand, she would have been unable to resist rushing forward to seek autographs. For Lu Qi, these celebrities are exalted figures, yet she remains oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of the wealthy, stars are merely playthings. The Huang family holds a position in Chuzhou akin to that of a supreme monarch, with everyone eager to curry favor. Each individual entering the Huang residence must present their invitation. The crowd is so vast that it creates a sense of congestion reminiscent of a queue at a tourist attraction. Just as Lu Qi prepares to join the line, several figures hurriedly approach her. "Senior, you have arrived. My father is waiting for you at the main entrance." "I did not expect you to be here," gasps Huang Benchu, feigning breathlessness. Given his prowess, even a sprint from the main gate would leave him unperturbed. His apparent exhaustion is merely a performance for Li Xian, intended to convey his eagerness and concern. It turns out the Huang family has a main entrance that is seldom opened, reserved for significant individuals. Being aware of Li Xian's arrival, they had opened it early, leading to a minor mix-up when members of the hidden pavilion were not allowed to drive. Thus, they decided to proceed to the main entrance. Li Xian lifts Duo and enters the vehicle, attracting curious glances from the surrounding crowd. At the Huang family's main entrance, a grand, vintage vermilion gate rises to a height of 7 meters, exuding majesty and authority. Typically, this gate remains firmly closed, but now it stands wide open. Huang Jiangtai and the upper echelons of the Huang family await at the entrance. As the car halts, Huang Jiangtai personally approaches to open the door for Li Xian and warmly accompanies him into the estate. Only after their figures disappear does the gate slowly close. At this moment, a black sedan glides past the street in front of the Huang family estate, within which sit Xia Linfeng, Xia Chan, and Wang Wei. Xia Linfeng gazes towards the main gate and softly remarks, "The main entrance of the Huang family is seldom opened, yet today it is ajar. It seems a momentous figure has graced the Huang residence." "Grandfather, do you mean to say that even your status does not warrant entry through the main gate?" Xia Chan cannot help but interject, her tone tinged with indignation. After all, the Xia family is also a prominent clan in Qingzhou. Xia Linfeng shakes his head. 3 years ago, when the head of the Bai family from Qingzhou visited, the Huang family did not open the main gate for him, opting instead for the south gate. "Do you truly believe that I, an old man, have the merit to pass through the main entrance?" At his words, Xia Chan cannot help but stick out her tongue. The Bai family of Qingzhou stands as an undeniable powerhouse, and while the Xia family enjoys a high status, they cannot compare. Meanwhile, Wang Wei listens in silence, feeling content to accompany her dear friend and grandfather today. As for the intricacies of high society, she remains unversed. In her eyes, the Xia family is already formidable. Yet it appears there are many even more powerful. The vehicle arrives at the south gate. After Xia Linfeng and the others disembarked, they obediently queued to enter the Huang residence. Meanwhile, Lu Qi followed closely beside Li Xian, her heart racing as if she had stepped into a royal palace. Akin to Cinderella, the opulence of the Huang family was beyond Lu Qi's wildest imagination. She glanced at Li Xian, who appeared calm and composed, which somewhat steadied her own fluttering heart. Duo, on the other hand, bounced around, her attention captivated not by the grand architecture, but rather by the magnificent koi pond in the courtyard. If Lu Qi hadn't held her back, she would have dashed over to feed the fish. The banquet had yet to commence, and most guests were waiting in the outer hall. However, many individuals were present in the inner hall, all of whom held significant status in the Jiangnan region. Huang Jiangtai appeared at the entrance of the hall, prompting everyone to rise in unison. Having met the head of the Huang family, they greeted him collectively. After today, Huang Jiangtai would undoubtedly be recognized as the true king of Jiangnan. Huang Jiangtai quickly stepped back, ushering Li Xian forward with a respectful gesture, saying, "Senior, please enter." Chapter 42. The Woman of Huang Benchu. This is Senior Li. Our most esteemed guest. Huang Jiangtai solemnly introduced Li Xian to the assembled crowd. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's status was elevated in everyone's minds. Concurrently, the leaders of the cultivation factions from Chuzhou bowed in greeting. "We have met Senior Li." "Greetings, Senior Li." Witnessing this scene, individuals from other regions were further astonished, secretly speculating about the identity of this young man who commanded such universal respect from Chuzhou's powers. Li Xian's gaze swept over the faces before him, most of whom appeared to be over 60 years old. It was evident that achieving success in cultivation in this world, where spiritual energy was scarce, was no simple task. Of course, there were some youthful faces among them, the younger generation of various families. Lu Qi, who had initially relaxed, felt her tension return as the imposing presence of those around her was overwhelming. Each one was a figure of great significance to someone like her. In contrast, Duo, with her bright eyes, called out to the distinguished guests as uncle and aunt, bringing smiles to their faces. After spending some time in the inner hall, as the banquet was about to begin, everyone began to move to the outer hall. Li Xian instructed Huang Jiangtai to step away, which he did to attend to other guests. A long red carpet had been laid at the entrance of the outer hall, leading into a space filled with elegantly dressed high society. The entire hall was extravagantly decorated, and the grand chandeliers cast beautiful reflections of light. "Dad, why are you here?" At that moment, a surprised voice broke through the crowd. Wang Wei stood not far away, staring at Li Xian in astonishment. In her mind, Li Xian was merely a wayward son of the past, unworthy of attending an event of such caliber. Duo spotted Wang Wei and sweetly called out, "Teacher Wang." "I was invited by a friend to this banquet," Li Xian casually remarked, offering Wang Wei a slight smile before retreating to a secluded spot to sit. Lu Qi exchanged a few words with Wang Wei before taking Duo to the dessert table. The guests, primarily there for socializing and networking, were not particularly interested in the food. A small girl stuffing pastries into her mouth elicited a smile from a nearby onlooker, who thought, "Whose child is this? Quite adorable indeed." Duo felt as though she had entered a fairy tale castle, surrounded by delectable treats that seemed like paradise to her. "Aunt Lu Qi, I want that one. Yes, my favorite cream cake." "All right," Lu Qi replied, handing a piece to Duo. Eagerly, Duo popped it into her mouth. Her words muffled as she exclaimed, "It's so delicious. I feel so happy." Her cheeks puffed out, and her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. In the hall, Duo searched for more goodies. Nearby was the drink station. Having satiated her appetite, she scampered over with her short legs. Lu Qi hurried after her, but was momentarily hindered by the crowd. At that moment, Duo reached for the beverages, her petite stature barely allowing her fingers to graze the surface. As she stood on her tiptoes and pushed with all her might, she accidentally nudged a wine glass, which fell and shattered, spilling its crimson contents onto the white-dressed woman beside her. The glass hit the floor with a light clatter. Startled, Duo froze upon seeing the wine stains on the woman's dress, realizing she had caused a mishap. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean to." Duo quickly apologized, reaching out to help wipe the fabric. "Whose unruly child is this?" The woman in white harshly swatted Duo's small hand away, her gaze filled with disdain. At this moment, Lu Qi rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, her complexion paled. "I apologize, I didn't keep an eye on the child. Is an apology sufficient? This dress is worth 300,000. Can you afford to compensate me?" The woman immediately assessed Lu Qi's attire and, noting the absence of designer labels, recognized she was not a socialite, and became even more brazen. Lu Qi stood there, feeling utterly helpless. 300,000 was an amount she could never repay. Isn't that Su Jie from the movies? I heard she's Huang Binchu's little lover, someone whispered. Indeed, she was just a third-tier actress, but after getting involved with Huang Binchu, she has ascended to the second tier. I heard she is starring in a new drama produced by Huabei Entertainment, possibly even breaking into the first tier. Many around them were murmuring. Despite her innocent image on screen, Su Jie has a notoriously bad temper. Crossing her could lead to misfortune. The affair between Su Jie and Huang Binchu is hardly a secret within their circle. It has reached the point of being common knowledge. Upon hearing the whispers, Su Jie felt no shame but rather a sense of pride, lifting her chin in defiance. Meanwhile, Wang Wei noticed the situation, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Previously, when Lu Qi had taken Duo to school, she had maintained a cordial relationship with him. Do you know her, Xiao Wei? Asked Xia Linfeng. Indeed, Wang Wei replied, as if seizing a lifeline. Grandfather Xia, could you possibly assist her? Since you know Xiao Wei, let us go and take a look, Xia Linfeng suggested. However, just as they were about to step forward, a youthful figure appeared by Lu Qi's side. Upon seeing Li Xian, Lu Qi's face brightened, and her heart calmed considerably. Li Xian retrieved a tissue from his pocket, gently wiping the wine stain from Duo's clothing before lifting his gaze to Su Jie. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Before Su Jie could respond, a flustered voice interjected. Senior, I have wronged the young mistress. It is my negligence. Huang Jiangtai rushed over, bowing his head in apology to Li Xian. The atmosphere in the hall fell abruptly silent at this sight. Soon, Huang Binchu and several prominent figures from Jiangnan appeared, their piercing gazes fixating on Su Jie. Su Jie's complexion drained of color, her breath quickening as her body trembled slightly. She realized she had overstepped her bounds. Although she was Huang Binchu's mistress, he was a man of such power that he had numerous women at his disposal, enough to form an enhanced battalion. To him, she was but a mere plaything. How dare you offend the young mistress? Break her hand and cast her into the street. Huang Binchu commanded coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes. At his command, several members of the shadow guards clad in black emerged. With a thud, Su Jie collapsed to the ground. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, a member of the shadow guard covered her mouth and dragged her away. Such a day would not permit her to scream and disturb the mood of the esteemed guests. Li Xian observed the unfolding events with a detached gaze. He bent down to lift his daughter and then strode out of the hall without looking back. Dad, Li Xian, Huang Binchu instinctively began, only to be interrupted by a sharp slap from Huang Jiangtai. Is this the guest you invited? Chapter 43. Please cooperate with the investigation. As Li Xian exited the Huang residence, Lu Qi hurriedly followed him. Do not envy those glamorous stars, Li Xian said calmly as he settled into the car and started the engine. These so-called celebrities, whose worth can reach millions or even billions merely based on their appearance, inevitably pay a heavy price. Ultimately, they are merely playthings for those in power. After today, you shall never again see Su Jie on the screen. As the car drove away from the Huang residence, Li Xian remarked nonchalantly. Lu Qi gazed out at the fleeting shadows, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Huang family hall was enveloped in silence, with many speculating about the identity of the young man. Huang Binchu had clearly punished his lover and granted her some face. Yet she had turned away without hesitation, completely indifferent to his feelings. Surprisingly, rather than indignation, the Huang family exhibited a remarkable restraint. Huang Jiangtai even publicly slapped his son, indicating that the young man's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Those who had previously encountered Li Xian in the inner hall felt a similar complexity of emotions. Meanwhile, Wang Wei stared in astonishment at the unfolding events, struggling to comprehend the rapid changes. Grandfather, that young man. Xiaochan couldn't help but whisper. This scene left her bewildered. If he were merely a fallen scion of a wealthy family, how could he command such treatment from the Huang family? Xia Linfeng expressed his sentiments. This Li Xian is truly remarkable. What status does Huang Jiangtai hold to treat him with such respect? The person welcomed at the Huang family's main entrance was likely him. Upon hearing this, Xiaochan's mouth slightly agape. She was evidently taken aback by the revelation. What kind of individual could warrant such a grand reception from the Huang family? Impossible. Wang Wei, feeling bewildered, grasped one thing. Li Xian might be a significant figure. The presence of the elite gathered there and the expulsion of Su Jie made it clear just how considerable his stature was. The man she had previously regarded with disdain, thinking him irresponsible, turned out to be rather formidable. At this juncture, Xia Linfeng added, Xiaowei, do you think there is any way for me to meet Li Xian? To be honest, my interest in him is growing. Wang Wei scratched her head. How about we visit his home? As night fell, Li Xian drove Lu Qi back to her residence before returning to the villa. Although Duo had eaten plenty at the banquet, she still clamored for food upon arriving home. It dawned on Li Xian that the herbal medicine he had previously administered to Duo had significantly heightened her nutritional demands. Therefore, he personally took to the kitchen to prepare dinner for her. After finishing her meal, Duo clutched her round belly and fell asleep. Li Xian stood before the villa's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the nightscape. He felt considerable anger regarding the events of the banquet. Had he not been the formidable Li Chidi, but rather the impoverished Li Xian, both Duo and he would have faced humiliation. Had it not been for the Huang family's prior assistance, not only Su Jie, but even Huang Binshu would have met a grim fate. Just as Li Xian was lost in thought, a voice call interrupted him. The caller ID revealed it was Wang Wei. What is it? He inquired, his tone indifferent. On the other end, Wang Wei's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Duo's father, I was wondering if you have time tomorrow. I'd like to visit Duo for a home visit. Would that be all right? A home visit? Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He could not comprehend what the other party was up to, suddenly insisting on conducting a home visit. Can I refuse? Li Xian inquired directly. His performance at the banquet was witnessed by all, and the teacher of Duo, who had previously been rather indifferent towards him, now proposed a home visit. Could there be ulterior motives? After all, there are countless materialistic individuals in this world. Upon hearing Li Xian's intention to decline, Wang Wei grew somewhat anxious. Mr. Li Xian, this home visit is mandatory for all the children in the class. If you are unavailable tomorrow, you may reschedule, but you cannot refuse. Very well, Li Xian replied, uncertain of the veracity of her words. However, since they were coming, it was fine. Duo's father, please send the address to my WeChat, and we will arrange for tomorrow morning, as it conveniently falls on a Saturday. All right. After hanging up, Li Xian no longer dwelled on the matter. Duo was already fast asleep, and he quietly left the house. There had been no useful information regarding Meng Qingqian's disappearance, and Li Xian resolved to search again, hoping for a lead. Years ago, Meng Qingqian vanished after meeting someone. Who precisely that person was, Lu Qi did not know, but perhaps it was related to her work. The company Meng Qingqian worked for back then might possess some pertinent information. However, just as he stepped out of the villa's gate, he halted abruptly and coldly uttered, "Come out." In a swift motion, several figures emerged around him, encircling Li Xian. They were clad in black, armed, and wore stern expressions. Notably, one youth donned a cloak, exuding an air of authority. I didn't expect you to sense us from such a distance, the youth remarked, scrutinizing Li Xian. Who are you? Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly. I am Jiang Patian, leader of the Special Operations Team. The other party introduced himself. What business do you have with me? Li Xian maintained an expressionless demeanor, a calmness that irked Jiang Patian slightly. It pertains to the extermination of the Wei family. We wish to discuss it with you. As Jiang Patian spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Li Xian, attempting to glean something from his expression. What does the Wei family have to do with me? Li Xian retorted. This response left Jiang Patian somewhat disappointed. Guoli mentioned that 5 years ago, Wei Xinyu had pushed you into a lake, and now that you have suddenly returned, associating closely with Huang Jiangtai, the head of the Huang family, and residing in a villa with such capabilities, how could you not seek revenge on Wei Xinyu? Jiang Patian laid out his reasoning, and Li Xian asked coolly, thus, I would like to request your cooperation with our special operations team in the investigation. Jiang Patian certainly did not believe that Li Xian had annihilated the Wei family, but according to Guo Li, prior to the massacre, Wei Xinyu had appeared disheartened, repeatedly murmuring Li Xian's name, which led him to follow the trail. Upon hearing this, Li Xian shook his head, growing impatient. I don't have time for this. And regardless of your affiliation, it would be best not to provoke me. With that, he turned to leave. The Special Operations Group possesses the authority to act first and report later, superseding all institutions of the Dragon Nation. Should you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, I am entitled to apprehend you. Jiang Patian cast a glance, and immediately several members advanced towards Li Xian. Their hands reached out to seize his shoulders, intent on subduing him. Chapter 44. He is not human. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Where were these so-called Special Operations Group members when the Li family was annihilated? Only now do they emerge to investigate the incidents involving supernatural abilities? As the members of the Special Operations Group closed in, Li Xian did not even spare them a glance. He merely took a step forward. In the next instant, those figures felt as though they had been struck by a speeding train, each one sent sprawling, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away, blood pouring from their mouths. Jiang Potion's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. He had merely speculated that the demise of several prominent families might be linked to Li Xian, but he never anticipated that Li Xian was a formidable expert. Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards Li Xian, the sound of sonic booms resonating through the air, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, when he was merely a meter away from Li Xian, an invisible force hindered his advance, rendering him unable to move forward even an inch despite exerting all his strength. The internal energy was unleashed, signifying a congenital realm. A storm surged within him. Just 5 years ago, Li Xian was but a downtrodden young master, and yet in this brief span, he had transformed into a congenital powerhouse. How could this be possible? I warned you not to provoke me, yet you chose to ignore my words. Consider this the lesson of losing a hand. Li Xian's icy voice resonated. A spray of blood erupted from Jiang Potion's wrist. In the next moment, Jiang Potion was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing to the ground, only to discover that his wrist was broken. This was utterly terrifying. It seemed evident that the annihilation of the Wei, Wang, and other prestigious families was not merely related to him. It was highly probable that Li Xian was the perpetrator. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already hastened away, disappearing into the night. For the Special Operations Group, today served as but a minor lesson, should they dare to trouble him again. Li Xian would not hesitate to make their entire organization vanish from existence. At the foot of a building, the words Zhengguang Decoration Engineering Company, Limited flickered continuously. This was the company where Meng Qingxian had worked years ago. 5 years had passed, yet the company appeared unchanged. It was now 10 o'clock at night. But the lights within the office remained lit, indicating that someone was still working late. This evoked memories for Li Xian from 5 years earlier. At that time, Meng Qingxian would often return home late, as it was customary for employees to work several hours of overtime. Meng Qingxian affectionately referred to her boss as Lu Poppy, a man known for his greed and harshness. One time, Meng Qingxian was reprimanded for being 10 minutes late, enduring over an hour of scolding in the office, and was even compelled to make a public apology before the entire company. Li Xian recalled the redness in her eyes when she returned home that day. She lamented that had it not been for that meager salary, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Lu Poppy soundly. Lost in thought, Li Xian had arrived at the entrance of the company. The security guard of the company was lazily lounging in his chair, engrossed in his mobile phone. At night, the company employed a night shift security officer, a role that afforded them the only opportunity to adhere to a regular work schedule. The guard was taken aback to see someone visiting the company at such a late hour. He stepped forward to obstruct Li Xian's path. "What do you want?" he inquired brusquely, assuming that it could not possibly be a client at this hour. Yet, at that moment, the figure that had been standing at the entrance vanished before his eyes, only to reappear in the company's lobby as if by teleportation. With another flicker, the young man had already entered the elevator. As the doors closed, he completely disappeared from the guard's view. Having scrapped and clawed his way through the lower echelons of society for many years, the guard had developed a considerable amount of courage. He had previously worked in a funeral home, witnessing all manner of scenes. However, now he found himself wide-eyed and trembling, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, utterly unable to muster any strength. The elevator doors opened. Li Xian arrived on the 3rd floor and made a beeline for the boss's office. Lu Poppy was notoriously harsh with his employees, but even harsher on himself, often spending long hours in the office. There came a rhythmic knock at the door. Lu Yuzhou, who had been perusing a recently signed contract while wearing his glasses, assumed it was an employee seeking his attention and replied without looking up, "Come in." Upon entering, a figure stood in front of Lu Yuzhou. Irritated, he looked up and scolded, "What are you doing standing there like a zombie at this late hour?" Mid-sentence, he paused, noticing a completely unfamiliar face, and frowned. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a resounding slap struck his face. Lu Yuzhou, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, was momentarily dazed by the force of the blow. Shaking his head, he tried to dispel the disorientation. What was happening? He didn't even know this person. And here he was, delivering an unprovoked slap. However, Lu Yuzhou was no pushover. Before starting his company, he had been a notorious thug in the area. Regaining his wits, he quickly grabbed an ashtray from the desk and hurled it at Li Xian. Yet, just as he raised the ashtray, another slap landed on his face, this one even more forceful. Lu Yuzhou's hefty form was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a pained wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Li Xian stood before him once more, looking down imposingly. "Do you remember a certain Meng Qingqian, an employee from 3 years ago?" he asked coldly. "Why, yes, I remember," Lu Yuzhou stammered, hastily nodding. He now realized that this young man was formidable, and fear began to creep in. As the eldest daughter of the Meng family and a renowned beauty in Chuzhou, Meng Qingqian was indeed memorable. Had it not been for the influence of her family's connections, Lu Yuzhou might have already taken action against her. Nonetheless, he had often made things difficult for her. 3 years ago, Meng Qingqian went to meet someone and subsequently disappeared. "Do you know who that person was?" Li Xian's voice turned icy as he inquired. Lu Yuzhou nodded. "He is a client of our company, yet Meng Qingqian went missing on her way back after meeting him. Years ago, the 6 doors personnel came to investigate. That client is named Wei Xianliang and was once our business partner, although we have not collaborated for several years. It is said that he is entirely paralyzed and has long been bedridden. Perhaps he has already passed away." "All right, I understand." After Li Xian finished speaking, he turned and walked out. 2 minutes after Li Xian exited, Lu Yuzhou scrambled to his feet, grabbing the phone to call security, angrily exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you know to prevent outsiders from entering the company?" However, after his outburst, there was a long pause before a trembling voice responded from the other end. "Mr. Lu, it's not that I didn't try to stop him, but that young man is simply not human." Lu Yuzhou's fury intensified. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is he not human or a ghost? You can't even handle this simple matter. Pack your things and get out by tomorrow." "No, he truly is not human. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage." He teleported from the entrance to the lobby in a single step. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuzhou's mind buzzed. Remembering the scene where Li Xian had sent him flying with a slap, he realized, in his previous rage, he had forgotten this detail. Unlike the security guard, who was clearly ignorant, he understood the significance. The individual in question was evidently extraordinary. Could he be a practitioner? Lu Yuzhou couldn't help but recall a scene he had inadvertently witnessed years ago, a chill running down his spine as he stammered, "This matter must not be publicized. Also, copy the surveillance footage and send it to me. I need to see it." Chapter 45. Are you the Grim Reaper? Stepping out of the company and standing on the street, Li Xian closed his eyes, his intangible consciousness rapidly enveloping the entirety of Chuzhou City. Thousands of lights flickered, and scenes flashed like a kaleidoscope in Li Xian's mind. "Found it. Wei Xianliang seems to be nearing the end of his life," Li Xian murmured softly. His eyes slowly opened, gazing towards the west of Chuzhou, as if penetrating through countless spaces to behold the unfolding scene. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and his entire being vanished like shattered light. That night, at the hospital's inpatient department on Yumen Road in the Western District, the Wei family's descendants wore troubled expressions, their faces grave. An elderly man, lying on the bed with an oxygen mask, breathed feebly. The data on the ECG monitor fluctuated continuously. Wei Xianliang, having risen from humble beginnings to amass a fortune of billions, was indeed a legendary figure. Yet, at the age of 50, he became paralyzed from the waist down, and 2 years later, was completely incapacitated, now nearing the end of his life. Surrounding him was his devoted wife, Hu Feng, with red-rimmed eyes, alongside his son, daughter, and several nieces and nephews. The Wei family's rise had been recent, unlike other families steeped in intrigue and rivalry. At this moment, sorrow was etched upon each face. A doctor in a white coat approached the bedside to examine Wei Xianliang, then exchanged a glance with the Wei family, signaling them to step outside the room. "Ms. Hu, it seems that Mr. Wei may not have much time left. Prepare for the final arrangements." As these words hung in the air, the atmosphere became unbearably heavy. In the next moment, Hu Feng, who deeply loved Wei Xianliang, completely broke down, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. The doctor shook his head and departed. In the corridor, Li Xian observed the scene before him, shaking his head gently. The parting of life and death has always been one of humanity's greatest sorrows. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the dimly lit corridor, instantly capturing the attention of the Wei family. A young man, clad in casual attire, seemed to materialize out of thin air. But in the next instant, a chilling spectacle unfolded. With a single step, the young man appeared to teleport, finding himself at the foot of the hospital bed. At that moment, the air around them felt as though it had solidified. The boldest of the Wei clan, Wei Wunshu, stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" However, Li Xian disregarded him entirely, his gaze fixated on the frail, old man in the bed. Wei Xianliang's vitality was waning, and it seemed he would soon depart this world. Li Xian smiled gently and raised his hand to touch Wei Xianliang's forehead. "What do you intend to do?" Wei Wunshu exclaimed in alarm, clenching his fists and preparing to rush forward. Yet, the moment he took a step, he felt as though he were mired in quicksand, his movements slowed to a crawl. Not only him, but all the members of the Wei family also found themselves ensnared in this peculiar phenomenon. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All sounds extinguished as if time had been put on pause. Meanwhile, the area around the hospital bed remained unaffected, with the normal flow of time allowing free movement. Though the Wei family had operated a successful business and had seen much of the world, they were now gripped by a chilling fear, their scalps tingling. The elderly man on the bed opened his eyes weakly, gazing at the suddenly materialized young man, perhaps due to a fleeting clarity. He remained mentally sharp despite his bedridden state. Noticing the unusual reactions of his relatives, a flicker of calmness crossed his eyes. "Are you the Grim Reaper?" he inquired. For in his view, only the harbinger of death could wield such extraordinary power and appear at the brink of his demise. Li Xian smiled faintly, his fingers resting upon Wei Xianliang's forehead. A surge of vital energy flowed in, and instantly, the old man felt his mind becoming clearer. "I am not the Grim Reaper. However, I possess the ability to determine your fate. I have come today to inquire about a certain matter. 3 years ago, a girl named Meng Qingqian disappeared after delivering a contract to you. Tell me, do you know anything about her?" Li Xian's gaze remained fixed on him. Upon hearing the name, Wei Xianliang's spirit stirred slightly. "I do not know what charm that girl possesses to attract beings such as yourselves, who wield supernatural powers. You all?" Li Xian questioned, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "It appears you truly know something. 3 years ago, I was collaborating with Jiangnan Company and required a contract that afternoon. Jiangnan informed me that someone would be sent to deliver it. The girl delivering the contract was exceptionally beautiful. After she completed her task and was about to leave, she thoughtfully took the trash from in front of my office with her." Li Xian's expression was one of complexity. The old man's words reminded him of Meng Qingqian, who was always industrious and showed none of the airs of a pampered heiress. After their marriage, she managed household chores and meals with remarkable efficiency. He admired the girl's actions and contemplated whether to request her from General Manager Liu, standing by the window to watch her depart. Just as she reached the roadside, several figures clad in black emerged, rendering her unconscious and forcing her into a car. Upon hearing this, Li Xian clenched his fists in an instant. Indeed, something had befallen Qingqian, but who would dare to target her? The old man's voice continued. "Upon witnessing this scene, I hurriedly dialed for the police. But before I could complete the call, a tall figure appeared before me. He wore a mask resembling a demon, and warned me that if I dared to speak of what I had just witnessed, I would vanish from existence, along with my family facing dire consequences." After uttering this chilling threat, he simply leaped out of the window, despite my office being on the 15th floor, for the safety of myself and my family. When the 6 doors came to investigate, I dared not disclose what had transpired. "Do you still recall any characteristics of those who abducted Meng Qingqian?" Li Xian inquired. Wei Xianliang shook his head. "The distance was too great for me to see clearly, and it has been too long for me to remember." "Do you not remember?" Li Xian sighed. I had hoped to avoid this method. With that, his hand enveloped Wei Xianliang's head. In the next moment, Wei Xianliang's face contorted in agony as a fragment of memory illuminated Li Xian's palm. A black sedan, the black-clad figures descending from it, the abduction of Meng Qingqian, and the masked man in Wei Xianliang's office, with a plum blossom embroidered on his sleeve, a blood-red plum blossom. The plum blossom insignia appeared to signify something significant. Li Xian pondered as he reviewed the memory once more. After a considerable time, he returned the luminous fragment back to Wei Xianliang's consciousness. "The soul-searching technique inflicts immense suffering upon you. Although I have restored your memories, it has undeniably left an indelible mark upon your spirit. I shall grant you a month of health as compensation." Upon finishing this, Li Xian shot forth a beam of light from his finger, which surged into Wei Xianliang's body. Having completed his actions, he stepped forward and vanished from the hospital room. at the very moment of Li Xian's disappearance. The temporal domain enveloping the hospital room instantaneously ceased to function. The members of the Wei family in the corridor and the hospital room were astonished to find their ability to move restored, each displaying a look of terror in their eyes. At this moment, atop the bed, Wei Xianliang's heart thumped heavily a few times, followed by a surge of vibrant blood rushing throughout his body. His arms, skin, and cheeks began to flush with life. Chapter 46. He is the great figure. The crimson plum blossom serves as a symbol. With this clue in hand, finding the person who abducted Meng Qingshan should not pose a challenge. Nevertheless, Li Xian found himself perplexed. Such a kind-hearted woman as Meng Qingshan would never offend anyone. So why was she taken? When Li Xian returned to the villa, it was already past 11 o'clock. The members of the Hidden Guard remained steadfastly vigilant around him. Li Xian summoned the Hidden Guards, a total of 12, each exuding an extraordinary presence, having reached the level of transformation. Though you are dispatched by Huang Jiangtai, your dedication to protecting my daughter is commendable, Li Xian remarked. The Hidden Guards humbly responded, their gazes toward Li Xian laced with reverence. With a slight smile, Li Xian waved his hand, and immediately 12 beams of light surged forth, entering the bodies of the 12 individuals. This true essence is bestowed upon you. Cultivate it wisely, Li Xian instructed before turning to enter the house. Initially in a state of bewilderment, the 12 Hidden Guards soon found themselves overwhelmed by the tremendous energy coursing through them as they attempted to channel it. Plunging each into a state of ecstatic joy, they hurriedly returned to their respective positions, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. Upon entering the room, Li Xian saw his daughter Duo still peacefully asleep, a small blanket draped over her, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. A smile involuntarily graced Li Xian's face. His daughter was simply adorable. Daddy, I want to eat braised pork, Duo mumbled in her dreams. Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, not just braised pork, even if you crave dragon meat, I shall provide it for you. Inside the villa, Li Xian felt a profound sense of happiness, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the hospital. Wei Xianliang, who had previously been declared critically ill, had miraculously returned to life. This news instantly sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the hospital. It is noteworthy that Wei Xianliang was a significant patron of this private hospital, which had been deeply concerned about his condition. However, after several expert doctors' assessments, it was confirmed that his situation was beyond salvation. Yet, mere minutes prior, not only had Wei Xianliang revived, but he had also regained the use of his body after years of paralysis, walking out of the hospital with the support of his family. Such a scene nearly left the hospital's experts in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The hospital director turned to Wei Xianliang's attending physician. What on earth transpired? You must explain this to me. The attending physician appeared equally bewildered. I had just stepped out. I am unclear on what occurred. Director, the surveillance footage has been retrieved, an urgent doctor interjected, hastily approaching and manipulating the remote control. The large screen soon displayed the monitoring footage from that moment. A young man clad in casual attire abruptly appeared in the corridor, eliciting expressions of sheer shock from the Wei family members. Until the surveillance footage concluded, the figure did not reappear. It appears that Wei Xianliang's resurrection is closely linked to this young man. Yet, could it be that the footage has been maliciously edited? How could one possibly materialize out of thin air and then vanish again? Dean Wang Dazhong remarked solemnly. Unbeknownst to him, a doctor in the corner quietly captured an image from the screen. Meanwhile, in the Linjiang villa, Li Xian was helping Duo with her morning routine. The little girl, relishing the Saturday without kindergarten, indulged in a leisurely slumber, refusing to rise even as the sun warmed her. It took Li Xian a combination of coaxing and persuasion to extricate her from her cozy nest. At that moment, she was incessantly murmuring, Daddy can't lie. Duo wants popcorn. And chocolate, ice cream, and cream cake too. Outside the villa, a figure had been kneeling for over 2 hours, Huang Benchu. After receiving a slap from his father the previous day, he realized that his actions might jeopardize the Huang family's standing with Li Xian. Thus, he arrived at the villa early in the morning, kneeling in silence, imploring for Li Xian's forgiveness. While Li Xian was aware of Huang Benchu's presence, he chose to ignore him. After attending to Duoduo's morning routine, he began preparing breakfast, and soon, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. On the other hand, Wang Wei had entered the car of Xiao Linfeng. Upon arriving at the community entrance, following the address provided by Li Xian, She was momentarily taken aback. Though the address specified Linjiang Villa, she had assumed it was an ordinary residence. To her astonishment, it turned out to be the most luxurious mansion in Chuzhou. This region boasts numerous villa complexes, but the one where Li Xian resided was renowned as the Chuzhou Palace, with each villa exceeding 1,000 square meters. What does this signify? One house represents a small ambition. Many people spend their lives striving for such dreams. Wang Wei recalled an instance when she and a colleague passed by, and her colleague lamented that even staying there for a night would be a fulfillment of a lifetime wish. She never imagined that Li Xian would reside here. Wasn't Li Xian a down-and-out scion? How had he transformed into a wealthy magnate? Meanwhile, Xia Linfeng and his grandson Xiachan found no surprise in this revelation. After all, a person worthy of Huang Jiangtai's utmost respect could not be merely an ordinary individual. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance and completing the visitor registration, the security guard called Li Xian for confirmation before granting them entry. 3 minutes later, the car arrived at the villa. Just as they alighted, they spotted a figure kneeling before the villa, Huang Benqiu, the head of the Huang family, kneeling at Li Xian's doorstep. Who would dare to believe it without witnessing it firsthand? In that instant, Xia Linfeng was entirely convinced that Li Xian was indeed the esteemed guest welcomed by the Huang family. The dignified head of the Xia family now felt a tinge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, Xia Linfeng suppressed his astonishment and pressed the doorbell of Li Xian's residence. From the moment Xia Linfeng and his companions appeared at the villa's entrance, Li Xian had already sensed their presence. He had initially anticipated that Wang Wei would come alone for the home visit, but to his surprise, she was accompanied by an elderly gentleman and another girl, suggesting that the visit was merely a pretext. Nevertheless, Li Xian opened the door. Upon seeing Li Xian, Wang Wei felt a twinge of nervousness in her eyes. He was no longer the disheartened, unambitious youth he once was. With the transformation of Li Xian's status, she found herself feeling somewhat intimidated in his presence. A sentiment entirely rooted in psychology. When one learns that a person is a murderer, even if that individual is unarmed and slightly limping, fear inevitably ensues. Teacher Wang, have you come in a group for a home visit? Li Xian jested. Hearing this, Wang Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a mouse hole. Behind her, Xia Linfeng hurriedly clarified. Mr. Li has requested to meet you through Teacher Wang. I am quite fascinated by your artwork. Please, come in, Li Xian said casually. At that moment, upon learning of Wang Wei's arrival, Duo rushed out and politely greeted. Hello, teacher. Despite her usual mischievousness, she appeared exceptionally well-behaved in front of Wang Wei. Students inherently fear their teachers, much like mice fear cats, a natural hierarchy. As they entered the living room, Wang Wei, Xia Linfeng, and Xiachan cautiously took their seats on the sofa. Wang Wei discreetly surveyed the villa's decor, unable to conceal her astonishment, although she had already been taken aback by the knowledge that Li Xian resided there. Standing within such a grand villa truly illuminated its opulence. It was akin to a miniature palace. The realization of Li Xian's wealth struck her. Reflecting on her previous cold demeanor towards him, she felt her prior judgment was utterly misguided. Seated on the sofa, Li Xian made no move to offer them refreshments. As the esteemed Li Qidi, he possessed no inclination to cater to others. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Speak, what is it that you seek from me? Li Xian broke the stillness. Since the home visit was merely a ruse, he was curious about the true intentions behind Xia Linfeng's persistent desire to meet him. To be frank, I wish to meet you after seeing the tiger you painted. Although you merely sketched it, you captured the essence and spirit of the tiger. I wonder if you would consider parting with it. I am prepared to offer 5 million, Xia Linfeng proposed. At this revelation, Wang Wei's mouth fell agape, wide enough to accommodate a cucumber. 5 million. For just a few strokes, Xia Linfeng was willing to offer such a sum? Hadn't he previously mentioned 50,000? However, the subsequent words from Li Xian shattered her understanding even further. I wouldn't he sell it for 500 million? It is a priceless treasure I painted for my daughter. Li Xian was aware that Xia Linfeng's interest in purchasing the painting was a facade, a pretext to establish a connection with him. And he harbored no fondness for such individuals. Yet, as those words left his lips, Wang Wei felt her mind buzzing. 5 million was refused, and he claimed he wouldn't part with it for 500 million. What on earth was happening? Was this the absurdity of the wealthy? Even Xiachan beside her could not help but furrow her brow in disbelief. Grandfather, with good intentions, sought to purchase the painting from the other party. who maintained a disdainful expression. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Li Xian, are you aware of the value of a painting by the most renowned artist in our Dragon Kingdom? You dare to declare that your painting is worth 5 billion and refuse to sell? Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing Xiachan's words, Li Xian's countenance immediately turned frigid. As the illustrious Li Qi, standing above countless others, his words could dictate the fates of many. A mere worldly woman dared to speak to him so insolently. In the next moment, an intense chill emanated from him, causing the air in the entire villa's hall to plummet to freezing temperatures. Instantly, the three individuals felt their bodies stiffen, as if ensnared in a bitter winter. Further enveloped by a bone-chilling aura that surrounded Xiachan, who sat on the sofa, Xia Linfeng's expression shifted dramatically, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He hastily knelt, trembling, and implored, "Mr. Li, please spare my granddaughter. She has lacked proper guidance. I beg you for her mercy. Spare her." Although Wang Wei was equally horrified, she found it hard to believe those words. Did Li Xian truly dare to take a life? Yet, in the next instant, she noticed a trickle of blood escape from Xiachan's lips, her body quaking, her face drained of all color. At that moment, Wang Wei felt a shiver run down her spine. In response to Xia Linfeng's pleas, Li Xian remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of any emotional hue. "Father, what is wrong with this grandfather?" Just then, a tender voice chimed in, as Duo approached, holding a teapot, ready to serve tea to their guests. Observing the trembling Xia Linfeng, she curiously inquired. In that instant, the icy atmosphere receded like a tide, and the murderous intent enveloping Xiachan vanished without a trace. Li Xian turned, smiling as he accepted the tea from his daughter's hands and placed it on the table. In this world, only his daughter could dispel his murderous intentions. With the terrifying aura dissipated, Xia Linfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a short span of time, his back had become drenched in cold sweat, while Xiachan collapsed in a heap, utterly terrified, feeling as if death had been but a breath away. Her gaze upon Li Xian was now filled with dread. He was not a mere mortal, he was a deity. "You may rise as well. Discipline your granddaughter properly. Today, for the sake of my daughter, I shall spare her," Li Xian stated coldly. Trembling, Xia Linfeng stood, taking several deep breaths of fresh air. The plea he had intended to make to Li Xian was now unspoken, and he hurriedly departed with his granddaughter. Wang Wei, too, wore a face of lingering fear. Once they had left, Duo curiously asked, "Daddy, why did Teacher Wang leave so quickly? They haven't even tasted the tea I made." Teacher Wang had matters to attend to. "Perhaps next time she can enjoy Duo's tea," Li Xian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, after exiting the villa, Xia Linfeng and the others hurried into their vehicle, urging the driver to leave promptly. Along the way, Xiachan finally came to her senses and called out, "Grandfather." With that, tears streamed down her face. In her entire life, she had never endured such humiliation. Xia Linfeng let out a sigh. "Cicada, let today's events serve as a lesson for you. Although my Xia family holds some influence in Qingzhou, we have not reached a point where we can act with impunity. You have been spoiled since childhood, which has led you to speak recklessly." After speaking, Xia Linfeng turned to glance in the direction of the villa. He had initially hoped to leverage Li Xian's connection with Huang Jiangtai to resolve an issue concerning his family. Yet he had not anticipated that Li Xian himself was a formidable powerhouse. If he were to intervene, the crisis facing his family could be effortlessly alleviated. Unfortunately, this individual had a peculiar temperament, and with his granddaughter having offended him, it seemed he would need to seek alternative solutions. Chapter 48. The bully. After Xia Linfeng and the others departed, Li Xian emerged from another location, gazing coldly at Huang Benchu, who was kneeling before him. "Get up," he commanded. A look of ecstatic relief suddenly illuminated Huang Benchu's face as he hurriedly rose to his feet. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your magnanimity." Li Xian snorted dismissively. "Had it not been for your father, Huang Jiangtai, having done numerous favors for me, you would have lost your life last night. I am granting you an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. Investigate an organization that bears the emblem of a blood-red plum blossom." Huang Benchu promptly replied, "I will look into it immediately." Li Xian nodded in approval. Once Huang Benchu departed, Li Xian returned inside, finding Duo idly playing with her doll. It was Saturday, and Duo did not have school. Remembering his promise to treat Kong Bo's leg injury, he said, Duo, how about I take you to visit an uncle today?" Upon hearing of an outing, Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, Thus, the father and daughter set out. However, upon arriving at Elder Kong's neighborhood, they encountered a throng of people gathered ahead. "You old fool, I'll ask you once more, will you demolish or not?" A desperate individual, driven mad by the prospect of money, shouted, 5,000 is already generous. If you keep complaining, I won't give you a single cent." The cacophony of voices echoed from afar, and a large crowd had gathered around. At that moment, Elder Kong lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while his son, Kong Yang, was being restrained by two burly men, his face a mask of fury. Their residence was in an aging community slated for demolition, and initially, Elder Kong and his son had been quite pleased, as demolition promised a new home and a substantial sum of money. However, the developer's greed was insatiable, offering them a meager sum of 50,000 for their property. What could 50,000 accomplish? It wouldn't even cover the cost of a 20-square-meter apartment. Though the neighborhood was dilapidated, the average price per square meter for second-hand homes had previously been around 7 to 8,000. With their 60-square-meter apartment, Kong Bo could expect over 400,000. Thus, it was natural for him to refuse such an unreasonable offer. Yet the developer had connections in the underworld and sent enforcers to threaten them. Kong Bo, having once served as a steward in a prominent family, was not one to back down, but he found himself beaten as a result. Before the father and son stood a portly man, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, his chest tattooed. Though his real name remained unknown, people referred to him as Chun. With a smile reminiscent of Mithriya Buddha, yet possessing a heart as ruthless as a serpent, Chun Mithriya stood before his adversary, who was furiously pointing at Old Kong and hurling insults. "You old fool, I'll give you another minute to think it over. Sign the contract, or I'll make your son's legs crippled too." A pair of cripples. Now that would be quite the tale. Chun Mithriya erupted into laughter, joined by a chorus of burly men behind him. Kong Yang found himself restrained by two strong men, unable to move, while Chun Mithriya had already seized a heavy iron pipe from a bystander, grinning wickedly as he approached Kong Yang, gesturing menacingly. Old Kong, witnessing this scene, felt an urgent surge of panic, his veins bulging in distress. "Chun Mithriya, you are nothing but a beast. Life is already burdensome for us common folk, and you still choose to bully us. Do you not fear retribution for these ill-gotten gains?" Old Kang's teeth ground together, his face contorted with rage, longing to bite a piece of flesh from Chun Mithriya. Unperturbed, Chun Mithriya spat at Old Kong. "You old wretch, dare to curse me? Let me first break your son's legs for you to admire." As he raised the iron pipe, Old Kang's eyes reddened. If struck, his son's legs would undoubtedly shatter. His son had yet to marry. A broken leg would ruin his life entirely. "You vile creature." Old Kong attempted to rise, only to be forcefully pressed back to the ground by a burly man, rendering him helpless. "No, please don't hurt my son. I'll sign. Isn't that enough?" In that moment, Old Kong resigned himself to fate. A proud man by nature, his pride was rendered utterly useless against the harsh and unforgiving reality. With no power or influence, how could he possibly contend with his adversary? Upon hearing this, Chun Mithriya chuckled darkly. "Ah, old man, now you are beginning to understand. Why suffer physical pain? 50,000 is a considerable sum, enough for several coffins. Ha ha ha." He reveled in his triumph, deliberately performing for the crowd to set an example. He had learned that Old Kong was the most troublesome of the lot. Once he subdued Old Kong, none would dare resist the demolition. As for any repercussions, he was not worried. He had connections that could silence any fallout. At that moment, Kong Yang was released, only to collapse, utterly drained of strength, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. This was their family's sole possession. Signing the contract would render him and his father homeless. But what alternative did they have? For those without power or influence, who could champion their cause? In that instant, Kong Yang's mind flickered to the image of Li Xian, but he quickly shook his head. Although his father claimed that Li Xian drove a Rolls-Royce, would he truly risk offending such a bully for a former steward? Moreover, having power did not equate to having influence. The forces behind Chun Mithriya were likely beyond Li Xian's reach. Quickly, sign the contract. Chun Mithriya tossed a document before Old Kong. Trembling, Old Kong reached for the contract, but had yet to turn it over when a chilling voice suddenly rang out. "This contract cannot be signed." Chin Mila and the others turned their heads to see a young man holding a child appear not far away. Kong Bo's complexion instantly turned pale. Why is the young master here? This Chin Mila is no ordinary adversary. What if he provokes him? At this moment, A cold smile spread across Chun Mile's face as he looked at the newcomer, Li Xian. You were the one who claimed this contract could not be signed, weren't you? However, Li Xian disregarded him entirely, walking directly to Kong Bo and helping him to his feet. He then took the contract from Kong Bo's hands and, in front of everyone, tore it in half with a decisive rip before carelessly tossing it to the ground. This scene left not only Chun Mile dumbfounded, but also Kong Bo, Kong Yang, and the onlookers, who stared in disbelief. What was this young man doing? Had he not realized that tearing up the contract would enrage Chun Mile? Who is Chun Mile? Even stray dogs would avoid him. How dare this brat shred his contract? Surely, he was unaware of the consequences of his actions. Chun Mile was bound to erupt in fury. Kong Bo, terrified, hastily interjected, Mr. Chun, this is my nephew. He is inexperienced. Please, let us draft another contract, and I will sign it immediately. Kong Bo feared for Li Xian's safety. Although he knew his young master drove a luxury car and likely held some social standing, Chun Mile was no ordinary man. Wealth alone could not shield one from his wrath. Chun Mile cursed vehemently, sign your mother. He then fixed a fierce gaze upon Li Xian. The audacity of this young man to tear up a contract in front of him warranted a lesson. You little brat, I don't care who you are. Kneel before me at once, or I will ruin you today. Despite his corpulence, Chun Mile was no weakling. His ruthless nature had earned him his current standing. Having garnered the favor of influential figures through his tenacity, Li Xian looked coldly at Chun Mile and commanded the onlookers, dispose of him. The crowd gasped in shock. Was this young man speaking to thin air? To kill someone in front of so many people would be utterly outrageous. Yet, Li Xian was not inclined to let Chun Mile live. His subordinates were well versed in such matters. Stop pretending to be formidable, Chun Mile scoffed, laughter escaping him involuntarily. The onlookers shook their heads, having expected Kong Bo's savior to be his source of hope, only to find it was a mere fool spouting nonsense. But at that moment, several figures emerged, positioning themselves in front of Li Xian. Clad in black, their expressions were cold and their presence commanding, far surpassing the lackeys behind Chun Mile. With their arrival, the atmosphere fell silent. Kong Yang's eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed that this young master from the Li family had come prepared. Indeed, anyone who could drive a Rolls-Royce was not to be underestimated. At this juncture, Chun Mile also displayed a hint of wariness. In the world of underworld dealings, one developed a keen sense of perception. These individuals exuded a menacing aura and were clearly not ordinary people. It is highly probable that his hands are stained with blood. Chun Mile's cheeks twitched slightly as he turned to Li Xian and remarked, young brother, it seems that the flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. Today's events have been quite offensive. After speaking, he discreetly signaled his subordinates to withdraw. Did I permit you to leave? Li Xian replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Chun Mile's body stiffened, and his expression darkened. He was a prominent figure in Chuzhou, especially with the backing of the powerful Wang Tianyuan, the owner of the largest entertainment establishment in the area, Tianyuan Entertainment. He had already bowed his head in deference to the other party, yet he was met with relentless resistance. Enraged, Chun Mile threatened, my friend, it would be wise to tread carefully. Provoking me will end poorly for everyone. Suddenly, a sleek black handgun was pressed against Chun Mile's forehead. The cloaked figure of an undercover agent gazed at him with icy detachment, the pistol ominously fitted with a silencer. Who in their right mind would equip a gun with a silencer? Chun Mile, accustomed to the underworld, possessed firearms primarily for intimidation. But a silencer indicated that this weapon was not merely for show. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Chun Mile's face. It was not just him. His subordinates also froze in place. At that moment, Li Xian bent down to lift Duo and calmly instructed, choose a discreet location. Understood, the undercover agent promptly nodded. A flicker of unease surged within Chun Mile as he exclaimed, I am under the protection of Mr. Wang Tianyuan. Before he could finish, a grip around his neck silenced him. The over 200-pound man was effortlessly hoisted, as if he were a mere chick, taken away without resistance. The remaining burly men obediently followed under the threat of the gun. Kong Bo, the steward of the Li family, continued to pay respects at the grave even after the family had fallen apart, which meant more to Li Xian than many of his own relatives. Moreover, a man like Chun Mile, who terrorized the streets, had undoubtedly caused countless families to suffer ruin. Thus he deserved his fate. The fate that awaited him at the hands of the undercover agents was clear from Li Xian's final words. Li Xian and Duo arrived at Kong Bo's residence. And shortly thereafter, the undercover agents reappeared downstairs, concealed in the shadows. Li Xian knew that Chen Mile had likely vanished without a trace. The surrounding neighbors had yet to disperse, and one elderly woman exclaimed, "How ruthless Chen Mile was. I never imagined he could not withstand the old man Kong. They say he used to serve a prominent family as a steward, and it seems he truly has some background." Indeed, he referred to that young man as young master, indicating he must have been the son of the former household. Quite remarkable. This incident became a hot topic of discussion within the community. Inside the house, Kong Yang's demeanor shifted from previously aloof to warm as he served tea and even offered Duo an assortment of candies. Kong Bo expressed his profound gratitude to Li Xian, though a hint of concern lingered in his eyes. After all, Chen Mile was backed by Wang Tianyuan of Tianyuan Entertainment. However, reassured by Li Xian's repeated promises, he gradually set his worries aside. "Kong Bo, do you remember the last time I mentioned helping you with your leg?" Kong Bo's expression momentarily froze in surprise. As I was about to speak, Li Xian had already pointed a finger at Kong Bo's leg, an invisible stream of true essence surging within. For Li Xian, Kong Bo's injury was remarkably trivial. Kong Bo felt a tingling sensation in his leg, causing the words that had been on the tip of his tongue to be swallowed back, his eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Li Xian withdrew his finger. "Kong Bo, your leg is healed. Take a few steps." Although Kong Bo had just felt as if an electric current coursed through his leg, he could scarcely believe that it could be restored so effortlessly. Not just him, but Kong Yang beside him also thought Li Xian was jesting. After all, even doctors were at a loss with Kong Bo's leg. What could Li Xian possibly do? Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed Kong Bo slowly rising from the sofa and attempting to walk a couple of steps. His leg seemed genuinely uninjured. Kong Yang, noticing the transformation in his father, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must be imagining things. As Kong Bo tried walking around again, he found it increasingly effortless. At that moment, both father and son were left in utter astonishment. A miracle had indeed transpired. "Young master, what on earth is happening?" Kong Bo gazed at Li Xian in shock. "Some matters cannot be explained in haste, Kong Bo. Just know that from this day forth, with me, Li Xian, in this world, no one shall bully you again." With that, Li Xian rose to take his leave, stating, "It's getting late. I shall return when I have the opportunity." He then took Duo's hand and walked out. Kong Bo hurriedly accompanied them downstairs, where a black sedan awaited. An elite guard stepped out to open the door. Li Xian and Duo entered the car, leaving Kong Bo and his son momentarily in disbelief as they watched the vehicle depart. "Inform Huang Jiantai to arrange a high-paying job for Kong Yang, and have the Huang family find a way to take over the demolition project in this community." "Understood," replied the driver of the elite guard. Li Xian could have simply given Kong Bo's family a sum of money, but he felt that such an act would cause them unease, hence he opted for this approach. "Also, inform Huang Benchu that I no longer wish to hear anything regarding the owner of Tianyuan Entertainment." "Yes," the elite guard noted diligently. Just as they were nearing the community, the car suddenly screeched to a halt, abruptly stopping in front of a group of people blocking the road. "You drive Duo home," Li Xian instructed before opening the car door and stepping out. Upon seeing him exit, the group parted to allow the vehicle to pass, only to encircle Li Xian immediately afterward. There were over 30 individuals, all cultivators wielding weapons, emanating an imposing aura. The leader, a master-level warrior, stepped forward, his gaze as cold as ice. Recognizing their attire as identical to that of Jiang Patian and his associates whom he had previously injured, Li Xian discerned their origins, an elite task force. After surrounding him, the middle-aged master stepped closer, fixing his cold eyes on Li Xian. "Jiang Patian told me you are an innate expert. How laughable. Innate experts are not found on every street corner." With that, he produced an identification document. Wei Ran, the leader of the Jiangnan Special Operations Group, urged, "Please accompany me for a brief journey. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Li Xian could not suppress a chuckle. He gazed at the middle-aged man and declared, "You have 1 minute to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, you shall face the repercussions." Chapter 50. Jiangnan Special Operations Group arrogant, audacious, and overbearing. At that moment, the middle-aged man regarded Li Xian as utterly reckless. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable abilities of his adversary, having witnessed Jiang Potion's prowess firsthand, which had resulted in the loss of a hand. Nevertheless, he had come prepared, for as the so-called Wolf of Jiangnan in the Special Operations Group, he was calm and astute, never engaging in an uncalculated confrontation. With a cold smirk, he remarked, Do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who oppose the Special Operations Group? I offer you one last chance. Surrender willingly, or you shall not be treated kindly. In response, Li Xian's voice was unervingly tranquil. There are 48 seconds remaining. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within them as he coldly commanded, "Seize him." As his words fell, a massive net, akin to metal, suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Li Xian in an instant. With the net in place, the middle-aged man wore a smug grin. "This, my young friend, is the gift I have prepared for you, the heavenly net of the Special Operations Group. Under its grasp, no one can wield their internal energy," he boasted. He then ordered his subordinates, "Capture him." Several members of the Special Operations Group swiftly extended their hands towards Li Xian. Beneath the heavenly net, practitioners were rendered powerless, their abilities diminished to that of mere mortals. In their eyes, Li Xian was already ensnared, with no chance of escape. The Special Operations Group is the Dragon Kingdom's dedicated force against practitioners. You cannot hope to resist us. The middle-aged man reveled in the sensation of having the upper hand. Is that so? At that moment, a voice laced with scorn echoed through the air. The next instant, the golden net above Li Xian ignited in flames. Under the scorching fire, a hole rapidly formed in the net, which then spread swiftly from that point. Within mere seconds, the entire net was utterly obliterated. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was struck with disbelief, his expression one of sheer horror. The heavenly net was no mere rope, but a magical artifact forged from the copper of the Handspring Mountain. How could it possibly be consumed by flames? The once invincible heavenly net not only failed to ensnare its target, but was also completely destroyed. The crux of the matter was that practitioners could not access their internal energy beneath the net. However, Li Xian did not afford him much time for contemplation. The members of the ability group that had attempted to subdue him exploded one after another, disintegrating into clouds of crimson mist, which swiftly turned to ash beneath the flames. At that moment, the middle-aged man was engulfed in sheer terror. This youth was beyond mere innate talent. He was evidently a forbidden powerhouse. The last time that individual, Jiang Patian, visited, I had warned him, but regrettably, you all dismissed that warning as mere noise. Li Xian's chilling voice resonated through the air. Immediately, the middle-aged man was seized by terror as flames began to manifest upon his body, spreading mercilessly. "Please, do not kill me," he implored in a voice filled with desperation. Yet, in the next moment, his entire being was engulfed by the flames without mercy. Meanwhile, Li Xian did not spare him a second glance. His gaze was fixed upon the direction of the city center, a cold smile gracing his lips. Within the headquarters of the Special Operations Group in Chuzhou, numerous high-ranking officials were gathered in the main hall. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an air of authority. He was Su Wenyuan, the head of the Special Operations Group for the Jiangnan region. Su Wenyuan looked at Jiang Patian with evident dissatisfaction. "Jiang Patian, I have dispatched Wei Ran to apprehend that Li Xian. I trust news will arrive within half an hour. Then we shall see what excuse you can conjure for your incompetence." "It seems the personnel from the capital are not as impressive as they claim," Su Wenyuan remarked, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Patian could only manage a wry smile. The Special Operations Group spanned the entirety of Longhua, dealing with various supernatural cases. As a member of the capital's headquarters, Jiang Potion's direct involvement in Jiangnan's matters had inevitably drawn the ire of Su Wenyuan, the regional leader. Upon hearing of Jiang Potion's injury, Su Wenyuan had promptly sought to expel him, intending for the Jiangnan headquarters to take over the cases involving the extermination of several prominent families. Though Jiang Patian's injury indeed hindered his investigation, Su Wenyuan immediately sent personnel to capture Li Xian, entirely disregarding Jiang Potion's prior diplomatic approach to win Li Xian over. To Jiang Patian, this was tantamount to courting disaster. "Director Su, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Li Xian is formidable, a congenital powerhouse. Otherwise, how could I have sustained such grievous injuries?" Jiang Patian insisted. "A congenital powerhouse? Jiang Patian, how bold of you to declare such a thing. How many congenital powerhouses exist in the entirety of Longhua? At this juncture, you still dare to be obstinate," Su Wenyuan retorted. "Wei Ran, equipped with an extensive net, will soon return with him. Then we shall see what you have to say." "He is undoubtedly a congenital powerhouse," Jiang Patian maintained, utterly convinced of Li Xian's strength. "Jiang Patian, rest assured, I will report your incompetence in full." When the time comes, the only one who shall bear the shame will be your headquarters in the capital. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Who goes there? Halt! The hall's doors suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, as a figure sauntered in with an air of nonchalance. You are the leader of the Jiangnan division of the supernatural group? It is you who sent people to capture me? Li Xian's calm voice resonated. Yet it bore an invisible weight that rendered the hall silent. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Su Wenyuan's eyes narrowed. You are Li Xian? Wei Ran failed to apprehend you, and you have dared to enter here. His expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had told Zhang Patian that Wei Ran would bring Li Xian in. Now he found himself embarrassed, his authority undermined. And with Li Xian boldly intruding, it felt as if he had been struck in the face. What audacity! To challenge even the Special Operations Group S Division. Are you tired of living? Director Su, fear not. This individual shall be entrusted to my subordinates. It is truly absurd to think that the members of the Jiangnan General Team are merely idle bystanders. Several figures emerged, their presence exuding an aura of dread, for they were the leaders of various divisions under the Jiangnan General Team. On ordinary days, practitioners would regard them with the same trepidation as mice would a cat. Even Huang Jiantai would not dare to offend them. As these individuals stepped forward, they obstructed Li Xian's path, while Li Xian's ability to eliminate Wei Ran and reach this point suggested formidable prowess. The combined strength of these division leaders was sufficient to obliterate any cultivation family in Jiangnan. Yet, to their astonishment, Li Xian seemed to disregard them entirely, directing his gaze towards Su Wenyuan, seated in the main position. How do you wish to perish? What did you say? Su Wenyuan's expression darkened, a surge of fury swelling within him. As the leader of the Jiangnan General Team, his authority was immense, and many practitioners trembled before him. Yet here stood a person questioning his desire for death. To show such disrespect to the General Team leader was tantamount to courting demise. One of the division leaders could no longer contain himself, launching himself at Li Xian with the ferocity of a tiger, his presence terrifying. This individual is formidable. We must not underestimate him, Su Wenyuan warned. Rest assured, I will dispatch him as easily as one would a dog, the division leader declared confidently. He was the head of the Special Operations Team in Chuzhou, responsible for dealing with dangerous individuals like Li Xian in his jurisdiction. Only by eliminating Li Xian could he avoid Su Wenyuan's ire. With Leader Lu taking action, success is guaranteed, someone remarked, brimming with confidence in this division leader. Lu, stationed in Chuzhou, had unfortunately been preoccupied with his own cultivation, neglecting the management of Chuzhou, which allowed Huang Jiangtai's hidden forces to wreak havoc. This was an opportunity for redemption, one thought. Yet, simultaneously, they marveled at Lu's prowess, which had nearly made him the strongest among the division leaders. Although his recent record had been lackluster, his strength was undeniable, and he would still be rewarded accordingly. However, the next moment, bang! Before Leader Lu's fist could connect with Li Xian, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with his chest caved in, lifeless. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Wenyuan sprang from his seat, his piercing gaze fixated on Li Xian, filled with disbelief. Chapter 51. Those who block me shall die. Leader Lu is dead. Shock reverberated through the hall. The most alarming aspect was that they had not even witnessed how Li Xian had struck. The division leaders of the Special Operations Team stared intently at Li Xian, their eyes betraying their apprehension. Su Wenyuan, I have warned you about the Special Operations Team before. How dare you send someone to capture me? You may now prepare your last words, Li Xian said coldly, locking his gaze onto Su Wenyuan. The leader of the Jiangnan General Team held a position even loftier than that of regional officials, yet in Li Xian's eyes, he was not but an insect. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. But do you truly believe that the Special Operations Team is merely a paper tiger? Su Wenyuan retorted coldly. In the next moment, several figures emerged silently from behind him, like shadows. For figures in total, all cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured, emanating a chilling aura. Li Xian was not surprised. He had sensed the presence of these four since his entrance. He is merely a mere mole, hiding and revealing himself. Li Xian gave a cold snort. How dare you refer to the blood group of 6th Master as a mere mole, young man? You are likely unaware of the caliber of the person you are facing. Su Wenyuan spoke with an icy demeanor. The blood group of 6th Master? A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. 6th Master is a prominent figure in the capital, wielding immense power. This blood group is a killer organization personally cultivated by him, renowned throughout the world. It is said that the blood group comprises merely 20 members, all of whom are superlative warriors. The several group leaders could not help but exhibit signs of agitation. Jiang Patian pondered inwardly. It seems that Sixth Master harbors grand ambitions. Even Su Wenyuan of the Jiangnan General Group is aligned with him. It is no wonder Su Wenyuan dares to repeatedly confront the General Group of the capital. With Sixth Master backing him, he indeed possesses the audacity to challenge the capital's General Group. The group leaders simultaneously exhaled in relief. With members of the blood group present, they need not fear dealing with Li Xian. In that moment, they regarded Li Xian with a sense of amusement, akin to observing a tiger ensnared in a trap. However, to their disappointment, there was little expression on Li Xian's face. I care not who you are. Whoever dares to obstruct my path to kill shall perish. This declaration caused the crowd to turn pale. How audacious! The 4 experts of the blood group were enraged. In the next instant, without uttering a single word, they transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing towards Li Xian with blinding speed, their weapons glinting ominously, the air thrumming with energy. Yet, when the 4 experts were merely a meter from Li Xian, their forms came to an abrupt halt. The daggers in their hands seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier, rendering them incapable of advancing further. What is happening? The color drained from the faces of those present. This scene sent chills down their spines. The mere fact that even the attacks of the 4 blood group experts could not approach him signified the sheer terror of this youth's strength. Such a sight was nothing short of horrifying. Su Wenyuan's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. Previously, Jiang Patian had repeatedly advised him against provoking Li Xian, but he had dismissed the warnings with scorn. Now, it was too late for regrets. In the midst of his thoughts, the 4 blood group members were sent flying as if struck by an unseen force. Thud, 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 thud. They crashed to the ground, blood spraying forth, each one succumbing to death. Thus, the 4 experts of the blood group perished. In that moment, Su Wenyuan felt as though his scalp had split open. He gazed at Li Xian as if he were a demon. Block him! Su Wenyuan shouted in desperation, genuinely terrified. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when Li Xian began to stride toward him. In his wake, the group leaders fell one after another, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Su Wenyuan's eyes were filled with dread. I have stated my intent to see you dead. No one can impede that. As Li Xian's words echoed, Su Wenyuan felt enveloped by a terrifying force, and in an instant, he was drawn before Li Xian. Boom! It was as if a mountain had descended, forcing him to kneel before Li Xian, blood mist erupting from his knees. Ah! Su Wenyuan let out a cry of agony. Yet, the moment the sound escaped his lips, it was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible force had clutched his throat. Su Wenyuan was a master of unparalleled strength. At that moment, he felt akin to a marionette, utterly powerless before the individual before him, as if in the presence of a deity. You may now proceed. Li Xian's voice resonated like a decree of judgment. In the next instant, Su Wenyuan's blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The few remaining individuals in the hall gazed at Li Xian with trepidation. To them, he embodied death itself. With a thud, Jiang Patian, who had been seated, fell to his knees. Please spare me. This operation has nothing to do with me. It was entirely Su Wenyuan's reckless initiative. I heeded your warnings, repeatedly advising them not to provoke you, yet they refused to listen. Jiang Patian recounted the events in a torrent, his fear palpable, terrified of meeting the same fate as Su Wenyuan and his associates. The figure before him clearly dismissed the Special Operations Group, revealing a profound indifference to life itself. Bang! 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 Members of the Special Operations Group continued to fall in the hall. Soon, only Jiang Patian remained. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat, his collar completely soaked. After speaking, he closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. He had done all he could. The rest was left to destiny. However, after a considerable silence, when Jiang Patian reopened his eyes, Li Xian had vanished. With a thud, Jiang Patian collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water, he had miraculously salvaged his own life. Meanwhile, Li Xian did not depart from the stronghold of the Special Operations Group in Chuzhou, but rather appeared in a records room. The Special Operations Group was responsible for all supernatural cases in Chuzhou. Perhaps they had documentation regarding the tragic incident involving the Li family 5 years prior. Indeed, Li Xian quickly found the files pertaining to that event. Wang Lang, the head of the Wang family, had been ordered by Wang Jinhua to eliminate the Li couple. After the annihilation of the Li family, all their assets fell into the hands of Qin Tianbao. This case had only this scant record. There were no further details. It was peculiar that the Special Operations Group had no intention of investigating the Li family case, unless someone had expressly commanded them to cease their inquiries. Then there was Qin Tianbao. A figure emerged in Li Xian's mind. Qin Tianbao had been the director and general manager of the Li family enterprise, and his father had held him in high regard. During his visits to the Li family, he never failed to bring Li Xian a few toys. In the 2 years following the Li family's bankruptcy, Li Xian recalled that their company had been divided among several creditors, and Qin Tianbao had also faced ruin due to their downfall. Before departing, he had given Li Xian several tens of thousands of yuan, leaving a profound impression on him. Given that Qin Tianbao had also experienced bankruptcy, how had he managed to acquire all of the Li family's assets in such a brief span of 3 years? Chapter 52. Baiwa Group. At the foot of a 30-story building, Li Xian gazed up at the towering structure, lost in thought. This had once been the headquarters of the Li family's enterprises. Shortly after graduating from university, his father had fervently hoped he would inherit the family business, repeatedly urging him to work at the company, only to be met with Li Xian's steadfast refusals. As memories of his father's visage flooded his mind, Li Xian felt a sharp pang in his heart. The Baiwazhong Group, once named after his father Li Beiwu, had now been rebranded as the Tianbao Group. Qin Tianbao, though I am unaware of how you acquired the Li family's assets, should I discover that you have wronged the Li family, I shall seek your life. Lost in thought, Li Xian was about to take a step forward when a figure obstructed his path. Xianer, do not enter, came a gentle voice, trembling slightly with emotion. Before him stood an exquisitely beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a sharp outfit. Yet, her gaze towards Li Xian was imbued with profound affection. Auntie. Li Xian was taken aback. This woman was Yi Qingxue, a sister-in-arms of his mother Gu Yurong, 7 years her junior. To his astonishment, Li Xian discerned that Yi Qingxue possessed formidable cultivation, revealing herself to be a practitioner. No wonder she appeared so youthful. Before the age of 8, Yi Qingxue had cared for Li Xian, as his mother was preoccupied with the company and had little time to spare. In Li Xian's memories, Yi Qingxue was always cold towards others, revealing her softer side only in his presence. However, she had abruptly become busy, and throughout his schooling, from primary to university, he had scarcely seen her. When his parents passed away, Li Xian attempted to reach out to her, yet she was nowhere to be found, remaining absent even after he was pushed into Tianqing Lake. Let us converse elsewhere, Yi Qingxue said, taking Li Xian's hand and guiding him to a nearby CAF. Due to her unique aura, she attracted the attention of those around them. For these years, I have been in a secluded place, and I have only just returned. Having heard of your parents' plight, a hint of sorrow flickered in Yi Qingxue's eyes. I initially feared you had also fallen victim, but to know you are alive brings me immense joy. Li Xian could surmise Yi Qingxue's whereabouts. Her level of cultivation was impressive, and given the training environment on Earth, it was evident that she must have undergone rigorous cultivation to attain such prowess at her age. It was not uncommon for practitioners to seclude themselves for years of training. Xianer, I have heard that you were missing for 3 years. What transpired? Yi Qingxue inquired with concern. I was pushed into Tianqing Lake. What? Who did this? Tell Auntie. Yi Qingxue's demeanor shifted, a chilling aura emanating from her, causing the air around them to grow frigid. I have avenged my grievances, but I discovered that the Li family's assets were all claimed by Qin Tianbao. I suspect that his actions are deeply entwined with the fate of the Li family. Yi Qingxue nodded. In truth, I have also investigated Qin Tianbao. I have been back for a month, delving into the truth behind the Li family's past. The reason I appeared beneath the Tianbao Group today was to verify certain matters. Here is the information I have gathered regarding Qin Tianbao. Yi Qingxue produced a folder and handed it to Li Xian. As he opened it and perused its contents, a frown creased his brow, and a layer of frost enveloped his expression. In the past, the Baiwuga Group found itself buried under a mountain of foreign debts, leading to its sudden collapse. A scheme orchestrated by Qin Tianbao. Remarkably, even the patriarch was unaware of these debts. Following the annihilation of the Li family, Qin Tianbao directed others to seize the remnants of the Baiwuga Group. That Qin Tianbao deserves to die, Li Xian remarked coldly. Once, his father, Li Baiwugu, had regarded Qin Tianbao as a brother, entrusting him with the management of the group and granting him powers typically reserved for chairpersons. However, it has become evident that these very powers sowed the seeds of disaster. Xianer, I sense a significant change in you, which brings me great joy. If you wish to reclaim the Baiwuga group, I will wholeheartedly support you. However, do not act rashly. Shen Tianbao is surrounded by formidable individuals. Let me handle him. Yi Qingxue stated confidently. Li Xian nodded, understanding that her confidence was well-founded, as she had already reached the realm of a master. Yet, what did such formidable figures mean to Li Xian? All right, Aunt, when shall we commence our actions? He inquired. Tomorrow, let me prepare, Yi Qingxue replied. Very well. Li Xian remained silent, initially intending to invite Yi Qingxue to his home to meet Duo, but she seemed a bit anxious and departed promptly. Li Xian returned home as well. After their separation, Yi Qingxue entered her car and promptly dialed a number. Is that waste of a Li still alive? You wish to assist him in reclaiming the Baiwuga group? A man's voice on the other end seethed with anger. He is my nephew, not a waste. Yi Qingxue retorted coldly. Humph. If he isn't a waste, then who is? Yi Qingxue, do not delude yourself. Do you not comprehend the extensive ramifications of the Li family's annihilation? Should you provoke those involved, not even the Yi family will be able to safeguard you. The individuals responsible for the Li family's destruction will never permit the Baiwuga group's name to resurface in Chuzhou. If you truly care for that boy, you ought to persuade him to abandon his vendetta and hide, rather than brazenly seek death. Growing increasingly irate, Yi Qingxue responded, Father, my sister-in-law is dead. My family is shattered. Do you expect me to stand idly by? Rest assured, I will not let the Yi family be implicated. Once I reclaim the Baiwuga group, regardless of the consequences, I shall bear the burden alone. Bear the burden? Can you truly manage that? I am coming to Chuzhou immediately to bring you back. You are absolutely forbidden from intervening, came the furious response from the other end. That is impossible, Yi Qingxue declared, ending the call abruptly. Infuriated, Yi Longru smashed his phone into smithereens. This ungrateful child is driving me mad. Does she truly believe that only a few families were behind the extermination of the Li family? She remains oblivious to the terrifying forces lurking behind those families. If that individual were to act, the Yi family would be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 53. A Fool's Errand. Upon returning to the villa, Duo was joyfully dancing the bunny hop with two members of the hidden guard. After several attempts, they had become adept at this challenging dance, eliciting a chuckle from Li Xian. Upon the return of Li Xian, the members of the hidden guard finally felt a sense of relief as they wiped the sweat from their brows and voluntarily departed from the villa. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lu Qi appeared at the entrance, carrying groceries. You have arrived. Li Xian welcomed Lu Qi inside, as Duo rushed over to embrace her leg. Aunt Lu Qi, I've missed you terribly. I almost cried while you were away. Lu Qi playfully pinched Duo's nose. You little rascal. I didn't see you crying. You seemed to be having a splendid time. I wasn't. Duo, unfazed by the revelation of her fib, stood her ground. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Let me cook for you. Lu Qi offered. Sounds great, Li Xian replied, not wanting to be polite. Soon, Lu Qi began to skillfully wash vegetables and prepare the meal, with Duo trailing behind her like a little shadow. The meal was ready in no time. Laid out on the table, home-cooked dishes that were both fragrant and visually appealing. During dinner, Lu Qi suddenly spoke up. Li Xian, there's a gathering tomorrow, and I would like you to accompany me. Li Xian looked at Lu Qi, patiently awaiting her explanation. Huafeng has returned. He has been harassing me for years, and I want to put an end to it. But you know how he is, such a petty person, so I need your help. Huafeng. Upon hearing that name, Li Xian's brow furrowed. It was no wonder Lu Qi sought his company. Huafeng had once been Li Xian's close friend. The two had often indulged in merriment together. However, after Li Xian began his relationship with Meng Qingqian, Huafeng also got to know Lu Qi. Captivated by Lu Qi's beauty, Huafeng pursued her fervently. Yet, not long after, the Li family faced bankruptcy, revealing Huafeng's true colors as he severed ties with Li Xian. Lu Qi, discerning Huafeng's character, rejected his advances. But he persisted until he eventually left the country. Is he still harassing you? Li Xian's expression turned icy. This situation was indeed closely tied to him. Even though he is abroad, he always manages to seek me out upon his return. No matter where I work, he finds a way to discover my location. Now that he is back in Chuzhou, someone is throwing a gathering for him, and he somehow obtained my phone number to invite me. I initially had no intention of attending, but I believe it is time to confront him. He was somewhat manageable while abroad, but now that he is back, I fear he may escalate his behavior. Very well, Li Xian nodded. I will accompany you tomorrow evening, and we shall confront my former friend. As he emphasized the words former friend, Li Xian's tone turned grave. If not for the Li family's downfall, it would have been difficult to perceive some individuals' true natures. Meanwhile, in a lavish hotel in Chuzhou, a tall and handsome man sat on a sofa, puffing on a cigar, while a friend sat beside him. Huafeng, I hear you invited Lucci this time? That woman is no ordinary person. It's remarkable you Haven T succeeded with her in 5 years. Huafeng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he menacingly declared, for the past 5 years, I have merely been abroad, but tonight, I shall undoubtedly claim her. Inside the grand hall of the governor's mansion, news arrived that Su Wenyuan, the head of the special operations team in Jiangnan, had been killed. Upon hearing this, Governor Lei Qiming of Chuzhou furrowed his brow in concern. Below him stood several high-ranking officials from Chuzhou, all loyal subordinates of Governor Lei. The perpetrator was a young man named Li Xian, a piece of information provided by Jiang Patian. Li Xian? That useless member of the Li family? How is that even possible? Lei Qiming found this hard to believe. He was well aware of the past regarding the Li family, with their capabilities. It seemed inconceivable that Li Xian could still be alive. Furthermore, how could this so-called waste have killed Su Wenyuan? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? A middle-aged man produced a dossier. Due to the urgency of the situation, my subordinates could only gather this information. Lei Qiming opened it to find details about Li Xian. Name, Li Xian. Age, 24 or 25. Background, undisclosed. Attended the celebration of Huang Jiantai, where he was honored as a distinguished guest. Upon reading this, Lei Qiming's expression darkened. The connection to Huang Jiantai made matters rather complicated. The officials present began to murmur among themselves upon hearing Li Xian's information. Only in his 20s. And yet he managed to kill Su Wenyuan, who is a master of his realm. When did Chuzhou produce such a formidable expert? No wonder he was treated as a distinguished guest by Huang Jiantai. Li Xian's sudden emergence raised suspicions he had never been heard of before. Meanwhile, Ing Luo, the third commander of the Tiger Guards, suddenly recalled a figure. Could it be him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud crash echoed as the doors of the governor's mansion were forcefully kicked open. Instantly, everyone present rose to their feet. Who dared to intrude so audaciously into the governor's mansion? Just as they were about to express their ire, an elderly man entered. Once they recognized the elder's face, the anger within the crowd was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. Lei Qiming stood up, smiling nervously. Butler Hai, what brings you here personally? Haidishing, the butler of the Sixth Master, was indeed the Sixth Master's most trusted aide. Though he held no official rank, even a provincial governor would bow before him. I have come on the orders of the Sixth Master to apprehend the murderer responsible for Su Wenyuan's death in the Special Operations Team, Haidishing stated. His hands folded over his abdomen, scanning the gathered officials. Behind him, a dozen figures clad in black appeared, moving like shadows. The sight of these individuals sent a chill through the assembly. It seemed the Sixth Master's blood group had mobilized entirely, indicating the gravity of Su Wenyuan's demise had incited the Sixth Master's wrath. Without further ado, hand over the information on the assailant. Those who dare to harm the Sixth Master are courting death, Haidishing said coldly. The next morning, Li Xian stood at the foot of the Tianbao building. Before long, a silver-gray sports car came to a halt, and Yi Qingxue stepped out. Today, Yi Qingxue donned a form-fitting ensemble, her jeans paired with a fitted jacket, exuding an air of competence and elegance. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she resembled a university student in her late teens. She strode purposefully toward Li Xian. Xiao Xian, once we enter, stay close behind your aunt. I will protect you, she declared, embodying the spirit of a heroine in that moment. How can a man like me require protection from my aunt? Li Xian chuckled, only to be met with Yi Qingxue's disapproving glare. You little brat. Have you forgotten that I raised you from the time you wore open-crotch pants? Back then, you relished running around naked, and now you speak of being a man? Li Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, awkwardly rubbing his nose. All right, let us go inside. You will soon understand that your aunt's skills are not for naught. Today, I shall take Qin Tianbao's head. With that, she grasped Li Xian's hand and headed toward the entrance of the building. Qin Tianbao, wary of his precarious position, had taken numerous precautions, employing a significant number of security personnel. Tianbao Group was reputed to have the most security in Chuzhou, with access fraught with layers of barriers, claiming that not even a fly could infiltrate. Furthermore, it was said that Xuan Tianbao had hired bodyguards from the nation's premier security company, providing round-the-clock protection, with those who sought revenge against him meeting dire fates over the years. Gradually, Xuan Tianbao's reputation for caution spread, and few dared to trouble him. As Li Xian and Yi Qingxue arrived at the entrance, security personnel immediately approached to inquire. Just as Li Xian was about to speak, a resounding crash echoed as Yi Qingxue struck. With a swift kick, she sent one of the security guards flying into the glass door, producing a thunderous sound. The guards at the entrance froze, exchanging bewildered glances. They had never imagined that this seemingly slender and beautiful woman would act so decisively and with such ferocity. Li Xian, too, was momentarily taken aback, realizing his aunt possessed quite the fierceness. "Bring Chen Tianbao out." Yi Qingxue's voice thundered, reverberating through the entire lobby. The commotion quickly attracted more security personnel. At that moment, a sleek black Maybach pulled up, and a handsome young man stepped out, cigarette in mouth, frowning as he inquired, "What is going on?" Upon seeing the young man, someone reported, "Young master, there's a disturbance." They resorted to violence without provocation. The young man was none other than Chen Tianbao's son, Chen Qihue. His gaze was instantly captivated by Yi Qingxue's ethereal charm, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. However, upon noticing Li Xian standing nearby, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. You're back?" Chen Qihue stammered. Years ago, Li Xian had been the young heir of the Li family, while Chen Qihue and his father merely worked for them, rendering Chen Qihue a loyal sycophant. He had long believed Li Xian was dead, and the sudden reappearance of Li Xian left him feeling unsettled. However, he soon revealed a cold smile. It turned out to be the young master. Where has he been all these years? Has he run out of money and come to beg for some? I truly apologize, but this place is no longer by Wuge Group. It is now Tianbao Group. Nevertheless, I am a benevolent person, and for the sake of our past friendship, I shall grant you a few coins to spend. Saying this, he produced a leather bag and tossed several banknotes directly in front of Li Xian. As the notes fell to the ground, a gust of wind scattered them about. "Pick them up and scram. Do not return to Tianbao Group again." Chen Qihue laughed heartily. Witnessing this scene, many security personnel joined in the laughter. It turned out this fellow was the infamous waste of the Li family. The predecessor of Tianbao Group was Baiwuge Group, and as security guards, they had heard numerous tales about that so-called waste of a young master from the Li family. They had expected a significant figure, but it turned out to be this failure. "The sum you offer is far too meager," Li Xian replied coldly as he gazed at Chen Qihue. "How foolish I was back then, failing to forge a genuine friendship. How ironic. Oh, you find it insufficient? How much do you desire? I shall give you a few more." With that, Chen Qihue flung a few more banknotes. "What I seek is not mere money. I desire Chen Tianbao's life. Can you provide that?" Li Xian spoke. "What did you say? You little brat, do you wish to die?" Chen Qihue roared in fury as he lunged forward to seize Li Xian by the collar. In his mind, this young master was merely a waste, drained by indulgence. And on his own territory, he thought he could easily handle him. Yet, before he could approach Li Xian, he was sent flying more than 3 meters by a punch. Yi Qingxue clenched her fist, scolding, "Dare to bully my nephew Yi Qingxue. You must be tired of living." Upon witnessing their young master being struck, the security personnel rushed forward. Naturally, Yi Qingxue did not indulge them. She struck back directly. Her long, beautiful legs sliced through the air like whips, creating sharp sounds. In the blink of an eye, over 20 security guards lay sprawled on the ground. Remarkably, each time Yi Qingxue kicked, she sent her opponents flying 5 or 6 meters away, creating a truly spectacular scene. Just as Chen Qihue attempted to rise, a body crashed onto his head, sending him tumbling to the ground. After a long moment, he shook his head and got up, only to be horrified by the sight of over 20 security guards groaning on the ground. The one who had struck them, Yi Qingxue, was now standing with her fists clenched, looking at him with eagerness. Chen Qihue swallowed hard. He had never anticipated that this beautiful woman would strike with such ferocity. He began to panic. At that moment, Yi Qingxue beckoned to Chen Qihue with her finger. "Young man, come, I shall play with you. I fear you might be the death of me." Without hesitation, Chen Qihue dashed toward his car. However, just as he opened the car door, someone grabbed his collar, and he was hurled to the ground by Yi Qingxue. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Qihue, standing at 6 feet tall, and weighing nearly 200 pounds. Resembled a mere scarecrow as he was mercilessly tossed about, creating a scene that was nothing short of terrifying. Li Xian was taken aback by the ferocity of his aunt, who seemed to revel in the violence, intoxicated by the visceral nature of her blows. Within mere seconds, Chen Qihue lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, battered and bloodied. Yi Qingxue clapped her hands and approached Li Xian, urging him to follow. "Come, my dear nephew, I shall lead you through this chaos. Fear not. With me by your side, no one can hinder our path." Chapter 55. Li Xian, are you just playing the fool? Li Xian and Yi Qingxue boldly strode into the building, only to be met with the clamor of security personnel rushing towards them. With a fierce demeanor, Yi Qingxue unleashed a flurry of strikes with her elegant legs, akin to whips cracking through the air. The security guards barely had the chance to approach before being sent sprawling away. In that moment, Yi Qingxue resembled an extraordinary heroine from ancient tales, her movements precise and unerring. After dispatching the guards, she cast a triumphant glance at Li Xian, who merely smiled in response. As the elevator required a fingerprint to operate, the duo opted to ascend via the staircase. Chen Tianbao's office was located on the 30th floor. Upon reaching the door to the 30th floor, the unstoppable Yi Qingxue frowned. They were confronted by a formidable iron door, the final barrier to Chen Tianbao's office. This alloy door was constructed to the standards of a bank vault, a solid 20 centimeters thick, and I had encountered similar doors that required both fingerprint and iris verification for entry. Yi Qingxue glared at the iron door in exasperation. Even a master-level practitioner would find it challenging to breach such a barrier. "Shall we scale the exterior windows? That would be easier than breaking through this door," she suggested. However, after a fleeting glance at Li Xian, she shook her head. "No, while I could manage to climb up, you would struggle. It is imperative that you partake in the downfall of this traitor, Chen Tianbao." Li Xian smiled slightly. "This mere iron door is no match for me." "What?" Yi Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to process his words. At that moment, Li Xian raised his foot without hesitation and delivered a powerful kick to the iron door. A terrifying force erupted from his foot, resulting in a thunderous crash. The door shattered into countless fragments, sending shards flying inward. A chorus of screams echoed from the corridor, indicating that numerous security personnel had gathered behind the door. Given his prowess, Li Xian could have easily bypassed the door without resorting to such force, yet he found himself invigorated by the spirit of his fierce aunt. Just then, Yi Qingxue stood frozen in astonishment, her mouth agape, her alluring red lips wide enough to accommodate an egg. She gazed at Li Xian as if he were a rare treasure. "Li Xian, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Xian confidently stepped into the corridor. It was then that he beheld a multitude of black-clad bodyguards, all exuding an intimidating aura, clearly far superior to the security guards below. At this moment, all the bodyguards stood in stunned silence, gazing at the appearance of Li Xian and his companion, clearly taken aback by the fact that the alloy door had been forcefully kicked open. The entire corridor was filled with the piercing sound of alarm bells, and countless firearms were aimed at the duo's position. In addition to the firearms, there were also powerful crossbows, whose penetrating power surpassed that of guns. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingxue instinctively moved to shield Li Xian, but hesitated momentarily, recalling the earlier display of his prowess. In the next instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets and arrows hurtling toward them. A dagger appeared in Yi Qingxue's hand, poised to intercept the incoming projectiles. However, her mouth fell agape as she observed the bullets halting a mere meter before them, as if they had struck an invisible barrier, suspended in midair. She could even see the bullets spinning in place, unable to advance an inch. "You who assist Chen Tianbao in his tyranny deserve your fate," Li Xian declared. In the next moment, an unseen force emanated from his body, causing the multitude of bullets and arrows to reverse course. The sounds of projectiles piercing flesh echoed through the corridor. Dozens of bodyguards collapsed to the ground, some with their foreheads pierced, others with arrows through their shoulders, as cries of anguish filled the air. Now, only a few survivors remained, all retreating in terror. Hired at a high salary by Chen Tianbao to guard the 30th floor, they belonged to the elite cadre of bodyguards, yet they had never encountered such a terrifying individual in their careers. No, this was not a human. This was a deity. "Let us go," Li Xian urged Yi Qingxue, who was still in a state of shock. At that moment, her mind felt somewhat scrambled. Initially, she had brought Li Xian here for vengeance, preoccupied with the fear of him getting hurt in the fray. But now she realized her nephew was merely pretending to be a fool while hiding his true strength. Recalling her earlier attempts to show off, her face flushed with embarrassment. Fearing that in Li Xian's eyes, she resembled a monkey in a zoo, Li Xian paid no heed to the moaning bodyguards as he strode past them, while the remaining few crouched on the ground, trembling in fear. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc at Tianbao Group. Just then, a furious roar echoed down the corridor. 3 figures charged out from within, exuding an aura of formidable power. They were masters of the transformation realm. They were disciples of the esteemed figure beside Chen Tianbao, having rushed out to investigate the commotion. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their minds shattered, their scalps tingling in disbelief. What is happening? So many bodyguards have fallen. Are this man and woman truly so terrifying? The 3 quickly realized that, given the opponent's strength, they were not equipped to withstand such power. Without hesitation, they turned and fled back inside. However, they soon discovered that no matter how fervently they ran, they remained in place, as if tethered by an invisible string. What on earth is happening? Even those at the innate level cannot achieve this. At that moment, the trio felt a chill run down their spines, utterly terrified. Without hesitation, they halted and turned, kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "Please, do not kill us." Just as the words escaped their lips, Yi Qingxue had already launched her attack. With a series of swift kicks, the 3 men were sent crashing against the wall, collapsing to the ground like lifeless dogs, frothing at the mouth, their fates uncertain. Yi Qingxue had initially sought to demonstrate her prowess, only to realize she was merely flaunting her skills before a master. Anger surged within her, prompting her to strike with even greater ferocity. Li Xian gently shook his head, continuing on his path. Although Yi Qingxue harbored countless questions, she chose to bury them deep within her heart. Meanwhile, in the office on the 30th floor, Chen Tianbao lounged in his executive chair, a cigar clamped between his teeth, resembling his deceased son. 2 bodyguards clad in black stood vigil by the wall, wearing sunglasses and expressionless, like javelins poised for action. By the floor-to-ceiling window stood an elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the scenery. Chen Tianbao, it seems you have quite a few enemies. Since our collaboration began, how many have I helped you eliminate? The old man remarked coldly. After hearing the commotion, he had dispatched his 3 disciples to handle matters outside. They were masters of the transformation realm, and it was likely the chaos had been quelled, as the sounds of combat had ceased. Chen Tianbao chuckled. Mr. Zheng, you flatter me. In any partnership, there must be reciprocity. I granted you 60% of the equity in the Beiwan Group, surpassing my own holdings. Since you lack business acumen, I earn the profits, and you merely assist me with trivial matters. Zheng Yiming snorted derisively. Had it not been for that individual's directive, do you think I would regard such a stake? However, that individual is quickly losing patience. If the Li family's possessions are not recovered soon, I shall face punishment. Chen Tianbao, you had best uncover something of value within 6 months. Otherwise, when I am penalized, you shall not escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Tianbao's face froze, and he was about to respond when suddenly, with a deafening crash, the wooden door splintered into countless shards, scattering into the room. A man and a woman entered through the remnants of the door. The 2 bodyguards stationed by the wall sprang into action, but they were swiftly sent flying, crashing against the wall and leaving trails of blood in their wake. The room fell into a complete silence. At this, even Chen Tianbao could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the newcomers, first in shock, then turning to horror. Li Xian, you're alive? Are you disappointed? Li Xian replied coldly, tossing a contract onto the table. Sign the contract, and I shall grant you a swift resolution. A contract? Chen Tianbao muttered, perplexed as he skimmed its contents. Then a sneer crept onto his face. Are you jesting, dear nephew? Allow me to unconditionally bestow the shares of Tianbao Group upon you. You must be dreaming. The Tianbao Group is the fruit of my relentless efforts, and you wish to take it without justification? Relentless efforts? Indeed. You have toiled tirelessly to plunge Baiwugu Group into insurmountable debt, only to seize its position following the Li family's downfall. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianbao cast aside his pretense. It appears you have grown considerably wiser, yet what does it matter? If I am not mistaken, your entrance here is facilitated by the illustrious Ms. Yi Qingsnow, the pride of the Yi family. Do you truly believe her presence is sufficient to compel my compliance? With that, Chen Tianbao turned his gaze towards the elders standing by the window. Mr. Zheng, it is your time to take the stage. Zheng Yiming let out a cold snort. Despite his reluctance to clean up Chen Tianbao's mess, he nonetheless pivoted and took a step forward. His gaze not lingering on Li Xian, but rather landing directly on Yi Qing-Snow. Yi Qing-Snow, I have heard of you. I advise you to leave. For Chen Tianbao is under my protection, and you lack the authority to intervene. You are Zheng Yiming? Yi Qing-Snow slightly furrowed her brows. Knowing Mr. Zheng's esteemed name, you should depart at once. Chen Tianbao exuded an air of arrogance. Who is this Zheng Yiming? Li Xian inquired. Zheng Yiming is a master-level expert hailing from Jiangnan. Currently ranked 180th on the master list, 15 places above me. I am positioned at 195th, Yi Qing-Snow elucidated. What is this master list? Li Xian had never heard of such a thing before. Yi Qing-Snow regarded him as if he were an oddity. Despite his formidable strength, he was unaware of the existence of the master list. With patience, she explained, the master list is compiled by a mysterious organization known as the Tiangui Pavilion, encompassing all master-level experts within the Dragon Kingdom. Those who rank within the top 200 are considered the elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Xian nodded in understanding. Indeed, being among the top 200 master-level experts in the Dragon Kingdom signifies exceptional prowess. Upon hearing Yi Qing-Snow's explanation, Zheng Yiming could not help but puff out his chest. However, he was taken aback when Li Xian merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Chen Tianbao interjected. Mr. Zheng, apprehend this boy. He is the son of Li Baiwugu and may possess knowledge of the whereabouts of that item. Very well. In the next instant, Zheng Yiming acted without hesitation, lunging towards Li Xian. Initially, Zheng Yiming was wary of Yi Qing-Snow's potential intervention, yet to his surprise, she retreated 2 steps, crossing her arms, seemingly content to observe. Was Yi Qing-Snow afraid? The thought barely formed when, bang. The next moment, Zheng Yiming felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train, hurtling backward and crashing violently against the bulletproof glass. Crack! The bulletproof glass shattered, splintering with a web of cracks, and Zheng Yiming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained rooted in place, unmoved. At this moment, a chill crept into Chen Tianbao's heart. What on earth is happening? Zheng Yiming is indeed a masterful warrior, one capable of withstanding bullets in his daily life, yet he was inexplicably sent flying. His eyes were filled with terror as he realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He had initially believed Yi Qingxue to be the most formidable, only to discover that Li Xian was the true embodiment of horror. No wonder the latter remained unfazed upon hearing that Zheng was ranked 108th on the master list. The strength of this individual was likely at the first layer of the innate realm. As Zheng Yiming was engulfed by shock, he suddenly felt an invisible force constricting his throat, drawing him swiftly before Li Xian. With a sickening crack, his knees erupted in crimson mist, forcing him to kneel without a hint of resistance. Despair filled Zheng's heart as he realized his misjudgment. This was no mere first layer of the innate realm. Li Xian was surely at the 5th or 6th layer. Standing before him was a formidable opponent, making it clear that the scion of the Li family was far from a waste. Li Xian, I know who seeks to annihilate your family. If you spare my life, I shall reveal it to you. Zheng Yiming recognized this as perhaps his sole chance at survival. However, Li Xian paid him no heed, instead slowly lifting his palm and placing it atop Zheng's head. In the next moment, a sensation akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades seized Zheng's mind. As if a rod were stirring within his skull, a radiant essence began to be wrenched from his very being. Ah! Zheng Yiming let out a harrowing scream, clutching his head as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Xian commenced his examination of Zheng's memories. This scene left Chen Tianbao paralyzed with fear, the very essence of terror causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. Even Yi Qingxue, standing nearby, was rendered speechless with astonishment. Chapter 57. Torment. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Tianbao felt his mind shatter. He gazed in horror at the young man standing before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. What manner of technique was this? It was as if he were in the presence of a deity. How could he have ever imagined that the once inconsequential scion of the Li family, whom everyone deemed easily manipulated, would return after 5 years with such overwhelming power? Zheng Yiming, a warrior of great renown, was now utterly defenseless before him. At this moment, Zheng Yiming clutched his head, emitting anguished cries that suggested he was undergoing unspeakable torment. Li Xian, meanwhile, began to sift through Zheng's memories. Zheng hailed from Jiangnan, and his sole purpose in Chuzhou was to locate an artifact concealed within the Li family, an ancient jade. He had approached Qin Tianbao because the latter had usurped the Li family's enterprises, making him more susceptible to manipulation. It appeared that the Li family had a complex background, with Zheng being directed by a shadowy organization, the Cultivators Alliance. In Chuzhou, aside from Zheng Yuming, there was another formidable figure from the Cultivators Alliance who held dominion over all, Lu Ji, ranked 163rd on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. Upon witnessing these memories, Li Xian crushed the luminous orb in his hand, simultaneously obliterating Zheng Yuming's head. Zheng Yuming's agonizing screams abruptly ceased, his entire skull erupting into a mist of blood, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. This chilling spectacle startled even Yi Qingxue. What manner of power is this? Meanwhile, Qin Tianbao cowered in fear, trembling on the ground and pleading for mercy. Li Xian, do not kill me. Spare my life, and I shall grant you the Tianbao group. Grant it to me? How ludicrous! The Tianbao group rightfully belongs to the Li family. Qin Tianbao, did you ever imagine you would meet such an end? Li Xian advanced towards Qin Tianbao, his gaze devoid of emotion. Once, my father regarded you as a brother, placing his unwavering trust in you. Yet what did you do? You exploited your position to usurp the Baiwuge group. All of this was schemed long before you were even aware of the impending bankruptcy of the Li family, which means that even without the intervention of the Cultivators Alliance, you would have driven the Li family to ruin. Li Xian's words resonated. Qin Tianbao hastily shook his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. Li Xian, it is not as you think. How could my uncle ever? Bang! In the next instant, an invisible hand seized Qin Tianbao's throat, lifting him slowly into the air. You dare call yourself my uncle? In that moment, Qin Tianbao struggled futilely, his face turning an alarming shade of purple, despair welling within him. This youth before him wielded supernatural powers. Continuing down this path, his demise was inevitable. Qin Tianbao, to allow you to perish so easily would be a disservice. I shall ensure you cannot live nor die. With that, Li Xian released him, and Qin Tianbao fell to the ground, gasping for fresh air. But in the next heartbeat, bang! The 5 fingers clutching his throat suddenly exploded, and an entire hand vanished without a trace. Ah! Qin Tianbao emitted a piercing scream. Li Xian had already approached him. With his palm open, a small, pitch-black serpent coalesced in his grasp, vividly lifelike, its eyes glimmering with a chilling light. This serpent is known as the bone-eating snake. I shall insert it into your bones, where it will gradually consume your marrow, devouring a little each day, neither too much nor too little, until 365 days have passed, at which point your entire bone marrow will be entirely devoured. The sensation will surely be exquisite. Upon finishing his words, the serpent slithered from Li Xian's palm onto Qin Tianbao's leg. Seeing this, Qin Tianbao shrieked in terror. Li Xian, I beg you, spare me for the sake of all the gifts I have given you. Li Xian chuckled. The gifts you presented were merely to deceive my father. And every time you left, the gifts he bestowed upon you were worth far more than you could fathom. Yet, despite such sincere treatment, you betrayed him. In the next moment, the serpent burrowed deep into the bone of Qin Tianbao's leg. Qin Tianbao's face contorted in agony, the extreme pain causing his body to convulse. At that moment, death seemed an unattainable escape. He finally comprehended the sensation that had plagued Zheng Yuming earlier. Qin Tianbao, sometimes death is a blissful release for certain individuals. Yet regrettably, this form of happiness is one you shall not experience until a year hence. As he spoke, Li Xian summoned forth a crimson worm from his fingertips. This brain-eating parasite would infiltrate your mind, gradually gnawing away at your intellect, an experience that would undoubtedly provide you with a peculiar sense of enjoyment. Li Xian's tone remained dispassionate, as though narrating an inconsequential matter, yet it sent shivers down spines, causing an involuntary shudder even in Yi Qingxue. Her nephew was truly terrifying. Qin Tianbao's eyes widened with profound dread as he realized that Li Xian was not yet finished. He had devised even more cruel methods, akin to a devil. In the next instant, the worm descended and landed upon Qin Tianbao's forehead. A pair of iron pincers began to gnaw at the flesh and bone of his brow, seeking to create an opening through which it could burrow into his skull. Qin Tianbao screamed in agony, longing to lose consciousness. Yet he found himself remarkably alert. Oh, I neglected to inform you. During this year, no matter how excruciating your suffering, you shall not succumb to unconsciousness. Indeed, slumber will elude you, and starvation will not claim you. This is your punishment. Li Xian's voice echoed chillingly in Chen Tianbao's ears. Li Xian, may you meet a wretched end. Retribution awaits you. Chen Tianbao cursed vehemently. I had forgotten. Your screams will create quite a disturbance. With those words from Li Xian, Chen Tianbao realized his tongue had burst within his mouth, rendering him capable of only muffled cries. In the next moment, a sharp pain radiated from his throat, silencing even his whimpers, leaving him writhing in torment on the ground. Satisfied, Li Xian turned away. Noticing Yi Qingxue still standing at the doorway, he offered a slight smile. Aunt, why do you linger? We must seek out another for reckoning. Only then did Yi Qingxue snap back to reality, following closely in Li Xian's wake. As they exited the building, her mind remained in disarray. The scene she had witnessed that day had utterly shattered her understanding. What had Li Xian endured over the past 5 years? From where had he acquired such terrifying, almost supernatural abilities? Yet, Yi Qingxue found herself intrigued, pondering the expressions of those responsible for the downfall of the Li family upon discovering the current state of Li Xian. Chapter 58. They shall feel terror. Li Xian observed his aunt's alternating expressions of bewilderment and faint smiles and could not resist inquiring, Aunt, what occupies your thoughts? Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Yi Qingxue was jolted back to the present, unable to restrain her curiosity. Li Xian, what level have you attained? Could it be the 5th layer of the innate realm? As she posed this question, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 5th layer of the innate realm. The condensation of essence. One could not find another in the entire Dragon Kingdom. With such formidable support, who would dare to provoke Yi Qingxue? Her father still believed that aiding Li Xian in his quest for vengeance was unwise, completely unaware that her nephew had already become a figure of monumental significance. Li Xian shook his head, stating, I am not in the condensation realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingsnou's heart sank. How could someone with such extraordinary abilities not be in the condensation realm? Could it be that Li Xian practiced sorcery? Indeed, there are similar entities like brain-eating worms within the witchcraft of the southern wilderness. She consoled him, saying, not being in the condensation realm is irrelevant. Your strength is already formidable, and you are still young. One day, you will surely reach the condensation realm. What I mean is, your nephew is at the mythic level, surpassing the condensation realm by at least 10 Mount Everest heights. Realizing that Yi Qingsnou had misunderstood, Li Xian chuckled. What? Yi Qingsnou was struck as if by lightning. Freezing in place. A mythic powerhouse? Aren't mythic beings mere legends? Do they truly exist in this world? At that moment, Li Xian had approached the silver-gray sports car belonging to Yi Qingsnou and called out, Aunt, hand me the keys. It has been ages since I last drove a sports car. Indeed, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Back in the day, the young master of the Li family possessed several sports cars, earning a reputation as a reckless street racer in the eyes of many. After 5 years, the mere sight of a sports car rekindled the memories of that exhilarating feeling. Yi Qingsnou snapped back to reality and tossed the keys to Li Xian, the keys slicing through the air with an impressive force. Witnessing this, Li Xian couldn't help but smile as he effortlessly caught them. Soon after, Yi Qingsnou settled into the passenger seat. Aunt, are you ready? In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the silver-gray sports car shot forth like an arrow, its engine roaring as it raced down the street. The noise startled many bystanders, who erupted in exclamations. In stark contrast, Li Xian laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at that very moment, as the car sped away, several figures appeared outside the Tianbao Group building, Haiqing and members of the Blood Organization. Haiqing frowned upon seeing the departing vehicle. Too late. That brat is attempting to flee. Pursue him. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the members of the Blood Organization in pursuit, neglecting to investigate inside the Tianbao Group. After a swift chase, the sports car executed a 360-degree drift and parked in a space, nearly startling a female driver who had just parked her own car, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses at Li Xian. Li Xian paid her no mind, but Yi Qingsnou turned and shot her a fierce glare, causing the woman to obediently silence herself, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. At that moment, Li Xian stood before a club known as the Vanning Club. In Zheng Yuming's memories, Lu Ji had primarily resided here since arriving in Chuzhou. He shared a unique relationship with the club's owner, Yang Yujiao. All those involved in the tragedy that befell the Li family would ultimately face consequences. Mom and Dad, I shall avenge you. Inside the Vanning Club, a man clad in a bathrobe lounged on a sofa. He was Lu Ji, the the mastermind behind Zheng Yuming. Beside him sat a disheveled woman, Yang Yujiao, the club's owner. Standing below was a subordinate, while Lu Ji, with one hand caressing Yang Yujiao's thigh, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" He was just about to engage in a game of cards with Yang Yujiao when one of his subordinates barged in, disrupting his mood and causing him considerable displeasure. However, his subordinates were well aware of the decorum. An unexpected intrusion must surely indicate urgency. The subordinate reported, "Just now, someone broke into Tianbao building." According to the surveillance footage, one of them appears to be Yi Qingxue, who is a sworn sister of Gu Yuruan. I suspect she is acting on behalf of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji merely smirked disdainfully. Yi Qingxue, ranked 195th on the master list, was indeed a notable figure. Yet, with Zheng Yuming present, her presence would only lead to her demise. There was no need for concern. "You may go now. Do not disturb me unless necessary." "Understood." The subordinate, sensing Lu Ji's irritation, quickly bowed his head and retreated. As soon as the door closed, Lu Ji pulled Yang Yujiao into his embrace, preparing to indulge in intimate actions when suddenly the door swung open once more. "I explicitly stated not to be disturbed." Lu Ji's anger flared. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed as the previously departing subordinate tumbled back in. His chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth. Lu Ji leapt to his feet, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the man and woman who had just entered. "Zheng Yuming is truly incompetent. Allowing you to intrude here. Yi Qingxue, it seems you are courting death." Yi Qingxue responded with a dismissive smile, coolly retorting, "Fool, what did you say?" Lu Ji was instantly enraged. At that moment, Yi Qingxue naturally stepped back, taking refuge behind Li Xian, and said, "Nephew, this old fool dares to insult your aunt. What should we do?" "Of course, we should twist off his head and use it as a ball," Li Xian replied calmly, his demeanor exuding a composure that left Lu Ji feeling uncertain. Lu Ji fixed his gaze on Li Xian, inquiring, "Who are you? You have been searching for items from my family through Zheng Yuming, and yet you now ask who I am?" Li Xian's voice was icy. Lu Ji squinted, disbelief washing over his features. "You are the useless Li Xian of the Li family? You actually survived." "Indeed, I have not perished, which means you shall meet your end." In an instant, Li Xian vanished from sight, reappearing right before Lu Ji. Lu Ji's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his hand to strike. However, the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force envelop him, violently slamming him against the wall. His internal organs were instantly displaced, and he coughed up blood. Before his body could even hit the ground, Li Xian seized him by the throat, lifting him towards the window. Imagine the fear it would instill in your puppet masters if your corpse were to dangle from the exterior of the Vanning Club building. Li Xian raised his hand, tearing down the curtains, twisting them into a long rope, which he then used to choke Lu Ji. With a resounding thud, Lu Ji's body was suspended outside the window. Even as a master-level powerhouse, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Chapter 59. The leader's decision. At this moment, Lu Ji, choked and dangling outside the window, found all his struggles futile. At this moment, his heart was engulfed by terror. The worthless member of the Li family had returned, transformed into an astonishing figure of power. His strength was beyond the grasp of mere horror to describe. Even the leader of the alliance of practitioners would falter before him. Suspended in midair, he felt the howling wind whip around him, tugging at his garments. Typically, a master-level practitioner would not succumb to asphyxiation even when their throat was constricted. Yet at this moment, Lu Ji sensed all his vital energy had vanished, rendering him no different from an ordinary person, with death drawing ever closer. Especially alarming was the inexplicable force contained within the makeshift rope fashioned from curtains, which proved more resilient than iron chains. Meanwhile, beneath the grand edifice of the Fanning Club, He Cheng appeared with members of the blood group, having pursued Li Xian relentlessly. However, before they could enter the building, they glanced up to find Lu Ji dangling outside a window. He Cheng's brow furrowed, his expression betraying shock. He was well aware that Lu Ji was ranked 163rd on the master list. How could he possibly be suspended outside a window? An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He dared not lead his group into the building, especially upon noticing Lu Ji's struggles diminishing, as if death was imminent. A master-level practitioner should remain unscathed, even buried for a month. How could he be on the verge of hanging to death? This building is peculiar. We must retreat. He Cheng decided without hesitation, leading his group away. After all, Anyone capable of slaying Lu Ji, ranked 163rd, was no ordinary adversary. They would have to deal with Li Xian at another time. Bang! With a flick of his wrist, Li Xian sent the twisted curtain rope driving into the floor like rebar, producing a thunderous crash. This spectacle left the club's proprietress, Yang Yujiao, utterly stunned. Was this young man a demon? A profound dread enveloped her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably as she sank to her knees, pleading, "Please, do not kill me." Li Xian ignored her, striding directly toward the exit. At that moment, many of Lu Ji's subordinates, drawn by the commotion, rushed in. Yet upon seeing Lu Ji hanging from the window and the scene within, their pupils dilated in shock. Li Xian continued his relentless march, and wherever he passed, those individuals fell as if they were wheat cut down by a scythe. By the time he exited the corridor, the ground was strewn with corpses. Yi Qingxue trailed behind him like a devoted shadow. It was not until a good 10 minutes after Li Xian's departure that Yang Yujiao, still shaken, managed to rise. She reached out to touch the curtain rope, but as her fingers made contact, it felt as though she had been struck by a surge of electricity. Bang! She was instantly thrown back, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Who could possibly save a target marked for death by a legendary powerhouse? And 20 minutes after Li Xian's exit from the Fanning Club, a figure appeared within the building's chambers. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the floor and the lifeless Lu Ji hanging outside, the newcomer's complexion turned pale. Soon, he spotted a woman cowering and trembling in the corner. This woman was Yang Yujiao, who had been violently thrown aside by a surge of power. What had transpired here? The man approached Yang Yujiao, lifting her up to question her. She raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes filled with indifference and confusion, remaining silent. The man tightened his grip on her arm, attempting to press for answers. Unexpectedly, Yang Yujiao opened her mouth and bit down on his arm. With a sudden jerk, the man flung her away, and she crouched down once more, emitting strange, eerie laughter. Clearly, this woman had become utterly dazed after enduring a series of traumatic events. The man frowned as his eyes fell upon the curtain embedded in the floor, his pupils dilating in horror as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying. The ability to drive soft fabric into the floor indicated that the assailant was exceptionally formidable. Moreover, it was not only Lu Ji who had encountered misfortune. Zheng Yuming had also suffered. Could this be connected to the Li family? In the next moment, he reached out to touch the curtain. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated, and he was hurled backward, spitting blood as terror filled his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to quell the turmoil within his chest. Trembling as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, the screen displayed the words, "Protector of the Practitioner Alliance, Shang Yunshan." The call connected. "Something has happened to Protector Shang," came the report from a subordinate in a grand estate in Jiangnan. Shang Yunshan furrowed his brow. What could be so alarming? Lu Ji is dead, his body displayed outside the building, and the strength of the assailant is terrifying. I am not even worthy to touch the curtain used to hang Lu Ji. After his words, a long silence enveloped the line. It took several seconds before a voice finally emerged, evidently shaken by the information provided by the man. You must conduct a discreet investigation immediately. Do not alert the assailant. This matter requires the Alliance leader's judgment. Chapter 60. A moment of silence in Chuzhou. On the streets, Yi Qingxue was driving, intending to visit Duo with Li Xian. She was delighted to hear that Li Xian had a lovely daughter and had purchased several gifts along the way. Li Xian sat in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. He had now discovered the identity of his parents' murderer, and his next step was to eliminate them one by one, ensuring they understood the true meaning of fear. According to Zheng Yuming's memories, the headquarters of the Practitioner Alliance was located in Jiangnan. Li Xian, what are your plans moving forward? Yi Qingxue inquired. 2 matters, he replied. The first is to restore the North Martial Group's reputation in Chuzhou. The second is to eradicate everyone involved in the annihilation of the Li family in Jiangnan. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Yi Qingxue nodded. Auntie looks forward to seeing you restore the North Martial Group's prominence, so that all those who once mocked the Li family will realize that the Li family has returned. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li Xian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yi Qingxue abruptly applied the brakes, halting the vehicle in the middle of the road. Before her lay a group of men clad in black, obstructing their path. What is happening? Li Xian furrowed his brow. Xiao Xian, wait for me here. I shall return shortly. With that, Yi Qingxue opened the car door and approached them. Upon seeing her exit the vehicle, The men in black parted to allow her passage. Not far away stood a man of commanding presence. "Father, you truly came to Chuzhou?" Yi Qingshue's expression swiftly turned icy upon recognizing him. Yi Longru, upon hearing his daughter's words, emitted a cold snort. "Of course I had to come. Had I delayed, you would have no idea of the trouble you might have caused. Come back to the Yi family with me immediately." "No. I must assist Li Xian in rebuilding the Beiwu group. Xiao Xian lacks understanding of business matters and requires my support." Yi Qingxue promptly declined. "Rebuild the Beiwu group? Huh." Yi Longru could not suppress a laugh. "To my knowledge, the Beiwu group has already fallen into the hands of Qin Tianbao. Do you truly believe that Li Xian can wrest it back from him? Even with your assistance, do you comprehend the power of those he has offended? The alliance of cultivators in Jiangnan will never permit the Beiwu group's name to resurface in Chuzhou. Do you understand? It is you who does not understand." Yi Qingxue retorted coldly. "Father, although you are the head of the Yi family, you remain oblivious to how formidable Li Xian has become. In a matter of days, the Beiwu group will once again stand tall in Chuzhou, and the entire alliance of cultivators shall be beneath his feet." "Ha!" Yi Longru shook his head at her words. "Yi Qingxue, I am uncertain what sort of enchantment Li Xian has cast upon you to elicit such ignorant remarks. Nevertheless, I shall grant you an opportunity. Return to the Yi family with me now, and if that young man truly manages to restore the Beiwu group, I shall relinquish the position of head of the Yi family to you. You may fully support him, even to the extent of handing the Yi family over to him." Upon hearing Yi Longru's proposition, Yi Qingxue's eyes brightened. "Father, are you truly serious?" She understood that with Li Xian's capabilities, reviving the Beiwu group would be effortless. However, the Tianbao group was composed of Qin Tianbao's loyalists, whom Li Xian would undoubtedly avoid. Establishing a new company team was no simple task, but with the Yi family's assistance, it would certainly become much easier. "Very well, I shall return with you. In 10 days, at most, you shall hear the news of the Beiwu group's resurgence." Seeing his daughter willing to accompany him, Yi Longru let out a sigh of relief. His daughter possessed remarkable strength. Had she truly resisted returning, he would have found it challenging to compel her. After all, his subordinates included only one master, who may not have been a match for Yi Qingxue. As for Yi Qingxue's claim regarding the Beiwu group's return within 10 days, it seemed utterly implausible. How could a waste like Li Xian accomplish such a feat? After the demise of the Li family, Yi Longru had indeed paid attention to Li Xian, only to find him to be a hopeless case, akin to a piece of useless clay. "All right, Qingxue, you may enter the car first. I need to exchange a few words with that young man." "Father, you may speak to him, but do not provoke him. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety," Yi Qingxue coldly cautioned. At that moment, Yi Longru approached the sports car directly. Li Xian had inexplicably descended from it. Yi Longru scrutinized Li Xian with a cold gaze and stated, "I care not for your intentions upon returning to Chuzhou, but I must insist that you keep your distance from Yi Qingxue. Do not bring her harm. The rules of this world are beyond your reach. If you seek death, do not implicate my Yi family. Do not expect Yi Qingxue to offer you any assistance in the future. I shall not permit her to have further dealings with you. Remember my words. This is my counsel to you." Such was the pride of Yi Longru. Were it not for Yi Qingxue, someone of Li Xian's ilk would not even qualify for a conversation with him. Yet, Li Xian merely smiled faintly. "Yi Longru, you remain oblivious to the nature of the being with whom you converse." Li Xian's countenance bore an air of defiance, his eyes brimming with indifference. In that moment, Yi Longru felt a tightening in his chest, as if he were standing before a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. Yet, he quickly suppressed this notion. It must be an illusion. Before him stood merely a waste of the Li family. Yi Longru chuckled lightly and turned away. "Li Xian, my aunt awaits your news in Longzhou," Yi Qingxue called from the car, waving to him. "Do remember to bring the gifts for Duo. I will visit her in a few days." Before she could finish, the car had already started. The bodyguards accompanying Yi Longru swiftly entered the nearby vehicle. One elder cast a warning glance at Li Xian before taking his seat. Watching the departing convoy, Li Xian could not help but smirk in disdain. Driving the sports car left by Yi Qingxue, he returned directly to the villa. Before long, Huang Jiangtai and his son Huang Binshu entered, summoned by Li Xian's hidden guards. "Senior, have you called us for a particular task?" Huang Jiangtai inquired respectfully. Li Xian produced a contract and placed it upon the table. Huang Jiangtai opened it with curiosity. "A share transfer document for Tianbao Group? Effective immediately. There shall be no more Tianbao Group. I aim to reinstate Baiwa Group's prominence in Chuzhou, Li Xian stated matter-of-factly. He understood that Huang Jiangtai would inevitably investigate his identity. As expected, there was little surprise upon Huang Jiangtai's face. What would you have your junior do? Huang Jiangtai asked earnestly. I have no desire to retain any of the former personnel from Tianbao Group. I need you to establish a new team for me immediately. You have 3 days. I want Baiwa Group to commence operations within 3 days, Li Xian declared. He had already contemplated this during his journey, though he lacked acumen in business. With Huang Jiangtai at his disposal and the Huang family's control over numerous enterprises, constructing a team should be a simple task. Rest assured, Huang Jiangtai affirmed. I shall ensure a proficient team is assembled within 3 days. Excellent. Should you accomplish this task, I shall not be remiss in rewarding you. By the way, are you familiar with the Cultivators Alliance? Of course, Huang Jiangtai nodded. How could any cultivator from Longwu be unaware of the Cultivators Alliance? I wonder why the senior suddenly inquired about it. Please procure a list of all the powerful members of the Cultivators Alliance for me. I have a use for it. Upon hearing this, both Huang Jiangtai and his son, Huang Benchu, were taken aback. The Cultivators Alliance is an enormous entity. Despite Huang Jiangtai's dominance in the Jiangnan region, he is but a small fish compared to the great shark that is the Cultivators Alliance. Could it be that this formidable figure has drawn the ire of the Alliance? Huang Jiangtai silently mourned for the Cultivators Alliance for 3 seconds. Chapter 61. Horfeng, do you still recognize me? In the evening, Lu Qi arrived at Li Xian's villa. According to their agreement from the previous day, Li Xian was to accompany Lu Qi to a gathering welcoming Horfeng. The two drove swiftly to the venue. At this moment, Horfeng had yet to arrive, but the place was already bustling with handsome men and beautiful women. The men were striking, the women exquisite, each adorned in designer attire, and there were more than a dozen luxury car keys casually placed on the tables. As Li Xian and Lu Qi entered, countless gazes were immediately drawn to them. Notably, several wealthy young heirs regarded Lu Qi with an intense fervor, clearly mesmerized by her beauty. Lu Qi was indeed a vision of unparalleled grace. Otherwise, He Jingxiao would not have gone to such lengths to make her his wife, nor would Horfeng, even after 5 years abroad, still harbor feelings for her. Soon, eager voices rang out. Lu Qi, I am Wang Dali, my family is in real estate. You are truly stunning. Let us add each other on WeChat. Lu Qi, I am Chu Chenggang, a young director at Poly Group. We must exchange phone numbers later. Hello. I am Zhang Yu, currently pursuing my doctorate. Several men approached her, akin to infatuated hounds, their eyes brimming with greed and desire. Although Lu Qi was Horfeng's intended, he had not claimed her in 5 years, leaving them with hope. Moreover, even if Horfeng succeeded, he would not genuinely marry her. It would merely be a fleeting dalliance, after which they could seize their opportunity. Lu Qi's brow furrowed slightly as she felt a flicker of irritation at the invasive gazes directed her way. She was not an innocent girl, well aware of the intentions behind those lustful looks. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward, coldly declaring, refrain from casting your disgusting gazes upon Lu Qi. If you dare look at her like that again, I will have your eyes removed. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The wealthy heirs who had spoken earlier felt their pride wounded, their eyes flashing with anger. Who are you to be so arrogant? Utter another word, and the consequences will be even more severe. Li Xian's icy glare caused one of the young heirs to shrink back. Uncertain of Li Xian's identity, no one dared to speak further, for his presence exuded an overwhelming aura. What is the matter? Why is the atmosphere so heavy? At that moment, 2 young men strolled over. One of them, impeccably dressed in a suit with slicked-back hair, exuded an air of arrogance. He was none other than the protagonist of today's gathering, Horfeng. A wealthy heir reported to Horfeng. This brash young man brought by Lu Qi boasted about gouging out our eyes. Horfeng, a pivotal figure in their social circle, had seen the Hua family flourish in Chuzhou over the past 5 years, elevating his own status alongside it. Upon hearing that Lu Qi had brought a man, Horfeng's expression soured. He had harbored ulterior motives to win Lu Qi's affection, so the presence of another man perplexed him. However, when he caught sight of Li Xian's face, his expression froze. Li Xian, how could it be you? Why not me, Horfeng? Did you not anticipate my return? Li Xian replied with a cold smile, the camaraderie they once shared now overshadowed by profound disappointment. I am here today to warn you. Keep your distance from Lu Qi and cease your advances, or I shall not spare you. Horfeng's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Li Xian's words. I am pleased you have returned to Chuzhou. but you must recognize your new reality. You are no longer the young master of the Li family, and the Hua family is not what it was 5 years ago. Li Xian scoffed derisively. Indeed. 5 years ago, you were practically my shadow, yet once the Li family fell, you swiftly distanced yourself from me. You, Hua Feng, are truly a character. Hua Feng's face turned crimson at this blunt revelation. He had not anticipated Li Xian would so boldly expose his past. The atmosphere grew awkward as curious gazes from the surrounding men and women turned toward the unfolding drama. What manner of person is this Li Xian? It appears he and Hua Feng share a history, whispered a provocatively dressed woman. It seems he is the young master of the Li family who fell into ruin 5 years ago. Hua Feng used to be quite close to him. But now Li Xian flaunts an air of superiority despite his family's downfall. He seems to be out of touch with reality. At this moment, Hua Feng's expression darkened further. Li Xian, for the sake of our past camaraderie, I have shown you considerable leniency. Do not overstep your bounds. You may still consider yourself a young master of the Li family, but I assure you, I am no longer the Hua Feng of old. You are now a pauper, devoid of any background, assets, or capabilities. What can you possibly compare to me? You lack even the qualifications to enter my circle. The Hua family now stands shoulder to shoulder with the 7 great families of Chuzhou, and just 3 days ago, we secured a partnership with the Huang family, the foremost family in Chuzhou. The revelation that the Hua family had forged an alliance with the Huang family elicited astonished reactions from those present. The Huang family, the true rulers of Chuzhou, held immense power. Aligning with them would grant one considerable influence in the region. Li Xian, now reduced to a state of poverty, could hardly be compared to Hua Feng. In an instant, the previously intimidated signs of wealth revealed a haughty demeanor, looking down upon Li Xian with disdain. They had expected a formidable figure, only to discover he was merely a relic of past glory, a deluded failure incapable of recognizing his own reality. It was truly laughable that they had almost been intimidated by such a person. Meanwhile, Li Xian cast a frosty gaze at Hua Feng. Regardless of how powerful the Hua family currently appeared, should you dare to harass Lu Qi again, I will ensure you regret it for the rest of your life. Furthermore, did you not assert that the Hua family had allied with the Huang family? Very well, your partnership has now been dissolved. Chapter 62. A farce. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, laughter erupted among the crowd, their mirth uncontrollable. This fool believed himself to be someone of significance, claiming he could sever Huang family's ties with the Hua family. Anyone with a semblance of common sense would never utter such nonsense. He was merely a worthless scion of the Li family, unworthy of even holding the door for the Huang family. The onlookers regarded Li Xian with scorn, save for Lu Qi, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. She understood that Li Xian spoke the truth. He indeed possessed the capability. Hua Feng was nearly doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha, Li Xian, do you even comprehend what you are saying? It seems these 5 years have truly taken a toll on your sanity. Hua Feng, Li Xian is not deceiving you. If you plead with him now, you might salvage your situation. Otherwise, a single word from him will compel Huang Jiantai to comply. Lu Qi coldly interjected. What did you say? Hua Feng's mouth fell slightly ajar, unable to believe the words emanating from Lu Qi's lips. Lu Qi, have you lost your senses too? Do you understand the stature of the Huang family? In their eyes, Li Xian is but an insignificant insect. Does he even know which way the Huang family's door swings? With that, Hua Feng gestured toward the sumptuous dishes on the table. Li Xian, it has been 5 years. You must have forgotten the taste of such exquisite cuisine. Out of respect for the past, I shall allow you to indulge today. Eat your fill, and then depart. As for Lu Qi, it is not your place to meddle. At Hua Feng's words, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of derision. Once the esteemed young master of the Li family, he had now fallen to such depths. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Inform Huang Benchu to immediately terminate all collaborations with the Hua family. Also, the young master of the Hua family has displeased me. Witnessing Li Xian's earnest demeanor, the crowd could not contain their laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Did he truly believe they were all fools? It was a pity that the young master of the Li family did not pursue acting further. Just then, as Hua Feng prepared to deliver another scathing remark, his phone rang. It was his father, Hua Dongwang, calling. Everyone, quiet down. I need to take a call from my father, Hua Feng announced, rising to step aside to answer. Hua Feng, you scoundrel. What have you provoked? The Huang family has abruptly ceased all collaborations with us. Hua Dongwang's voice boomed from the other end of the line. In that moment, Huafeng felt as though his mind had gone blank. A dull throb reverberating through his head. The Huang family had indeed terminated their collaboration, and explicitly due to his misdeeds. In other words, Li Xian did not deceive him. With a mere word, he could command the Huang family. Thud! Huafeng collapsed to the ground, the world before him fading into darkness. How could he be unaware of the immense effort the Hua family had invested to align themselves with the Huang family? Moreover, the termination of their collaboration signified the Huang family's stance towards the Hua family. What other clans would dare to associate with the Hua family in the future? Li Xian. Was he not merely a waste from the Li family? What granted him such formidable influence? What had transpired over the past 5 years? Meanwhile, the affluent young women, who had been laughing and chatting moments before, rushed over upon seeing Huafeng sprawled on the ground. Huafeng, what happened? Are you unwell? Yet Huafeng suddenly lifted his head, fixating on Li Xian, who stood a short distance away, his expression cold and detached. He scrambled to Li Xian's feet, clasping his legs and pleading, Li Xian, I was wrong. Please, urge the Huang family not to sever ties. I beg you, I deserve to die? As he spoke, he relentlessly slapped his own face. Those around them were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had the Huang family truly decided to end their cooperation with the Hua family solely because of a phone call from Li Xian? Was this the same waste from the Li family 5 years ago? He was nothing short of a colossal figure. Oh heavens! Those who had previously ridiculed Li Xian felt a shiver run down their spines. Li Xian, however, impatiently kicked Huafeng aside and said coolly, This is merely a small lesson. If you dare to harass Lu Qi again, I will ensure the Hua family vanishes entirely from Chuzhou. With that, he turned to the somewhat dazed Lu Qi and said, Let's go. Lu Qi nodded eagerly, trailing closely behind Li Xian. Chapter 63. My lady requests your presence. Li Xian and Lu Qi departed, leaving the affluent young men who had welcomed Huafeng trembling at the scene before them. Today, they had witnessed the true meaning of influence. Had Huafeng not so quickly turned against Li Xian and continued to treat him as a brother, perhaps the Hua family would have encountered genuine fortune. The Hua family had exerted tremendous effort to ascend to the Huang family's level, yet with a single word, Li Xian could orchestrate the immediate dissolution of their partnership. It was evident how terrifying Li Xian's power was. Of course, there are no what-ifs in this world. The waste from the Li family had returned and had transformed into an extraordinary figure. This news began to circulate among several small circles as the banquet came to a close. After leaving the hotel, Li Xian drove Lu Qi home before returning to his villa. Duo was playing in the living room, and at that moment, Li Xian changed into comfortable home attire and busied himself in the kitchen, fully embracing the role of a nurturing father. The following morning, Li Xian drove Duo to kindergarten. However, as they arrived at the entrance, they were intercepted by a man clad in black, his demeanor cold and imposing. The man was robust and exuded a distinguished aura. A martial artist indeed. Is there something you need? Li Xian inquired coolly, his tone imbued with a frosty detachment. The man produced his phone for comparison and then stated, You are the one who saved Wei Xianliang at the hospital, correct? My lady requests your presence. The tone of the other party was imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. Rather than a request for Li Xian, it felt more akin to a command. Li Xian observed a black Maybach parked by the roadside of the school, and the lady in question was likely inside the vehicle. I have no time, he replied curtly, rejecting the overture outright. Wei Xianliang, a man on the brink of death, suddenly appeared invigorated, undoubtedly attracting attention from onlookers who must have received word from the hospital. However, Li Xian had no inclination to engage with them. The man's face registered surprise, seemingly taken aback by Li Xian's unequivocal refusal, without even inquiring about his lady's identity. At that moment, Li Xian, cradling Duo, proceeded towards the kindergarten entrance. It was only then that the man regained his composure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He once again positioned himself in Li Xian's path, hastily declaring, My lady is the daughter of the Pei family from Chuzhou. She wishes to see you, and you have no right to refuse. In his view, revealing his lady's status would compel Li Xian to acquiesce. Yet, Li Xian paid him no mind, instead entrusting Duo to Wang Wei's care. Once Wang Wei took Duo's hand and entered the kindergarten, Li Xian turned to face the man, his tone icy as he remarked, I said I have no time. Do you not comprehend? The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with frost, his voice laced with menace as he warned, I advise you not to be unappreciative. With that, he lunged toward Li Xian's shoulder, evidently intent on teaching him a lesson. However, in the next instant, his body was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground with a chest cavity caved in, blood pouring from his mouth like a mortally wounded beast. The commotion drew forth over 30 men in black from nearby vehicles, encircling Li Xian. One man brandished a pistol, aiming it at Li Xian. "Do not be disrespectful to the divine doctor," a woman's voice resonated. A striking woman, clad in high heels, strode forward with an air of commanding authority. "Miss, he has injured Lu Yong," a bodyguard protested on behalf of his fallen comrade. "How outrageous. The esteemed divine doctor holds a position of great significance." Lu Yong's attitude warranted correction. The woman responded, casting a charming smile at Li Xian, who was then scrutinized from head to toe. "Greetings, I am Pei Ying, and the Nanheng Group is my family's enterprise. My subordinate has offended you, and I am here to apologize." "No need. He has already received his due lesson," Li Xian replied, attempting to depart. Yet, the woman stepped forward, blocking his path. "Please, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. I am aware that you have healed Wei Xianliang, a man at death's door. Your medical prowess is remarkable, and I have gone to great lengths to ascertain your presence at this kindergarten. I have come to beseech you. My father is gravely ill, and despite consulting numerous renowned physicians, none have succeeded. Only you can save him." It was indeed due to Wei Xianliang's circumstances. In an effort to sway Li Xian, Pei Ying continued, "Should you consent to save my father, I am prepared to offer a reward of 10 million, along with the friendship of the Pei family." Upon finishing her words, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Li Xian, her eyes glimmering with a hint of confidence. In Chuzhou, many aspired to cultivate ties with the Pei family, and now she felt as though she was offering an opportunity to the young man before her. She believed he had no reason to remain indifferent. To her surprise, the response from Li Xian was a frigid countenance. "I do not care which esteemed family you hail from. Your presence has soured my mood considerably. Therefore, I implore you to step aside at once. I shall not come to your father's aid." At these words, a flicker of anger ignited in Pei Ying's eyes. She had lowered herself, personally extending an invitation, only to be met with outright rejection. "Are you certain you will not help?" Pei Ying pressed, unwilling to give up. Meanwhile, Li Xian strode purposefully towards his car. "Miss, should we intercept him?" One of the bodyguards, gripping his firearm, inquired ominously. Yet, scarcely had he uttered the words when his complexion turned ashen. The other bodyguards gasped in shock. Surrounding them, unbeknownst to them, had silently emerged a dozen figures clad in black, resembling phantoms. Upon their sleeves glimmered a strip of gold embroidery. This seemingly modest embellishment signified their prestigious status, the Black Gold Guards of the Hidden Pavilion. At that moment, the expressions of the elite guards were cold and unyielding as they fixed their gaze on the Pei family, remaining utterly still and silent. A sharp intake of breath escaped Pei Ying as her legs trembled slightly. She finally comprehended why the young man exuded such arrogance. The protection of the most elite Black Gold Guards was beyond what her family could contend with. A wave of dread washed over her, and she felt her back drenched in cold sweat. Upon returning to the villa, Li Xian received a call from Huang Jiangtai, who reported on the progress of their work. In just half a day, Huang Jiangtai had already laid the foundation for a team for Li Xian and was in the process of selecting elite talents from the Huang family's various companies. This meant that, at most, within a day, all members of the company would be in place. Furthermore, the sign of Tianbao Group had been taken down and renovations were underway. Huang Jiangtai assured that when Baiwugu Group commenced operations, Li Xian would behold a brand new company. Li Xian was quite satisfied with this progress, recognizing the difficulty in achieving such results in such a brief span of time. However, Huang Jiangtai harbored some concerns. In the past 5 years, Chen Tianbao deemed the biological medicine sector too time-consuming and labor-intensive, thereby almost ceasing investments in pharmaceuticals, focusing instead on real estate and other ventures. Many experts in the medical field have been poached by other companies, making it challenging to re-establish a business in biological medicine. "Leave this matter to me," Li Xian replied confidently. The term biopharmaceutical merely refers to the study of life, and on this entire planet, who understands life better than Li Chiti? Since the objective is to reinstate the Baiwuzi Group, Li Xian cannot merely establish a facade. He must ensure that his father's dedication flourishes under his stewardship. After concluding the call with Huang Jiangtai, Li Xian proceeded directly to the Canwang Hall. At that moment, the hall was bustling as usual, yet upon entering, Li Xian noticed in the center of the main hall a framed piece of paper adorned with gold, featuring a single horizontal line. To his astonishment, below the paper was an incense burner. Was this not the blank paper he had previously left at Canwang Hall? It had been enshrined. Li Xian felt somewhat bewildered. At that juncture, a female attendant approached him and inquired, "Are you here to collect medicine or seek medical advice?" "I am looking for your boss," Li Xian replied. The attendant, with a brusque demeanor, retorted, "Our boss is unavailable." Nearby patrons overheard Li Xian's words and shook their heads. The proprietor of Canwang Hall was a renowned healer in Chuzhou. He was not someone one could simply request to meet. Who did this young man think he was? Just as this thought arose, a male attendant hurriedly approached, casting a sharp glare at the female attendant before turning to Li Xian with a beaming smile. "Sir, you have arrived. Please have a seat. I will inform the boss immediately." The last time Li Xian visited, it was this very attendant who had assisted him, leaving a lasting impression. Furthermore, he had been instructed by the boss to immediately notify him upon Li Xian's return. Observing this scene, many patrons displayed expressions of curiosity. What was the identity of this youth that commanded such reverence from the staff of Canwang Hall? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from within. The proprietor, Zhou Jiuan, emerged, jogging towards Li Xian. Upon reaching him, he bowed deeply, his expression filled with excitement. "Sir, I have awaited your arrival." This display astonished everyone present. The typically stern and dignified owner of Canwang Hall was exhibiting such deference. Chapter 65. The Essence of Life at This Moment. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Jiuan respectfully saluted Li Xian. "Sir, I am thrilled to see you again." Zhou Jiuan's face was aglow with a beaming smile, and he stumbled over his words due to his excitement. "The last time I wished to visit you, I saw you departing in Master Huang's vehicle, and since then, I have been searching for news of you, but alas, to no avail." Upon hearing this, Li Xian suddenly understood. It seemed that his previous act of saving Zhou had led him to seek him out. "I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Let us find a quiet place to converse," Li Xian suggested. Zhou Jiuan promptly led Li Xian into the office, where only the two of them remained. Without further ado, Li Xian produced a sheet of paper densely filled with various medicinal ingredients. "Can Canwang Hall procure these items?" Zhou Jiuan accepted the paper, nodded after reviewing its contents. "Although the medicinal herbs mentioned above are somewhat precious, they are not particularly rare. I am uncertain how many Mr. Li requires. If it is merely one portion, I can procure it from the Royal Ginseng Hall immediately. However, if a larger quantity is needed, I shall require some time. Please prepare one portion for me. And as for the rest, you may acquire them from the merchants. Regardless of how many you manage to gather, I will accept them. Rest assured, the price will be at market value, and it will certainly not be insufficient," Li Xian stated. Zhou Jiuan hurriedly shook his head, expressing, "It is my honor to serve you, sir. How could I dare to accept payment? I am conducting business with you, and the quantity I require will indeed be substantial, indicating a long-term supply. So we shall adhere to market prices," Li Xian replied with an undeniable tone. "Very well," Zhou Jiuan nodded. If the quantity of herbs required were merely in the tens or hundreds, he could provide them free of charge. However, if the demand were excessive, even the financial capacity of the Royal Ginseng Hall might struggle to accommodate it. "May I inquire, sir, what purpose do you have for these herbs?" "I intend to concoct a potion called the Essence of Life, to serve as the flagship product of the Beiwufu Group." Zhou Jiuan could not help but show signs of astonishment upon hearing Li Xian's words. As a native of Chuzhou, he was certainly aware of the Beiwufu Group. To his knowledge, since the Li family's bankruptcy 5 years ago, the Beiwufu Group had transformed into the Tianbao Group. Seemingly perceiving Zhou Jiuan's confusion, Li Xian calmly remarked, "The Tianbao Group is no longer in existence. In 2 days, the Beiwufu Group will reopen." Zhou Jiuan had some understanding of the historical relationship between the Tianbao Group and the Beiwufu Group, with the former's disappearance and the latter's resurgence. Could it be that the individual before him was the young master of the Li family who had vanished for 5 years? In that moment, Zhou Jiuan comprehended everything. "It seems you have deduced my identity. Please make preparations and expedite the acquisition of those herbs for me," Li Xian stated as he prepared to rise. "Wait a moment." Zhou Jiuan interjected suddenly. "Mr. Li, to my knowledge, after the Beiwufu Group became the Tianbao Group, its biopharmaceutical business was nearly entirely abandoned, and those experts have relocated to other companies. However, I happen to know a professor specializing in biotechnology who leads an entire team. If Mr. Li wishes to revive the biopharmaceutical sector. Perhaps you could persuade this team to join you. Zhou Jiyuan had a sudden flash of inspiration regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Xian indeed halted his steps. The words resonated perfectly with his intentions. Currently, the entire team was being organized with the help of Huang Jiangtai. But since he aimed to restart the pharmaceutical business, it was essential to recruit relevant experts and professors. Li Xian had initially planned for Huang Jiangtai to seek them out. But Zhou Jiyuan had unexpectedly resolved this dilemma. "Where's the professor you mentioned? Take me to meet him," Li Xian stated directly. With merely 2 days remaining until the Beiwufu group's reopening, it would be optimal to have everything in order beforehand. This professor's name is Song Yulong. He is a longtime friend of mine, though he has a somewhat peculiar temperament. I shall contact him to arrange a meeting. Zhou Jiyuan replied as he took out his phone to make a call. A few minutes later, upon seeing him, a look of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Mr. Li, he is available this afternoon. We can visit him at any time." However, as he is a luminary in the field of biomedicine, several pharmaceutical companies have recently been vying for his attention, hoping to persuade him to join Baiwa Group. This may prove to be somewhat challenging. He will undoubtedly be inclined to join, Li Xian asserted confidently, given his expertise in this domain. Once he encounters the essence of life I possess, I cannot fathom how he could possibly refuse. Please prepare a room for me and gather a selection of medicinal herbs, Li Xian instructed. Although Zhou Jiyuan was uncertain of Li Xian's intentions, he complied with his orders. 10 minutes later, a collection of herbs was laid before Li Xian, who then proceeded into a sealed room with them. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, Li Xian emerged, holding a transparent vial. Zhou Jiyuan instinctively glanced into the room and noticed remnants of the herbs scattered about. Could it be that those herbs had transformed into the liquid within Li Xian's bottle? Yet, whether through ancient alchemical methods or modern medical technology, extracting the essence from herbs typically necessitates tools. How had Li Xian achieved this feat empty-handed? Zhou Jiyuan's mind brimmed with questions. At that moment, Li Xian calmly remarked, "Let us go. Take me to meet your old friend." Chapter 66. Terrifying. Half an hour later, Li Xian and Zhou Jiyuan arrived in front of a large building, the research facility of Song Yulong. Upon seeing Zhou Jiyuan, the security personnel promptly ushered them respectfully into the lobby. The two took their seats on a sofa in the hall. "Mr. Li, several pharmaceutical companies have been in contact with Song Yulong recently. We may have to wait a bit before we can see him," Zhou Jiyuan explained. "No matter," Li Xian replied, lifting the tea poured by the attendant and surveying the building. With its own research team and the ability to occupy such a structure, it was clear that Song Yulong was no ordinary individual. At that moment, several figures entered from the entrance. An elderly man immediately spotted Zhou Jiyuan sitting there and made his way directly toward them. Zhou Jiyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Although the Canwang Hall was a time-honored establishment in Chuzhou, it still faced competition, with Zhu Hongxing being one of its rivals. "Oh, if it isn't Boss Zhou, what brings you here? Are you perhaps planning to venture into the biomedicine industry, since your traditional Chinese medicine sales have faltered?" "Ha ha." Zhu Hongxing laughed heartily. "I am merely accompanying someone this time," Zhou Jiyuan replied coldly. "Accompanying someone?" The other man's gaze swept the room before settling on Li Xian, the sole companion of Zhou Jiyuan. "Could it be this young gentleman? I wonder how to address you." To attempt to entice Song Yulong's team without at least 100 billion in assets is utterly impossible. The man regarded Li Xian with evident intrigue. Li Xian had been observing the surroundings, not wishing to become embroiled in the animosity between Zhou Jiyuan and this individual. Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to strike up a conversation, causing a slight furrow to form on his brow. The possession of assets amounting to billions was inconsequential. "Since I sought out Song Yulong, he would undoubtedly choose to join my company." As those words left my lips, not only was Zhu Hongxing taken aback, but everyone accompanying him was equally astonished. This young man exuded an excessive confidence, having engaged with numerous companies connected to Song Yulong. What justified his unwavering certainty that Song would prefer him? The tone of his voice suggested that the matter was already settled. Zhu Hongxing couldn't help but laugh. "Youngster, since you are so confident, enlighten me on what makes you believe you can impress Song Yulong?" "Not at liberty to disclose," Li Xian replied with a hint of indifference, inciting Zhu Hongxing's ire. This young man was exceedingly arrogant. After all, the Zhu family was a renowned lineage in Chuzhou. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind Zhu Hongxing could no longer contain himself. His gaze fixated on Li Xian as he coldly declared, "You boy, Who do you think you are to speak to my father in such a manner? Do you believe I won't ensure you leave this building in disgrace? Li Xian cast a dismissive glance at the man. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, yet still carried himself like a spoiled rich kid, indicating the Zhu family's questionable upbringing. However, Li Xian's gaze stirred considerable discontent within the middle-aged man, particularly as he noticed the attention he had drawn from security personnel and waitstaff alike. He felt compelled to act, otherwise he would lose face. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Xian and commanded, "Apologize to my father immediately, kneeling and bowing, or no one will be able to save you." Seeing his ineffectual son resorting to such tactics, Zhu Hongsheng initially intended to reprimand him, but upon reflection that the young man was indeed somewhat arrogant, he chose silence, allowing his son to unleash his fury. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiyuan, observing the scene, was nearly bursting with amusement. The Zhu father and son had no inkling of the formidable presence they were up against. With a mere flick of a wrist, one could repel cultivators. Zhu Hongsheng had truly wandered into a perilous situation. Noticing Zhou Jiyuan's lack of response, Zhu Hongsheng assumed he had intimidated him and remarked, "What do you think, Boss Zhou? My son has a rather fiery temperament. As long as this young fellow admits his fault, we can consider the matter resolved." However, the middle-aged man interjected with a scoff. "Dad, it cannot simply end there. He must kneel and bow." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xian's cold gaze locked onto him. This insignificant creature, initially unworthy of his attention, had persisted in provoking him. Since he sought his own demise, Li Xian would gladly oblige. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed through the hall as the middle-aged man's body was propelled backwards, colliding violently with a massive column, his form instantly contorted. Although Zhu Hongsheng had brought numerous bodyguards, they were utterly oblivious to how Li Xian had executed his move. By the time they regained their wits, their young master lay on the ground like a discarded ragdoll. At that moment, everyone in the vicinity covered their mouths in shock at the spectacle before them. Meanwhile, Li Xian slowly rose to his feet. He raised his hand, his fingers dancing gently, and to everyone's astonishment, the middle-aged man floated into the air before crashing down violently onto the ground, his knees hitting the floor. This spectacle sent waves of terror through Zhu Hongsheng and the others. Zhou Jiyuan's heart raced uncontrollably. Was this truly the extent of Li Xian's power? Such a terrifying display, akin to that of a devil, was unprecedented. At that moment, the entire hall descended into a deathly silence, all eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon Li Xian. The young master of the Zhu family appeared to be nothing more than a marionette, manipulated at will by Li Xian. Could such abilities truly belong to a mere human? Zhu Hongsheng's mind went blank, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was aware of the existence of cultivators in the world, but even the mightiest Huang Jiangtai of Chuzhou could not achieve such feats. In that instant, he was engulfed by sheer terror. Soon, the commotion in the hall caught the attention of the security personnel, and over 30 figures rushed in, many of whom had a fearsome reputation from their days in the underworld. Upon entering, they were initially bewildered by the situation, but when they saw the pitiful state of the Zhu family's young master, a chill crept into their hearts. This was excessively brutal. Thud. At that moment, Zhu Hongsheng sank to his knees. "Sir, I was wrong. I apologize on behalf of my son," he stammered, his voice quivering. He understood that a formidable warrior like Li Xian could easily annihilate the entire Zhu family with a mere flick of his wrist. No wonder Zhou Jiyuan wore a look of morbid curiosity. They had truly encountered an insurmountable force. Li Xian, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with such filth, coldly commanded, "Leave at once. Disappear from my sight within 5 seconds." "Yes." Zhu Hongsheng hastily directed his bodyguards, dragging his half-conscious son away from the building. The highly paid bodyguards did not dare to cast a glance at Li Xian, utterly terrified. Just as Zhu Hongsheng and his entourage were departing, a man in a suit emerged, his expression grim. "What is happening? Is there a disturbance?" He was the security manager of the entire building, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion. It turned out to be Manager Yang. Upon recognizing the man, Zhou Jiyuan explained, "My friend had a minor conflict with the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Hongsheng, but it has been resolved." Zhou Jiyuan was familiar with Manager Yang, who was a practitioner of dark strength and had long been tasked with protecting Song Yulong, possessing comparable strength to his own. "Ah, it's Boss Zhou." Manager Yang's demeanor softened upon seeing Zhou Jiyuan. However, his gaze turned sharp as it fell upon Li Xian standing there, and he warned, "Considering you are a friend of Boss Zhou, I shall overlook this incident. But remember, this building is under my jurisdiction, Yang Wanli, and no one is permitted to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. How could a mere security manager dare to offend someone as powerful as Li Xian? As expected, in the next moment, Yang Wanli was launched like a cannonball, crashing violently against the pillar that the young master of the Zhu family had previously collided with. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, landing on the ground, and a look of horror spread across his face. In that moment, Yang Wanli was utterly bewildered. As a formidable practitioner of the dark strength, he had been flung away without even grasping what had transpired. What level of power did this youth possess? The surrounding security personnel, who had hurried over, were equally dumbfounded, as if they had encountered a specter. Typically, Manager Yang could leave an imprint on a steel plate with a single strike, revered by them as a deity. Yet today, he appeared so easily vanquished. The crux of the matter was how the youth had executed his attack. None had witnessed it clearly. It seemed he was indeed a master of exceptional skill. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in uniform emerged. "Mr. Zhou, Professor Song requests your presence," she announced, only to then notice Manager Yang lying on the ground, her expression shifting to one of alarm. What has transpired? Why is Manager Yang bleeding? With a bitter expression, Manager Yang struggled to rise, his gaze towards Li Xian still tinged with shock. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "It's nothing." Zhou Jiyuan chuckled and gestured towards Li Xian, saying, "Please, sir." Li Xian then stepped forward alongside the uniformed beauty, entering the building. The woman frequently glanced back, perplexed by the unfolding events. Following her, they arrived at the basement of the building, which housed Song Yulong's research laboratory. After passing through several doors, they finally entered a room filled with cutting-edge precision equipment, where over a dozen researchers clad in white coats were diligently recording data. Upon their entrance, an elderly gentleman approached. "Ah, Zhou, you have arrived. Is this the individual you wish to introduce to me?" Song Yulong appraised Li Xian with some surprise. Among the business owners he had engaged with in recent days, none were as young as Li Xian, who was a rare sight. Youth often conjured an impression of unreliability in business matters. Zhou Jiyuan spoke. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Li Xian. His company, Baiwa Group, is set to launch in 2 days, primarily focusing on biomedicine. Mr. Li wishes to invite you to join Baiwa Group." Song Yulong frowned slightly. "As far as I know, Baiwa Group has been rebranded as Tianbao Group, nearly liquidating its instruments, and all specialized personnel have fled. To restart in biomedicine would be akin to starting from scratch, too many difficulties to overcome." With that, he simply shook his head. "I will not consider joining Baiwa Group." Upon hearing the refusal, Li Xian merely smiled lightly. "Since I have come personally to meet you, you have no grounds for rejection. Friend, your assumptions are rather presumptuous. Our Yulong Research Laboratory is the pinnacle of research teams in Jiangnan. Numerous companies have sought to invite us to join. Why would we be compelled to accept your Baiwa Group?" The assistant in uniform interjected, her eyes gleaming with pride. Even Song Yulong couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The youth of today certainly possessed an excess of arrogance. Li Xian, however, maintained his calm demeanor, placing a transparent vial onto the adjacent workbench. This vial contains the pinnacle of contemporary biotechnology, possessing the remarkable ability to awaken cells and rejuvenate aging ones. In simpler terms, an elderly individual of 60 could, upon consumption, regain the vitality of someone 10 to 20 years younger. How is that possible? The surrounding researchers were taken aback by such a claim. Song Yulong furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Young man, you are clearly speaking nonsense." Chapter 68. "You know nothing of the power of immortals." Song Yulong and the others gazed at Li Xian with skepticism. It is hardly surprising that they were incredulous. The miraculous effects of the so-called life essence seemed utterly preposterous. If such a substance truly existed, the wealthy would undoubtedly rush to acquire it, rendering it an impractical notion. Even Zhou Jiyuan found it hard to believe. While Li Xian's strength was indeed formidable, he, as a physician, understood that such a remedy could not possibly exist. Seeing their expressions of disbelief, some tinged with mockery, Li Xian chose not to engage in further debate. Instead, he turned his gaze towards a professor in his 60s standing behind Song Yulong, whose face was lined with age and wrinkles. Li Xian addressed the professor, saying, "Sir, if you take just a sip of this life essence, you will instantly revert to the vigor of your 20s. How about you demonstrate this for everyone?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man shook his head resolutely. I cannot dare to consume what is in your vial. What if it is poisonous? Laughter erupted around them. With one person chiming in, you just claimed that the life essence could rejuvenate someone by 10 to 20 years. Professor Song Miao is already 60. Are you suggesting he could return to 20, thus becoming 40 years younger? Your statements are riddled with inconsistencies. You are nothing but a charlatan. Who would dare to drink your so-called life essence? What if there are adverse effects? Witnessing this situation, Song Yulong shook his head in dismay. He despised those who resorted to deceit for personal gain. Coldly, he remarked, "We must return to our research. Brother Zhou, please escort him away." With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Li Xian's gaze fell upon a pot of green foliage on the table. The plant had withered, likely due to neglect, and an idea sparked in his mind. He approached the wilted greenery, uncapped the vial of life essence, and proclaimed, "Ordinary life essence may indeed rejuvenate one by 10 to 20 years, but this vial is of my own formulation, with effects that are truly magnified. I offered you the chance to reclaim 40 years of youth, but alas, you choose skepticism. Even without your belief, Baiwuge Group will inevitably become the largest pharmaceutical company in Chuzhou, and indeed across the nation. You have forfeited your opportunity to partake in this monumental research. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true life is." With that, he poured the entire contents of the vial into the flower pot. In an instant, the once withered plant began to regain its verdant hue at a visible rate. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, new shoots began to sprout forth. Originally, a plant no taller than a cup has suddenly grown to over a meter tall, lush and vibrant. Even from a distance, one can sense the vital energy emanating from this remarkable flora. The researchers present are utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could this be possible? Am I hallucinating? It is nothing short of a miracle. This ficus lyrata, which had seemingly perished, has revived." Song Yulong, who had turned to leave, is drawn back by the commotion. His curiosity piqued. Upon witnessing the plant's astonishing transformation, he stands frozen in shock, his eyes wide with amazement directed at Li Xian. In the midst of it all, Li Xian stands proudly, a smirk etched across his face. These mere mortals are oblivious to the powers of cultivators. Chapter 69. Lord Long. Song Yulong's gaze is fixated on the verdant plant, his entire being struck as if by lightning, overwhelmed by shock and disbelief. As an expert in biological technology, he comprehends the profound rarity of such an occurrence. The once dead ficus lyrata has inexplicably come back to life, sprouting an abundance of leaves, truly miraculous. Is this the efficacy of the essence of life? Song Yulong trembles at the thought. If he could partake in the study of such wondrous phenomena, his understanding of life sciences would deepen immensely. What say you, Song Yulong? I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to join Baiwu Group? Li Xian inquired, his voice steady and laced with confidence. Yes, yes. Song Yulong nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. He understood that such an opportunity would not come again. Nearby, the elderly man who had previously declined Li Xian's essence of life stands in stunned silence. If this essence truly possesses the ability to rejuvenate one by 40 years, he has unwittingly let slip a colossal chance. In that instant, profound regret washes over him. Very well, report to Baiwu Group punctually tomorrow. I shall ensure all necessary equipment is prepared for you, Li Xian declared before departing. Zhou Jiuan followed closely behind, still in a daze, feeling as though he were in a dream, enveloped in an aura of mystery surrounding Li Xian. Li Xian retrieved his phone and dialed Huang Jiangtai. The team of Song Yulong has agreed to join Baiwu Group, and I expect the laboratory research equipment to be expedited. Understood, Huang Jiangtai replied, somewhat shaken. He was well aware of Song Yulong's team and was taken aback by Li Xian's success in securing their commitment. However, considering Li Xian's capabilities, it was not entirely surprising. Regaining his composure, he continued, Mr. Li, there has been progress regarding the blood-red plum blossom matter. I shall have Binshu report to you in person. At this news, Li Xian's face brightened. Huang Binshu's efficiency was commendable. Soon, Huang Binshu's vehicle arrived before Li Xian. Greetings, Senior. Huang Binshu respectfully bowed to Li Xian. Your father mentioned that your investigation has yielded results. Pray, enlighten me, Li Xian urged with anticipation. Indeed, the organization associated with the blood-red plum blossom is known as the Blood Plum Hall, shrouded in mystery. I have discovered that there is an individual who might possess knowledge regarding the Blood Plum Hall. He resides in the Gusa district, known as Lord Long. He possesses an extensive network and is privy to many secrets unknown to others. Some have sought his insights regarding matters related to the Blood Plum Hall. Lord Long. Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Beside him, Zhou Jiuan could not refrain from speaking. I am familiar with this Lord Long. He is a renowned figure in the Gusu area, commanding the White Dragon Society and ruling the region. Is this the same Lord Long? Li Xian turned to Huang Binshu. Huang Binshu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is he. Very well, let us seek him out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiuan interjected. Mr. Li, may I accompany you? Zhou Jiuan had resolved to align himself with Li Xian, naturally eager to establish his presence. Certainly, no problem, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Soon, the trio departed from Chuzhou, heading towards the Gusu district. 2 hours later, the vehicle halted beside a street, revealing a towering building adorned with the 4 characters of the White Dragon Hall. This is the headquarters of the White Dragon Society. According to Huang Binshu, this entire street is within the society's domain. Moreover, half of the entertainment industry in the Gusu district is monopolized by the White Dragon Society. Let us proceed, Li Xian declared, striding towards the White Dragon Society. Upon reaching the entrance, they were intercepted by several menacing security personnel clad in black. One of them coldly inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" "We seek an audience with Lord Long," Huang Binshu interjected before Li Xian could respond, promptly stating their purpose. Upon learning they were there to procure information from their leader, the guards quickly made a phone call to report. After the call, they searched Li Xian and his companions before allowing them entry. A burly man took the lead, escorting them to the 30th floor via the elevator. Once they emerged from the elevator, the muscular man guided them to a door. "Our Lord Long is inside. You may enter," he announced, standing like a spear at the doorway. The door was ajar. Huang Binshu knocked gently, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, they stepped inside. Inside the room sat a bald man with a dragon tattooed on his neck, engaged in a game of mahjong with 3 others. He must be the esteemed Lord Long. Several imposing figures in black stood nearby, exuding a formidable presence. Once inside, Huang Binshu addressed him. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Lord Long. We have come to inquire about certain information." Being on another's turf, Huang Binshu maintained a courteous demeanor. Yet, Lord Long remained oblivious, engrossed in the mahjong tiles before him. As time ticked away, a hint of annoyance crossed Li Xian's face. Chapter 70. It is hard not to be tempted as Li Xian's frown deepened. Lord Long seemed to finally acknowledge the presence of Li Xian and his companions. He tossed the mahjong tiles onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and remarked indifferently, "To seek information from me, know that different insights come at different prices. First, disclose what you wish to learn, and then we shall see if your offer can entice me." Lord Long lit a cigar, crossing his legs in a leisurely manner. The 3 individuals playing mahjong with Lord Long watched with keen interest as Li Xian and his companions engaged in conversation. "I seek information about a mysterious organization. Should you provide me with any details regarding this entity, I can offer you a reward that is difficult to refuse." "A reward that is difficult to refuse? What have we not seen before?" A man with slicked back hair couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Even Lord Long exhibited a measure of intrigue, gesturing towards Li Xian. "Young man, you have piqued my interest. Do continue." "The organization I wish to inquire about is called the Blood Plum Hall." Upon hearing this, Lord Long's expression shifted dramatically, causing him to tremble slightly, his gaze fixated on Li Xian. "What business do you have with the Blood Plum Hall?" The reaction from his interlocutor convinced Li Xian that Lord Long likely possessed significant knowledge. "My inquiry regarding the Blood Plum Hall is of no concern to you. All I require is information." At this juncture, Lord Long regained his composure, exhaling a plume of smoke as he replied, "The Blood Plum Hall is no ordinary organization. I wonder what price you intend to pay for such information." Without hesitation, Li Xian produced several elixirs and placed them on the table. These elixirs were crafted from the gallbladder of a giant python he had slain, combined with various ingredients, originally intended as a treat for his daughter. Now, they served a more pressing purpose. There were 5 elixirs in total, each radiating a golden hue and emanating a rich fragrance. Upon sighting the elixirs, Lord Long and the other 3 individuals' eyes gleamed with desire, their attention riveted on the potions, unable to divert their gazes. Being a master-level expert, Lord Long recognized the value of such elixirs. They were undoubtedly the work of a skilled alchemist. In the next moment, he picked one up without hesitation. Examining it closely as the aroma wafted into his nostrils, inducing a sense of euphoria. He then passed the elixir to the other 3 players, who nodded in agreement after inspecting it, affirming the elixir's worth. The value of these 5 elixirs likely exceeded several million. Indeed, they were sufficient to procure a piece of information. A glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes, though it was quickly concealed. He placed the elixirs back on the table and feigned nonchalance as he stated, "These elixirs are certainly acceptable." With that, he discreetly stowed away the 5 elixirs. "I can inform you that the Blood Plum Hall will soon make an appearance in Chuzhou, connected to an individual by the surname Xia. Is your information accurate?" Li Xian inquired. At this, Lord Long's countenance darkened slightly, and the others around him bristled with indignation. "What do you mean by that? When has our Lord Long ever deceived anyone? Indeed, how dare you question the authenticity of Lord Long's information? It seems you are courting danger." "Enough." Lord Long raised his hand, signaling for silence, then addressed Li Xian with deliberate clarity. "Since I have accepted your elixirs, I will not provide you with false information." "Very well, I shall take your word for it. Should you deceive me, the consequences will be dire." With that, Li Xian and Huang Binshu turned and departed. After Li Xian stepped out of the building, a man with a slicked-back hairstyle furrowed his brow and remarked, "This kid has quite the audacity to threaten Lord Long. I truly wish to twist his head off just now. Indeed, what a piece of work. However, I must admit, I am somewhat astonished that he was able to produce such high-quality pills." Another man with a crew cut then inquired, "Lord Long, is the information this person sought regarding the Blood Plum Hall authentic?" Lord Long nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is genuine. I, Long Tao, never peddle false information. My reputation hinges on it. However, while he may procure information from me, I cannot guarantee his survival once he departs this place." A cold smirk appeared on Lord Long's face. Furthermore, the fact that he could casually produce 5 high-quality pills suggests that he may possess even more, which is undeniably tempting. The 3 men beside him instantly grasped the implications. One of them stood up and declared, "Lord Long, allow me to handle this. It has been too long since I last engaged in action." "Very well, act swiftly. It would reflect poorly on our reputation if this were to leak." Lord Long nodded. He then rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at Li Xian and his companions who had just exited the building, a frigid smile gracing his lips. Chapter 71. Black Eats Black. Once Li Xian and his companions left the building, Zhou Jiuan could not suppress his concern, saying, "Mr. Li, this Lord Long does not seem like a trustworthy individual. He wouldn't sell us false information, would he?" Huang Binshu beside him nodded in agreement. Although Lord Long has a formidable reputation, there are rumors circulating in the underworld that he engages in blackmail and lacks integrity. Li Xian merely smiled lightly in response. "If he dares to deceive me, I will ensure he regrets ever stepping into this world." His words were nonchalant, yet they sent shivers down the spines of the other 2. As the trio approached the roadside to enter their vehicle, a sudden chill flickered in Li Xian's eyes. He closed the car door once more and said, "Wait for me here. I need to resolve a few matters." Without waiting for a reply, he strode purposefully towards a narrow alleyway. "What is happening?" Zhou Jiuan queried, his brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced at Huang Binshu. Huang Binshu, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a semblance of understanding. "It seems that Lord Long has been tempted by wealth. The allure of those pills is indeed hard to resist." "What should we do?" Zhou Jiuan asked. Huang Binshu simply smiled coldly. "We shall sit back and observe. To offend Mr. Li, Lord Long is truly courting disaster." Li Xian advanced into the secluded alley, where an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by a stray dog slinking by with its tail tucked between its legs. Standing in the center of the street, a faint smile played upon his lips. At that moment, a multitude of figures emerged simultaneously from both ends of the alley, completely encircling Li Xian. A middle-aged man with a crew cut stepped forward, one of the 3 who had previously played mahjong with Lord Long adorned with a jade ring on his finger. He wore a playful smile upon his face. "Kid, since you found yourself here, I presume you have an inkling of what is about to unfold. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Hand over all the pills you possess, and do not compel me to take drastic measures." The man with a buzz cut and his accomplice spoke up. "Indeed, hand over the items willingly, and we shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall experience the agony of having your bones shattered." It appeared they were quite confident in their intimidation tactics. Li Xian chuckled, realizing why Huang Binshu had mentioned that this dragon master favored underhanded dealings. He was witnessing it firsthand. However, they ought not to venture onto sacred ground. "I offer you a chance. Each of you may forfeit a hand and leave, or face death, Li Xian declared coldly. The buzzcut man and his companions erupted into laughter, finding it absurd that the young man dared to threaten them. It seems you haven't grasped the gravity of your situation, the buzzcut man remarked with a smirk, while one of his subordinates angrily shouted, Don't you understand? Hand over the elixir. Before he could finish, a horrifying scream erupted from the subordinate's throat as he suddenly clutched his mouth, blood dripping from his palm. What is wrong with you? The buzzcut man asked, puzzled by the sudden look of anguish on his comrade's face. When he pulled the subordinate's hand away, he was horrified to find that the entire tongue had been blown off. What on earth happened? The buzzcut man's face reflected sheer disbelief. Could it have been the young man's doing? But that seemed impossible. Even a congenital master could not achieve such a feat, though he dismissed the thought. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, as if something dreadful were about to unfold. Suppressing his unease, the buzzcut man advanced step by step towards Li Xian. As a martial artist ranked 309th on the master list, he was among the top 10 in the Xuzhou area. The explosion of his subordinate's tongue must have been due to some external cause. He was certain it was not the young man's ability. If he possessed such supernatural powers, why resort to seeking information with elixirs? He could simply threaten Dragon Master directly. Since you refused to cooperate, let me show you the meaning of suffering worse than death. As he spoke, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, and he lunged towards Li Xian like an arrow released from a bow. The dagger gleamed coldly as it aimed for Li Xian's chest, intentionally targeting a non-lethal area to extract information about the elixir. Yet, even a superficial wound could prove fatal. This is the consequence of your defiance, the buzzcut man sneered, reveling in the imminent victory as the dagger neared its target. However, Li Xian's expression remained one of disdain. The dagger, merely a fist's distance from his chest, suddenly halted as if obstructed by an invisible force, unable to advance any further. The buzzcut man's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming threat, attempting to retract his arm. Yet, in the next instant, he was horrified to discover that his entire arm was rapidly dissolving, as if it had been placed upon a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, an entire arm vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty sleeve and a steady stream of blood. Chapter 72. The Art of Sorcery. Where's my hand? My hand is gone. The crew-cut man let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of sorcery is this? He could only watch in horror as his hand transformed into a liquid state. This is utterly terrifying. What manner of being is this? Although the crew-cut man had ruthlessly tortured and killed many, he had never encountered anything so bizarre. The most unsettling part was that his opponent had remained motionless throughout. What kind of monster have I offended? A profound fear enveloped the crew-cut man's heart. At that moment, he was utterly terrified. Why are you all just standing there? Go and kill him, he shouted at his subordinates, hoping to use them to distract Li Xian and create an opportunity to escape. The subordinates, initially unaware of what had transpired, were compelled by the crowd and rushed toward Li Xian. Meanwhile, the crew-cut man dashed towards the building without a moment's hesitation. Inside, there were Master Long and two other grandmasters. He instinctively believed that safety lay within the building's walls. However, after running barely a dozen meters, he heard a series of explosive sounds. Instinctively glancing back, he was horrified to witness over 30 subordinates bursting one after another, turning into clouds of blood mist. Before the mist even touched the ground, it was consumed by flames that seemed to appear from thin air. This surreal scene sent the crew-cut man into a panic. He quickened his pace, only to find flames igniting at his feet. In an instant, one leg was lost, and he collapsed to the ground, his body losing balance. The flames swiftly crawled up his legs, and as he attempted to scream, he found his throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand. He opened his mouth, and in his despair, was utterly reduced to ashes. Li Xian cast not a single glance at the crew-cut man, to the illustrious Li Qidi. These individuals were mere ants. In his past, he had slain millions to earn the title of Qidi. Killing a few more would not stir even a ripple in his composure. The law of the jungle was the true principle of this world. At this moment, within the building, Master Long stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at Huang Benshu and Zhou Juan, who were waiting by the roadside beside their vehicles. A cold smile gracing his lips. These two, still waiting after that young man had departed, would unfortunately never see him again. With that, he instructed the man with the slicked-back hair, Old Yang, go down and deal with those two as well. As the slicked-back man nodded and prepared to leave, He noticed another figure had appeared at the entrance. Murdering and silencing witnesses, Master Long was truly adept. Damn it, it's that young man. When did he arrive? At that moment. Both Long and the other two in the room felt their scalps tingle with dread. It was crucial to note that all three were grandmasters. Any disturbance within 100 meters would not escape their keen senses. Yet, this young man has appeared silently, unnoticed by them all. You are still alive? What about my subordinate, Alphone? Master Long fixed his gaze on Li Xian. Li Xian merely smiled faintly and strolled into the room, approaching Master Long. Since I am here, your subordinate has naturally gone to meet the King of Hell, Li Xian said leisurely. Seeking death, the man with slick-back hair, infuriated by Li Xian's audacity, raised his fist and charged at him. Let me see what you are capable of. However, as soon as their fists made contact, he was propelled backwards as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing violently against the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground like a lifeless dog. At this moment, Master Long's face was filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 73. Speak with the King of Hell in that instant. The hall was filled with expressions of disbelief from Master Long and the remaining middle-aged man. Who could have imagined that a master-level expert could be sent flying without even touching the opponent? The critical question was, how had the opponent made his move? As seasoned veterans, they had encountered many powerful individuals, yet they had never witnessed such an eerie scene. Before they could react, Li Xian was already advancing towards them step by step. Master Long took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. My friend, I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. Let us discuss this amicably. There is nothing to discuss. You may speak with the King of Hell. Li Xian's cold voice echoed, chilling as a death knell. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Master Long's eyes. Old Lin, let us strike together, otherwise neither of us will survive. Though they knew that even combined they were no match for Li Xian, there was no choice left at that moment. As masters, their resolve was unwavering. Even faced with the supernatural, they would not submit. Agreed, Master Long. The middle-aged man suddenly lifted the mahjong table, unleashing a terrifying force as he hurled it towards Li Xian. A faint layer of energy enveloped the table, and with the might of 1,000 pounds, it was capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. Simultaneously, Master Long planted his feet firmly on the ground, creating a thunderous sound as the entire building trembled slightly. His fingers spread wide, releasing a torrent of energy aimed at Li Xian's chest. The duo's attack was both coordinated and fearsome. Yet, a hint of derision danced upon Li Xian's lips. Just the struggles of ants. The sheer absurdity of their feeble attempts to harm him, the Crimson Emperor, was laughable. He raised his hand, extending a single finger. In light of your earnest efforts, I shall begrudgingly offer you a finger. As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his fingertip. With its descent, a force capable of obliterating everything surged forth. Crack! The mahjong table, burdened with immense power, shattered into pieces. And old Lin, positioned behind it, was pierced through, crashing to the ground. In the same instant, Master Long's entire arm exploded, and he was sent flying as if struck by a mountain's might. He collided with the floor-to-ceiling window, causing the sturdy, bulletproof glass to fracture into a myriad of cracks. How could this be possible? My arm. At this moment, Long Yi was thoroughly terrified. Two grandmasters had been defeated by a mere finger from the opponent. The critical point was that he sensed that finger had not truly pressed down. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to oblivion. Good heavens! Is this still a human being? A profound fear enveloped his heart. Do you know why I did not kill you? Li Xian approached Long Yi step by step. Long Yi was evidently aware of the Blood Plum Hall's information, and Li Xian naturally intended to delve into his memories. As he watched Li Xian approach, an icy dread coursed through Long Yi's body, akin to plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, despairing to the utmost. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I can offer you all my wealth. Long Yi was genuinely frightened, now pleading for his life. However, Li Xian merely smiled disdainfully. Previously, I sought information from you because there was no enmity between us, and I adhered to the rules. Yet, you were unwilling to abide by them and sought to attack me. Thus, we have become adversaries. I have never shown mercy to my enemies, especially since I need not extract information from your lips. Your soul, in contrast to your words, will not lie. Upon hearing this, a chill crept down Long Yi's spine. Although he did not comprehend the full meaning of Li Xian's words, he had a foreboding sense that something horrific was about to transpire. In the next instant, Li Xian drew Long Yi's body towards him. Crack! He found himself kneeling before Li Xian, who slowly extended his hand towards Long Ye's head. A tremendous force of tearing emerged. Long Ye screamed in agony. "What are you doing? It hurts. Please stop." Crack. A transparent orb of light was extracted by Li Xian. After examining Long Ye's memories, he casually crushed the orb into dust. Long Ye's wails abruptly ceased at that moment, as his head exploded along with the shattering of the orb. With a flick of his hand, Li Xian dispatched the two half-alive individuals, then stepped forward, vanishing from the room. Long Ye's memories were chaotic, with scant information about the Blood Plum Hall. The most crucial detail was that the Blood Plum Hall would indeed appear in Qingzhou soon, and their target was none other than Xiao Linfeng. A few days prior, Xiao Linfeng had sought Li Xian's assistance, likely in connection to the Blood Plum Hall's affairs. Additionally, there was another significant piece of information. Years ago, the people of the Blood Plum Hall had approached Long Yi, requesting his help in locating certain women born during specific years. Notably, this time frame coincided with the disappearance of Meng Qingqian. Chapter 74. Journey to the Xia family. Meng Qingqian's disappearance was linked to her birth year. Yet Li Xian recalled nothing particularly special about her birthday. He shook his head. There were surely aspects he was unaware of. However, once he apprehended the individuals from the Blood Plum Hall, all truths would be revealed. As Li Xian exited the building, he noticed Zhou Jiuan and Huang Binchu still respectfully standing beside the car, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him emerge, they hurriedly approached. "What happened?" Zhou Jiuan could not help but inquire. "There will never be another Long Yi in this world," Li Xian replied indifferently, causing a chill to run through Zhou Jiuan's heart. The renowned Long Yi has passed away just like that? Huang Binchu remained relatively composed, as he had long grown accustomed to the affairs surrounding Li Xian. "Senior, are we heading to Qingzhou next?" Given that there was information regarding the Blood Plum Hall in Qingzhou, it was indeed necessary to make the trip. Li Xian shook his head. "We shall go to Qingzhou, but that will be tomorrow. Right now, I must pick up my daughter from school." Upon hearing this, Huang Binchu glanced at the clock and noted that it was already past 4 o'clock. Zhou Jiuan bid farewell to Li Xian and returned to his apothecary, while Huang Binchu drove Li Xian to the kindergarten entrance. After waiting for about half an hour, Wang Wei emerged with a group of children, handing them over to their parents. When she approached Li Xian, her expression was somewhat complicated as she spoke. "The kindergarten has organized a parent-child activity this Saturday, and I hope you can bring Duo along." As she spoke, her gaze avoided meeting Li Xian's, for the events at the villa had instilled a sense of trepidation within her. "All right," Li Xian nodded. Duo had always been cared for by Lu Qi, lacking paternal affection. Thus, Li Xian was determined to make amends as best he could, and this parent-child activity provided a splendid opportunity. "Goodbye, teacher," Duo said politely, waving her hand. "Goodbye," Wang Wei replied, waving back to Duo. Once they settled into the car, Huang Binchu drove directly. Duo sat quietly in her seat. "What would you like to eat tonight? How about I take you out for a feast?" To his surprise, Duo shook her head, appearing somewhat troubled. Although Li Xian was known as Li Chidi, he was not attuned to the thoughts of a child and assumed Duo was being bullied. Duo, what's wrong? You seem unhappy." "Nothing." Duo hesitated before responding. "Daddy, the teacher said that for the parent-child activity on Saturday, everyone must wear their favorite accessories and dress beautifully. But..." Here, Duo lowered her head, revealing her lack of any accessories. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Li Xian tenderly ruffled her hair, then instructed Huang Binchu. "Turn the car around to the Zhengda shopping mall." Inside the mall, Li Xian entered a luxury goods store. Upon learning that Li Xian intended to purchase a bracelet for his daughter, the staff became exceedingly enthusiastic. Li Xian quickly selected a child-sized bracelet adorned with diamonds, priced at an astonishing 600,000. After he completed the payment, the staff generously presented Duo with numerous small gifts. Although Duo did not comprehend the value of the bracelet, she was enamored by the sparkling diamonds. They then spent 2 hours at a nearby amusement park before returning home. The following day, after dropping Duo off at the kindergarten, Huang Binchu was already waiting eagerly. Once they were in the car, the two set off directly for Qingzhou. "Senior, all the equipment for the Baiwuga Group laboratory has arrived, and Song Yulong along with his research team has already relocated there," Huang Binchu reported while driving. Soon, they arrived at Qingzhou. Before the summer residence of the Xia family, the car came to a halt at the entrance. Li Xian discovered that the entrance of the Xia family was surrounded by an array of luxurious vehicles. creating an atmosphere laden with an unsettling gravity that emanated from the grand residence. As he approached the entrance, a dozen figures materialized around him, their icy gazes fixed upon Li Xian and his companion, brimming with hostility. Moreover, the bulges at their waists indicated that they were armed. It appeared that the Xia family was in a precarious situation, though these individuals did not seem to belong to the forces of the Blood Plum Hall. From Li Xian's understanding, the members of Blood Plum Hall were considerably stronger than these men. Nevertheless, having arrived, he felt compelled to venture inside. Striding towards the entrance, he was halted before reaching the threshold. A middle-aged man, his voice frigid, stated, "The Xia family is not receiving any guests today. Do not linger at the door, or you shall face consequences." The man's tone was rigid and laced with a hint of menace. Chapter 75. High school classmates. Upon witnessing this attitude, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Beside him, Huang Binshu was about to erupt in anger when, at that moment, the gate of the Xia family courtyard swung open. A few fearsome men emerged from within. Upon seeing them, the blocking middle-aged man immediately broke into a smile. "Third Master, you have emerged." The third master nodded slightly and remarked, "Withdraw. Return this afternoon." After speaking, he noticed Li Xian and his companion and inquired, "Who is this person?" "He should be a guest of the Xia family," replied one of the men. The third master snorted coldly, casting a frosty glance at Li Xian before entering a luxury vehicle and departing. Soon, the vehicles at the entrance had vanished completely. Once the individuals had left, the members of the Xia family became aware of Li Xian's presence and questioned, "Are you affiliated with those men?" "Certainly not. I wish to see Xia Linfeng," Li Xian replied. Before long, Li Xian found himself in the grand hall, face to face with Xia Linfeng and the other members of the Xia family. Xia Linfeng's granddaughter, Xia Chan, was also present. The Xia family members expressed confusion upon Li Xian's arrival, but Xia Linfeng stood abruptly from his seat, a look of reverence crossing his features. "Sir, what brings you to the Xia family?" Upon witnessing Xia Linfeng's demeanor, none of the Xia family members dared remain seated. They all rose. Although they were unaware of the identity of the young man before them, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. "I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Concerning the Blood Plum Hall, Li Xian stated directly. Xia Linfeng's expression shifted slightly, and he did not dare to conceal the truth. "In truth, I received the Blood Plum order from Blood Plum Hall, and I am equally perplexed as to how a small family like mine could offend such an organization. My visit to Chuzhou was merely an attempt to find a way to save ourselves." "You are unaware?" Li Xian's brow furrowed at his words. However, based on his observation, Xia Linfeng did not appear to be lying. "I am quite intrigued by matters concerning Blood Plum Hall. Should any members of Blood Plum Hall appear, notify me immediately." As he spoke, Li Xian placed his finger upon the palm of Xia Linfeng's hand. A fleeting golden light flickered, and only Xia Linfeng understood that something was concealed within his palm, seemingly ready to be activated at any moment. A look of astonishment crept into his eyes. The method employed was exceedingly peculiar, almost unheard of. His reverence for Li Xian deepened. However, soon after, Xia Linfeng let out a bitter laugh. "I fear that before the arrival of Blood Plum, my Xia family will have already been shattered." Li Xian inquired with confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Linfeng sighed deeply. "When Mr. Li arrived earlier, you must have seen the members of the Bai family. They are the overlords of Qingzhou, and their power has surged recently, setting their sights on my family's territory. They have pressured me multiple times to surrender our assets. The Bai family is known for their ruthless tactics. Even if I were to comply, they would not spare me. They have given my Xia family half a day's time to contemplate, warning that they would resort to violence by afternoon." Xia Linfeng's face was etched with worry. If only Li Xian would lend a hand, the crisis facing the Xia family would certainly be resolved effortlessly, yet he hesitated to voice his plea. The last incident in Chuzhou had displeased Li Xian to such an extent that it nearly cost his granddaughter, Xia Chan, her life. "I will resolve the matter with the Bai family," Li Xian declared outright. In an instant, exhilaration illuminated Xia Linfeng's countenance. While the other members of the Xia family appeared utterly bewildered, could a mere youth's promise elicit such excitement from the family head? Was it conceivable that this young man could single-handedly confront the Bai family? At this moment, Xia Linfeng invited Li Xian and his companion to sit, instructing his granddaughter, Xia Chan, to personally serve tea. This scene further perplexed the members of the Xia family. Just as Li Xian lifted the teacup, a woman's voice emerged from outside the door. "Xia Chan, do you want to go shopping together?" A beautiful girl clad in shorts entered exuberantly, her long legs gleaming in their whiteness. The girl was named Zhou Mei, a close friend of Xuan, who frequently visited the Xia household without the need for announcement. Xuan, however, was not in the mood for shopping today, as her duty was to attend to Li Xian. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that Zhou Mei seemed to be frozen in place, her gaze fixed intently on Li Xian. The phone in her hand slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor, leaving her looking utterly dazed. Li Xian, is it really you? Zhou Mei's voice trembled. Li Xian recognized her as well, his high school classmate. The initial performance of this book was dismal, and the author's spirits had waned, leading to a hiatus of nearly 2 months, yet they ultimately resolved to continue writing, hoping that someone would appreciate the story crafted by their pen. Chapter 76, The Male God. What a coincidence, Li Xian remarked, somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Zhou Mei regained her composure, realizing her lapse in decorum, her cheeks flushing as she bent to retrieve her phone from the ground. Upon noticing the screen shattered like a spider's web, she could not help but smile ruefully. However, given her family's circumstances, losing a phone was merely a trivial matter. So, Li Xian, it seems we meet again. Zhou Mei attempted to initiate a conversation. Meanwhile, Xuan was somewhat astonished. I didn't realize you two knew each other. Knew each other? We were high school classmates, Zhou Mei replied with a beaming smile. Could he possibly be the male god you secretly admired in high school? Upon hearing those words, Zhou Mei, who had been relatively composed, felt her cheeks flush once more, and she shot a fierce glare at Xuan. What nonsense are you spouting? Those were merely immature thoughts from my youth. In uttering such a statement, she inadvertently acknowledged that Li Xian was indeed her idol. Realizing this, Zhou Mei hastily diverted the conversation. Li Xian, what brings you here? I heard your family went bankrupt, and you disappeared for a while. How have you been all these years? Life presents no insurmountable obstacles, Zhou Mei consoled him. Although she and Li Xian resided in different cities, she had gleaned bits of information about him from their classmates and felt a sense of regret for his situation. She had kept a watchful eye on Li Xian and had even contacted Lu Qi to send some money for Duo's flowers, but her offer had been declined, leading her to buy some snacks for Duo instead. Since you and Li Xian know each other, how about we have lunch together? Xia Linfeng interjected at the opportune moment. He had been pondering how to bridge the gap with Li Xian, and to his surprise, Zhou Mei had a connection with him. Perhaps through her, he could forge a bond with Li Xian. As noon approached, Xia Linfeng instructed the staff to prepare the banquet. During the meal, Zhou Mei observed Xia Linfeng's overly enthusiastic demeanor towards Li Xian, which piqued her curiosity. Li Xian, what matters are you discussing with Grandpa Xia? She inquired, unable to suppress her intrigue. Nothing much, just assisting the Xia family with some issues, Li Xian replied. Zhou Mei's confusion deepened. As far as she knew, Li Xian had always been a playboy, not particularly academically inclined, indulging solely in leisure. What could he possibly offer the Xia family? Had he learned some skill during his absence? The Xia family held a significant position in Qingzhou, and if Li Xian gained Xia Linfeng's favor, he might have a promising future. Zhou Mei felt a surge of happiness for Li Xian. After lunch, as the clock approached 1 o'clock, Zhou Mei invited Li Xian to explore Qingzhou. The Zhou family had established themselves in the upper echelons of society, and Zhou Mei fancied herself a minor heiress. She had already planned to buy Li Xian a new outfit and present him with gifts. When she first learned of Li Xian's disappearance, she had been deeply saddened, regretting that she had not mustered the courage to express her feelings. Now that she had the chance again, she was determined to seize it. However, Li Xian merely shook his head, gazing towards the door with a murmured, I thought I would have to wait until afternoon. I didn't expect you all to arrive so soon. Zhou Mei was puzzled and was about to ask Li Xian what he meant when, suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed through the hall. The doors of the Xia family mansion were brutally kicked open, and a throng of menacing figures stormed in. Outside, the courtyard was teeming with an overwhelming number of people. Upon witnessing their arrival, the members of the Xia family tensed up. The intruders, combined with those in the courtyard, numbered over 500, all clad in black and exuding a formidable presence. The sight of such a scene left Zhou Mei, a young girl, utterly pale with fear. As the esteemed daughter of the Zhou family in Qingzhou, Zhou Mei immediately recognized the leader among them, Bai Hai, the head of the prominent Bai family, who had recently been gaining considerable influence. Beside him stood his formidable enforcer, San Yi. The expression of the Xia family members instantly turned anxious. Bai Hai's personal appearance signaled that today's negotiations would be far from easy. As the patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Hai not only commanded a legion of henchmen, but was also a master of the transformative realm. Xiao Linfeng, how have you considered my proposal? You are an astute individual. Surely you would not be so foolish as to overlook a favorable opportunity. Bai Hai boomed, laughter echoing in his voice, though it was laced with an unmistakable threat. Recently, Bai Hai's power had surged, having ingratiated himself with a significant figure, to the extent that even the king of Chuzhou had to show him deference. Thus, he dared to target the Xia family. Sell all of the Xia family's assets to me, and you can thereafter live a life of leisure, free from the burdens of petty concerns, he continued. Of course, should you refuse, your chances of seeing the sun rise tomorrow may be in jeopardy. With such a show of force, Bai Hai was confident of his dominance over the Xia family. All eyes turned to Xiao Linfeng, the pillar of the Xia family, while only he and his grandson, Xia Chan, cast their gaze towards Li Xian. Although Xiao Linfeng was the family's backbone, it was Li Xian who provided the strength to counter the Bai family. Li Xian smiled slightly, offering Xiao Linfeng a reassuring glance. Bai Hai sneered, Xiao Linfeng, I am inquiring of you, do respond. My patience is not boundless. With Li Xian's nod of encouragement, Xiao Linfeng found his resolve. Why should I relinquish the Xia family's assets to you? Do you truly believe the Xia family to be a soft target? He retorted, laughter escaping Bai Hai's lips in response. Your trump card must be the king of Chuzhou, correct? The Xia family has sought favor with him over the years, but regrettably, I must inform you that even the king dares not provoke me, Bai Hai. So do not entertain thoughts of rescue. You would do well to sign the contract and surrender the Xia family's properties. Or else I shall be compelled to snap your neck, he warned, cracking his knuckles and advancing towards Xiao Linfeng with a menacing grin. The Xia family members moved to intervene, but several burly thugs flanking Bai Hai stepped forward, blocking their path. Enough. You are Bai Hai, are you not? Take your men and leave. I shall protect the Xia family, Li Xian interjected, finally speaking up amidst the commotion, which had become a cacophony of irritation. Bai Hai paused, his gaze shifting to Li Xian. He had noticed Li Xian's presence upon entering, yet he was not one of the Xia family members. However, dismissing Li Xian as a mere youth, he had not anticipated that he would dare to speak up at such a moment, claiming he would safeguard the Xia family. What kind of joke is this? Who do you think you are, to tell us to leave? Bai Hai's subordinates erupted in protest, their voices raised in outrage. Zhou Mei turned pale with fear. In such a moment, it was unexpected for Li Xian to step forward, yet it was undeniably reckless. Bai Hai was not one to be easily offended. The Xia family could only surrender their assets to preserve their lives. But the words Li Xian had just uttered would surely cost him his life at the hands of Bai Hai. Xiao Linfeng, however, respectfully addressed Li Xian, imploring him to save the Xia family. Xiao Linfeng, a prominent figure in Chuzhou, relying on a mere youth for salvation was indeed laughable. It seemed a desperate act of a man at his wit's end, perhaps even a misguided attempt to seek the help of a charlatan. Xiao Linfeng had previously relied on the power of the Wang family. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be worthy to shine by Ye's shoes. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. It finally dawned on Zhou Mei why Xiao Linfeng had been so cordial, even somewhat obsequious, towards Li Xian. He was hoping for assistance against the Bai family. But how could that be possible? Li Xian was surely attempting to ingratiate himself with the Xia family, boasting without substance. While Zhou Mei had foolishly assumed he had returned with some newfound skill. At that moment, Li Xian nodded to Xiao Linfeng and slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 78. Fierce and unyielding Bai Hai and his companions looked at Li Xian with a mix of shock and dread. They were at a loss as to the young man's intentions. Did he really mean to take action? Zhou Mei, on the verge of tears, wanted to dissuade Li Xian but was restrained by Xia Chan, who whispered, Trust Mr. Li. Bai Hai, hands clasped before him, wore an expression of amusement, eager to see what this young man was capable of. Meanwhile, San Ye's eyes glinted with coldness. He had seen Li Xian with Huang Benchu when he left the Xia family and had thought little of it. He now realized the audacity of this young man. Li Xian walked deliberately to Bai Hai, scrutinizing him and the menacing San Yi beside him. I told you to leave. Why haven't you? Without waiting for a response, he struck mercilessly. Two resounding slaps sent Bai Hai and San Yi flying simultaneously. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Hai was a formidable opponent, and San Yi was no weakling either, yet they had been knocked aside as if they were nothing. By heavens, this is too fierce. Bai Hai, now devoid of reason, shouted in fury, kill him. As the realization set in, the henchmen drew their blades and charged at Li Xian, each one crazed and reckless, a band of desperate men. Outside, the sounds of chaos stirred the crowd, who rushed inside to witness the fray. Zhou sat dumbfounded, her mind a blank. Xiaochan reassured her. Though they are numerous, they are no match for Mr. Li. The Xia family felt as if they were in a dream. They hadn't anticipated such ferocity from Li Xian. However, could he truly withstand Bai Hai's multitude of followers? Just as this thought crossed their minds, an invisible wave of energy emanated from Li Xian. Bang, bang, bang. The assailants were sent sprawling, falling like dumplings, crashing to the ground. Those who had just entered the room barely registered the scene before being swept away like leaves in a tempest, propelled back by Li Xian's overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, over 500 individuals lay sprawled across the ground. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Xia family were utterly horrified. Even Xia Linfeng felt his throat tighten. He was aware of Li Xian's prowess, yet he never anticipated it to be so extraordinarily formidable. Beside him, Huang Binshu displayed a hint of disdain. He could have easily dealt with these insignificant characters, but since Li Xian had not issued any orders, he could only watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Bai Hai and San Yi, barely managing to rise from the ground, were so terrified that they collapsed once more, feeling as if their heads might explode. Was this even human? To provoke such an existence was akin to courting death. Zhou finally understood why Li Xian had been treated with such deference by Xia Linfeng. After years of absence, he had transformed into a martial arts master. Regaining his composure, Xia Linfeng looked at Bai Hai with a cold smile. Patriarch Bai, do you still intend to seize my Xia family's enterprises? With Mr. Li present, do you dare utter such hubris? It seems you are oblivious to the meaning of death. At this moment, Xia Linfeng exhibited the demeanor of a petty individual reveling in his newfound power, having been sorely oppressed by Bai Hai for far too long. Bai Hai, now fearful, dared not provoke Xia Linfeng any further and knelt, bowing his head to Li Xian. Mr. Li, I was in the wrong. Please spare me. He understood that a figure like Li Xian could easily extinguish his life with minimal effort. Leave behind a finger and roll away, Li Xian said coldly. For him, crushing these individuals was no more significant than squashing ants, yet he deemed it necessary to impart a lesson. Understood. Bai Hai, a ruthless man in his own right, promptly drew a dagger. With a swift motion, he severed his pinky finger. The others, witnessing Bai Hai's drastic action, quickly followed suit. Soon, a pile of severed fingers littered the ground as they scurried away, tails between their legs. After these individuals departed, Li Xian exchanged WeChat contacts with Zhou Mei before preparing to return to Chuzhou with Huang Binshu. However, just as they were about to exit the Xia residence, a figure blocked their path. Xia Linfeng and the other members of the Xia family, who had come to see Li Xian off, exchanged glances of concern upon seeing the newcomer, and Xia Linfeng whispered to Li Xian, Mr. Li, this is Luo Kaiyang, the supporter of Bai Hai. He is a practitioner. Luo Kaiyang stepped forward, coldly addressing Li Xian. So it was you who injured Bai Hai? Li Xian did not respond. Instead, he delivered a resounding slap. With a loud crack, Luo Kaiyang was sent flying, crashing several meters away. In that instant, Luo Kaiyang was utterly bewildered. He was a practitioner of the Master Realm, a figure of authority in the Jiangnan region, yet he had just been struck down with such ease. Initially intent on defending Bai Hai, he was now paralyzed with fear. What? Do you intend to stand up for Bai Hai? Li Xian inquired, his brow furrowed. The mere suggestion sent Luo Kaiyang into a tremor of dread. He feared that if he dared to nod in affirmation, he might soon find his head and neck bidding farewell. He quickly shook his head like a rattle. And no, I merely came to offer my apologies. Observing Luo Kaiyang's insincere demeanor, Li Xian let out a cold snort before delivering a powerful kick that sent Luo flying several meters away. Without a second glance, he entered his vehicle and departed with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, the members of the Xia family stood in stunned silence. A practitioner, is this all? Li Xian's display of dominance was truly overwhelming. After Li Xian's departure, Luo Kaiyang staggered to his feet. As a master-level expert, he now felt the tumult of energy and blood surging within him. Li Xian's kick had nearly incapacitated his dantian. A profound fear enveloped him. Realizing there existed such terrifying entities in the world, Luo's gaze shifted toward the Xia family, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. Fearing that Luo might unleash his wrath upon them for Li Xian's actions, Xia Linfeng, trembling, stammered, Master Luo, what do you intend to do? We are under Mr. Li's protection, and should you dare to harm the Xia family, Mr. Li will not let you go unpunished. He spoke with palpable anxiety, his fists clenched tightly. The Xia family members braced themselves for the worst. Despite Luo Kaiyang's apparent injuries, a wounded tiger is far more dangerous. A master-level expert is not someone the Xia family can provoke. Limping, Luo approached Xia Linfeng, and just as cold sweat began to bead on Xia Linfeng's brow, Luo finally spoke, revealing a semblance of a sycophantic smile. The formidable individual from earlier is referred to as Mr. Li, correct? What is this? Do you wish to take revenge on Mr. Li? Xia Linfeng warned, Luo Kaiyang, I strongly advise you to abandon this thought. Luo shook his head. No, I do not seek revenge. Rather, I aspire to follow such a powerful figure. It would be my greatest honor to be by his side. The members of the Xia family were momentarily taken aback, exhaling in relief. It turned out he sought to align himself, which spared them from dread. Mr. Li resides in Chuzhou, but I advise against disturbing him, lest you invoke his displeasure, which could cost you your life. Xia Linfeng recalled an incident when he and his granddaughter had visited, inciting Li Xian's wrath, a memory that still haunted him. I fully understand. Thus, I shall reside in the Xia family for the next few days, waiting for Mr. Li's arrival, at which point I can pledge my allegiance to him. Stay in my home. Xia Linfeng was momentarily left speechless, yet his countenance quickly brightened. With a master-level expert stationed within the Xia family, their standing in Qingzhou would soar to heights akin to the Bai family. This was the might of Li Xian, having been thoroughly beaten. The adversary not only refrained from vengeance, but instead sought to submit. Having barely begun their acquaintance with Li Xian, the Xia family had already reaped such immense fortune. If they could truly align themselves with him, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. In an instant, Xia Linfeng's mind began to race. He glanced at his granddaughter, Xia Chan, who was quite lovely. It seemed that while Li Xian had a daughter, his wife was mysteriously absent. If only his granddaughter could forge a bond with Li Xian, it would be fortuitous indeed. Concurrently, in a luxurious villa in Chuzhou, He Cheng was listening to a report from his subordinates, his expression growing increasingly grim. Useless. I instructed you to locate a certain Li Xian, yet no progress has been made. What purpose do you serve? Continue your search immediately, and report back to me at the first opportunity. I shall personally sever his head. When Li Xian returned to Chuzhou, it coincided with the time his daughter finished school. He went to pick up Duo and headed back to the villa by the lake. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, he sensed the presence of a martial artist. There stood his aunt, Yi Qingxue, in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Xian return with Duo, she joyfully rushed over to embrace the child, presenting her with the toys she had purchased. Duo, these are toys bought for you by your aunt. Do you like them? Duo, unfamiliar with Yi Qingxue, hesitated to accept at first. However, upon receiving a nod of approval from Li Xian, she sweetly called out Auntie and accepted the gifts, which delighted Yi Qingxue even further. Not far from Yi Qingxue stood an elderly man in black, observing the scene with a frigid demeanor. Glancing at his watch, he disapprovingly reminded her, Miss, it is time for you to return with me. You came to Chuzhou for a purpose, yet you are here mingling with these unrelated individuals. The head of the family will be displeased if he learns of this. The old man was one of the subordinates who previously accompanied Yi Longru. Yi Qingxue's expression turned cool and displeased as she replied, I shall manage my own time without your interference. I still wish to play with Duo for a while. A glimmer of coldness appeared in the old man's eyes. Miss, I was entrusted by the head of the family to ensure your safety. Your presence at the villa by the lake is already my negligence. If you do not leave now, you will force my hand. Yi Qingxue, her temper ignited, retorted icily. What if I choose not to return? If you do not depart, I shall be compelled to use force. The old man's expression darkened. His fingers splayed as he prepared to forcibly remove her. However, before he could act, Li Xian interjected, My aunt may go wherever she wishes. I challenge anyone to lay a hand upon her. The old man regarded Li Xian with disdain, his voice dripping with scorn. Boy, this is no place for your words. Were it not for the lady's protection, I would have dealt with you long ago. His face was a mask of icy contempt, as he considered Li Xian a mere insect daring to threaten him. With that, the old man stomped his foot decisively against the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed instantly in the stone pavement, sending shards flying like bullets. This display was meant to intimidate Li Xian, to illustrate the chasm between their powers. You are woefully ignorant of the true might that governs the world. Should you persist in your folly, you will meet the same fate as this stone. Your ignorance is boundless. In the next moment, Li Xian vanished from his position, reappearing before the old man. Smack! A resounding slap echoed throughout the courtyard as Li Xian struck the old man's face, leaving it bloodied and raw. You dare to strike me? The old man's eyes flared with fury, ready to retaliate. Smack! Another slap followed, dispersing the energy he had just gathered and sending him crashing violently into a tree in the courtyard, blood gushing forth. Try threatening me again, if you dare, Li Xian warned fiercely. At this moment, the elder was utterly horrified. Before Li Xian, he found himself devoid of any power to resist. His face had turned an extreme shade of pale, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans dripped from his forehead. Li Xian looked down at the elder with an icy demeanor and coldly stated, Today, I merely impart some lessons. Should you show any further disrespect towards my aunt, I will ensure your dismemberment. His voice was frigid, piercing the elder's heart like a chilling wind. The elder harbored no doubt about the veracity of Li Xian's words. As he gazed into those frigid eyes, after delivering his warning, Li Xian opened the villa door and entered with Yi Qingxue and Duo. The elder, trembling, managed to rise from the ground, his eyes still filled with trepidation, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. It was terrifying. This incident must be reported to the family head at once. It seemed the family head was woefully unaware of this young man's capabilities, the elder muttered to himself. Upon entering the villa, Yi Qingxue was awestruck by its opulence. However, considering Li Xian's current prowess, such luxury seemed hardly remarkable. After spending over 2 hours playing with Duo, Yi Qingxue stood to take her leave. Aunt, you really need not depart. No one would dare to coerce you. Yi Qingxue shook her head. This is a promise I made to my father. Li Xian, once your Beiwang group firmly establishes itself in Chuzhou, my father will fulfill his own vow. Upon hearing this, Li Xian ceased his attempts to retain her and escorted Yi Qingxue out. Shortly after her departure, Li Xian received a call from Huang Jiangtai. Senior Li, the preparations for the Beiwang group are nearly complete, and the herbs from Zhou Jiuan have all been delivered. Tomorrow, we can begin producing the first batch of life essence. Regarding the group's inauguration, will you be attending in person, or should I arrange for a substitute? If you attend, your identity will be widely known throughout Chuzhou. Huang Jiangtai believed that very few were aware of Li Xian's status as the young master of the Li family, thus lacking insight into his true intentions. I will certainly attend in person. This time, I intend to announce to all of Chuzhou that I, Li Xian, have returned. In the Yi family villa, Yi Longru stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. The elder approached, limping, and knelt behind him with a thud. Where's the young lady? Yi Longru asked coldly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. The servant had brought Yi Qingxue to Chuzhou, yet he returned alone. What a disgrace. Master, this old servant is incompetent. The elder coughed twice, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Only then did Yi Longru realize something was amiss. He turned to see the elder's condition, shock overtaking his expression as his complexion instantly shifted. This elder was a formidable and capable subordinate. And to be injured by someone, had something gone awry? Yi Longru hastily approached and grasped the elder's shoulders. What on earth happened? Did something happen to the young lady? The elder shook his head. The young lady is unharmed. She went to meet Li Xian, and I was injured by him. What? The revelation struck Yi Longru like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned and his body rigid. How could it be possible? What right did that waste of a Li Xian have to injure one of his subordinates? We all underestimated Li Xian. His strength is formidable, undoubtedly a master. The elder recounted. After a considerable pause, Yi Longru took a deep breath. It appears that there is a secret surrounding Li Xian, having vanished for 5 years. He must have received teachings from an extraordinary mentor. At this juncture, Yi Longru addressed the elder. Please retire to recuperate, shortly. I shall arrange for you to receive some medicinal pills. With that, the elder withdrew. Yi Longru gazed out of the window, squinting, and murmured to himself, Li Xian. Li Xian, no wonder you were so audacious before me last time. It seems you have mastered remarkable skills. Yet, in just 5 years, even if you consumed elixirs, how formidable can you truly be? You will never comprehend the terror of the power that led to the demise of the Li family. Chapter 81. A born troublemaker. The following day, Duo rose early, for the kindergarten was to host a parent-child event. By the time Li Xian arrived in the living room, Duo had already dressed herself, washed her face, and brushed her teeth. The bracelet he had gifted her adorned her wrist, glimmering beautifully. Come, Daddy will braid your hair, Li Xian said. His skill in hair braiding had become increasingly refined. Duo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, bursting into laughter. "Daddy, your braiding is so beautiful. I absolutely adore it." Receiving his daughter's praise, a smile crept onto Li Xian's lips, filling his heart with warmth. Once dressed, the two ventured outside. The bodyguards drove Li Xian and his daughter to the entrance of the kindergarten. Upon entering, Wang Wei approached them. Duo, Li Xian, you have arrived." Behind Wang Wei, numerous parents had gathered, some mothers, some fathers, and even couples accompanying their children for the event. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman, donning her sunglasses atop her head, remarked, "Is this Duo's father? It's my first time meeting him." The woman, adorned with heavy eye makeup, was fairly attractive, though her eyes bore a sharpness. Wang Wei's brow furrowed slightly with concern. She worried that this woman, known for her acerbic comments, might offend Li Xian. Hastily, she introduced, "This is Ms. Lu Lan, the mother of Xiaogua." Li Xian nodded towards her, noticing her daughter was slightly taller than Duo, decked out in ostentatious jewelry, with several bangles adorning her arms. Like her mother, Xiaogua looked down her nose at Duo. "Duo, you child without a father, you are not allowed to play with me." Hearing this, Wang Wei quickly interjected, "What are you saying, Xiaogua? You must not bully Duo." Yet Lu Lan appeared displeased. "Ms. Wang, you cannot show favoritism. Duo's father has never been present. I might even think she is a child without a father myself." As she spoke, she scrutinized Li Xian with skepticism. "Are you truly Duo's biological father?" Li Xian cast a cold glance at her. His icy demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Lu Lan, causing her to shrink back slightly. At that moment, a little girl approached, tugging at Duo. "Wow, Duo, your bracelet is so beautiful and sparkly." Upon hearing the little girl's words, many children gathered around, their eyes shimmering with envy. Lu Lan, witnessing this scene, could not help but remark, "Those trinkets are merely worth 10 or 8 yuan. They are nothing but a heap of plastic." A voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a man clad in a suit. "Do not speak so disdainfully, Lu Lan. I have heard that Duo's family is quite impoverished. Being able to wear something worth a few bucks is already a luxury." The man, whose son Xiaoyong played well with Lu Lan's daughter Xiaogua, spoke with reason. Lu Lan retorted sarcastically, "I had forgotten about their family's hardships. It is understandable." Li Xian's expression turned frosty. This woman has a rather sharp tongue. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence her with a single blow. Soon, the majority of the parents had arrived. The parent-child activity involved parents engaging in games with their children. Li Xian, accompanied by Duo, swiftly claimed first place in several games. Duo, brimming with excitement, bounced around, attracting even more children to her side. Watching his joyful daughter, Li Xian felt an unprecedented warmth envelop him. Duo, your outfit is lovely today. And your hairstyle, did your mother do it?" A little girl inquired with a sweet voice. Duo's eyes dimmed momentarily before she proudly straightened her posture. "My father styled my hair, and he bought me this outfit and bracelet. He promised he would do my hair every day from now on." Upon hearing this, many children gazed at her with envy. Not far away, Wang Wei regarded Li Xian with a contemplative expression. Just then, Xiaoguo approached Duo. Duo, may I see your bracelet?" "Of course," Duo replied joyously. Having always held a position of superiority at school, Xiaoguo was someone Duo longed to befriend, so she willingly removed the bracelet and handed it to her. To her astonishment, Xiaoguo took hold of it and carelessly hurled it to the ground, stomping on it with force. Duo stood frozen in shock, and the surrounding children fell silent. Seeing this, Li Xian rushed over to scoop Duo into his arms, while also retrieving the bracelet from the ground. One of the diamonds had shattered upon impact, despite its hardness. The diamond's brittleness caused it to break when it struck the hard stone floor. Li Xian glared coldly at Xiaogua and commanded, "Apologize." Duo had kindly offered to show her the bracelet, yet this little girl had acted so maliciously, igniting Li Xian's anger. If she were not a child, he would have made her disappear without a trace. At that moment, Lu Lan rushed over, enveloping her daughter in her embrace. Xiaogua pouted, stating, "Mommy, Duo dropped the bracelet. It wasn't me who broke it. You were the one who broke it." A nearby girl exclaimed, "Yes, I saw her drop it. I can testify." Several children chimed in. Lu Lan's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted coldly, "Even if my daughter did drop it, so what? It's just a worthless piece of plastic. I'll compensate you for it." Chapter 82. Someone is bound to be unfortunate. Li Xian calmed his daughter, and then, with a measured demeanor, addressed Lu Lan with 3 words, 600,000. What? Lu Lan was momentarily taken aback. I mean, your daughter shattered the gift I bestowed upon my daughter. This bracelet is worth 600,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Duo's father, have you lost your mind? That worthless bracelet of yours. I could buy 10 for 100 yuan. Beside her, Xiaoyang's father wore a mocking expression. Is this an attempt at extortion? With Xiaoyang's father backing her, Lu Lan felt emboldened and retorted angrily at Li Xian. You're just a pauper who bought a plastic bracelet. Are you trying to swindle me? Li Xian replied coldly. Whether it's plastic or not, you may invite everyone to examine it. Each diamond upon it is authentic. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Lu Lan's face shifted through shades of green and red. If the bracelet were genuine, it would indeed be worth 600,000. Her small company barely earned that amount in a year. She would never spend it on a mere bracelet. At this moment, Xiaoyang's father chimed in again. Xiaoguo's mother, you needn't fear him. Is it something a reasonable person would do to spend 600,000 on a bracelet for his daughter? He is clearly speaking nonsense. Lu Lan's eyes lit up at his words, and she nodded vigorously. Exactly, you clearly aim to extort him. She recalled how impoverished Duo's family had been. How could Li Xian possibly afford a diamond bracelet? Unbeknownst to her, many parents nearby began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, 600,000 for a bracelet? He truly dares to ask for it. A mere plastic bracelet, worth only a few dozen yuan. I'll give you 100, and the remainder shall be my gift to you. That's enough for your family to enjoy a meal at KFC. Lu Lan pulled out a red bill and tossed it in front of Li Xian. Duo's father, didn't you say the bracelet was worth 600,000? Produce the receipt, and we shall believe you. Xiaoyang's father, reveling in the spectacle, added mockingly, yes, show us the receipt. Once you do, you'll be compensated accordingly. Hearing this, Lu Lan exclaimed, if he can produce an invoice, I will pay him tenfold. Convinced that Li Xian could not possibly afford a 600,000 bracelet, Lu Lan felt secure in her stance. Fine, since you insist, I shall retrieve it for you, Li Xian said, reaching into his pocket. However, he suddenly recalled that the receipt was left at home. Seeing Li Xian reaching as if to grab the receipt, Lu Lan was momentarily startled. But upon realizing he had not produced it, she felt reassured. In her eyes, Li Xian was merely posturing. How could such a pauper possess a receipt for a 600,000 bracelet? Yet, she could not allow this matter to slip away without a confrontation. If she did not seize the chance to vent her frustration, others might think her easy to intimidate. Where's the receipt? You're not telling me you forgot to bring it, are you? I can wait a little longer, but do not exaggerate in a bid to frame someone else. That could be considered extortion. If you cannot produce it today, then we are far from finished. The father of the nearby Xiaoyong spoke up. Parents like this, who can extort Lu Lan today, will surely extort others tomorrow. Desperation can drive one to do anything. I believe it would be best for that child to drop out of school. His words resonated with many, and heads nodded in agreement. Lu Lan, however, stood tall and proud. Li Xian snorted softly. The receipt is indeed at home. I shall have someone bring it here. With that, he retrieved his phone to call his shadow guard. He intended to thrust the receipt into Lu Lan's face, compelling her to kneel and weep. Keep pretending, he thought. Lu Lan crossed her arms, exuding disdain, while many around cast scornful glances her way. Only Wang Wei understood that Li Xian spoke the truth and sighed. Today, someone is destined to be humiliated. Chapter 83. Huang Binshu arrives. Let us not waste our time. You have no receipt. Why continue this charade? Others chimed in. How long must we wait? As seconds ticked by, Lu Lan grew increasingly arrogant and smug. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's father, Liang He, chimed in occasionally to support her. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed. Just as impatience began to permeate the crowd, a figure clad in a suit hurriedly entered. However, it was not one of the shadow guards. It was Huang Binshu. He had come to the villa to find Li Xian, but upon learning that the shadow guard was to deliver a receipt to Li Xian, he decided to come in person. The moment Huang Binshu appeared, someone recognized him. Isn't that Huang Binshu, the president of the Huang Group? Murmurs of recognition swept through the crowd. At that moment, Liang He's face lit up with delight. He worked at the Huang Group and had seen Huang Binshu from afar on a few occasions. He never imagined he would encounter his employer here. Could it be that the boss's child also attended this school? After all, the privacy of affluent families is often well guarded, and no one knows where their children attend kindergarten. If that were the case, could an opportunity be presenting itself? With that thought, Liang He quickly forced a smile and approached. Mr. Huang, I am Liang He, a security supervisor at the Huang Group branch. However, Huang Binshu shot him an irritated glare. Step aside. I am here to deliver a receipt to my senior. Senior? Liang He was momentarily baffled. The oldest person in the room was barely in his 40s. Who could possibly be a senior to Huang Binshu? While he was still in a daze, Huang Binshu had already reached Li Xian. Senior, here is the receipt you requested. As he spoke, Huang Binshu presented the receipt with both hands. Witnessing this, Liang He's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What? Huang Binshu actually refers to Li Xian as senior? He has come to deliver a receipt for a diamond bracelet? How is that possible? Wasn't it said that this Duoduo's father is merely a pauper? What qualifications does he possess to command such respect from Huang Binshu? Not only Liang He, but the other parents present also wore expressions as if struck by lightning. They felt an impulse to gouge out their eyes for clarity. It was sheer madness. Li Xian took the receipt from Huang Binshu and hurled it directly at Lu Lan's face. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a 600,000 yuan receipt issued by Baoli Jewelry. If you doubt it, I can summon the person in charge of Baoli. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan's mind went blank. She realized it was over, truly over. 600,000 yuan. Her heart bled at the thought. Beside her, Liang He wiped the sweat from his brow, terrified. Huang Binshu, recognizing something was amiss with Liang He, immediately inquired in a stern tone, Liang He, have you offended Master Li? Liang He stammered, trembling with fear. The imposing aura of Huang Binshu left those around him quaking. It's nothing. He merely conspired with this lady named Lu Lan to bully me, a mere pauper, Li Xian stated nonchalantly. Huang Binshu's eyebrows shot up in alarm. How could an employee of his own group offend Master Li? He pointed at Liang He and declared, effective immediately, you are fired. In that instant, Liang He felt as if the world was spinning. A man who had risen from a mere security guard to a supervisor through flattery now faced a sudden reversal of fortune. To dare bully the daughter of a senior. You must be courting death. In Chuzhou, it would be trivial for me, Huang Binshu, to dispose of two people, he bellowed. At this, Lu Lan collapsed to the ground. Her pants soaked with fear. She slapped her own face repeatedly, exclaiming, I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Huang, please don't kill me. I will compensate for the bracelet, no matter the cost. Isn't that enough? Lu Lan was genuinely terrified. A figure like Huang Binshu could easily extinguish her life as one would squash an ant. Although her husband ran a small company, they barely earned a few 100,000 a year, hardly enough to cover even a meal for the Huang family. She had no choice but to plead for mercy. Li Xian coldly scoffed, just repay the money. Also, I don't want my daughter attending the same school as such trash. Do you understand? Huang Binshu demanded. Both Lu Lan and Liang He nodded vigorously, thoroughly frightened. Chapter 84. Everyone calls for justice at this moment. The surrounding parents regarded Li Xian with newfound respect. Who could have imagined that the impoverished youth they once knew had transformed into a figure of such significance, one whom even Huang Binshu treated with deference? Rumors circulated that Li Xian had vanished for several years. How had he returned so formidable? Regardless of the reasons, he now commanded their reverence. 600,000 yuan. Deliver it to this address at Linhu Villa by noon tomorrow. Li Xian wrote down an address and handed it to Lu Lan. As the parent-child event concluded, he took his daughter, Duo, and left the kindergarten. Once inside the car, he asked while playfully engaging with his daughter, So, what brings you to me? It's about the Beiwan Group. Everything is prepared, and we can officially launch tomorrow. Before the opening, news about Beiwan Group needs to be published. And I came to seek your opinion, Master. Proceed as planned. Li Xian nodded in agreement. On the other side, Yi Qingxue, having returned to the Yi family, was engrossed in her phone when suddenly a news alert popped up at the top of her screen. Such notifications appeared daily, becoming quite tiresome. Just as she was about to dismiss it with a flick of her finger, the words on the screen froze her in place, her eyes lighting up with joy. The North Wu Group, bankrupt for 5 years, is set to reopen tomorrow. Upon reading those words, tears of emotion welled up in Yi Qingxue's eyes. The North Wu Group was reopening. Surely, her late sister-in-law's spirit would find solace in this news. Meanwhile, Yi Longru, still at the company, also took note of the impending reopening of the North Wu Group, his expression darkening to an extreme. He had never anticipated that the worthless Li Xian could actually revive the North Wu Group, especially with a focus on biomedicine. It was well known that during the years when Chun Tianbao had seized control of the company, the biomedical project had nearly languished. However, a cold smirk soon graced Yi Longru's face. This Li Xian is audacious indeed, daring to resurrect the North Wu group. Years ago, when the Li family was annihilated, everyone had assumed Li Xian was also dead. Now, with his return, he was effectively revealing to those lurking in the shadows that he was still alive. This was clearly a death wish. The downfall of Chun Tianbao had been aided by his own daughter. If those powerful factions discovered this, the Yi family would undoubtedly be implicated as well. Contemplating this, Yi Longru made a resolute decision and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Yi Longru. Immediately relay a message in my name. Tomorrow, at the reopening of the North Wu group, no partner of the Yi family is permitted to attend. Furthermore, anyone who collaborates with the North Wu group shall be considered an enemy of Yi Longru." Upon hearing this, the subordinate on the other end of the line paled. The head of the family was openly declaring war against the North Wu group. Although the foundation of the Yi family did not reside in Chuzhou, Yi Longru's influence would undoubtedly render the newly established North Wu group powerless. It was unclear how the North Wu group had offended the family head, but any prudent individual would avoid alienating him for the sake of a mere North Wu group. The first day of the North Wu group's reopening was likely to be met with silence. As news of the North Wu group's reopening spread, it immediately stirred up a storm in Chuzhou, especially when it was revealed that the chairman of the North Wu group was Li Xian. Disbelief rippled through the crowd. The once downtrodden Li family scion had returned, and with him, the revival of the North Wu group's prestigious name. This prompted many families in Chuzhou to decide to attend the event, presenting flower baskets in support. After all, Li Xian's ability to wrest the company back from Chun Tianbao was a testament to his strength. Even members of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce prepared flower baskets in anticipation. However, within 2 hours of this news breaking, another announcement surfaced. Yi Longru publicly declared that anyone supporting the North Wu group would be seen as his enemy. The moment this news was released, many reconsidered their intentions to attend. Yi Longru was not only a titan in business, but also commanded a master-level expert among his ranks, effectively straddling both the legal and illicit worlds. With the North Wu group already under Yi Longru's scrutiny at its inception, it would not be long before news of its impending bankruptcy resurfaced. Everyone began to feel sympathy for Li Xian, who was indeed a pitiable figure. After finally making a name for himself, he unexpectedly faced a devastating blow before he could even bask in his success. By the afternoon, new developments emerged. The Yu group issued a similar statement, declaring a boycott against the Beiwu group. Following suit, 7 or 8 other families promptly expressed their refusal to collaborate with the Beiwu group or attend its grand opening ceremony. Any business associations with the Beiwu group would be immediately severed. In an instant, before the Beiwu group even opened its doors, it became the target of public vilification, sparking fervent discussions throughout Chuzhou. Even many members of high society found themselves bewildered. Why were these families simultaneously uniting against the Beiwu group? It appeared as though they were signaling their allegiance to someone. Chapter 85. The grand opening. After preparing dinner for his daughter, Huang Binchu's call came in. Li Xian, seated on the sofa, answered the phone, and Huang Binchu's voice resonated from the other end. "Senior, just now, led by the Yi family, several prominent families announced their intention to impose a boycott on the newly established Beiwu group. Although the Beiwu group has yet to officially open, it is already at the center of controversy. These families are truly courting disaster. Should I take action against them?" Huang Binchu's tone was laced with a sense of impending violence. To offend even a senior like you is an act of sheer folly. Li Xian furrowed his brow, taken aback that Yi Longru openly targeted him. If it weren't for his extraordinary skills, the Beiwu group would likely face bankruptcy once more due to such attacks. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Even the father of his aunt would have to pay the price. Contemplating this, Li Xian instructed, "Do not act hastily. Let these clowns be dealt with after the grand opening tomorrow. Simultaneously, immediately publish a statement on the official website. Anyone who declares a boycott against the Beiwu group will be placed on our blacklist. They and all their friends and family will be ineligible to purchase any products from the Beiwu group." "Understood," Huang Binchu replied, nodding with excitement in his eyes. The essence of life offered by the Beiwu group was akin to a miraculous elixir, particularly for the elderly whose health was waning. It could indeed prolong their lives. Once they were prohibited from purchasing it, they would surely lament their decisions, for everyone ages eventually. Is everything prepared for the group's opening? We will unveil the essence of life alongside our grand opening tomorrow, Li Xian stated. Huang Binshu affirmed, rest assured, Senior, everything is in place. And various media outlets are ready. Half an hour after the call ended, the Beiwu Group announced its retaliation list. More than a dozen families, including the Yi family, were placed on the blacklist, permanently barred from purchasing any products from the Beiwu Group. Upon hearing this news, many burst into laughter. What worthless products does the Beiwu Group offer? As if we would be interested in buying them. It's truly absurd. I've heard they will unveil new products at the grand opening tomorrow. I'm eager to see what they have to offer, as it is bound to be a source of amusement. Many reveled in their misfortune. In a villa, the heads of numerous prominent families gathered together. Seated in the principal position were Jin Ingxiong, the patriarch of the Jin family, and Yu Baihong, the patriarch of the Yu family. Why don't we attend the grand opening ceremony tomorrow? Of course, not to show support, but to jeer and revel in the spectacle, Yu Baihong suggested, a smile beaming across his face. That makes sense. I, too, am curious to see from where this Li family waste derives its audacity to utter such words, while refusing to allow us to purchase their products. I wouldn't even accept their worthless products if they were given away for free, Jin Ingxiong retorted coldly. He was the second to respond after Yi Longru announced the ban on Baiwa Group, the first being Yu Zhengjiang. Well said, I shall also attend. Let us enjoy the commotion together, declared the other family heads in unison. Meanwhile, Yi Longru gazed at the blacklist issued by Baiwa Group, a cold smile gracing his lips. Does Li Xian, that good-for-nothing, not realize his own limitations? The biomedical project of Baiwa Group has been stagnant for 5 years. What can he possibly produce now? Perhaps he intends to repurpose the old products of Baiwa Group as if they were treasures? The times have irrevocably changed. With this thought, Yi Longru picked up the phone. Hello. Make arrangements for me to attend the grand opening of Baiwa Group in Chuzhou tomorrow. On the other end, his subordinate appeared momentarily taken aback. Patriarch, have you changed your mind? Nonsense. I merely wish to witness the spectacle. Spread the word that although we have banned Baiwa Group, the grand opening is open to all family heads. I want Li Xian to be utterly humiliated at the ceremony. On the following day, a red carpet was laid out beneath the Baiwa Group building. The name Tianbao Group on the rooftop replaced with Baiwa Group. Below the building, throngs of media reporters congregated, following the Yi family's ban and Baiwa Group's issuance of a counter-sanction list. The opening of Baiwa Group had transformed into the most significant news in Chuzhou. As time ticked closer to the event, attendees began to arrive. A few company executives and family members showed up, yet they bore no intention of presenting flower baskets. Instead, they settled into their seats with amused expressions, clearly there to witness the unfolding drama. Click. A reporter pressed the shutter on his camera, capturing the cold smirks on the faces of the attendees in the barren space where flower baskets ought to have been placed in front of Baiwa Group. Though numerous individuals had arrived, not a single flower basket was in sight. At that moment, Baiwa Group resembled a mere jester. Before long, a single flower basket was finally brought in. Leading the procession was a meticulously groomed middle-aged man, Jin Ingxiong. Upon seeing the arrival of the flower basket, the ceremonial staff became visibly excited, hastily moving forward with 2 assistants to receive it. Yet, the following moment, upon reading the note attached to the basket, their expressions soured entirely, wishing Baiwa Group a swift demise. This was not a gesture of goodwill, but rather an ill omen. Jin Ingxiong wore a cold smile as he regarded the staff. Did you think I came to show support? Joke. The Yi family has blacklisted your Beiwu Group, and my Jin family is the second to respond. I predict that Beiwu Group will open today and collapse by tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Jin Ingxiong spoke, followed by a chorus of laughter from his subordinates. Afterward, he swaggered over to take a seat in the front row. The surrounding company executives and family members approached Jin Ingxiong to greet him, while the employees of Beiwu Group wore expressions of utter despair, their faces ashen. Chapter 86. Congratulations on the grand opening of Beiwu Group. Li Xian had already entered the Beiwu Group through the back door with his daughter. Inside the building, the employees were bustling about. Young master, is that really you? A few former employees of Beiwu Group recognized Li Xian. When Beiwu Group went bankrupt, they had all lost their jobs, especially those loyal to the company who had suffered under Chun Tianbao's oppression. Upon learning this, Li Xian had Huang Jiangtai invite them back. These employees only knew that Beiwu Group had been re-established until they saw Li Xian and realized that the mastermind behind it was the once ineffectual young master. Amid the crowd, Li Xian spotted many familiar faces, evoking a sense of warmth within him. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. How joyous would his parents have been to witness this moment if they were still alive. Besides these individuals, Kong Bo had also been invited back. Previously the steward of the Li family, Li Xian now appointed him to oversee logistics. After greeting everyone, Li Xian and his daughter proceeded to his office. Once Li Xian had departed, discussions erupted among the crowd. Initially skeptical about the young master's re-establishment of Beiwu Group, they now found it to be true. The young master had indeed transformed. The years had evidently matured him, and if the late chairman were aware, he would surely feel proud. Meanwhile, Kong Bo was overwhelmed with emotion. In the office, Huang Jiangtai and Huang Benshu had arrived early. Li Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the various families arriving for the event, his eyes growing profound. To all those gathered to witness the spectacle, I shall provide a surprise. At that moment, downstairs, Yi Longru entered accompanied by his secretary. A knowing smirk appeared on his face as he recognized that the attendees from various families and companies were merely there to spectate. Today's grand opening ceremony would teach that little brat a lesson. How naive of him to think he could single-handedly establish Beiwu Group. What a dream. Before long, Yu Baihong, the head of the Yu family, and several prominent figures who had jointly blacklisted Beiwu Group arrived. These individuals shared Yi Longru's sentiments, waiting for Beiwu Group to falter. After all, it was remarkable that the company could survive under the combined pressure of so many powerful families. Yi family head, how many days do you think this re-established Beiwu Group can last with that waste from the Li family at the helm? Yu Baihong seated himself beside Yi Longru. As the first to respond to Yi Longru's announcement of the blacklist against Beiwu Group, he was well aware of the terrifying forces involved in the massacre of the Li family. The days of the young master's survival were inconsequential. What mattered was that we had made our stance clear. Yi Longru seemed to imply something, and Yu Baihong nodded with a smile. Look, someone from the governor's office has arrived. At that moment, a chorus of gasps echoed through the gathering. Even Yi Longru and Yu Baihong could not help but rise to their feet. The governor's office represents the official authority of Chuzhou, and in principle, the entire region is under its jurisdiction. The mere presence of someone from the governor's office, even if not the governor himself, carries immense weight. However, no one present believed that the governor's office had come to support Li Xian. A mere scion of the Li family, deemed useless, was hardly worthy of such recognition. Furthermore, the governor's office had no intention of sending a congratulatory flower basket. Those like Yi Longru, privy to the underlying circumstances, were particularly contemplative. They were well aware that behind the downfall of the Li family lay the machinations of powerful figures from the capital, and the governor's office was likely acting on their behalf. Indeed, the establishment of the Baiwazhong Group had already caught the attention of those formidable forces. Li Xian was truly courting disaster. Was it not better to live incognito and quietly? Why the need for such ostentation? Countless journalists captured this scene with their cameras. Already envisioning the headlines for the following day, Baiwazhong Group faces immediate censorship after its inception. Who did they offend? The most lackluster opening ceremony in history, Baiwazhong Group becomes the laughingstock of Chuzhou. Will Baiwazhong Group set the record for the shortest lifespan of a company? Just as the crowd reveled in schadenfreude, a beautiful woman in uniform appeared from a distance, accompanied by two subordinates carrying a flower basket. It was Yi Qingxue. Today, she had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, radiating brilliance. The moment she emerged, she captivated the entire audience, leaving many momentarily speechless. She is Yi Longru's daughter? What is happening? At that instant, Yi Qingxue's voice rang out. I extend my personal congratulations to Baiwazhong Group on its grand opening. Her voice was crisp and melodious. Yet, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Yi Longru had declared a ban on the Baiwazhong Group. Yet his daughter was publicly presenting a flower basket. Was this not a blatant affront, a slap in the face to Yi Longru? After a brief silence, murmurs began to circulate among the audience. Yi Longru's face had turned a deep shade of anger. Chapter 87. The gathering of cultivation families. Yi Longru's hands were clenched tightly around the armrests of his chair, his veins bulging with rage. He was on the brink of losing his composure. Yi Qingxue's audacity was astounding. He had explicitly ordered her not to attend the opening ceremony of Baiwazhong Group. And now she was publicly embarrassing him. This was utterly intolerable. Standing beside Yi Longru, a subordinate leaned in and whispered, Master, shall I escort the young lady back? Taking several deep breaths to suppress his fury, Yi Longru ultimately shook his head. Yi Qingshua's declaration of representing only herself effectively distanced the Yi family from the situation. Moreover, with so many journalists present, any incident today would be magnified. It was too late to retract her actions, as that would only provide further amusement for onlookers. After presenting the flower basket, Yi Qingxue took her seat in the guest area, a considerable distance from Yi Longru, with a dozen chairs between them. The crowd occasionally glanced at Yi Longru and Yi Qingxue, the distinctly contrasting father and daughter. Nearby, the head of the Yu family, Yu Baihong, jested. "It seems your family discipline is rather lax, Yi family head." Yi Longru responded with an irritable snort. "Rest assured, I shall discipline her upon our return. So there's no need for your concern, Yu family head." At that moment, a sleek black Bentley slowly entered the scene. As the car door opened, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire descended, accompanied by his son. Two bodyguards followed closely behind, bearing a large floral arrangement. In an instant, silence enveloped the gathering upon recognizing the elder's visage, for he was Gu Moi, the head of the Gu family. The Gu family is a venerable lineage of cultivators in Chuzhou, known for their subtle strength, though the elite circles are well aware of their formidable influence. The significance of this visit was profound, as Gu Moi, a master-level expert and the patriarch of the Gu family, rarely involved himself in family matters. His mere attendance at the inauguration of the Beiwang group was unexpected. Why was he here? Yi Longru's expression darkened further. The Gu family's power rivaled that of the Yi family. What merit did the worthless Li Xian possess to warrant Gu Mai's personal attendance? As a token of goodwill, the Gu family presents this floral tribute. Wishing the Beiwang group prosperous business and a bright future, Gu Mai proclaimed with a booming voice. This declaration elicited varied reactions from the attendees, particularly the Chuzhou aristocracy, who were well aware of Gu Mai's typically austere nature. Such auspicious words were seldom spoken by him. After presenting the floral arrangement, Gu Mai took his seat among the guests, guided by the staff. It became evident that the Beiwang group's revival was likely due to the support of Gu Mai. Ostensibly, Li Xian's company was merely a puppet under Gu Mai's influence. The assembly's minds raced with countless possibilities. It was hard for them to believe that a member of the Li family, deemed useless, could resurrect the Beiwang group after 5 years. Just then, another vehicle arrived. The head of the Wang family, Wang Shou, made his entrance. Previously, no one had sent a floral tribute, and the staff had forgotten to announce his arrival, only recalling it now. As they did, silence fell upon the crowd once more. The Wang family, also a prestigious clan of cultivators in Chuzhou, was represented by the reclusive patriarch, Wang Shou, a figure deeply engrossed in his cultivation. His appearance today was indeed surprising. Was Wang Shou here to support Gu Mai? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Meanwhile, Yi Longru furrowed his brow slightly. Although he shared the sentiments of others, an undercurrent of unease lingered within him. Just then, a third vehicle approached. The former leader of the Wuying sect, Wan Jun, had arrived. Yang Ruoxiao, the head of the Yang family, followed suit. Yun Tiankong, the head of the Yun family, was present as well. Gu Wanshan, the head of the Gu family, had come too. The names echoed in succession, each one representing a prominent cultivation family from Chuzhou, 27 in total. Thud. At this moment, even Yi Longru could no longer remain composed, nearly stumbling to the ground. The sheer number of cultivation families present surpassed his wildest expectations. Chapter 88. The return of Baiwuga group. At this moment, the air was thick with gasps of astonishment. The crowd was taken aback, their minds swirling in disbelief. 27 esteemed cultivation families had gathered, leaving everyone to ponder the merits of Li Xian. The spectacle was simply monumental. The only notable absence among the cultivation families of Chuzhou was the formidable Huang family. Just as this thought began to form, the melodious voice of the hostess broke through the tension. Next, we invite a distinguished guest to the stage. Who could this esteemed guest be? Curious glances were exchanged among the audience. The appearance of 27 cultivation families had rendered any doubts regarding the significance of today's grand opening obsolete. Let us welcome Mr. Huang Jiantai, the elder patriarch of the Huang family, along with the current head, Mr. Huang Benchu. As the announcement echoed, Huang Jiantai and his son emerged from the Baiwugu Group's building. The entire assembly of Chuzhou's 28 cultivation families had indeed arrived. In an instant, those who had come to witness the downfall of the Baiwuga group were left speechless. Yi Longru gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, while the expressions of Yu Baihong and others around him darkened to an extreme, tinged with shock. Huang Jiangtai's status in Chuzhou was unparalleled, especially after his recent breakthrough to the innate realm, allowing him to wield power across the Jiangnan region. That he chose to support the Baiwugu group carried immense implications. As father and son took the stage, they spoke without a microphone, yet their voices resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee. It is my great honor to participate in the grand opening of the Baiwugu group. Let me make this clear. Anyone who opposes the Baiwugu group is opposing me. Huang Jiangtai. His words struck like thunder. The forces that had declared a blockade against the Baiwugu group turned pale. Huang Jiangtai had boldly declared his support for the company. Jiangnan, who had previously sent a congratulatory flower basket for its closure, trembled in fear. He discreetly instructed his subordinates to retrieve the basket he had delivered. Yet Huang Jiangtai had already spoken again. To have such words inscribed on the opening flower basket, Jiangnan, you are quite audacious. I will remember this. It was a blatant threat. In that instant, Jiangnan felt his strength drain away, a wave of terror washing over him. Huang Jiangtai was a powerful innate master. The wrath of such a figure was beyond what Jiangnan could withstand. The entire Jin family might face utter ruin. It was only due to the festive nature of the grand opening that Huang Jiangtai refrained from attacking Jiangnan on the spot. But everyone understood that the Jin family was doomed. I see now, the 27 families are here for Huang Jiangtai. Li Xian has secured his alliance with him. Yi Longru muttered to himself. As the guests continued to arrive for the celebration, it was soon time for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Li Xian, the chairman of Baiwugu Group. With the host's words, countless eyes turned toward the Baiwugu Group's building. Amidst a throng of supporters, Li Xian stepped out with a calm demeanor. In that moment, the emotions of the crowd became a complex tapestry of anticipation and intrigue. The Baiwugu Group has made its triumphant return, and the so-called waste of the Li family has emerged in a most dazzling manner. In the next moment, the heads of 27 noble families stood up in unison, applauding fervently. Meanwhile, Huang Jiangtai and his son, who had been on stage, hurriedly stepped aside to stand behind Li Xian. This scene struck like a bolt of thunder, leaving Yi Longru and his companions in stunned silence. A flicker of panic even crossed Yi Longru's eyes. He had initially believed that Li Xian had merely latched onto Huang Jiangtai's influence to garner the support of the 27 cultivation families. However, witnessing Huang Jiangtai's evident respect towards Li Xian, it became clear that this was not the case. Huang Jiangtai had willingly positioned himself behind Li Xian, displaying an extraordinary deference. How could this be? What merit did this so-called waste possess? In an instant, Yi Longru's face turned ashen. Huang Jiangtai's actions shattered his last glimmer of hope. It seemed that something remarkable had transpired with Li Xian. On the other side, the representatives from the governor's office wore expressions of deep discontent. The governor's office represented the powerful figures responsible for the downfall of the Li family years ago. Today, the collective stance of the 28 cultivation families of Chuzhou subtly hinted at a burgeoning resistance. He chose not to linger any longer, rising slowly and departing quietly. It was imperative that he report this matter promptly. Chapter 89. The return of the Li family's waste. Amidst the applause of the noble families and the complex gazes of the guests, Li Xian took to the stage. Before the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced, he addressed the audience with poise, saying, "Today, I would like to introduce a product that Baiwugu Group will soon launch." As Li Xian spoke, the crowd fell silent. Many were curious about what the Baiwugu Group, having been dormant in the biopharmaceutical sector for so many years, could possibly produce upon its reopening. The incessant clicking of cameras from countless journalists filled the air. Li Xian picked up a blue vial from the tray held by a nearby hostess. This product, named Essence of Life, possesses the capability to awaken aging cells. In simpler terms, it can rejuvenate one's youth by at least a decade. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Such a drug could not possibly exist. One journalist boldly stepped forward to challenge him. "Mr. Li, I understand your desire to revitalize Baiwugu Group. But surely you cannot deceive us. The notion of reversing aging, how could such a product exist? Do you take us for fools?" This journalist was renowned in Chuzhou, having exposed various societal injustices through his reports, and his words resonated with many. It was not just ordinary individuals who doubted, even those from the cultivation families, like Yi Longru, found it hard to believe in the existence of such a product. The journalist's skepticism was entirely reasonable. However, our product has undergone rigorous scrutiny and approval from the medical authorities, and we do not exaggerate its efficacy. As he spoke, Li Xian gestured. And a series of certificates were brought forth, all authoritative endorsements from several prestigious research institutions in the Dragon Kingdom. The journalist captured the scene, his astonishment palpable, for he was well aware of the authority these institutions held. Mr. Li, may I inquire about the price of a bottle of life essence? I intend to purchase one for personal experimentation. Should the results not align with your claims, I shall ensure your reputation is irrevocably tarnished. There was a discernible thread of menace in the journalist's tone. Li Xian chuckled and nodded in response. Not too costly, merely 100,000, but as the first customer, I can offer you a 20% discount. At that moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion. The certification provided by a top-tier research institution was already a compelling rebuttal. Yet, the product's astonishing efficacy left many incredulous. It seemed the only way to ascertain its authenticity was through personal experience. The murmurs continued among the onlookers. After addressing a few more inquiries, Li Xian officially commenced the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Originally, Huang Jiangtai had planned to conduct live demonstrations with passers-by, but given the product's extraordinary claims, even such demonstrations could be perceived as staged. Better to let time serve as the ultimate judge. Once Yi Longru and his associates came to their senses, they discreetly departed. The day's events were unprecedented and instilled a profound sense of unease within him. The Li family's so-called failure had indeed risen, and all those who had sought to suppress the Beiwang group would soon pay a heavy price. The previously jovial Yu Baihong now appeared pale and shaken. He hastily followed in Yi Longru's footsteps, his voice tinged with trepidation. Mr. Yi, what shall we do? This Li Xian's influence is now formidable. If he seeks revenge, how shall we respond? Yi Longru, with an air of impatience, retorted, You are the head of a household. Must you be so easily unsettled? The establishment of the Beiwang group is, in itself, a provocation to those in power. Do you truly believe Huang Jiangtai can withstand their wrath? Yi Longru's words seemed to bolster both Yu Baihong's courage and his own. Hearing this, the fear etched on Yu Baihong's face began to wane. As they spoke, the square in front of the Beiwang group erupted with the thunderous sound of dozens of cannons, while fireworks illuminated the night sky, heralding the return of the Beiwang group to the entire region of Chuzhou. Meanwhile, at Chuzhou Airport, a man clad in traditional attire had just exited the terminal when a throng approached him. A middle-aged man, his expression one of deep respect, spoke up, Guardian Shang. I did not anticipate your personal arrival. We have prepared a banquet to welcome you. He understood the gravity of the figure before him, Shang Yunshin, the protector of the Cultivators Alliance. After Lu Ji's demise, he had relayed the news to Shang Yunshin, yet he never imagined the Guardian would come in person. Shang Yunshin was a preternatural powerhouse, capable of suppressing all. My purpose in coming to Chuzhou is to investigate the circumstances surrounding Lu Ji's death. The individual responsible for his demise is formidable, far beyond our reach, so it is imperative that this matter remains discreet, Shang Yunshin stated. Understood, the man replied, nodding vigorously. Indeed, esteemed Protector Shang. I have another matter to report. This very morning, the Baiwajichuan has resumed operations, and the Li family's ineffectual scion has not perished, he has returned. Chapter 90. Seeking Death. The grand opening ceremony has concluded, and those who came to witness the downfall have fled in fear. However, Li Xian has instructed Huang Jiangtai to take note of their names. Subsequently, Li Xian invited the Huang family and 28 other cultivation families to enter the corporate building alongside Yiqing Snow. A sumptuous luncheon was prepared by Li Xian, and the celebratory banquet continued until 4 in the afternoon. Duo, as the little princess of the Li family, frolicked about joyfully throughout the festivities. After the banquet, with the 27 cultivation families having departed, only Huang Jiangtai and his son, alongside Yiqing Snow, remained. The grand opening ceremony concluded successfully, yet certain accounts must be settled. Li Xian sat at the head of the table while Yiqing Snow entertained Duo. Beside them, Huang Jiangtai and his son maintained a respectful demeanor, listening intently. Li Xian tapped his fingers on the table and spoke. The grand opening of Baiwajichuan has concluded splendidly. Huang Jiangtai and Huang Benchu, your contributions have been substantial. You have worked hard. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the father and son hastily expressed their unworthiness. Now that the ceremony has ended, it is time for reckoning. Present me with the list. I shall not spare a single individual named upon it. Huang Jiangtai handed the list to Li Xian, who scanned the names. Yi Longru, Yu Baihong, Jining Xiong. Li Xian's finger lingered on the name Jining Xiong. First, We shall visit the Jin family. Rising from his seat, he addressed Huang Jiantai. Prepare the vehicle. Yes, Huang Jiantai nodded immediately. Normally, dealing with a scoundrel like Jin Ingxiong would be child's play for him. Yet he did not anticipate that the elder would choose to take matters into his own hands. Simultaneously, Li Xian's gaze shifted to Yi Qing Snow. Aunt, please look after Duo. Do not go anywhere today. Hearing this, Yi Qing Snow lowered her head and simply acknowledged with a soft sound, understanding the implication of Li Xian's words. If he intended to visit the Jin family, he would naturally also visit the Yi family, making it prudent for her to remain here. Do not kill him. Just as Li Xian was about to step out, Yi Qing Snow could no longer contain herself, speaking up regarding the Jin family. Jin Ingxiong was restless. Having left the grand opening ceremony, not a moment of peace had graced his heart since. The Li family's ineffectual scion had returned with a vengeance, backed by Huang Jiantai. And having presented such a lavish floral arrangement at the ceremony, he anticipated impending calamity. The crux of the matter lay in Huang Jiantai being a congenital master. How could he possibly withstand such a force? Thus, on his way back, he made calls to mobilize all his resources, seeking ways to navigate this crisis. At that moment, 3 figures exuding an aura of lethal intent stood before him. Among them, a tattooed bald man proclaimed loudly, "Boss Jin, what of congenital experts? My men wield the most advanced weaponry, including several rocket launchers. Do we fear we cannot obliterate him?" This bald man was the leader of a mercenary organization, commanding a band of desperados. Jin Ingxiong had engaged him for protection at an exorbitant fee exceeding 100 million. Indeed, Boss Jin, one of the middle-aged men remarked. The rumors about the strength of cultivators abound, but can they truly withstand bullets? Another man, sporting a buzz cut, interjected, "Boss Jin, we have fortified the entire Jin family courtyard with ambushes. No so-called innate expert can withstand our firepower. We will reduce them to mere fragments upon their arrival." None of the trio were innocuous individuals. Hearing their words, Jin Ingxiong felt a surge of reassurance. While cultivators were formidable, he had never witnessed their prowess firsthand. The lethality of firearms was undeniably palpable. "Gentlemen, I entrust my safety to you," Jin Ingxiong said, offering a respectful nod. At that moment, a bodyguard hurried in. Urgency etched across his face. "Boss, they've arrived." Jin Ingxiong's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated Li Xian and his companions would arrive so swiftly. However, recollecting the preparations made in the courtyard, he quickly regained his composure and coldly stated, "Li Xian, Huang Jiantai, you have forced my hand. Do not blame me for what ensues." He then instructed the 3 men beside him, "When you see Huang Jiantai and the others, unleash a barrage of gunfire. Leave no survivors." Inside the Jin family courtyard, Li Xian and Huang Jiantai strode in with audacity. Jin Ingxiong had been awaiting their arrival. "Li Xian, Huang Jiantai, you are truly audacious, daring to enter here with such a meager entourage. Do you have any idea that this is a den of dragons and tigers?" Though Jin Ingxiong harbored an inherent fear of Huang Jiantai, he understood the necessity of confrontation, and thus he resolved to put aside his apprehensions. Moreover, within this courtyard, he held the upper hand. "Are you the useless scion of the Li family?" The tattooed bald man stepped forward, brimming with arrogance, his gaze provocatively fixed upon Li Xian. "What are you? How dare you disrespect your elders? You seek death," Huang Jiantai bellowed. Without the need for his intervention, a shadow guard member transformed into a blur, charging towards the bald man. As the latter drew his firearm to retaliate, he was met with a swift demise before he could even pull the trigger. His head soared from his shoulders, rolling lifelessly to the ground. For those ordinary individuals accustomed to the mundane world, the enigma of cultivators remained daunting, leading them to underestimate the chasm that lay between themselves and these extraordinary beings. The instant the bald man was slain, Jin Ingxiong felt as if his very scalp would erupt. He stood frozen, paralyzed with terror. The shadow guard, after dispatching the bald man, had positioned the blade of his weapon ominously against Jin Ingxiong's throat, the steel gleaming with a chilling aura. Chapter 91. Retribution. In that moment, it was not only Jin Ingxiong who was stricken with fear. The 2 men beside him were equally horrified. The speed of the shadow guard's assault was astonishing, leaving them no time to react. If they were to seek their heads, they would be utterly defenseless. "Open fire. Obliterate them," the middle-aged man shouted, panic overriding his reason. They had stationed numerous subordinates throughout the courtyard, even equipping themselves with formidable weaponry like rocket launchers. Yet, as his words fell, there was no response from the surroundings. What is happening? A wave of unease surged within the middle-aged man. Li Xian, however, merely smiled in response. Do you still expect the minions lurking around us to deal with our predicament? As the words fell, a thud echoed as a corpse plummeted from the high wall. This was soon followed by a series of resounding thuds, as one body after another cascaded down. Upon impact with the ground, blood began to flow from their necks, revealing a distinct mark upon each. At that moment, a member of the Shadow Guard approached Li Xian, stating, "All have been dealt with." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, the short-haired man, regaining his senses, turned to flee, but not before a dart pierced through the back of his skull, sending him crashing to the earth. Jiangnan, with a blade pressed against his neck, was brought before Li Xian. Just as he attempted to speak, a member of the Shadow Guard delivered a swift kick to his leg, causing him to kneel. Huang Jiangtai, casting a glance at Li Xian, inquired, "Senior, how shall we deal with him next?" In Huang Jiangtai's estimation, Jin Ingxiong's audacity to present such a garish floral tribute at the grand opening warranted severe retribution. However, Li Xian seemed rather disinterested, remarking, "Such insignificant vermin, just eliminate him." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Jin Ingxiong suddenly exclaimed, "Why? I wish to know why someone of your stature shows him such deference." His confusion was palpable. Li Xian did not halt his stride, moving directly toward the exit. Huang Jiangtai looked at Jin Ingxiong with pity, explaining, "Because Senior Li is a mythical level powerhouse." Mythical level? What does that mean? Jin Ingxiong was familiar only with the terms master and innate. He had never heard of mythical level. A mythical level expert could obliterate the entirety of Chuzhou city with but a thought. Do you understand now why I must show him such respect? How tragic it is that you will die without ever comprehending the terror you have provoked. With that, Huang Jiangtai gestured, and in a flash of cold steel, Jin Ingxiong's head rolled to the ground. Next stop, the Yu family. Li Xian reclined in the back seat of the car, resting with his eyes closed. When Huang Jiangtai settled into the passenger seat, he spoke in a measured tone. The Yu family estate spans several acres, exuding opulence. This is the palace that Yu Baihong has fashioned for himself, complete with every luxury imaginable. Yet today, the atmosphere within the villa feels decidedly ominous. Yu Baihong sat on the sofa in the living room, his expression dark and brows furrowed. Surrounding him were several high-ranking members of the Yu family. "Brother, that waste from the Li family has Huang Jiangtai backing him. We have truly miscalculated this time," remarked Yu Baihong's younger sibling. "With the power of our Yu family, how could we possibly contend with Huang Jiangtai?" Yu Baihong, however, scoffed, "You do not understand. I do not regret our actions at Baiwazhong Group. I must demonstrate to those powers that the Yu family is deserving of respect, not relegated to the role of their lapdogs." What I did not anticipate was Huang Jiangtai siding with that waste. Our only concern now is his retaliation, so I have decided to temporarily withdraw and ride out the storm. The forces of Jinling undoubtedly will not allow the Li family's worthless scion to survive in this world. Even with Huang Jiangtai's involvement, there will be no favorable outcomes. Once those forces take action, we shall return. Prepare to leave, as soon as darkness falls. We will depart under the cover of night. My elder brother is wise. Upon hearing his words, my brow finally unfurled. Just as Yu Baihong instructed his subordinates to make preparations, a thunderous explosion resounded. The door of the Yu family shattered, iron fragments flying in all directions. When the dust settled, Huang Jiangtai, Li Xian, and others were revealed at the entrance. Offending the Baiwugu group is futile, no matter how far you flee. It will be in vain, Li Xian declared. Yu Baihong's body stiffened at once. He knew that Li Xian would retaliate, but he did not expect it to come so swiftly. The grand ceremony of the Baiwugu group had just concluded, and trouble had already come knocking at his door. "What do you want?" Yu Baihong stammered. Li Xian, however, remained silent, advancing step by step, before taking a seat on the sofa opposite Yu Baihong, casually crossing his legs. Huang Jiangtai and his father stood flanking him, with 12 men clad in black behind them. Their sleeves were adorned with a layer of gold trim, marking them as the elite black gold guards among the hidden forces. Chapter 92. The devil Li Xian sat composedly on the sofa, while the Huang father and son stood by his sides. This scene alone illustrated Li Xian's elevated status. But how could this be? What merit did this worthless Li family scion possess? Yu Baihong found himself at a loss to comprehend it all, overshadowed by an inexplicable fear. What kind of power does Li Xian wield that allows Huang Jiangtai to willingly play second fiddle? Yu Baihong, how dare you attempt to suppress the Baiwuga group? You truly deserve to die, Li Xian spoke, his tone calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity that struck at the very core of Yu Baihong's being. Taking a deep breath, Yu Baihong forced a smile onto his face. Mr. Li, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Yu Baihong, the moment you sought to suppress the Baiwuga group, you became a dead man in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Yu Baihong's pupils contracted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xian's expression betrayed no fury. His tone remained flat, yet the very neutrality underscored his resoluteness. Yu Baihong fixed his gaze on Li Xian, recognizing the cold indifference etched upon his face, and understood that there was likely no room for negotiation. Straightening his back, he declared loudly, Li Xian, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly? Is it not Huang Jiangtai upon whom you depend? Without him, do you truly believe you possess the right to flaunt your might before me? Depend on Huang Jiangtai? Li Xian could not help but chuckle at this assertion. In the next moment, he slowly raised his hand and beckoned toward Yu Baihong with a single finger. In an instant, Yu Baihong felt an invisible force envelop him, lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere puppet on strings, drawing him directly before Li Xian. At that moment, Yu Baihong was engulfed in utter terror. What kind of power is this? How could there exist a person wielding such formidable power in this world? Before me stands Li Xian, a veritable demon. Release my brother. The younger brother of Yu Baihong, witnessing this harrowing scene, hastily drew his pistol and aimed it at Li Xian. Yet, with merely a glance from Li Xian, a thunderous bang echoed through the air. In an instant, Yu Baihong's brother was obliterated, reduced to a mist of crimson. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted the nostrils of all present. At that moment, every gaze directed at Li Xian was rife with dread. This was no human, but a devil incarnate. Yu Baihong watched helplessly as his brother disintegrated into a cloud of gore, but he had no time for hatred, only an abyss of terror. He beheld the impassive visage of Li Xian and, in that instant, comprehended why Huang Jiangtai stood beside him, willingly becoming Li Xian's lapdog. What had transpired over these 5 years? How had Li Xian, once deemed worthless, acquired such power? Had he returned from the depths of hell, mastering its dark arts? Thud, thud. One by one, Yu Baihong's bodyguards and members of the Yu family fell to their knees. Faced with the enigmatic methods of Li Xian, they dared not entertain even a flicker of resistance. Yu Baihong, enlighten me as to why you sought to obliterate the Baiwuga group. As far as I am aware, you harbor no enmity towards them. Li Xian's voice was as frigid as the embrace of death. Upon hearing these words, a hint of color returned to Yu Baihong's eyes. He gazed at Li Xian, for the first time regretting his choices. Even the forces that had decimated the Li family could not contend with the demon that stood before him. The obliteration of the Baiwuga group was merely a facade. He confessed. At this revelation, a spark ignited in Li Xian's eyes. He had sensed the truth prior, and now it was confirmed. Who was it that orchestrated the downfall of the Li family? At this juncture, Li Xian's tone revealed a hint of urgency. Yu Baihong shook his head. Many factions were involved in the annihilation of the Li family. I only know some hailed from Jiangnan, while others were from the capital, with the governor of Chuzhou serving as their spokesperson. I intended to destroy the Baiwuga group as a show of allegiance, never anticipating it would cost me my life. Having spoken, he closed his eyes. Grant me a swift end. Yet, Li Xian extended his hand, placing it upon Yu Baihong's head. In a moment, a radiant light was extracted from him. He sought to discern whether Yu Baihong had spoken falsehoods. Upon delving into Yu Baihong's memories, he found his account to be largely consistent. The massacre of the Li family had indeed entangled numerous factions. What sins had the Li family committed to invite such calamity? Li Xian clenched his fists, and after what felt like an eternity, his tumultuous emotions began to settle. At that moment, Yu Baihong writhed in agony, tormented by Li Xian's soul-searching. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Xian extinguished his life. First, I shall visit the Yi family. Yi Longru may possess knowledge of certain matters. Then, I will proceed to the governor's office. Regardless of the multitude of factions that conspired in the downfall of the Li family, I shall ensure they all pay the price. A chilling aura of vengeance radiated from Li Xian, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Chuzhou and extending across vast distances, casting a shadow over the entire Dragon Kingdom. In the once scorching summer of the Dragon Kingdom, an unexpected chill swept through, plunging temperatures swiftly below freezing. The populace sensed the anomaly, and countless formidable figures emerged from their secluded meditations and ancestral depths. They gazed upon the unusual phenomena of the heavens and earth, silently attuning themselves to the unfolding events. Chapter 93. Is he also innate? What? As Li Xian unleashed a massacre upon the Yu family, within the Yi family estate, Yi Longru received alarming news from the agents he dispatched to the Jin family. Jin Ningxiong had been slain. The Jin family compound was littered with corpses, among them a notorious mercenary leader from the martial world. Furthermore, we learned that after leaving the Jin family, Li Xian made a beeline for the Yu family. Upon hearing this, Yi Longru collapsed onto the sofa, his fingers gripping the armrest tightly, his complexion paling. He had not anticipated Li Xian's retaliation to arrive so swiftly. It was likely that the next target would be the Yi family. "Master, what shall we do next?" inquired the elderly servant gravely. The Yi family now faced the imminent threat of annihilation. Immediately activate the secret forces of the Yi family. Though Huang Jiangtai is an innate expert, he has only recently made his breakthrough. If we fight with all our might, the Yi family may still have a chance. Understood. The servant nodded and promptly departed to make arrangements. At that moment, a luxurious car pulled up in front of the Yi family gates. Li Xian and his father Huang Jiangtai stepped out. The estate of the Yi family was opulent, resembling a royal palace, a testament to their immense wealth. The main gate stood resolutely closed, imposing as if it concealed a beast poised to devour the unwary. Indeed, Yi Longru had prepared for this confrontation. "Let us enter," Li Xian commanded, striding forward. As he approached the gate, Huang Jiangtai acted decisively, shattering the iron door with a single strike. The Yi family estate was enveloped in an eerie silence, still as the grave. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, leading Li Xian and his company to the entrance of the grand hall. This time, before Huang Jiangtai could act, the hall doors swung open of their own accord, revealing a throng of figures that surrounded Li Xian and his companions. There were over 300 individuals, each exuding an extraordinary martial presence. Among them were 5 who had reached the threshold of master-level prowess. At that instant, Yi Longru emerged, accompanied by the elderly servant, his gaze cold and assessing as he regarded Li Xian. "It appears the Yu family has also fallen victim to your hand. I must admit, I regard you with newfound respect. The once ineffectual Li family scion possesses such decisive means. Yet, alas, even with Huang Jiangtai's assistance, you remain but an inconsequential ant in the eyes of those great figures. You may have obliterated the Jin family and the Yu family, but if you think that with Huang Jiangtai's support you can extinguish the Yi family, you underestimate me, Yi Longru. The 300 individuals in the courtyard constitute the true defense of the Yi family. Among them are 5 who stand on the cusp of mastery, well-versed in an ancient formation. Once they align themselves within this formation, their combined strength becomes formidable, rendering even innate experts unable to breach it easily. An ancient formation? It appears the Yi family conceals far more than I had anticipated. Li Xian chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, the formation you speak of is merely a trifle before me. A trifle? Such arrogance. An elder huffed, one of the 5 semi-masters present. Though not a master himself, his status in the martial world was significant, and Li Xian's words displeased him. With a swift motion, Li Xian raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that pierced through the elder's brow in an instant. The elder's body collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his brow from which blood flowed profusely. In that moment, the other skilled members of the Yi family turned pale with fright, retreating in disarray. The energy radiating forth revealed that Li Xian was also an innate powerhouse. The old servant beside Yi Longru exclaimed in alarm. Yi Longru himself was taken aback. He had previously recognized Li Xian's formidable strength when he defeated the elder servant by his side, but he had never imagined Li Xian's power was so extraordinary. "Set the formation to subdue him," Yi Longru commanded. The origins of this formation were shrouded in mystery, serving as Yi Longru's greatest assurance. In the courtyard, over 300 martial artists had fully arranged themselves into the formation. Once established, the energy within the courtyard shifted dramatically. Led by 4 semi-masters, they charged towards Li Xian. "Be wary of Huang Jiangtai," Yi Longru warned loudly, fearing that in their focus on Li Xian, they might leave themselves vulnerable to Huang Jiangtai. To his astonishment, however, Huang Jiangtai and his hidden guards showed no intention of intervening, remaining motionless. Just as Yi Longru was grappling with his surprise, a thunderous sound erupted. The four semi-masters who first charged at Li Xian seemed to hit an invisible wall, halting just a meter from him, unable to advance further. In the next moment, a terrifying rebound of force erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The four semi-masters were simultaneously sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground, bones likely shattered, rendered entirely devoid of combat capability. The formation was thus disrupted. How is this possible? Yi Longru's pupils dilated in shock. The remaining martial artists, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines and halted in their tracks, no longer daring to advance. At that moment, Yi Longru was engulfed in profound terror. He finally comprehended why Huang Jiangtai willingly played the role of Li Xian's support, why the 28 martial families of Chuzhou had gathered for the grand opening of the Baiwuge group. And he understood that Li Xian was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. After all, even innate masters could not easily tear apart his formation. It was no wonder his daughter held such confidence in Li Xian. Yet, the truly terrifying events were still to unfold. Yi Longru, you repeatedly declare that before the forces that obliterated the Li family, I am but an ant. Today, I shall reveal to you who the true ant is. Li Xian proclaimed loudly. As he took a single step forward, a dreadful phenomenon unfolded. Centered around Li Xian, the martial artists in the vicinity began to explode in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. Over 300 martial artists were obliterated into clouds of crimson mist, vanishing into nothingness in mere breaths. Strangely, the blood mist did not descend to the ground, but was incinerated by flames that materialized from thin air. What manner of technique is this? It is as if summoned by deities. If previously, Li Xian's ability to send several half-step masters flying and break the formation instilled fear in Yi Longru, this moment utterly shattered his comprehension. Surely, only a mythical being could achieve such feats. Not only Yi Longru, but even Huang Jiangtai and the members of the hidden guards were engulfed in profound horror. Such power is beyond human capability. Yi Longru, tell me, who is the ant now? Li Xian gazed down upon Yi Longru, his voice resounding with authority, akin to that of a celestial being. Each word struck deeply at Yi Longru's heart. Thud! Yi Longru collapsed, trembling, as if all strength had been siphoned away. While the forces that annihilated the Li family were terrifying, capable of rendering the Li family to ruin with a mere wave of the hand, what did they amount to in comparison to the Li Xian before him? Li Xian was overwhelmingly powerful, possessing a strength that seemed to transcend this world. Where had Li Xian been during those 5 vanished years to acquire such astonishing prowess? After a lengthy silence, Yi Longru finally raised his head in despair. Li Xian, I admit my error, a grievous one. Please, in my life, having placed his bet on the wrong horse and made a misguided decision, he felt he must bear the consequences. With that, Yi Longru closed his eyes. Li Xian shook his head. You ought to perish alongside your subordinates. But you possess another identity, that of Yi Qingsnou's father. You should be grateful for this connection. With that, Li Xian pointed forward. Bang, bang. Instantly, Yi Longru's legs exploded below the knees. Even Yi Longru could not suppress a wretched scream. These legs serve as your lesson. From this day forth, Yi Qingsnou shall lead the Yi family. Having spoken, Li Xian turned and departed. Yi Longru watched the receding figure of Li Xian, gazing at his bleeding legs, ultimately revealing a bitter smile. Qingsnou, this time you were right. Although the Yi family suffered grievously with the bond between Yi Qingsnou and Li Xian, the family may yet ascend to greater heights. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Yi family, Li Xian instructed Huang Jiangtai, you and your son shall take care of the families on the list. I must pay a visit to the governor's office. Governor Lei Qiming of Chuzhou is associated with the forces that once eradicated the Li family, serving as their eyes and ears in Chuzhou. Those who participated in the obliteration of the Li family shall not be spared. Understood, Huang Jiangtai nodded. Li Xian entered the vehicle, driven by a member of the hidden guard, en route to the governor's mansion. However, as the automobile emerged onto the street, a deafening roar erupted. Suddenly, the car was forced to a halt, encircled by a dozen figures that emerged from all directions. Clad in black attire, these individuals exuded an aura of menace, their gazes chillingly icy. At the forefront stood an elderly man, his eyes akin to those of a venomous serpent, with a gaunt visage that radiated coldness. This was Heicheng, a trusted confidant of the 6th master in the capital, leading the members of the blood group, who instilled fear in all who spoke of them. Li Xian, I have finally tracked you down. With Huang Jiangtai absent from your side, your demise is inevitable, He Qing declared. He had pursued Li Xian previously without success, wary of Huang Jiangtai's innate prowess. However, a mere 10 minutes prior, he had learned of Huang Jiangtai's visit to the Lu family and, realizing the absence of Huang Jiangtai beside Li Xian, he promptly directed the blood group to locate him. Li Xian, are you not coming down? Do you believe you can evade your fate by hiding in the vehicle? Those who dare to challenge the sixth master do not possess enough lives to squander, He Qing remarked, having brought with him a contingent of blood group members. Had it not been for Huang Jiangtai's sudden breakthrough to innate mastery, he believed he could dominate all in Chuzhou. Li Xian slowly lowered the car window, gazing at He Qing as one might regard a corpse. Chapter 95. The governor's mansion on the road. He Qing wore a sinister smile, confidence radiating from his eyes as he felt the situation firmly in his grasp. This assurance stemmed from the 15 blood group members he commanded. The blood group served as the sixth master's secret weapon, with each member being a formidable expert, totaling no more than 20. With 15 at his disposal, he felt capable of crushing any opposition. In Chuzhou, the only person who could instill trepidation in He Qing was Huang Jiangtai, now absent from Li Xian's side, rendering Li Xian a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Noticing that Li Xian showed no intention of exiting the vehicle, He Qing's impatience grew. If you dare not come down, then perish within the confines of your car, he declared, signaling to a nearby blood group member, who promptly lunged forward with a long knife aimed at Li Xian. Yet, as the blade neared the automobile, an overwhelming force materialized. The blood group member found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by a binding spell. The next instant, a lethal intent emerged, piercing through the air and striking his brow from several meters away. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining members of the blood group, including He Qing, were left aghast. Could it be that Li Xian was an innate master? Only those who reached such a realm could project their internal energy externally, slaying from a distance. However, the very next moment, the surrounding air shifted, coalescing into a vortex. In an instant, He Qing felt a powerful suction drawing him in. In desperation, he struck out with his palm. As a leader of the blood group, he was himself a master nearing innate strength. Yet, after executing his palm strike, he was left utterly horrified. His strength seemed to strike another realm entirely, vanishing without a trace in an instant. In the next moment, his body was forcefully yanked towards the car window by a terrifying force. What kind of power is this? At that moment, He Qing was utterly petrified. Su Wenyuan intended to strike against me. He deserves his fate. If you seek vengeance for him, then descend into the abyss alongside him. Li Xian's voice resonated coolly, and with a gentle snap of his fingers, He Qing's body was sent hurtling backward. As he flew away, in the periphery of his vision, he witnessed the blood group members bursting one after another, culminating in He Qing's own body exploding, akin to a flower blooming in a firework display. Let us depart, Li Xian commanded, raising the car window and instructing the hidden guard at the wheel. Understood. The hidden guard nodded and drove away. Meanwhile, on the street, the figures transformed into blood mist were entirely consumed by flames, as if nothing had transpired at all. 10 minutes after Li Xian's vehicle departed, Shang Yunshin arrived with members of the Cultivators Alliance. The local head of Chuzhou, Kong Ling, spoke up, Guardian Shang, it appears we have arrived a moment too late. Li Xian has already vacated this place. Shang Yunshin nodded grimly. Initially, he thought that with Huang Jiangtai's departure, they would have the perfect opportunity to act. Yet they were still a step behind. Your intelligence network in Chuzhou is still woefully inadequate, which raises doubts about your capabilities. Upon hearing Shang Yunshin's words, Kong Ling hastily bowed his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Chuzhou houses the governor's office, special operations teams, and Huang Jiangtai's hidden domain, although he was a member of the Cultivators Alliance. Expanding power in Chuzhou City was no simple task. However, under Shang Yunshin's reprimand, he dared not retort. At that moment, Shang Yunshin suddenly furrowed his brow. Why do I sense a faint scent of blood, yet there is nothing on the ground, nor any signs of battle? He scrutinized the street, ultimately finding nothing. Not intercepting Li Xian meant that when Huang Jiangtai returned to his side, eliminating him would become considerably more challenging. Though Huang Jiangtai had just broken through, he was still a formidable adversary. Hearing this, Kong Ling's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Guardian Shang, I may have a solution. What solution? Shang Yunshin inquired. According to my investigation, Li Xian has a daughter, and he dotes on her immensely. If we were to capture her, he would undoubtedly comply. We could then use his daughter as leverage, compelling him to meet us alone, without Huang Jiangtai's interference. Upon hearing this, Shang Yinshan narrowed his eyes and nodded. This method, though ruthless, was indeed a clever stratagem. Immediately dispatch individuals to arrange this. If necessary, take matters into your own hands to ensure this is executed flawlessly. Understood. Kong Ling promptly agreed. At that moment, within the governor's office, Like Ming had just reported to the shadowy figure behind the scenes, reclining comfortably on the sofa, a glass of fine liquor in hand, gently swirling it. Haicheng led the blood group in an attempt to assassinate Li Xian, while the Cultivators Alliance dispatched the protector Shang Yunshan to Chu Prefecture. After 5 years, Li Xian returned, bolstered by the support of Huang Jiangtai and 27 prestigious cultivation families. However, it was to no avail. The forces that sought to obliterate the Li family were far too formidable. It was feared that by nightfall, news of Li Xian's violent demise would echo throughout the land, thereby sparing that esteemed individual from intervening. Beside Like Ming stood a cadre of loyal aides from the governor's office. And the third commander, Ing Luo, erupted in laughter. Surely, during these 5 years, Li Xian must have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Perhaps Huang Jiangtai chose to support him precisely because of this potential. Yet, how could they fathom the terrifying strength of the forces that once annihilated the Li family? After Li Xian's death, Huang Jiangtai and his allies would likely face retribution. Truly, it is both pitiable and lamentable. The members of the governor's office nodded in agreement. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the reinforced steel security door shattered. Several members of the Tiger Guard tumbled inside. At the entrance stood a figure resembling a demonic deity, clearly the architect of this chaos. The hall was instantly engulfed in silence. Chapter 96. The Demon God Li Xian. You possess remarkable audacity. Like Ming finally spoke, his expression stern. As the governor of Chu Prefecture, he held a position of tremendous authority, being the highest-ranking official in the region. Despite being overshadowed by Huang Jiangtai, even he would not dare to intrude upon the governor's office. Although Like Ming had never encountered Li Xian, with the establishment of the Beiwang group, Li Xian's likeness had long since reached his hands, allowing him to recognize him immediately. I not only intend to breach the governor's office today, but I also seek to end your life, Li Xian replied indifferently. At these words, Like Ming felt a jolt of anxiety. Just then, Ing Luo suddenly knelt before Li Xian, imploring, Mr. Li, the matters of the governor's office have nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. Trembling, Ing Luo was acutely aware that he was unlike the others in the governor's office. He had witnessed Li Xian slay the vicious python, and such a powerhouse could not be resisted, regardless of the governor's hidden cards. The bystanders from the governor's office were struck dumb at Ing Luo's submission. The chief commander berated, Ing Luo, you spineless coward. Are you so terrified of Li Xian, merely because he defeated the leader of the Jiangnan branch? Is he truly worth such fear? However, Ing Luo remained silent, persistently pleading for mercy from Li Xian. At this moment, several high-ranking officials beside Like Ming stepped forward. You, young man, possess extraordinary audacity. The governor's office is not a place for your reckless behavior. Kneel and kowtow immediately, or you shall meet a fate worse than death today. Do you think that your meager strength grants you the freedom to act as you please? To dare to intrude here is to seek your own demise. These officials, being Like Ming's trusted confidants, were accustomed to their own arrogance. They would not tolerate insolence in their presence, especially knowing the formidable power Like Ming wielded. You speak far too much, Li Xian retorted with a cold snort. Then, with a series of explosive sounds, the heads of those who had just spoken burst open in succession, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, everyone in the governor's mansion was gripped by sheer terror. They had not even seen Li Xian make a move before several high-ranking officials lost their heads. It was utterly horrifying. Governor Laming's eyelids twitched violently, and a chilling dread enveloped his heart. He took a step back, warily scanning his surroundings, fearful that he would be the next to suffer a fatal blow. Laming, you were likely involved in the destruction of my Li family years ago. Today, I have come to collect my due. Li Xian approached Laming deliberately, each step seemingly pressing down on Laming's heart. Seize him, Laming suddenly bellowed. Upon his command, 6 figures surged forth from behind him. These were Laming's trump cards, the lethal weapons bestowed upon him by his clandestine forces. 6 masters capable of crushing all opposition. However, as they charged towards Li Xian, the first among them had his head explode in an instant. The remaining 5 were instantly gripped by fear. They had observed the deaths of the earlier officials, who were not particularly powerful, and had assumed that Li Xian employed some arcane method. After all, it was not unusual for a concealed weapon, as thin as a needle, to penetrate the skull and cause an explosion. Yet, as they engaged, they realized that Li Xian had not employed any such device. Merely a glance was enough to obliterate a master. The ability to kill a formidable opponent with a mere gaze was terrifying beyond comprehension. By the time they considered retreat, it was already too late. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 heads burst one after another. Li Xian, however, advanced unimpeded to stand before Lei Ming. I shall contend with you. In that instant, Lei Ming unleashed his full power, attacking Li Xian with his palm. He too was a formidable opponent. Yet, Lei Ming soon found his body frozen mid-air, the momentum he had just summoned vanishing without a trace. Li Xian lifted his hand and placed it upon Lei Ming's head. In that moment, an excruciating pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, coursed through Lei Ming's being. Aya! Lei Ming screamed in agony. A surge of memories was extracted by Li Xian. As he perused the contents of these memories, his gaze deepened. The Qin family of Jiangnan, the foremost clan, the superpowers from the capital. How could a mere Li family provoke such formidable forces to act in concert? What could possibly be the motive? Li Xian murmured to himself. Moments later, regaining his senses, he effortlessly crushed Lei Ming's life before turning to exit. With each step he took, another head exploded. By the time Li Xian emerged from the room, only Ying Luo remained alive. He gazed at the blood-soaked surroundings, collapsing in exhaustion. Panting as if he had just resurfaced from the depths of water, overwhelmed by a sense of survival against all odds. It was utterly terrifying, like a specter of death itself. Chapter 97. Seeking death. Half an hour later, Li Xian returned to the Baiwuzi group, where a female staff member was playing with Duo. Upon seeing Li Xian return, Duo called out "Daddy" and leaped into his embrace. Li Xian lifted Duo into his arms and expressed his gratitude to the staff member, saying, "Thank you for accompanying my daughter." The woman repeatedly insisted it was nothing, that it was her duty. Without waiting for Huang Jiangtai's report, Li Xian returned directly to his home, where he found Lu Qi also present. To facilitate Lu Qi's visits with Duo, Li Xian entrusted her with a key to his residence. I saw the news about the opening of Beiwang Group and came specifically to congratulate you. If Qing Qian knew you had revitalized Beiwang Group, she would surely be delighted. Lu Qi remarked with a smile as she took Duo's hand. Duo, how about Annie makes you something delicious? Okay. Duo clapped her hands joyfully. As Lu Qi busied herself in the kitchen, Duo trailed behind her. Li Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Beiwang Group had reopened, and it was time to investigate the matter concerning his wife. There had been no news from Qingzhou, and after 5 years, he was uncertain of his wife's current state. He dreaded the possibility of discovering tragic news about her. The next morning, Li Xian took Duo to school before heading to Beiwang Group. At that moment, the entire Chuzhou was in an uproar. The forces that had sought to suppress Beiwang Group had all been dealt with overnight, including the governor's office, which had been eradicated. This was not only a shock to Chuzhou, but to the entirety of Jiangnan. Upon arriving at Beiwang Group, Li Xian was informed by the staff that several individuals were waiting for him in the reception room. When he entered, he saw Jiang Patian dressed in a suit, standing by the window, flanked by several members of the ability group. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Patian quickly turned around. "What brings you here?" Li Xian inquired. "The massacre at the governor's office and among the prominent families must be connected to you, right?" Jiang Patian stated bluntly. Li Xian did not respond, but instead retorted, "What? Do you intend to arrest me?" Before Jiang Patian could reply, one of the ability group members could no longer contain himself and interjected. "We are from the capital's ability group. You should adjust your attitude." This man, with a crew cut and a scar above his eye, emanated an intimidating aura. With the Jiangnan ability group nearly annihilated and Jiang Patian temporarily overseeing matters in Jiangnan, these subordinates had been transferred directly from the capital, carrying an air of arrogance. Upon hearing the scarred man's words, Li Xian merely cast him a disdainful glance before turning his attention back to Jiang Patian. "Manage your subordinates. I have no desire to spill blood at Beiwang Group." Under Li Xian's piercing gaze, Jiang Patian began to sweat profusely. He had warned these subordinates before his arrival that Li Xian was not someone they could provoke, yet they had disregarded his advice. This was reckless behavior that could cost him dearly. Seeing Li Xian's audacity in threatening Jiang Patian, The scarred man grew furious and pointed at Li Xian, cursing. Who the hell do you think you are? Before he could finish, Li Xian flicked his sleeve. Bang! The scarred man was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall. Blood spewed from his mouth, and by the time he hit the ground, he had lost all signs of life. At this moment, the members of the supernatural group, who had initially intended to stand up for the scarred-eyed man, found themselves frozen in place, a chill racing from their spines to the crown of their heads. Jiang Patian had conveyed much to them on the way, yet they had utterly dismissed his words, only now experiencing a profound shock. Jiang Patian trembled with fear. He remembered all too well the terror that was Li Xian, who had previously annihilated Su Wenyuan and others from the Jiangnan headquarters, leaving him alive. He understood that the life of a single member of the supernatural group meant little to Li Xian. Taking a deep breath, he stammered, Mr. Li, please. Do not take offense. I come here at the behest of my superior, hoping to invite you to assume the position of leader for the Jiangnan headquarters. With that, Jiang Patian presented a letter of appointment to Li Xian. The intentions from the capital were unmistakable. They sought to align strong figures like Li Xian with their ranks. However, to his surprise, Li Xian barely glanced at the document, casting it aside dismissively. I have no interest, and do not disturb me again. Jiang Patian had presumed that the prospect of leading the Jiangnan headquarters, a position superior even to that of provincial governors, would entice Li Xian. Yet he was met with utter disdain. The other members of the supernatural group, too, felt a boiling anger but dared not voice it. Ultimately, Jiang Patian let out a resigned sigh. Accepting the position of leader would bring you nothing but benefits. I sincerely hope you will reconsider. As for the tragic events in Chuzhou, I will temporarily suppress the matter, but the forces behind the individuals you have slain will undoubtedly seek revenge against you. There is another piece of news I must convey. The protector of the Cultivators Alliance, Shang Yunshan, has arrived in Chuzhou and may act against you. You are a congenital powerhouse, but so is he, so exercise caution. After speaking, Jiang Patian instructed his subordinates to remove the bodies of the slain colleagues and departed from the Baoyuan group. No sooner had Jiang Patian left than Li Xian's phone rang. It was Huang Jiangtai. The voice on the other end trembled slightly. Senior, something has happened. Duo has been taken. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes instantly turned icy. What transpired? 10 minutes ago, a group of individuals stormed the kindergarten and abducted Duo. The members of the Shadow Guard attempted to intervene, but were all killed. Senior, my incompetence is unforgivable. Please punish me. It is of no consequence. They cannot harm Duo, Li Xian replied. Duo possessed a protective talisman he had crafted himself. Anyone daring to inflict harm upon her would trigger the talisman's power, rendering her untouchable. Furthermore, once activated, the talisman would alert Li Xian, indicating that Duo had merely been abducted, without suffering any actual harm. However, the audacity of these individuals to lay hands on his daughter was tantamount to courting death. Li Xian extended his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Chuzhou, and swiftly pinpointed Duo's location. In an instant, he vanished from the office building. Chapter 98. Those who dare to harm my daughter shall die at this moment. Within a building, Shang Yunshan stood by the window, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, while Kong Ying stood respectfully behind him. In the corner of the room, a small girl cowered in fear within an iron cage. It was the abducted Duo, utterly terrified. Immediately contact Li Xian and instruct him to come alone. Should he dare to bring anyone else, he shall await the grim fate of collecting his daughter's remains, asserted Shang Yunshan. Kong Ying nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I shall do so at once. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed Li Xian's number, simultaneously delivering a fierce kick to the iron cage, startling Duo inside, who cried out in fright. Kong Ying, however, erupted into laughter, cursing, You little beast, once I have dealt with your father, I shall throw you from the 28th floor, allowing you both to reunite in the afterlife, ha ha ha. At that moment, as Li Xian made his way to the building, his phone rang unexpectedly. He paused, noticing an unfamiliar number. Who are you? Li Xian inquired coldly. A worthless member of the Li family. Your daughter is in my possession. You have 1 hour to arrive at Fuguang building. And remember, come alone, or your daughter's life will be forfeit. Kong Ying's voice dripped with mockery and arrogance. The thought of the once prominent Li family, reduced to begging for the safety of their daughter, brought him immense satisfaction. A chill flickered in Li Xian's eyes. His voice icy as he replied, I shall arrive at Fuguang building in less than an hour. Furthermore, For daring to abduct my daughter, I will ensure your utter destruction, regardless of who stands behind you. On the other end, Kang Ying was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Xian to respond with such defiance. Before he could retort, the call was disconnected. What did he say? Shang Yunshin inquired, glancing at Kang Ying. This brat is audacious, daring to threaten me in return. It's utterly preposterous. Kang Ying fumed. Shang Yunshin frowned slightly, responding with a cold snort. Do not let it trouble you. When he arrives, I shall make him kneel before you. At your mercy. Very well, Kang Ying replied, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Suddenly, an alarming buzzing echoed through the building. Are we under attack? Could it be that Li Xian brought Huang Jiantai with him? Shang Yunshin furrowed his brow. Just as he spoke, a thunderous explosion resonated as the door to the room was blown apart. A figure strode in, none other than Li Xian himself. Upon seeing his daughter confined in the cage, Li Xian rushed to her side and forcefully broke the iron lock. Duo, upon seeing her father, wept as she leaped into his embrace. Daddy, I'm so scared. Daddy, you finally came. They said they would throw me from the 28th floor. Daddy, they called me a little bastard. Listening to his daughter's words, Li Xian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Meanwhile, Kang Ying had peeked outside, finding no sign of Huang Jiangtai or his associates, which momentarily eased his concerns. Yet, he was puzzled. Despite the commotion inside, none of his subordinates outside had reacted. Shang Hufa. Only Li Xian has arrived. There is no sign of Huang Jiangtai or the others, Kang Ying reported to Shang Yunshin. Shang Yunshin felt a wave of relief upon hearing the words. In Chu State, the only person he feared was Huang Jiangtai. As long as Huang Jiangtai did not appear, Li Xian posed no threat in his eyes. It seemed the method of capturing your daughter was indeed effective, successfully drawing you in. You wretched creature. You should have perished 5 years ago. By mere chance, you escaped death. You ought to have kept your distance. Yet here you are, daring to return to Chu State, truly a path to self-destruction. Since you and your daughter share such deep affection, you may as well accompany each other on the road to the underworld. With that, Shang Yunshin commanded Kang Ying, eliminate both father and daughter. Understood, Kang Ying replied, brandishing a sharp dagger that gleamed coldly as he charged toward Li Xian. Kang Ying was also a master, and the dagger produced a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. As Kang Ying closed in swiftly, Li Xian covered his daughter's eyes with his hand. Duo. Take a nap, he whispered, and with a gentle motion, Duo fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Kang Ying stood before Li Xian, the dagger aimed ruthlessly at his neck. However, soon his expression turned to one of horror. He realized his body had become as rigid as if ensnared by a binding spell, frozen in midair. Li Xian turned to face Kang Ying and lightly pointed at the dagger. Instantly, the dagger shattered into fragments, and in the next heartbeat, Kang Ying's entire form exploded into a cloud of blood mist, scattering across the ground. On the other side, Shang Yunshin, who had believed Kang Ying's attack would easily subdue Li Xian, found his expression frozen in disbelief. What manner of power was this? Unheard of. Could it be the work of spirits? Shang Yunshin had always assumed that Huang Jiangtai's allegiance to Li Xian was due to some advantage bestowed upon him. But now he truly realized that the real threat was not Huang Jiangtai, but Li Xian himself. Before he could react, Li Xian's fingers spread wide. Suddenly, Shang Yunshin felt a force of tearing pull him toward Li Xian, his body swiftly drawn to the front of his adversary. An icy hand clutched his throat. In that moment, Shang Yunshin was engulfed by terror, struggling to utter, "Don't kill me." Yet the next instant, a crack echoed as his neck was ruthlessly snapped. After dispatching Shang Yunshin, Li Xian carried Duo away from the building. As they exited, Huang Jiangtai and his son, accompanied by the hidden guards, arrived just in time. Upon seeing Li Xian, they hastily knelt down. "Senior, we are incompetent. We allowed the young lady to be frightened. Please, punish us," they implored. "You are indeed quite incompetent." Li Xian scoffed, stepping forward and vanishing from their sight. Huang Jiangtai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Beside him, Huang Binchu asked, "Father, what should we do?" It seems Li Xian is truly angry. Huang Jiangtai's expression grew exceedingly grim. "It is all the fault of the Cultivators' Alliance for daring to harm the senior's daughter, bringing us shame before him. Immediately, gather all forces from the hidden hall and eradicate every stronghold of the Cultivators' Alliance in Jiangnan." As soon as Huang Jiangtai finished speaking, Huang Binchu nodded vigorously. "I will take care of it at once." Chapter 99. The chief coordinator Li Xian returned to the villa, cradling Duo. who remained in a peaceful slumber. Li Xian gently placed Duo on the bed and infused her with a trace of vital energy before softly closing the door. The incident with Duo served as a poignant reminder for Li Xian. Despite being an unparalleled celestial emperor, he could not attend to every detail. At that moment, Lucci arrived, carrying groceries. Upon noticing Duo's backpack, a hint of confusion crossed her face. Did Duo not attend kindergarten today? There were some unforeseen circumstances. So I brought her back early, Li Xian replied, refraining from elaborating to spare Lucci any worry. Perfect, I was just thinking of preparing fish for Duo's lunch, Lucci remarked, heading towards the kitchen with the groceries. Wait a moment, Li Xian interjected suddenly. Is there something wrong? Lucci turned, looking at him with curiosity. Lucci, I trust you are aware that I have changed significantly since 5 years ago, Li Xian stated. Lucci nodded. Having witnessed Li Xian's extraordinary abilities on several occasions, she understood he was no ordinary individual. At this juncture, Li Xian's words implied he wished to share his experiences from the past 5 years. Would you desire to become someone like me, possessing the power to protect yourself? Li Xian asked earnestly. Lucci was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Of course I would. She was a kind-hearted individual who had suffered much due to her compassion. If she could wield strength akin to Li Xian's, she could safeguard her family and not be a burden to him. Since you wish for it, I shall assist you, Li Xian declared, stepping closer to Lucci. Close your eyes. Lucci complied obediently, shutting her eyes. In the next instant, Li Xian extended his finger and pressed it gently against her forehead. In an instant, Lucci's body trembled as she felt an influx of knowledge flood her mind. Follow the mental blueprint within your mind to cultivate. You will soon grasp the fundamentals. I have also left a trace of true energy within you. Once refined, it will be sufficient for you to break through to the master realm. As for this technique, do not share it with anyone, and ensure that no one learns of it. Understood, Lucci nodded. Li Xian refrained from saying more. Embarking on the path of cultivation would only bring her benefits. He then imparted some essential foundational knowledge to her. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Yi Qingxue calling. Xian, I am at the Beiwu group now and need to discuss some matters with you. All right, Li Xian replied, hanging up the phone and heading directly to the Beiwu group. In the office, Yi Qingxue was patiently waiting. Upon seeing Li Xian enter, she quickly stood up. Xian, I have now inherited the position of head of the Yi family. In the future, there will be numerous opportunities for collaboration between the Yi family's business and the Beiwu group. Additionally, although you have established the Beiwu group, you lack commercial expertise. Allow my aunt to assist you in managing the company. Of course, that sounds perfect, Li Xian nodded. Although the Beiwu group had management talent sourced by Huang Jiangtai, it still required a trusted individual to oversee operations, and Yi Qingxue's willingness to take on this role was ideal. I just reviewed the sales figures for Life Essence. Only one bottle has been sold, which is indeed disheartening. Our most pressing task ahead is to boost the sales of Life Essence, Yi Qingxue stated. Indeed, that particular bottle proved effective after being consumed by the journalist, who subsequently recommended it to friends, resulting in sales. However, the journalist network lacks the necessary sophistication, making it challenging to boost sales in the short term. Li Xian pondered for a moment before stating, these matters require collaboration with the sales and advertising departments. By the way, Aunt, you have now reached the realm of the Grandmaster. Why not allow me to assist you in advancing to the innate level? What? Yi Qingxue, still contemplating the sales of the essence of life, was momentarily taken aback by Li Xian's words, then inquired with curiosity. You mean you can help Aunt ascend to the innate realm? Of course, it is but a trifling task, Li Xian replied, extending his hand towards the crown of Yi Qingxue's head. Almost instantly, she felt a powerful force coursing through her entire being. It was akin to a drop of water falling into hot oil, triggering a chain reaction that ignited the power within her. In that fleeting moment, Yi Qingxue, disregarding everything else, sat down on the ground to commence her cultivation. At that juncture, footsteps echoed from outside. Fearing that the staff might disturb Yi Qingxue, Li Xian promptly opened the door and stepped outside. Boss, that person from yesterday has returned and is waiting in the lobby on the first floor. A female employee informed Li Xian. The one from yesterday? Jiang Patian? Li Xian furrowed his brow. I'll go take a look. And you, stand guard at this entrance. No one is permitted to enter, understood? Understood, the female employee nodded. Li Xian proceeded to the company's lobby, where he found Jiang Patian standing alone. What do you want? Li Xian asked impatiently. Jiang Patian managed a faint smile. Mr. Li, the head of the abilities group from the capital has arrived. He wishes to meet you. Seeing Li Xian's inclination to decline, Jiang Patian quickly added, the abilities group oversees all supernatural incidents across the Dragon Nation. We mean no harm and may be able to assist you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian reconsidered his stance. Jiang Patian had a valid point. Many matters could be significantly eased with the help of the abilities group. Having come to this conclusion, Li Xian nodded and said, let us go. The two exited the Beiwang group, where a business vehicle awaited them. Half an hour later, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The entire area was heavily guarded, with numerous experts concealed in both the open and hidden spaces, including several grandmasters. Deep within the courtyard, in one particular chamber, resided an innate-level powerhouse, presumably the head of the abilities group. As the vehicle came to a halt, Li Xian followed Jiang Patian through numerous checkpoints until they reached the door of that room. Kindly announce to the head that we have arrived. Jiang Patian instructed the two members of the abilities group stationed at the entrance. Certainly. One of them promptly entered to relay the message. A minute later, he emerged and gestured for them to enter. The head is waiting for you inside. Li Xian and Jiang Patian stepped inside together. There, on the sofa, sat an elderly gentleman in his 50s, with a square face that exuded an air of authority. As Li Xian stepped into the room, the gaze of the elder fell directly upon him, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure, a distinctive presence of the innate realm. Are you Li Xian? 5 years ago, you were merely a wayward son, yet upon your return, you have managed to slay Xuan Yuan, the head of the Jiangnan branch of the supernatural group. Furthermore, you have audaciously declined my invitation. Do you realize that your actions in Chuzhou are sufficient to condemn you irreparably? The elder's voice suddenly escalated, his expression icy as he regarded Li Xian, the formidable presence of the innate realm seemingly solidifying the very air within the room. Beside him, Jiang Patian instinctively took a step back. However, Li Xian paid him no mind. Instead, he proceeded to sit down on the sofa opposite the elder, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Could you refrain from speaking nonsense? What is it that you truly desire from me? The elder's complexion shifted slightly. The fact that Li Xian remained entirely unperturbed by his overwhelming aura left him somewhat baffled. Yet, feeling a sense of humiliation at being disregarded in front of his subordinates, the elder rose from his seat, unleashing a torrent of pressure upon Li Xian akin to a tidal wave. If the earlier display was merely the release of innate energy, this moment signified a genuine confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian let out a cold snort, flicking his fingers lightly, sending forth a surge of energy that howled through the air. Bang! The moment the energy manifested, the elder's released aura burst forth like a balloon pricked by a needle. Simultaneously, the elder collapsed onto the sofa with a thud. His cheeks flushed. He hastily began to circulate his internal energy to quell the tumult within his body, and when he looked at Li Xian again, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Indeed, innate realm experts can externalize their energy, but to be so effortlessly repelled by Li Xian's mere flick was utterly unprecedented. In that fleeting instant, the elder felt as though all his strength had been shackled. Had Li Xian wished to kill him, he would have been utterly defenseless. How could this be? What sort of innate realm expert possesses such power? Or perhaps, he is not of the innate realm at all. At this moment, a tempest of shock surged within the elder's heart, rendering Li Xian even more enigmatic in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, the elder clasped his hands in front of him and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhan Tao. I initially intended for you to assume the role of head of the Jiangnan branch, but since you declined, while we may not become colleagues, we can still forge a partnership. The supernatural group extends across the entirety of Longhua, and I believe it could be advantageous for you. Of course, should you reconsider and choose to join us now, not only could you lead the Jiangnan branch, but I could also facilitate your appointment as the deputy head of the Beijing branch. Upon hearing this, Li Xian remained unresponsive, yet Jiang Patian beside him was utterly astonished. The deputy head of the Beijing branch is a position second only to Zhan Tao himself, indicating the elder's high regard for Li Xian. I will not be joining, Li Xian replied, shaking his head. However, the cooperation you mentioned piques my interest. I wonder how we might collaborate. Mr. Li possesses extraordinary strength, far surpassing my own. My team often encounters perilous missions that our abilities alone cannot resolve. We require the assistance of formidable individuals like Mr. Li. Are you seeking to hire me? Asked Li Xian. Merely a collaboration, Zhan Tao replied, shaking his head. Should Mr. Li assist us, we shall offer an equivalent in exchange. Furthermore, if Mr. Li agrees to cooperate, I can grant him certain privileges, including the authority to mobilize members of our team across Longhua. Such privileges have yet to be bestowed upon anyone but Mr. Li. Very well, Li Xian nodded without hesitation. His visit was indeed motivated by the intelligence system of the team. Upon hearing Li Xian's agreement, Zhang Tao was filled with excitement. With someone as formidable as Li Xian collaborating, the casualty rate of missions would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Moreover, there exist forces within Longhua that even the team cannot confront. With Li Xian on their side, those forces would pose no threat. Mr. Li, may our collaboration be fruitful. Zhang Tao extended his hand. However, Li Xian refrained from shaking it and said, in addition to this, there is another matter for our collaboration, the new product from Baiwajichuan, the life essence. It not only rejuvenates aging cells, but also accelerates the healing of injuries. I believe the team, when executing various missions, inevitably incurs losses. Possessing life essence could greatly mitigate those losses. Mr. Li, is that truly the case? Zhang Tao, having perused the promotional material for life essence, was somewhat skeptical. You shall discover its truth through experimentation, Li Xian responded confidently. If it proves genuine, life essence would be indispensable to the team. I can offer it to you at a 30% discount. Zhang Tao's face instantly broke into a smile. Very well, Mr. Li, if the efficacy is as you claim, we shall procure 100 vials. Li Xian promptly produced a vial of life essence for Zhang Tao to test. An hour later, Li Xian exited the courtyard with a purchase contract in hand. Once he departed, Zhang Tao examined the vial of life essence thoughtfully. He had heard that just 5 years prior, Li Xian was deemed worthless. What could have transpired in such a short time to grant him such enigmatic abilities? He then turned to Jiang Patian. Disseminate the news that Li Xian is under my command. Jiang Potion's face exhibited shock. Commander, have you truly considered this? The forces that annihilated the Li family 5 years ago may very well involve titans of Longhua. By aligning yourself with Li Xian, you are willingly stepping into the maelstrom. Even with your status, you could face utter destruction. Zhang Tao smiled slightly, his voice resolute. The moment Li Xian shattered my imposing presence, I felt an unshakable sense of stability akin to Mount Tai. I suspect his strength may transcend the innate realm. If that is indeed the case, it is a gamble worth taking.